Chapter 1, Getting Married with the Goddess. Son, there's smoke coming out of our ancestral grave. You know Aunt Jiang, right? She's the landlady who owns 5 buildings in Binhai City. Her daughter has a crush on you. She asked you to meet at Jiangnan restaurant at 5 p.m. tomorrow. As for this girl, she probably doesn't look that good, but you can't just look at her looks when choosing a wife, right? Besides, Mom is also considering your future. You know the situation in our family. Lu Xiaobai stood in front of the Jiangnan restaurant with a wry smile on his face. In his previous life, he was a man in his 30s, but in this life, he was forced by his mother to go on a blind date. That's right, Lu Xiaobai is a time traveler who has just traveled to this parallel world called Blue Star. In his previous life, he was an 18th tier singer who committed suicide by jumping into a river due to severe depression. Unexpectedly, his soul was reincarnated into the body of a person with the same name and surname as him. On Blue Star, the entire entertainment industry has stagnated and even shows signs of serious decline. As a time traveler, Lu Xiaobai has many classic songs from his previous life in his mind, and any one of them can take the entire entertainment industry by storm. Don't think too much about it. Just deal with this blind date first. Lu Xiaobai couldn't refuse this blind date. 1 year ago, the original owner's father died in a car accident, and the burden of the family fell on the mother alone. The old man raised a son and a daughter alone. Since he inherited the original owner's body, of course he has to be filial to the original owner's mother. Lu Xiaobai took a deep breath and stepped into the restaurant. Sir, how many people are you? Have you reserved a private room? A waitress came up to greet him warmly, her eyes sweeping over Lu Xiaobai. Seeing him wearing a cheap t-shirt and jeans, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Excuse me, which way is box 8? Please follow me. No, I'll go by myself. Sir, this is a 5-star hotel. You just arrived. If you go to the wrong box and offend someone important, it will be bad. The waiter had a polite smile on his face. Damn, you look down on people. Lu Xiaobai cursed inwardly and followed her to the door of box number 8. Sir, why don't you go in? The waiter looked confused. Lu Xiaobai touched his nose awkwardly. Before coming, my mother told him which box it was, but he couldn't remember it clearly. He wanted to call the hotel to ask, but when he saw the waiter's face full of suspicion, he didn't care about anything else. Without thinking too much, Lu Xiaobai pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a young girl in her 20s sitting at the table in the private room. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, and a white dress, her whole body only revealed her fair and delicate arms and calves, which exuded an ivory luster. You are the one with the surname Lu, right? The girl's voice was cold yet particularly pleasant. Yes. Lu Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that I didn't enter the wrong box. But, isn't this girl too rude? She keeps mentioning the surname Lu. Did Mr. Lu eat your rice? Besides, wearing sunglasses and a mask in broad daylight, is it too ugly to be seen in public? He complained in his heart. Do you have your ID? I brought it. What for? Do you want to check the household registration? Okay, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. The girl picked up her bag and walked out. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Is it so direct? You got the marriage certificate right after you met. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get married? What are you standing there for? Get the certificate and report back as soon as possible. The girl said impatiently. Wait, I didn't agree. Lu Xiaobai waved his hands repeatedly. After all, he is a time traveler, and it is a foregone conclusion that he will reach the peak of his life. He didn't want to just marry a woman whose family had a little money. Are you annoying? Why is a grown man like this so nagging? The woman grabbed Lu Xiaobai's sleeve and walked out of the box. Wait. Lu Xiaobai quickly pulled his hand away. Because she used too much force, the bag in the woman's hand fell to the ground. When she bent down to pick it up, the mask on her face slipped off. Seeing her face, Lu Xiaobai froze in place. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? The skin is fair and delicate, as soft as mutton fat jade. Her eyebrows and eyes are as delicate as a painting, as if they were works of art carefully carved by God. She is simply a fairy. If I could marry such a beautiful second-generation landlady, it doesn't seem unacceptable. Mr. Liu, I know you don't want to marry me, but I don't want to either. But none of us want to make a scene over such a small matter, do we? The woman put on her mask again and continued to pull Lu Xiaobai out. What should we do with the food on this table? No, I paid for it. Lu Xiaobai, feeling dizzy, was pulled by the woman into the nanny car and arrived at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At Blue Star, the process of handling the formalities is quite fast. The woman took the marriage certificate from the staff, flipped it open and glanced at it, then threw one of them to Lu Xiaobai. Here, this is for you. Go home by yourself. After saying that, she turned around and got into the nanny car. Hey, are you leaving now? Now that we've got the marriage certificate, shouldn't we cultivate our relationship? Lu Xiaobai didn't bother to look at the marriage certificate and hurried after him. The woman didn't say anything, and the nanny car sped past. What is going on? Is this woman sick? As soon as we met, he asked me to get the marriage certificate and I haven't even brushed my teeth? Lu Xiaobai was dumbfounded. As he thought about it, he opened the marriage certificate. Only then did he have time to take a closer look at the girl's appearance. I was stunned when I saw it. She is so beautiful that even Lu Tianxian in the previous life pales in comparison to her. However, when Lu Xiaobai's eyes swept over the name column, he suddenly shuddered. It was clearly written on it Su Nanxiao. I got the wrong person. Lu Xiaobai's head was buzzing. The girl his mother arranged for him to go on a blind date was called Wang Xiaotsui, not Su Nanxiao at all. Etc. Isn't Su Nanxiao a well-known female artist? Although he had traveled to Blue Star for a short time, he had heard of Su Nanxiao's name a long time ago. At the age of 18, she won the championship in the national singing competition, thus starting her legendary career. Because of her sweet voice, she has captured many fans because of her outstanding appearance. Countless men are crazy about her. Therefore, she was awarded the title of leader of the Jade Girls and is also recognized as the national goddess of the Dragon Country. Why would such a big star know me? Why is she so eager to get married with me? Lu Xiaobai's mind was full of doubts. Ding! The entertainment reputation system is being bound, please wait. A mechanical voice came from his mind. Lu Xiaobai was overjoyed. I knew that as a time traveler, the system is standard. Just late, but never absent. Chapter 2, How will you live in the future if you marry a man like this? If the host is worshipped, respected, or loved by others, he will gain reputation points. Reputation points can be exchanged for songs, singing skills, music theory proficiency, personal charm, and instrument playing ability. It has been detected that the host is married to the well-known artist Su Nanxiao. Although the marriage has not been made public, it has still attracted a small amount of attention. Based on this, the host receives 100 reputation points. You can redeem them for a song. Note, this system will automatically register the copyright for all redeemed songs. Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up and he was extremely surprised. We made a fortune. Not only did she marry a famous star, but she also bound herself to the system and gained reputation points. Although he was a professional singer in his previous life, he was only supported by capital and traffic. There is singing ability, but not much. I know a little bit of music theory, but only enough to read guitar tabs if that counts. So, although he had many songs from his previous life stored in his mind, he didn't know how to write them down in music. Now, the system helps him take care of everything. However, the most troublesome thing right now is probably getting the marriage certificate. Lu Xiaobai was a little upset. Su Nanxiao must be planning to get married with another man named Lu. Once they realize they have made a mistake, they will definitely go through the divorce procedures. It would be so frustrating to finally get the meat into your mouth and then spit it out. Sister Qin, it's done. As soon as the nanny car started, Su Nanxiao called his agent with a hint of relief in his tone. Nanxiao, you've suffered so much. How are you going to live after marrying a man like this? Sister Qin's sobbing could be heard from the other end of the phone. Isn't this a good thing? Marrying him is better than marrying a stinky man. My most admired idol, Queen Mei, put on her wedding dress in her last moments and married herself to music and her fans. At worst, I can be like her. So what if I don't have love or a man? At least I have music and fans to keep me company. Su Nanxiao smiled casually. But Sister Qin could clearly hear a hint of sadness in her tone. Which girl doesn't desire a passionate love? It turned out that Su Nanxiao once refused to have dinner alone with an investor. Since then, her career has taken a sharp decline. The originally full schedule of announcements was cancelled one after another. Her company Longting Entertainment gradually shifted its resources to other artists, and her carefully prepared new album had to be shelved indefinitely. To make matters worse, Su Nanxiao's father had a heart bypass surgery not long ago. Since she had no income during this period, her savings were almost gone after paying the bill. If she continues to be put on ice by the company, she will probably have to sell her house and car and end up living on the streets. Many readers have questions about this. Let me explain. Celebrities earn a lot of money, but their expenses are also high, such as the cost of hiring makeup artists and stylists, as well as paying salaries to agents and assistants. I remember a celebrity said that when he was broke, he only had 1 million yuan left in his pocket. He was not exaggerating here. At this time, the company's boss Lu Feng took the opportunity to put forward a condition: as long as Su Nanxiao marries his son, the company will reinvest resources in her. In the eyes of others, this is simply a great thing. Not only can she marry into a wealthy family, but she can also bring her career back to its peak. But those who knew the inside story expressed deep sympathy for Su Nanxiao. Because Lu Feng's son is gay, and he's a bottom. Lu Feng wanted the two to get married just to cover up his tracks. After much thought, Su Nanxiao decided that it would be better to marry a gay than to spend her whole life with a stinky man, so the scene of getting the marriage certificate happened. It's good that you think this way. At least by marrying Lu Mingxian, you can keep your innocence. Sister Qin said with sobs. Wait, what did you just say? Mr. Lu's son is called Lu Mingxian? Su Nanxiao's heart skipped a beat. Yeah, didn't Mr. Lu tell you? Sister Qin said doubtfully. Su Nanxiao hurriedly took out the marriage certificate, opened it and looked at the name column, and a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. It was clearly written on it Lu Xiaobai. Sister Qin, it seems I've got the wrong person. She took a deep breath. What did you say? Are you saying that the person you got the marriage certificate with today wasn't Lu Mingxian? Sister Qin's high-pitched scream came from the other end of the phone. Yes. This is entirely my fault. I was the one who dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Nanxiao smiled bitterly and recounted the whole process. It's okay. There's still time. Let's quickly go through the divorce procedures with him, and then apologize to Lu Mingxian. Sister Qin said quickly. After getting the marriage certificate with his goddess, Lu Xiaobai did not go home immediately, but came to the center of Binhai City Food Street. His mother works 2 jobs. She worked as a cleaner during the day and set up a barbecue stall at night, raising him and his 8-year-old sister Lu Xiaoyan. So, his sister would come to the stall every night to help. Today, my mother had something urgent to do, so my sister was the only one looking after the stall. Next to the barbecue stall filled with smoke, 8-year-old Xiaoyan's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. But she didn't bother to wipe it, and was busy turning the skewers over. This girl. Lu Xiaobai's heart suddenly sank. Xiaoyan is only 8 years old. She should be at the age where she can hug her doll and act coquettishly, but now she has to take care of the entire stall by herself. But the brother who should have taken responsibility, that is, himself, never offered a helping hand. Memories came flooding back. The original owner graduated from a third-rate university with high expectations but poor skills. He would rather live off his parents at home than help his family. Whenever his mother and sister returned home tired late at night, the original owner always complained that the house was too noisy and disturbed his rest. Asshole, a complete asshole. My mom and sister work themselves to death every day, and yet I'm just sitting around doing nothing. I'm not a real man. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaobai clenched his fists. Just then, a silver bell-like laughter was heard. I saw a luxury car slowly driving down the street, with a little girl of the same age as Lu Xiaoyan sitting in the car. The girl was wearing a pink princess dress and holding a doll in her hands, just like a princess in a fairy tale. Xiaoyan was so engrossed in watching that the skewers in her hand fell to the ground and she was scolded by the customer. Lu Xiaobai's nose suddenly felt sore and his heart ached as if it was pricked by a needle. His sister is 8 years old and has never owned a doll. This fucked up society. Some were born in Rome, others were born to be cattle and horses. Xiaoyan, you go and rest, I'll do it. As he spoke, Lu Xiaobai quickly walked forward and took over the work from his sister's hands. Brother, why are you here? Xiaoyan looked up suddenly, her big eyes full of disbelief. You know, her brother has always disliked setting up stalls as being too dirty and tiring, and has never come here, let alone helped with the work. Lu Xiaobai's heart trembled. The shock in the girl's eyes made him feel ashamed. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. I was such a jerk before, I won't do it again. He squatted down and looked his sister straight in the eyes. I'm so happy that my brother can come. Xiaoyan blinked, suddenly threw herself into his arms, and rubbed her little head against his chest. Chapter 3, Invisible Wings Stunning Goddess. Lu Xiaobai gently patted his sister's thin back, feeling her slightly trembling little body. No, I have to make money quickly. In his previous life, he was an only child and dreamed of having a younger sister. In this life, God actually gave him such a lovely and well-behaved sister. He vowed to let this sensible and heartbreaking little girl live a good life. Hey, Mr. Zhang, when can you give me the song you promised me? What, gave it to Zhou Mengqi? Okay, sorry to bother you. Hey, Mr. Li, I'm still short of one song for my new album. Could you please write one for me? Hello? Hello? Are you there? Su Nanxiao was making phone calls one after another, and later on, there was even a hint of pleading in his voice. Her agent, Sister Qin, felt very sad when she saw this scene. Su Nanxiao used to be very successful, but now he has to be humble and ask others to invite him to sing for him. Nanxiao, stop calling, let's get going. The most urgent thing now is to find that guy and go through the divorce procedures. Sister Qin advised from the side. Okay. Su Nanxiao put down his phone. Afterwards, the two went to Lu Xiaobai's home according to the address on his ID card. However, no one responded after knocking on the door for a long time. In desperation, they had to search the streets. Where on earth did that damned little bastard go? He didn't stay home and was running around everywhere. Sister Qin's high heels tapped the ground rapidly, and her brows were twisted into knots. Sister Qin, stop calling him a bastard. I was the one who forced him to get the marriage certificate. He is innocent. Su Nanxiao was wearing a plain dress, looking anxious and a little self-blaming. I really don't know what to say to you. You can't even protect yourself and yet you're still speaking up for others. Sister Qin was a little angry at his lack of fighting spirit and felt sorry for his misfortune. Found it, there he is. Su Nanxiao suddenly pointed forward. Sister Qin looked in the direction she pointed. Under the dim light of the barbecue stall, there was a little girl with two crooked pigtails and round eyes like two black grapes. A young man in his early 20s was sitting next to her, gently wiping the stains off her face. The man was wearing a washed-out t-shirt, and his well-defined profile was faintly visible in the fireworks. Seeing this heartwarming scene, the two girls couldn't help but stop. It seems like his family is not well off. He even brought his sister out to set up a stall so late at night. No matter what, today is all my fault. As long as he agrees to go through the divorce procedures, I will definitely give him compensation. Su Nanxiao took a deep breath and said with a frown. Nanxiao, you should think about yourself now. You've lost all your announcements and can't release a new album. If you keep going like this, you'll be eliminated from the entertainment industry. Sister Qin shook her head and sighed. In the materialistic and tempting entertainment industry, Su Nanxiao is like a pure white lotus, untainted by the mud. Otherwise, with her looks and singing skills, she would have become a queen long ago. How could she still be a second-tier star? It was already late at night. The diners gradually dispersed, leaving only a mess of tables and chairs. Xiaoyan, since there are no customers now, let me sing a song for you. Lu Xiaobai took off the oil-stained apron. Okay. Lu Xiaoyan clapped her pink hands happily, and her pigtails bounced along with them. At this moment, she felt quite happy. Although life is hard and tiring, she feels sweet and happy because her brother is there to help her and sing for her. Lu Xiaobai raised his hand to smooth his messy hair and cleared his throat. With my family's poor financial situation, I definitely can't afford a guitar, so now I can only sing a cappella. However, as an 18th-tier artist in his previous life, although his singing skills were not very good, they were above average, and a cappella was not a problem at all. Every time, I am strong in the wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed a tear. The clear singing voice slowly floats in the night market. The song that Lu Xiaobai exchanged was Invisible Wings. He wanted to use this song to bring a little warmth to his sister and give himself some encouragement. When she heard this, Lu Xiaoyan covered her mouth and looked at her brother as if he were a stranger. When did my brother become so good at singing? Su Nanxiao and Sister Qin stood there in a daze. This sudden singing was like a flash of lightning, exploding in their minds.
The moving melody, coupled with the simple lyrics, touches the depths of the soul.
What song is this? Why have I never heard of it?
Su Nanxiao muttered to himself.
Even you haven't heard of it? Did he write this song? Sister Qin's eyes widened. Who is Su Nanxiao?
She has been working in the entertainment industry for many years, and with her love for music, she has listened to almost every song released on the market and bought them all to listen carefully.
If even she hasn't heard it, then it must be an original song.
Don't think about it, they have a beautiful sun.
I see that the sunset changes every day.
When Lu Xiaoyan heard this line of lyrics, her small body suddenly froze and her eyes turned slightly red. The singing was like a needle, gently piercing the softest part of her heart.
The grievance of being ridiculed by classmates because of one's poor family background.
The loneliness of tending the barbecue stall after school. Seeing the loneliness of other little girls playing with dolls.
Just a few lines of lyrics seemed to express her inner thoughts. Hearing this, Su Nanxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face.
At this moment, she thought about her life. When she first entered the entertainment industry, she suffered a lot of grievances as a newcomer. Every time the sun sets, she would curl up in her small rental house, looking at the sunset and crying.
I know I have always had a pair of invisible wings that carry me and give me hope.
I finally see all the dreams blossoming, and the young voices chasing after them are so resonant. At this moment, Su Nanxiao felt his scalp tingling and goosebumps all over his body.
Yes, all dreams will come true. All the past is a prologue. The past is gone, the future is here. As long as you firmly believe that you have invisible wings, you will eventually receive flowers and applause.
Before we knew it, the barbecue stall was surrounded by passers-by.
Oh my God, why haven't I heard this song before? This sounds so beautiful.
This song just crushes all the songs on the charts.
Do you think this little brother might have written it? Impossible? How can a guy who runs a barbecue stall write such a beautiful song?
Some passers-by were whispering to each other, while others were staring blankly by themselves. Some people even took out their mobile phones to scan the QR code in front of the barbecue stall to give tips. There was also a middle-aged man squatting on the side of the road, crying like a child. Invisible wings make dreams last longer than the sky.
Leave a wish for your imagination. The song finally came to an end. Chapter 4. Can you sell me this song? Good. It sounds so good. Brother, can you sing it again? Yes, we want to hear it again. Just sing it again and I'll give you 100 yuan. I'll give you 200. I'll give you a tip. The onlookers shouted excitedly. Thank you all for coming. I'll sing it again. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded at the passers-by. He just received a system notification that he had gained 5 reputation points. Besides, some people are giving me small tips, so wouldn't I be a fool not to continue singing?
Nanxiao, use your professional perspective to analyze this song.
What do you think?
Sister Qin patted Su Nanxiao, who was already crying. The melody of the main song is gentle and soft, and the narrative is very strong. The chorus's pitch suddenly rises, and through the high notes and the explosive power of emotion, it creates an auditory image that breaks through the haze. When it comes to music, Su Nanxiao instantly cheers up, wipes away her tears and talks incessantly. As expected of a talented lady from Yanqing Conservatory of Music, she speaks very clearly and logically. But seeing Sister Qin's confused expression, she didn't continue. All in all, this song is very artistic and will be passed down for at least 100 years. More importantly, once this song comes out, it will cause a sensation throughout the entertainment industry.
Su Nanxiao concluded decisively. Hiss. Sister Qin took a breath of cold air.
Su Nanxiao is a talented woman who graduated from the Yanqing Conservatory of Music. Although she can't write songs, she has a very high vision for music. Even the songs written by Zhang Ziyuan, a famous musician who won the Lifetime Achievement Award, were only rated as okay by her.
But her evaluation of this song is actually a century-old classic? Nanxiao, this is an opportunity, a huge opportunity. Now that you've been shelved by Longting and your career has hit a low point, isn't the biggest reason for this a lack of songs? As long as you buy this song, how can Longting control you?
Suddenly, Sister Qin excitedly grabbed Su Nanxiao's hand. You know, the most important reason why Su Nanxiao was so tightly controlled by Longtang was that there was no songwriter to write songs for her.
Now, her new album is just missing a title song. With this song, she will return to the top and may even go further. That makes sense. Su Nanxiao's eyes lit up.
As early as when Lu Xiaobai sang the first two sentences, she already loved this song to the extreme.
If I sang this song to myself.
Su Nanxiao's heart was filled with emotion for a moment.
More importantly, if the new album sells well and creates value for the company, will the company still shelve me?
For a moment, she suddenly felt that the world was vast. Lu Xiaobai sang it 5 times before the crowd gradually dispersed. That night, he earned 20 reputation points and 813 yuan in rewards. He was very satisfied that he could finally buy some delicious food for his sister and mother.
Shayan, let's go home. Okay, let's pack up and go home.
As he spoke, Lu Xiaobai and his sister began to clean up the barbecue stall and tables and chairs.
Hello, your name is Lu Xiaobai, right?
At this time, Su Nanxiao walked up quickly with a soft voice. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks.
It's really embarrassing that I have obtained a marriage certificate with someone but can't even remember their name. Yes, you can call me Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai remained very calm.
He was actually a little embarrassed when he saw his wife suddenly appear. But having lived 2 lives, he knew that as long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. I'll call you Lu Xiaobai.
My dog's name is Xiaobai.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Nanxiao realized that he had said the wrong thing and his cheeks turned red.
No, my Xiaobai has to change his name. Okay. The corner of Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched.
Brother, who is this little sister?
She's so pretty.
Lu Shayan stared at Su Nanxiao with her big round eyes without blinking. Although Su Nanxiao was wearing sunglasses and a mask, it could be seen from her facial contours and figure that she was definitely a top beauty.
You're cute too, little sister. I'm your brother's friend. Su Nanxiao covered her mouth and laughed, gently pinching Lu Shayan's rosy cheeks. Although they have obtained their marriage certificate, she certainly cannot say the word wife. What? How can my brother, who is so poor, make such a beautiful friend?
Lu Shayan opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. A few months ago, her brother graduated from a crappy university and is still lying at home. How did he manage to trick this beautiful girl into marrying him when he had no education, no job, and no sweet talk?
Oops.
As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her head.
Lu Xiaobai gave her a slap in the face.
At this time, many passers-by gathered in front of the barbecue stall. However, this time they came for Su Nanxiao.
This leader of the Jade Girls cannot hide her damn charm even when wearing sunglasses and a mask. What do you want from me? I have to get home.
Lu Xiaobai said to Su Nanxiao calmly.
I guess she came to me to go through the divorce procedures. If that's the case, then let us do it. What else can we do now that they've come to our door? In that case, I'll cut to the chase. Did you write that song yourself? Su Nanxiao asked expectantly. Yes. Lu Xiaobai nodded calmly. I was a little surprised that she didn't come to divorce me. Hiss.
Although Su Nanxiao was mentally prepared, he still gasped when he heard this.
This man is so talented?
Think carefully before you answer.
We in Dragon Country take copyright very seriously. If you infringe on copyright, you could go to jail.
At this time, Sister Qin walked over quickly with a serious expression.
Go ahead and check the copyright office. If you can't find the song, I'll turn myself in. Lu Xiaobai glanced at her indifferently.
Just kidding, everything in the system has its copyright automatically registered, so it is not afraid of anyone checking.
Can you sell me this song?
Su Nanxiao asked impatiently, his palms sweating.
How much are you offering? Lu Xiaobai was a little moved. The family's financial situation is too dire.
If we can get some money, our lives will be greatly improved.
Besides, this song would be nice to sing to your future wife. We are all family after all, so why not let the good things stay in the family? There are currently 2 trading modes. The first is a one-time buyout.
I'll pay you 1 million and permanently acquire all copyrights to the song.
You won't be entitled to any subsequent profits. Su Nanxiao said. Oh my god? So much money? Lu Shayan on the side took a breath of cold air.
Even Lu Xiaobai was a little surprised.
Nanxiao, are you crazy?
Sister Qin was going crazy.
What does 1 million mean?
Even if you buy songs written by the top creators in Dragon Country, it would only cost more than 1 million.
How can Lu Xiaobai, a newcomer, be worth so much money? Chapter 5. Are you attracted to him? Sister Qin, I know what's going on.
Su Nanxiao waved his hand and interrupted her. Although the 1 million is almost her entire fortune, she still thinks it is worth it.
Is there any other way? Lu Xiaobai asked.
Another way is that I pay you 100,000 yuan, but you can enjoy a 25% share.
Su Nanxiao said. Nanxiao. Sister Qin became anxious again.
Whether it is the 100,000 yuan advance payment or the 25% share, everything is too high.
But Su Nanxiao interrupted her again. I'll choose the second option. Lu Xiaobai said. Only a fool would choose the first option.
Even in the previous life, Invisible Wings was a chart-topping existence.
On Blue Star, it would be like a nuclear bomb, and the subsequent distribution would probably be an astronomical figure. Okay, let's sign the contract first, and I'll go to the bank to transfer the money to you tomorrow.
As Su Nanxiao spoke, he took the contract out of his bag.
Wait, you don't want the sheet music and lyrics? Lu Xiaobai said. No, I just memorized it. You just need to tell me the song title. Su Nanxiao said. After hearing this, Lu Xiaobai was shocked. What a talented woman.
She can memorize the lyrics and music after just listening to them a few times.
What about the arrangement? There's also an arrangement. Lu Xiaobai said.
He decided to do good things to the end and sell the whole set of songs. The song Invisible Wings not only has good lyrics and music, but also a very classic arrangement.
Especially the acoustic guitar prelude is amazing.
Without this arrangement, the charm of this song would undoubtedly be greatly reduced.
Can you compose music?
Su Nanxiao and Sister Qin were stunned. You know, many well-known musicians focus on creation and leave the arrangement to professional teams.
It's not that they are lazy, but that they don't know how. Composition and arrangement are two completely different tracks, and the latter is actually more difficult. It's very simple. A person who doesn't understand music theory can definitely write a melody. But have you ever heard someone who doesn't know music theory compose a song? In addition, it is not enough to just understand music theory, the arranger must also understand various musical instruments. Just wait.
After saying that, Lu Xiaobai took out the draft paper and pen from Lu Xiaoyan's school bag, lay on the bench and began to write the music score, lyrics, and arrangement.
It's actually just copying. Open the system panel and all relevant information is available at a glance. Su Nanxiao and Sister Qin walked forward curiously and looked at it attentively. The more I looked at them, the more shocked I became. The draft paper was filled with writing.
From lyrics, music, to chords. From bass lines to rhythmic combinations.
Everything you need. Genius. Absolutely a genius.
The two girls sighed in their hearts.
Nanxiao, isn't the money you gave a bit too much? Watching Lu Xiaobai and his sister riding their tricycles farther and farther away, Sister Qin couldn't help but frown. Not much, not at all. It's such a good song, and I think it's not enough. Besides, with this song, my new album is sure to be a big hit.
A mere 100,000 yuan can be earned back in no time. Looking at the gradually blurred figure in the distance, Su Nanxiao said firmly.
He's just a newbie who doesn't know much about the business. Even if you lower the price to 50,000, he'll probably accept it. You haven't made any announcements in a while, and you haven't released any new songs. I guess you don't have much savings left. Every penny saved counts. Tell me the truth, are you attracted to him?
Sister Qin's expression suddenly became serious.
This is the only explanation. Anyway, we will be a family in the future, so the money will just be transferred from one hand to the other, right? Sister Qin, what are you talking about? Su Nanxiao's pretty face flushed instantly, and she hit her lightly in embarrassment and anger. Also, why didn't you mention the divorce procedures? Sister Qin's expression became even more serious.
I just think it's a bit inappropriate to file for divorce right after buying a song from someone.
Su Nanxiao explained. Nanxiao, you're an idol artist now, and most of your fans come for your single persona. You know how much of an impact it will have on your career once the news of your marriage gets out. This Lu Xiaobai, although he wrote a good song, who can guarantee that he can write another one in the future? In the entertainment industry, there are so many people who become famous after one song and then go silent. Sister Qin said earnestly. After several years of getting along, she had already treated Su Nanxiao as a younger sister or even a daughter. She didn't want a juicy cabbage to be eaten by a pig. Although this pig is good-looking and talented. Su Nanxiao pursed her lips and remained silent, her eyes still following the direction Lu Xiaobai left.
Brother, with so much money, we are rich. On the way home, Lu Xiaoyan jumped around like a happy sparrow.
Oh my god, how can I spend all this money?
She counted on her fingers, her eyes shining like stars. At present, my brother has received a total of more than 800 yuan in rewards, plus 100,000 yuan that will soon be received. It can't be spent all, it can never be spent all. Lu Xiaobai rode the tricycle and shook his head with a smile. A mere 100,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for her.
What is this? This is just the beginning.
Just wait, I'll prepare a generous dowry for you in the future,
he said to himself. By the way, after you get the money, how are you going to spend it? Lu Xiaobai asked Lu Xiaoyan jokingly. Let's buy some supplements for mom first. She's getting worse,
Lu Xiaoyan said while counting on her fingers.
Lu Xiaobai suddenly fell silent.
My mother is only in her 40s, but because she has been doing heavy work for a long time, she looks like a 60-year-old. I'll buy my brother a guitar and save the rest of the money.
Lu Xiaoyan continued.
My brother has always loved music, but he can't even afford a guitar that costs a few $100s.
Where's your favorite doll? Aren't you planning on buying one? Lu Xiaobai asked. I'm in 3rd grade now. I'm already a big kid and don't need a doll anymore, Lu Xiaoyan said seriously.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly turned red.
He knew that what Xiaoyan said was definitely not true.
Just now, when she saw the doll in the little girl's hand, her eyes widened.
When I got home, my mother Cheng Yakin was not home yet.
Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel and began to study. In this system, reputation value is the only currency, which can be exchanged for various products in the system mall.
In the mall, there are various songs from previous lives, and the exchange price of each song is 100 reputation points.
In addition, you can also exchange for singing skills, music theory proficiency, and the ability to play various musical instruments.
What surprised Lu Xiaobai even more was that there were some extremely explosive skills in it.
Unlimited sound range, any sound range that humans can reach can be easily mastered by the host.
Emotional resonance, increased the appeal of singing, making it easier for the audience to empathize.
Walking CD, increase the stability of live performances and avoid environmental interference.
Absolute pitch, accurately identifying the pitch of the sound you hear. Personal appearance and charm. Chapter 6, Searching for Barbecue Brother on the Internet.
In short, there is nothing that the system cannot exchange, only things you can't think of. Of course, the exchange price is also very scary, which is definitely unimaginable with the current reputation value. It seems that in the early stage, I can only be the 6th behind the scenes,
Lu Xiaobai thought to himself.
His looks and singing skills are just okay, and he can only be an 18th tier singer.
But it's okay this way.
On Blue Star, especially in Dragon Country, due to the scarcity of high-quality songs, the status of songwriters is quite respected. Besides, in his previous life, he worked too hard to catch up with the announcements, which not only made him depressed, but also made him lose a lot of time to spend with his family.
Nowadays, you can easily make money by copying some songs, which is also a great pleasure.
At this time, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening.
A girl named Tang Tang excitedly turned on her computer and posted the video of Lu Xiaobai singing on Weibo.
She is the one filming the video in front of the barbecue stall. She often shares some good songs on Weibo, but she has only gained a few thousand fans so far.
Tonight, she was deeply moved after listening to Lu Xiaobai singing. She could feel intuitively that this song would definitely be a hit.
So, she didn't forget to record a video while listening to the song.
Tang Tang also added text while uploading. Help! Barbecue Bro is performing an amazing song. If I don't cry after listening to it, I lose. Just 10 minutes after it was sent out, it showed signs of becoming a hit. In the past, Tang Tang's videos would only get a few hundred views within 10 minutes. But this time, the situation is completely different.
400,000 views, 100,000 likes, and a densely packed comment section. Tang Tang's heart pounded every time the number refreshed.
Fuck, what kind of magical song is this?
I'm a tough guy, but I've dropped a few pearls.
It's beautiful, that's all I can say. I've never heard this song before. Could it be that this guy who runs a barbecue stall originally created it? I just checked, and I can't find anything.
If that's really the case, I have only one thing to say: this boy is so terrifying.
Netizens commented one after another.
After only a few hours, topics such as hashtag barbecue brother performs amazing songs hashtag and hashtag invisible wings hashtag became the top 3 hot searches. At the same time, Tongtong's Weibo followers are also increasing rapidly.
Fans plus 181. Fans plus 472. Fans plus 1049.
It soon broke through the 30,000 mark.
Yeah.
Tang Tang rolled over and over on the bed excitedly. However, the tone in the comments section quickly changed.
Isn't this the food street in Binhai City?
I just bought grilled cold noodles there last week.
Oh my god, I hadn't noticed if you hadn't told me.
Behind barbecue bro was the red sign for Wang Ji fried noodles.
Let's gather in Binhai City and form a brother hunting group. This boy will become a great man in the future. If you get to know him sooner, you'll have something to brag about later. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Fuck you. The video is so blurry, I can't even see the face. That's right, did the blogger buy his phone on Pink 60? The pixels are so low? Damn, crappy blogger, crappy phone. Draw a circle and curse the blogger. Tongtong's face instantly fell, looking aggrieved. Is it wrong that I can't afford a good mobile phone?
At this time, the entire internet has set off a craze to find Barbecue Brother. Although they couldn't see Barbecue Brother's appearance clearly, they were still confident that they could find him.
Don't forget, Lu Xiaoyan also appeared in the video.
Barbecue, Wang Ji fried noodles, a young man, and a little sister.
This information is enough.
Some people even flew to Binhai City to look for people. So the next day, the small vendors on Food Street were surprised to find that the number of tourists today had increased several times more than before. It's a pity that Lu Xiaobai, who has made some money, will definitely not let his mother set up a barbecue at night again.
Netizens' efforts are doomed to be in vain. Reputation plus 109. Reputation plus 345. Reputation plus 457. Reputation.
The next morning, Lu Xiaobai heard the system's dinging sound while he was still asleep.
Open the system panel and it clearly shows. Reputation, 3,145 points. Skills already possessed, none. Exchangeable skills, none.
Lu Xiaobai was very excited, and then he turned off the system prompt sound. Even great news can't keep me from sleeping. He covered himself with the quilt and fell back to sleep.
Ding ling ling. The cell phone rang again in a rapid tone. Now I have no desire to sleep. Lu Xiaobai could only pick up the phone. It's a bit sad to say.
Nowadays, smartphones are completely popular, but he still uses an old feature phone, which was used by his father before he died.
Lu Xiaobai, it's me, Su Nanxiao. I've transferred the 100,000 yuan to your card. Also, I'm planning on going into the studio to record a song today. Are you free to give me some guidance?
Su Nanxiao's excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
You're recording a song so soon? Aren't you going to practice more?
Lu Xiaobai was a little surprised.
I've been practicing all night, Su Nanxiao said.
After returning home, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep, so she got up and practiced singing. I practiced this all night, only taking a short nap on the sofa.
All right. Lu Xiaobai nodded. Okay, I'll come pick you up now. After saying that, Su Nanxiao hung up the phone. This girl is really crazy. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and walked into the living room.
Today happens to be Saturday, and my mother and sister are at home.
Son, your Aunt Zhang called me yesterday and said Xiao Chui waited for you for several hours but didn't see you. You're such a fool, kid.
If you don't want to go on a blind date, just say so directly.
Why bother playing disappearance? The chattering voice of my mother Chan Yakin came from the kitchen. She was muttering while making breakfast. Mom, please cancel the blind date, Lu Xiaobai said. Cancelled it? Such a good marriage, you just cancel it? She has 5 buildings. If you marry her, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life, okay? Chang Yakin strode out of the kitchen, her finger on Lu Xiaobai's forehead.
Mom, my son is now able to make money and doesn't need to live off his wife anymore.
Lu Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Making money? You don't even have a job, and you're talking about making money? How can this kid be so ambitious but incompetent? Mom's health is getting worse and worse. If she passes away one day, what will happen to you and Shayan? As Chen Yakin spoke, tears couldn't stop falling. Lu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly turned red.
In my mother's heart, she is always concerned about her 2 children.
Mom, what my brother said is true.
He made over 100,000 yuan from selling songs last night. At this time, my younger sister Lu Shayan jumped out of the bedroom like a little deer.
What? How much did you say? Cheng Yakin's movements suddenly froze, and her eyes widened. 100,000. Mom, you heard it right. Lu Xiaobai repeated it. Impossible. You rebellious son, are you scamming someone out there? Who would be willing to spend 100,000 yuan on your crappy song? Cheng Yakin jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. Chapter 7. This song, was it really written by this pretty boy? The incoming text message is here. Lu Xiaobai took out his cell phone.
Looking at the scary number, Cheng Yakin felt dizzy. I slapped myself so hard that my whole face was swollen.
This couldn't be a dream. 100,000 yuan? She couldn't make that much money even after running a barbecue stall for several years?
Lu Xiaobai finally explained everything clearly, but he did not tell anyone about his marriage certificate with Su Nanxiao. He was afraid of scaring his mother.
Cheng Yakin slumped on the sofa, muttering to herself in front of her father's portrait. Old Lu, did you see that? Smoke is coming out of our ancestral grave. My son got 100,000 for a crappy song. Finally, Su Nanxiao's phone rang.
Mom, I'm going out for a while and will be back before lunch.
Lu Xiaobai quickly changed his clothes and went downstairs.
Cheng Yakin said nothing, still staring at the portrait in a daze.
When Lu Xiaobai got into Su Nanxiao's nanny car, he saw 2 women sitting inside.
One is the agent's sister Qin, and the other is a little girl with a little baby fat on her face, who looks a little cute. As soon as he got into the car, Lu Xiaobai felt like he was walking into a group of women, with the scent of elegant perfume filling his nose.
This is my agent. You've met before. This girl is my assistant, Wu Yuhan. You can just call her Yuhan. Su Nanxiao introduced. Hello, Teacher Lu.
Sister Qin stretched out her slender right hand and shook hands with Lu Xiaobai. After witnessing Lu Xiaobai's amazing talent, her attitude has changed greatly and she now calls him by a respectful title.
Wu Yuhan approached Lu Xiaobai like a curious baby. How do you write songs like this? Where do you get your inspiration? A graduate of a music school? How many people are there in your family? Do you have a girlfriend? The little girl kept asking one question after another, which was really annoying.
Lu Xiaobai had no choice but to perfunctorily respond.
By the way, great talent, this phone is for you.
Suddenly, Su Nanxiao took out an exquisite box from her bag and handed it to Lu Xiaobai. Last night, she carefully discovered that Lu Xiaobai was still using an old feature phone. So this morning I went to the store and bought a smartphone.
How can this be considered a gift of a cell phone?
This is clearly a letter of engagement. My juicy cabbages are about to be eaten by pigs.
Sister Qin wailed in her heart.
This is the latest model of kidney machine, more expensive than the one Su Nanxiao uses himself.
That won't do. Lu Xiaobai waved his hands repeatedly.
Although this phone was given to him by his wife, he really doesn't want to be a gigolo.
Just take it. Consider it your arrangement fee and the payment for recording the album. Besides, it will be convenient to contact you in the future.
Su Nanxiao lifted her hair and smiled sweetly. The charm in her every gesture made Lu Xiaobai's heart beat slower for an instant. She truly deserves to be called the leader of Jade Maidens. Even he, a man who has lived 2 lives, cannot resist her charm.
Oh my god. Great talent, you're trending. You're going to be famous. Ah, the video has over 5 million likes.
At this moment, Wu Yuhan suddenly screamed.
Let me see. Su Nanxiao took the phone.
When she saw this, she was stunned instantly. Not only did the number of likes exceed 5 million, but the number of comments also exceeded 1 million.
Open the comments section and you will see rave reviews. What a magical song. It made me cry. Barbecue Brother is so talented. I'm completely impressed.
I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings that carry me flying over despair. These lyrics are so heartfelt, they touch my soul.
I feel like this song will become a classic. Dragon country music is finally seeing the light of day. Su Nanxiao froze. She knew the song would be a hit, but she didn't expect it to be this popular. You should know that this song has no accompaniment, and Lu Xiaobai's singing skills are only at the average level. If she added accompaniment and sang it herself, she couldn't imagine what kind of results she would achieve. Su Nanxiao looked at Lu Xiaobai with admiration. This is such a treasure boy. Moreover, he is her husband, although only in name. Thinking of this, her cheeks suddenly turned red. Oh, what a pity! Such a good song was ruined by our great talent. This guy sings worse than me. Wu Yuhan curled her lips and said. In fact, Lu Xiaobai's singing skills are above average, and are far from being bad. But Wu Yuhan was still sulking about Lu Xiaobai's perfunctory response to her, and she said this on purpose to annoy him. But you speak more harshly than I do. Lu Xiaobai was very dissatisfied. At this time, the nanny car slowly stopped. We're at the recording studio. Let's go in. Su Nanxiao said. This recording studio does not belong to Longting. Now Su Nanxiao has been shelved by the company and will be met with indifference if he uses the company's resources. She has always been thin-skinned, so she can only go outside. Oh, great star Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. At this time, a bald middle-aged man in his 40s walked up quickly and greeted them warmly. His name is Zhang Kai, and he is the owner of this recording studio. He was very surprised and excited to see that the big star Su Nanxiao actually came to his place to record a song. You know, although the recording studio he opened is good, it is not as high-end as Longting Entertainment. Hello, Boss Zhang, please arrange a recording studio for me as soon as possible. Su Nanxiao said lightly. Okay. Zhang Kai personally led Su Nanxiao and his group into a recording studio. Hey, brother, when the singer is recording, no outsiders are allowed in. Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to go in, Zhang Kai stopped him. He's not just anybody, he's the lyricist of this song. Su Nanxiao turned around and said. Zhang Kai was a little surprised and a little disdainful at the same time. How can a kid like you, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, write a song for a big star like Su? Wait, they're recording. What are you, a recording studio owner, doing in there? Just as Zhang Kai was about to enter the recording studio, Lu Xiaobai reached out to stop him. I'm both the boss and the sound engineer. Do you think I can come in? The bald man's face turned black. Sister Qin and Wu Yuhan covered their mouths and laughed. This great talent has a strong desire for revenge. I'm starting. Su Nanxiao stood in front of the microphone, took a deep breath, and looked at Lu Xiaobai. Good. Lu Xiaobai nodded. Every time, I am strong in the wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed a tear. Su Nanxiao closed his eyes slightly and began to sing. Hiss. After just hearing 2 sentences, Zhang Kai's pupils suddenly contracted and his whole body tensed up. He suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Xiaobai, his eyes full of disbelief. This song, was it really written by this pretty boy? Zhang Kai was the lead singer of a band when he was young, and later transformed into a producer. He has a very keen ear. For those assembly line songs in the circle, he can guess the direction of the chorus just by listening to the prelude. But the song that Su Nanxiao is singing now has a simple but catchy melody, and the lyrics are straightforward but heartbreaking. This level is at least that of a well-known creator. He stared at Lu Xiaobai in front of the console. Chapter 8. Let me write another one for you. I finally see all the dreams blossoming, and the young voices chasing after them are so loud. At this time, Su Nanxiao had already sung the chorus, and his voice gradually became higher and higher. Zhang Kai held his breath unconsciously. This song will explode. He could almost foresee what kind of storm this song would create on major music platforms once it was released. The song ends. What a great singing! You are worthy of being the great star Su. Zhang Kai was the first to stand up and applaud loudly. He was not bragging, but speaking the truth. In fact, in terms of singing skills, Su Nanxiao has already reached the level of a first-line star. If it weren't for the poor quantity and quality of her representative works, she would have become a queen long ago. Nanxiao is awesome. Sister Nanxiao is awesome. Sister Qin and Wu Yuhan also gave thumbs up. Great talent, what do you think? Su Nanxiao turned his gaze to Lu Xiaobai with a slight smile on his lips. She spent a whole night trying to figure out this song. She pondered over every transition, every breath, and even the emotions behind every lyric countless times. She was confident that this was the most perfect version she could give. I'm very dissatisfied that you didn't sing out the soul of this song. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, his tone calm but firm.
As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the recording studio seemed to freeze. Zhang Kai's smile froze on his face.
When did it become your turn as a newcomer to question the singing skills of the great star Su? Sister Qin and Wu Yuhan widened their eyes. You sang so well, and you are not satisfied? At this moment, Su Nanqiao's eyes suddenly turned red.
She never expected that her hard work all night would be rewarded with such an evaluation.
If you can do it, then go for it.
You sing so badly and you dare to criticize Sister Nan Xiao.
Wu Yuhan exploded, slammed the table and glared at Lu Xiaobai. Yuhan, what are you talking about? Who says only good singers are qualified to comment? Su Nanqiao's voice was trembling, but he still tried to remain calm. Then tell me what my shortcomings are.
Then, she looked at Lu Xiaobai with a hint of stubbornness and pleading in her eyes. First of all, I must admit that your pitch, rhythm, and technique are impeccable.
You sing much better than I do.
But here's the thing, the song is called Invisible Wings, not Victory Horn. Lu Xiaobai stood up and walked in front of Su Nanqiao, his voice low but clear.
Do you know why they are invisible wings? Because when people are most confused and vulnerable, they don't even know whether they have wings or not.
You sang so firmly, but what really touched people's hearts was precisely that uncertainty.
Can I hold on? Does my dream really make sense? Do I even have wings? These hesitations, struggles, and self-doubts are the underlying tone of this song. And you sang it like a war song. The recording studio was completely silent.
Zhang Kai stared at Lu Xiaobai and suddenly realized. I only heard the technique and ignored the essence of the song. Su Nanqiao stood there, his body trembling slightly. She finally understood why she always felt like something was missing. After a long time, she raised her head, her eyes still red, but with a relieved smile.
Thank you so much. This is probably the most precious compliment I've ever received since I entered this industry.
She bowed deeply to Lu Xiaobai, her voice soft but firm. This man seems to have something in his belly.
This thought occurred to everyone present at the same time.
Next, Su Nanqiao sang for nearly an hour.
It was not until she sang it for the 15th time that Lu Xiaobai finally nodded.
After getting Lu Xiaobai's approval, Su Nanqiao jumped up excitedly like a little girl.
When walking out of the recording studio, Wu Yuhan went out to pay the bill. Ji Fubao received 3,994.5 yuan. When he heard this voice, Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched.
This shady recording studio really makes money. They made nearly 4,000 in just 1 hour, and the profits were both in small and large amounts. What he didn't know was that this price was discounted. If someone else were to record the song, it would cost at least 6,000. The group got into the nanny car and prepared to go home.
Great talent, I have a small request. Can you agree to it?
Su Nanqiao said with great anticipation.
Well, go ahead. Lu Xiaobai nodded.
I'm planning to release an album soon, and I plan to use Invisible Wings as the title song.
But I'd like you to take a look at the other songs and give me some suggestions.
Su Nanqiao smiled sweetly.
Of course. Lu Xiaobai quickly lowered his head.
The charm that the goddess inadvertently revealed made him completely unable to resist. Taking the headphones from Su Nanqiao, Lu Xiaobai began to listen carefully. The more he listened, the darker his face became.
What the hell are these crap songs?
Be it the melody, lyrics, or arrangement, everything is terrible.
You're my VIP, you can subscribe to my monthly plan without spending any money. You are like instant noodles and I am like boiling water. I can make you soft after just 3 minutes.
I love you so much that my computer freezes, and even after restarting, I still miss you.
Lu Xiaobai now finally understood why many bad songs could make it onto the music charts. Compared to this shit, they are really top-notch. Why, you don't think it's okay? Su Nanqiao asked cautiously. I'd better write another one for you. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils began to dilate. Write another one?
Su Nanqiao's voice trembled a little, and her slender fingers twisted together unconsciously. I say, great talent, please don't be perfunctory.
You just finished writing a song yesterday, and you're writing another one today? How can writing a song be that easy? Sister Qin's tone was slightly disdainful. That's right, even those famous musicians are considered good if they can write one good song a month. Wu Yuhan said with a pout. Bring me paper and pen. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly. Are you going to write it on the spot?
Everyone in the car widened their eyes, suspecting there was something wrong with their ears. Yeah, I suddenly got inspiration when I was listening to the song just now.
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. Here, for you.
Su Nanxiao quickly took out paper and pen from her bag and handed them to Lu Xiaobai. Given his talent, this song shouldn't be any worse than the other songs on my album.
Su Nanxiao thought.
Taking the paper and pen, Lu Xiaobai immediately began to write.
Su Nanxiao and Wu Yuhan stepped forward and took a look.
Just reading the first few lines of the lyrics made them tremble all over. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I am thinking of you.
If I'm woken up by my phone in the middle of the night, it's because I care. What kind of magical lyrics are these? It's so sweet that it's cloying, okay? Chapter 9, Love You.
That's right, the song that Lu Xiaobai prepared for Su Nanxiao was exactly the song Love You by the Sweetheart Leader in his previous life. Su Nanxiao has a pure appearance and a sweet voice, making her the perfect person to sing the songs of the Sweetheart Leader.
Am I the only one in your heart? Love means that I always bother you. Lu Xiaobai continued to write. Oh my god, when I saw these lyrics, I felt like the air around me smelled like honey. Wu Yuhan looked like a crazy fan. Su Nanxiao's heart suddenly started pounding.
She had never been in love before, but she suddenly felt like she was in love for the first time.
Come on, try singing it again.
Lu Xiaobai quickly finished writing the lyrics, composing the music, and arranging the music, then handed the A4 paper to Su Nanxiao. Su Nanxiao took it and stared at it for a long time.
Sister Nanxiao, please sing quickly. I can't wait. Wu Yuhan couldn't wait to say.
You little girl, Nanxiao still needs time to learn music.
Sister Qin said angrily.
In fact, with Su Nanxiao's musical talent, it doesn't take that long to learn music. She was applauding the composition of the song. This song may seem simple, but it has a very high artistic level. Although the lyrics are not profound, their straightforwardness is precisely what makes them so charming. Although the melody is simple, it is extremely magical. A lot of syncopation is added to express the girl's feelings to the fullest. Compared to this song, describing the songs in my album as trash is an insult to trash. It's amazing that a grown man can write such soft and delicate songs.
He's so talented. Su Nanxiao looked at Lu Xiaobai with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Oh no, my cabbage.
Seeing this scene, Sister Qin's heart tightened and her expression began to look a little unfriendly. She could see the lingering affection in Su Nanxiao's eyes. Although Su Nanxiao appears pure and sweet in front of her fans, she has never looked at a man like this in private.
Hurry up and sing. Why are you looking at me?
Lu Xiaobai's old face rarely turned red. Being stared at like this by a beautiful woman would make even a tough guy blush.
Oh.
Su Nanxiao quickly pulled himself back to his senses, cleared his throat and began to sing.
Wow, this song is so beautiful.
Wu Yuhan clapped and cheered loudly, with excitement shining in her eyes. Once this song comes out, boys and girls all over the world will fall for it. After listening to this, Sister Qin was silent for a while and finally said,
Driver, please hurry back to the studio. I need to record a song.
Su Nanxiao suddenly shouted loudly.
Nanxiao, don't be so anxious. How can you record a song if the arrangement isn't ready yet? Sister Qin frowned.
Oops, sorry, I was too impulsive.
Su Nanxiao stuck out her tongue.
After getting off the car, Lu Xiaobai did not go straight home, but walked into a musical instrument store on the street. Looking at the wide variety of musical instruments in the store, he finally gritted his teeth and chose a guitar worth more than a few thousand yuan. He is not spending money recklessly, but wants to get it done in one go. Anyone who is good at guitar knows that a guitar that costs a few $100s is completely useless.
Both the feel and the tone are far from perfect.
And I was preparing to be the sixth behind the scenes in the early stage, destined to become a person who was proficient in musical instruments.
After buying the guitar, Lu Xiaobai rushed home. Brother, you're finally back. I'm almost bored to death at home alone.
As soon as she entered the house, Lu Xiaoyan rushed over and hugged his thighs.
Where's Mom?
Where did she go?
Lu Xiaobai asked. Working overtime.
Lu Xiaoyan replied.
Damn, I'm only getting over $1,000 and have to work overtime on Saturday.
Lu Xiaobai cursed the black-hearted boss in his heart, but at the same time, he felt sorry for his mother.
Shang Yakin works as a cleaner in a company during the day and sets up a barbecue stall to earn extra money at night. It is really too hard.
When she comes back, I will definitely stop her from setting up a stall at night.
Lu Xiaobai thought. Come on, brother will take you to the amusement park.
After putting his thoughts aside, he waved his hand. It's sad to say that Lu Xiaoyan is already 8 years old, but has never been to an amusement park. Now that I finally have some money, of course I have to take my sister out for some fun.
Ah, that must cost a lot of money. Never mind, I'd better stay home and read.
It's okay, brother has 100,000 yuan in his card.
But you can't spend it carelessly. Are you going or not? If not, I'm leaving. Go! Go! Go!
Lu Xiaoyan excitedly ran back to her room to change clothes.
Longting Entertainment Limited. What? You said you want to change the songs on the new album? And you want to change 2 songs? Who gave you this right? Boss Lu Feng slammed the table and glared at Su Nanxiao. Mr. Lu, according to the contract, the company does not have full decision-making power over Nanxiao's album. There's nothing wrong with her doing that.
Besides, the 2 songs she replaced were demos that had not been officially recorded, so they did not cause too much cost loss to the company. Before Su Nanxiao could speak, Sister Qin spoke first, her tone firm but polite. Hearing this, Lu Feng did not say anything, but stared at Su Nanxiao. Just a year ago, Long Tang and Su Nanxiao signed a contract. At that time, Su Nanxiao was already a hot second-tier star in the entertainment industry, second only to the superstars. Because of this, the company gave her a high level of authority in the contract and did not interfere or restrict her too much. I want to see what song is so good that it could make the great star Su suddenly change his mind and decide to change the song. A middle-aged man next to him, about 50 years old, said coldly with a gloomy face. His name is Li Wenba, and he is a well-known creator of Longting Entertainment. The 2 songs that Su Nanxiao decided to replace at the last minute were both written by him, which made him feel humiliated.
Teacher Li, I'm so sorry.
Actually, all the songs you wrote are very good, but I think these 2 new songs are more suitable for my style.
Su Nanxiao said neither humbly nor arrogantly.
In the past, she actually respected Li Wenba very much. This creator has made countless artists famous through his own efforts and has earned the reputation of being the godfather of love songs in the music industry. It's just a pity that this guy has no ambition and is still writing some cheesy love songs at the age of 50.
Things like you are my VIP, you can subscribe to my service for free, you are like instant noodles and I am like boiling water, you will become soft after 3 minutes of soaking. These songs that make people think of you are written by him.
I want to hear how good this so-called song that suits you better is.
Li Wenba's small eyes narrowed into slits, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Sure. Su Nanxiao calmly turned on his phone and pressed the play button. The first song is Love You.
The brisk and lively melody instantly spread throughout the conference room. When Lu Feng heard this song, his heart was deeply touched. He is over 50 years old and thinks he has seen through matters of the heart. But after listening to this song, I couldn't help but think of my youthful first love. After the song ended, everyone fell silent. Chapter 10. Don't expect me to write songs for you anymore.
Humph, it's just a little love song. It's simple and straightforward, with absolutely no originality.
It's just to appease the young people. After a moment, Li Wenba broke the silence first and snorted coldly.
After hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little disgusted with Li Wenba. Yes, your songs are quite original. It's all stuff that makes people want to complain when they hear it. Next is the second one.
Su Nanxiao ignored Li Wenba's sarcastic words and pressed the play button again. As the song progressed, Lu Feng's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed and his eyes opened wider and wider.
But Li Wenba's face turned very ugly. Who wrote these 2 songs? Lu Feng finally asked.
The anger in his tone was gone, replaced by excitement and excitement.
This guy is a genius. An absolute genius. We must bring him to Longting Company to create more value for the company. His name is Lu Xiaobai, and he's not a professional musician.
Su Nanxiao took a deep breath and spoke slowly.
Lu Xiaobai? Why haven't I heard of this person? How good can a song written by an unknown little pawn be?
Li Wenba frowned with a look of disdain.
Teacher Li, the quality of music cannot be measured by fame.
I believe that as long as it is a truly good song, it will be recognized by everyone. I hope to put these 2 songs in my album so more people can hear them.
Su Nanxiao looked directly into Li Wenba's eyes and said seriously. Okay, Su Nanxiao. You don't need my songs, right? Then I'll give them to others to sing.
Then let the market decide whose songs are truly good.
Li Wenba stood up angrily.
Also, don't expect me to write songs for you anymore. After saying that, he kicked the chair away and slammed the door angrily.
The loud bang of the door closing echoed in the conference room, making everyone's eardrums hurt. Others looked at his back speechlessly.
Not only has this guy's songwriting ability deteriorated, but even his music appreciation ability has become so poor.
There's no need to test this. Anyone can tell the difference between good and bad, right? Nanxiao, can you give me Lu Xiaobai's contact information? Lu Feng looked at Su Nanxiao expectantly. Okay. His phone number is.
Su Nanxiao said without hesitation.
Nanxiao, how could you give Mr. Lu's contact information? What if the company asks him for a high price for the song and then gives the song to someone else to sing? After leaving the office, Sister Qin said very dissatisfiedly.
Her worries were not unnecessary.
In Langting, there are several singers who are more famous than Su Nanxiao. The company allocates far more resources to them than to Su Nanxiao. Sister Qin, I can't be too selfish. You know the financial situation of Lu Xiaobai's family.
He needs more money and a bigger platform to display his talent.
Besides, even if I don't give you my contact information, won't Mr. Lu be able to find it out? Su Nanxiao said calmly. Why?
Sister Qin sighed slightly. This Su Nanxiao is good in every way except that he is too kind. With her personality, I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for her to enter the entertainment industry.
Now, we can only hope that Lu Xiaobai will leave some good songs for Nanxiao for the sake of their relationship as a couple.
Li Wenba rushed out of the office with a gloomy face, his dissatisfaction with Su Nanxiao surging in his heart like a tide. He now can't wait to find a singer who can handle these two songs and slap Su Nanxiao in the face.
He wants the world to know that your uncle will always be your uncle.
The dignity of a well-known creator must not be challenged by a rookie.
After thinking it over, Li Wenba quickly walked towards the dressing room. There, the famous diva Zhou Mingqi was preparing for tonight's event. Teacher Li, what brings you here?
Zhou Mingqi, who was putting on makeup in front of the mirror, turned her head and a sweet smile instantly appeared on her face.
Here, I'll leave these two songs to you.
Li Wenba walked forward and handed over two song sheets, which were Wings of Love and Love Me, that were replaced by Su Nanxiao.
Really? You've been so good to Meng Qi, I don't know how to repay you.
When Zhou Mingqi took the music sheet, her slender fingers brushed against the back of Li Wenba's hand.
It is unbelievable that such a great queen would try to please a songwriter. But this phenomenon is actually very common on the Blue Planet.
As the entertainment industry has stagnated and the music field has fallen into a state of discontinuity, the status of well-known musicians on Blue Star is quite high. Many big stars often flatter them. Of course, there is another point that is also very important. Although Zhou Mingqi has the halo of a queen, she is just a product of capital and traffic. She knew that Li Wenba played an important role in the music industry, and that clinging to him would only benefit her.
Haha, I'm glad you like it.
These two songs are quite difficult, but with your ability, they should be no problem. Li Wenba was in a good mood after hearing her praise, and his eyes wandered freely over her.
Teacher Li, don't worry, I will practice hard and live up to your expectations.
Also, to thank you, I'm planning to book a private restaurant.
Are you free tonight? Zhou Mingqi took Li Wenba's arm and gently stroked it with her fingers. That won't do. Li Wenba said seriously. What? Zhou Mingqi couldn't believe her ears. Although Li Wenba is old, he is a well-known ISP. I tempted him so much, but he actually refused? Do you believe that a dog can change its habit of eating feces? You're going to be very busy for the next while. 5 days, I'll give you 5 days to release your new album. Li Wenba narrowed his eyes. 5 days? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Zhou Mingqi said doubtfully. Not in a rush at all. Haven't you already recorded 7 or 8 songs? With your power as a diva, it shouldn't be difficult to record 2 songs in 1 day, right?
We'll have 4 more days to create the master and album cover, that's plenty of time.
Li Wenba said confidently. That's true. But why are you in such a hurry? No, Su Nanxiao's new album seems to be released in 5 days as well, right? Isn't this a collision?
Zhou Mingqi suddenly exclaimed. You know, in the entertainment industry, two singers under the same company usually do not choose to release albums on the same day, because this will lead to the diversion of internal resources.
Don't you understand the company's plan yet?
A barely perceptible cold light flashed in Li Wenba's eyes.
What's the plan? Zhou Mingqi was confused. Although you are a queen-level figure, in terms of true strength, you are actually no match for Su Nanxiao. Do you admit this? Li Wenba said. Chapter 11 Invitation from Longting.
Zhou Mingqi nodded dejectedly, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes.
The company's top management has actually been arguing endlessly about whether to support you or Su Nanxiao.
That time, Su Nanxiao refused to have dinner with investors, and the senior management was very angry. From then on, the company's resources began to tilt towards you. If it weren't for this, her status might have surpassed yours long ago.
You know what happened later.
Su Nanxiao stood up Mr. Lu, and the company was already planning to give up on her.
Li Wenba said. Then why hasn't the company given up on her?
A vicious light flashed in Zhou Mingqi's eyes. Because she is so popular, she can continue to create value for the company. So, the tone they finally decided on was to raise Gu.
Li Wenba said. Raising Gu? What does that mean? Zhou Mingqi asked doubtfully.
To put it bluntly, the so-called raising of Gu means that the one who survives is the true queen. So, they have been testing the market's reaction and deciding who to focus on in the future.
Li Wenba explained.
In that case, I will definitely trample Su Nanxiao under my feet this time. I want to let her know that my prestige as the queen cannot be challenged. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhou Mingqi's eyes.
Well said. Then we have a deal. 5 days from now, your albums will be released simultaneously. Who lives and who dies? This battle will decide the outcome. Li Wenba applauded. At this time, Lu Xiaobai and Lu Shaoyan took the bus to the largest amusement park in Binhai City. As soon as you step into the amusement park, the lively and bustling atmosphere hits you.
Today is the weekend, the amusement park is crowded with people, and the air is filled with the sweet aroma of cotton candy and popcorn.
Dude, is that a carousel?
Lu Shaoyan raised her head, her eyes flashing with excitement and nervousness.
Go play. Bro already paid. Lu Xiaobai looked at his sister's cute appearance, a doting smile on his face, and said gently. Yeah.
Lu Shaoyan cheered excitedly and ran towards the carousel like a gust of wind.
Lu Xiaobai stood aside, watching Lu Shaoyan quietly get on the carousel.
Her smile was so bright that it seemed as if the whole world became brighter. Seeing his sister immersed in happiness, Lu Xiaobai felt extremely happy. In his previous life, he was so focused on pursuing his so-called musical dream that he neglected the warm time with his family. Those missed birthdays and holidays have become an indelible pain in his heart. In this life, he decided to give his family a happier life.
Ding-ling-ling. Just then, Lu Xiaobai's cell phone rang.
He took out the latest model of Apple phone that Su Nanxiao gave him from his arms.
Hello, who is this? Lu Xiaobai asked in a deep voice. Hello, I'm Lu Feng from Longting Entertainment Company, Ltd. I'd like to invite you to our company as a silver medal music composer. Are you interested? As long as you agree, we will provide you with a high signing fee. Lu Feng's low and expectant voice came from the other end of the phone.
If this invitation were to get out, it would be enough to shock the entire Chinese music scene.
Longting Entertainment, the country's top star-making factory, actually extended an olive branch to a newcomer who had only written 2 songs?
Moreover, the position offered is that of a silver medal music composer, which is on the same level as Li Wenba. You know, he has been working in the music industry for decades. Lu Xiaobai was not surprised at all by Lu Feng's call. He believed in the artistic value of his 2 songs. In the past life, Invisible Wings and Love You were not considered particularly classic songs.
But on this blue planet with barren music, they are the existence of dimensionality reduction attack. Mr. Lu, this proposal is very interesting. However, I need some time to consider it. Lu Xiaobai's fingertips tapped lightly on the edge of the phone.
There was a noticeable 2-second pause on the other end of the phone.
Lu Feng obviously didn't expect such a response.
If an ordinary person heard this invitation, he would probably be so excited that he would be incoherent. But this young man was so calm that it scared him. However, precisely because of this, Lu Feng became even more confident in his judgment.
This Lu Xiaobai definitely has something in his belly. Of course, this is my personal number. I'm always waiting for your reply. Lu Feng quickly adjusted his tone. Lu Xiaobai hung up the phone and looked into the distance.
If Longting were to join, there would undoubtedly be many disadvantages.
For example, creative freedom is limited, and the company may ask you to write some popular songs. In addition, the company will take a portion of the copyright revenue.
But in comparison, there are more advantages to joining Longting.
The first thing is, of course, the high signing fee. Lu Xiaobai is quite short of money now. He really wants to buy a bigger house for his mother and sister.
After getting the signing fee, at least the down payment will be no problem. In addition, after joining Longting, you can accumulate some connections and will not have the anxiety of not being able to get work. More importantly, you can also call on the company's arrangers, mixers, recording studios, and other resources. At this time, Chang Yakin was bending over to wipe the glass door of the director's office. The old injury on my waist started to ache again. She is 40 years old but has a 60-year-old waist. This is a problem she developed after working as a cleaner for more than 10 years. Despite the hard work, Chang Yakin always had a smile on her face. Now, my son has become successful, earned a huge sum of money, and has become more sensible. When she thought of this, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Sister Yakin, remember to clean the conference room on the 16th floor later.
The supervisor's impatient voice came from the intercom. Okay, right away.
She hurriedly got up and dragged the cleaning cart to the 16th floor. I finally see all the dreams blossoming, and the young voices chasing after them are so loud. At this moment, the singing coming from the tea room made Chang Yakin stop abruptly.
It seems, it's my son's voice.
At this time, several young female employees in the tea room were looking at their mobile phones. The singing came from their mobile phones.
What kind of magical song is this? Why have I never heard of it? That's right. When I woke up, the whole internet was filled with this little brother. It's a pity that the video is too blurry and I can't see his face clearly. But judging from the outline, he should be quite handsome. What a talent!
They talked in low voices.
Chang Yakin moved closer.
Just one glance and she shuddered all over. That familiar barbecue stall, and that familiar figure.
It seems, he is really my son. Watch out. The water's splashing on me. Go to work. Wang Lina, who was wearing a designer dress, looked disgusted and waved her hands as if to shoo away a fly.
Lina, let me take another look, that looks like my son.
Chang Yakin blurted out.
The tea room suddenly became quiet. Several female employees looked at each other and suddenly burst into shrill laughter.
Chapter 12, Jade Lady Leader vs. Queen. Lina, did you hear that?
The cleaning lady said this is her son.
Are you so shameless now to ride on the popularity? Auntie, do you know how many views this video has?
It's tens of millions.
And you're still my son? I said he was my husband. Besides, the video is so blurry, how did you figure it out?
Several female employees laughed loudly.
How come I don't recognize my son? Chang Yakin suddenly became anxious and leaned forward to point at the screen.
This barbecue stall belongs to me, and this little girl is my daughter, and there's also the supermarket next door. She became more and more excited as she spoke.
Everyone fell silent. It seems, that's really the case. I won't look at your phones anymore.
My son will buy it for me when he makes money. After Chang Yakin finished speaking, she walked away with her head held high.
I'm sorry for what happened just now. Auntie, don't be angry. Please walk slower.
A girl named Zheng Jiayi hurriedly apologized.
Jiayi, what are you doing? So what if that's really her son? Is it necessary to do this? That is.
Several girls were chattering. This man, and Aunt Chang, will soon be beyond our reach. Zheng Jiayi walked out of the tea room and chased after him. She graduated from a music college and has a good musical talent. She knew very well that the song Invisible Wings was of very high artistic quality. If it is true as said online that this young man is the author of this song, he will definitely become a top songwriter and his future is limitless.
After 5 days, Lu Xiaobai's popularity on the internet finally subsided. At 6 o'clock that evening, the entire internet was blown away by a Weibo post.
Su Nanxiao, the Jade Girl leader, posted a beautiful poster on Weibo, which read, "New melodies, new stories, my new album will be released tonight at 9 o'clock. I look forward to listening to it with you.
As soon as the Weibo post was released, the fans' long-suppressed enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Family, who understands? Nan Xiao's new album is finally here, we have to give it our full support. Ah, the Jade Lady leader has finally released a new album. I've been waiting for this day until the flowers have wilted. Nan Xiao's songs heal my weary soul every time I listen to them. This new album will definitely be on repeat for the whole year. Why is it released at 9 o'clock? It's so frustrating. For a time, the number of visits to Weibo grew exponentially. The comment section was flooded with messages from fans, and there was no stopping it. You know, Su Nanxiao has only released one album since his debut. In that album, she successfully captured the hearts of countless fans with her sweet singing voice and beautiful and pure image, and became the leader of the Jade Girls in everyone's hearts. However, since then, fans have never waited for her new album to be released. Now, this long-awaited surprise has finally arrived. However, the bigger surprise was the poster. In the poster, Su Nanxiao is wearing a pure white long dress and sitting quietly on the rocks by the sea. She turned her face slightly to the side and looked towards the camera. Her eyelashes were coated with a soft glow in the sunlight, and her unmade-up face was so clean without a single flaw that one couldn't help but want to protect it. This scene is so beautiful that I can't even breathe. Is my sister a fairy who walked out of a painting? This is absolutely stunning, okay? I've already downloaded it as my wallpaper. Countless netizens' eyes lit up and they couldn't wait to lick the screen. However, just half an hour after Su Nanxiao posted on Weibo, even more shocking news came. Queen Zhou Mengqi announced on Weibo. The new album she co-created with the famous musician Li Wenbo will be released at 9 o'clock tonight. Oh my god! Queen Zhou is releasing an album. The powerful combination of Queen Zhou and Teacher Li is simply a magical combination. It's over now, my Nan Xiao's new album is in danger. TSK, how can your Nan Xiao compare to my Meng Qi? That's right, a mere second-tier celebrity wants to seduce a superstar? Dream on. Everything is possible in dreams. At this time, Zhang Yakan and Zhang Jiayi were chatting while packing up to go off work. Since the last incident, the relationship between the two has been very good. Jai, it's time to get off work, let's go home together. And Chang, don't you have to set up the stall tonight? Yes, now that our son has made some money, I can take a break. I really envy you for having such a good son. You're not bad either. If my son didn't have a girlfriend, I would definitely make you my daughter-in-law. Chang Yakan said half-jokingly, causing Zhang Jiayi's cheeks to blush slightly. How can I be so lucky? She said in her heart. By the way, why are you in such a hurry to get off work? Auntie, don't you know? Tonight at 9 o'clock, superstars Zhou Mengqi and Su Nanxiao will release their new albums at the same time. I have to rush home early to listen to and download them. Oh, you young people just love chasing stars? At present, Chang Yakan only knows that her son has written a few songs and made some money, but she never dreamed that he would write songs for a big star. After saying goodbye to Chang Yakan, Zhang Jiayi trotted back home and couldn't wait to turn on the computer. There was still more than a minute before the album was released. She stared at the time in the lower right corner of the screen, her fingers unconsciously clicking on the mouse. At 9 o'clock sharp, the two new albums were released simultaneously. Zhang Jiayi decided to listen to Zhou Mengqi first without hesitation. After all, Zhou Mengqi is a queen of the music world, and with the well-known musician Li Wenbo personally producing this album, even if it doesn't become a classic, it will at least not disappoint people. With full anticipation, she clicked on the first song, Wings of Love. Her smile is like the sun, warming my heart. Every time I see her, it feels like I've won the lottery. After hearing only the first two sentences, Zhang Jiayi frowned. What the hell is this? But she still had a glimmer of hope, comforting herself that things might get better later on, so she continued to listen patiently. Love's wings fly, and even if they hit the glass, I won't regret it. Your smile smells like strawberry, turning me into a little puppet of love. Zhang Jiayi was so embarrassed that she dug out a villa with her toes. She could clearly feel that the creator tried his best to create a romantic and sweet atmosphere, but was unable to cover up the indescribable greasy feeling. The song finally finished. Zhang Jiayi was silent for a long time, her face full of disappointment. Time seems to have eroded Li Wenbo's inspiration, and the songs he wrote became worse and worse. Zhou Mengqi, on the other hand, had no emotional ups and downs in her singing, and her singing skills didn't improve at all. Zhang Jiayi clicked on the second song again, Love Me. Chapter 13, Negotiations with Longton.
You're my VIP, you can subscribe to my monthly plan without paying any money.
You are like instant noodles and I am like boiling water. I can make you soft after just 3 minutes.
Hearing this, her eyes widen instantly.
What the hell is this? This is clearly shit.
Despite the torture to her ears, Zheng Jiayi still listened to all 10 songs of the queen. There's no way, the money has been spent, it would be a waste if I don't listen to the end. After all 10 songs were played, Zheng Jiayi was suddenly a little excited and quickly opened the comments section. However, there was no need for her to leave a message, as the comments section was already filled with curses.
What the hell is this? A queen like you would come up with something like this?
It's a complete waste of my expectations.
Has Li Wenbo run out of ideas to write such rubbish? Demanding a refund. This is not at all the diva album I imagined. Give me back. I spent money to listen to this is a ripoff.
At the same time, Zhou Mingqi's brainless fans came online.
You know nothing. My Mingqi songs are so good.
You're clearly just jealous.
That's right, after all, it's much better than that Su Nanxiao.
Zheng Jiayi shook her head helplessly and prepared to leave the comment section. At this moment, she suddenly noticed a highly praised comment. I strongly recommend everyone to listen to Su Nanxiao's album, it's simply amazing.
Zheng Jiayi took a deep breath when she saw the comments below. In just half an hour, the comment had received over 80,000 likes. Is it really that good? Out of curiosity, Zheng Jiayi clicked on the first song in Su Nanxiao's album.
Every time, I am strong in the midst of wandering loneliness every time, even when I am hurt, I don't shed a tear. When she heard this, she was stunned for a moment.
Isn't this a song written by Aunt Cheng's son? Was he noticed by a big star so quickly?
Zheng Jiayi clicked on the song information interface, which clearly read:
Lyrics and music, anonymous person arrangement, anonymous person. That guy can actually compose music?
She subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes full of amazement.
There is no doubt that this unknown person must be Lu Xiaobai's stage name. Wait, he wrote the next song too?
Zheng Jiayi seemed to have discovered a new world, and immediately clicked the audition button of Love You. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I am thinking of you.
If I'm woken up by my phone in the middle of the night, it's because I care.
Su Nanxiao's sweet voice, combined with the lively melody, instantly filled the entire bedroom with sweetness.
Wow, that's so sweet.
Zheng Jiayi held her cheeks with both hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes were full of little stars. Every note was like a sweet candy, slowly melting in her heart. After listening to the song, Zheng Jiayi was still immersed in the sweet atmosphere of the music and couldn't extricate herself for a long time.
She downloaded all the songs from Su Nanxiao's new album without hesitation.
Then, Zheng Jiayi excitedly opened the homepage. At this time, the comments section has been flooded with praise from netizens. The quality of this album is so high, especially the first 2 songs, they are absolutely going to be masterpieces.
I want to recommend this album to the whole world. It is a true treasure in the music industry. I love Invisible Wings so much.
I've played it on repeat for the 10th time and cried my pillow dry.
I cried while listening to this on the subway.
The guy next to me handed me a tissue, and it turned out he was wiping his tears too.
My favorite song is Love You.
It makes my heart melt.
Am I the only one who noticed the songwriter?
The 2 best songs on the album were both written by someone called No Name.
Yes, who is this nameless person? How could this happen? How could it turn out like this?
In the private villa, Li Wenbo stared at the computer screen, his face so gloomy that water could drip out. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang and the caller ID showed it was Zhou Mingqi.
Teacher Li, what's going on? Why is the album being criticized like this?
On the other end of the phone, Zhou Mingqi questioned angrily. Maybe, we didn't grasp the style well this time.
Li Wenbo was silent for a moment before he stammered. Do you know how much I've put into this album? Now I'm being criticized like this, my reputation is completely ruined.
Zhou Mingqi was so angry that her voice was shaking.
What's the point of getting mad at me? Don't you approve of the song I wrote?
Li Wenbo felt annoyed and raised his voice to retort. Suddenly, the 2 of them started arguing fiercely on the phone, each arguing with his own opinion. The villa's crystal chandeliers emit a soft, warm light. Su Nanxiao had just finished taking a shower, put on a pink pajamas and got into the soft bed. Her snow-white legs were slightly bent, and her tender pink toes were playfully raised, exuding the unique cuteness of a little girl. She took out her cell phone, clicked on Lu Xiaobai's avatar, and opened the chat window.
You are such a great talent.
Thank you so much for the success of this album.
I want to invite you out for dinner tomorrow night. Do you have time?
The words had been typed, but Su Nanxiao was still hesitant to click send. This was the first time in her life that she had invited a man to dinner except for that blind date.
What are you afraid of? He's your husband. She secretly encouraged herself. Thinking of this, Su Nanxiao finally clicked the send button.
As soon as the message was sent, she threw her phone aside, her heart beating like a little rabbit.
After a while, the cell phone dinged and Su Nanxiao sat up as if he had been electrocuted. Okay, but let's skip the meal and just have some coffee. No problem. What time? Is 8 o'clock okay? Okay. Su Nanxiao put down his phone and rolled happily on the bed.
Then she shyly buried her face in the pillow again, kicking her legs happily in the air. Because she found that her attitude just now was just like that of a dog licker.
The reason why Lu Xiaobai set the time at 8 o'clock in the evening was because he had an appointment that evening.
Mr. Lu from Longting wanted to invite him to dinner to discuss the contract. When I pushed open the door of the box, Lu Feng was leaning on the leather seat and smoking. A middle-aged man beside him smiled and nodded. Teacher Lu is really punctual. His name is Han Yong, and he is a senior manager of Longting.
Good evening, both of you. Lu Xiaobai nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly and sat down opposite. In fact, he was very dissatisfied. On Blue Star, music creators have a very high status. After he wrote 2 good songs, he should have been treated with courtesy. However, Lu Feng and Han Yang acted condescending throughout the entire process and did not even stand up to greet them. Nanxiao's new album is selling well, and your 2 songs are a big part of it.
Lu Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and said with a smile. In fact, he values Lu Xiaobai's talent very much.
But it is important to me. As a profit-driven businessman, he wanted to sign the newcomer Lu Xiaobai at the lowest possible price.
Therefore, he must take the dominant position in the negotiation and suppress the other party in terms of momentum.
Chapter 14 Elementary Piano Playing Skills. Thank you so much. Lu Xiaobai picked up the teacup and spoke calmly. The album sold like crazy, and you only think it's good? Teacher Lu, regarding what I told you last time, let me first talk about the issue of salary. As long as you join Longting, we will provide you with a 3-year contract with a signing fee of 1 million yuan. In addition, you also enjoy 30% of the copyright income.
Lu Feng suddenly put out his cigarette and spoke bluntly. This condition is quite generous, and he believes that Lu Xiaobai will definitely not refuse. However, Lu Xiaobai frowned slightly.
This treatment is indeed okay. However, he didn't like Lu Feng's seemingly charitable attitude. Teacher Lu, why don't you hurry up and thank Mr. Lu? This is the treatment you get as a well-known creator. Han Yang added at the appropriate time. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai got a little angry. Thank you. Do I need to be grateful for what I have gained through my talent?
In that case, I'm going to ask for a huge sum of money.
Mr. Lu, it seems that you are bullying me because I am young and ignorant. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What does Mr. Lu mean by this? Lu Feng frowned. Those 2 songs I wrote for Nan Xiao must have earned the company at least 10 million yuan, right? And you only gave me a signing bonus of 1 million? Lu Xiaobai said lightly. Teacher Lu, you don't know something.
In our company, even a well-known creator like Li Wenba only gets a signing fee of 1.2 million.
And you?
Lu Feng said hurriedly.
But can the songs written by Li Wenba earn you tens of millions? Lu Xiaobai interrupted him. So what you mean is?
The signing fee is 1.5 million, and the contract is only for 1 year.
Hiss.
Lu Feng and Han Yang took a breath of cold air at the same time.
This guy is so bold to ask for such a high price. In fact, considering Lu Xiaobai's talent, 1.5 million is not a lot.
But they always have the mentality of picking up bargains.
In addition, I will also enjoy 40% of the copyright income. Lu Xiaobai's next words almost made them explode. Teacher Lu, please don't be too greedy. Lu Feng had a gloomy face. Do you know what you're talking about?
In our dragon country, even the top creators can't get such a high share. Han Yang said with a sullen face.
Don't be impatient, isn't that what negotiation is all about? I bid, you bargain.
Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly and pressed down with his right hand. Lu Feng and Han Yong looked at each other. They suddenly felt that the entire negotiation had been dominated by this young man.
If one plan fails, try the second one.
At Lu Feng's signal, Han Yong said.
In the entertainment industry, there are many people who write a few good songs and then disappear. The 2 songs you wrote are indeed good, but that doesn't mean.
Before he finished speaking, Lu Xiaobai pressed his hand down.
In that case, let's wait and see. That's all for today. You two can contact me later.
He stood up and straightened his collar.
But. He paused meaningfully, maybe it won't be this price. After saying that, Lu Xiaobai turned and left.
Lu Feng and Han Yong were stunned for a moment.
Didn't you just say you wanted to bargain? Why are you flipping the table now? Teacher Lu, please stay.
Lu Feng said loudly.
Boss Lu, let him go. He's just a clueless fellow.
There's no need to waste your time on him.
Han Yong sneered. I always feel a little uneasy.
He wrote 2 incredible songs in just 2 days.
Maybe he really has the talent.
Looking at Lu Xiaobai's back, Lu Feng frowned and said.
Mr. Lu, you don't have to worry. He must have written those 2 songs before.
In our dragon country, and even in the entire Blue Star, there are almost no people who can continuously create classic works.
He just got lucky and ran into it. Besides, if we agree to his conditions, our company will lose a lot of profits. Han Yong raised his voice, deliberately letting Lu Xiaobai hear.
Lu Feng pondered for a moment and felt that Han Yong's words made some sense, but his inner uneasiness became stronger.
That's it for now. However, you must pay close attention to Lu Xiaobai's movements and report any news to me immediately. Also, Lu Xiaobai's true identity must be kept secret. After coming out of the box, Lu Xiaobai sneered. Does he need Longting's money?
It is in short supply, and it is quite in short supply. But he believed that his talent was worth far more than this little money. At this time, the time was exactly 7:30. Lu Xiaobai took the bus and arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet Su Nanxiao.
Fine. He breathed a sigh of relief.
This was his first official meeting with his wife, and it would not be good if he was late.
Since it was not yet 8 o'clock, Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel before entering the coffee shop. Ding!
The host's reputation value has accumulated to 7,000 points.
Just then, the system's voice sounded. My reputation is so high?
Lu Xiaobai was very surprised. Su Nanxiao's new album sold like crazy, and the video of him singing in front of the barbecue stall is still circulating on the internet. When the two are combined, reputation naturally grows rapidly. At this point, the system panel displays.
Reputation, 7,402 points. Skills already possessed, none. Exchangeable skills, basic singing skills, basic guitar playing skills, basic piano playing skills, basic. Lu Xiaobai ruled out singing skills without hesitation. Since I have chosen to be the 6th behind the scenes, singing skills are not necessary for the time being. Among the many musical instruments, he hesitated for a moment and finally chose the piano. The reason is simple, the piano is slightly more sophisticated than the guitar.
After the exchange, the system panel changed.
Reputation, 402 points. Skills already possessed, basic piano playing ability. Exchangeable skills, none.
The exchange rules of the system are roughly as follows. 100 points can be redeemed for songs. 7,000 points can be redeemed for elementary singing or instrument playing skills. 10,000 points can be redeemed for intermediate singing or instrument playing abilities.
20,000 points can be exchanged for advanced singing or instrument playing abilities.
As for other incredible skills, the exchange points are extremely terrifying, so it's better not to mention them.
After closing the system panel, Lu Xiaobai pushed open the door of the coffee shop box. He was slightly surprised that Su Nanxiao had arrived so early. Great talent, you are finally here.
Su Nanxiao smiled sweetly, her voice clear and pleasant. Since it was not a public place, she did not wear sunglasses or a mask, and her fair little face was exposed without reservation. The neon light shone through the window onto her, making her look like a fairy walking out of a painting.
Just call me by my name. Calling me great talent makes me shudder. Lu Xiaobai said helplessly. Okay, then I'll call you Xiaobai. Su Nanxiao tilted her head and blinked playfully.
Just as she said that, she suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Don't get me wrong.
My dog has changed his name. Chapter 15. From now on, I will be responsible for all your songs. Oh, all right then.
Lu Xiaobai took a sip of coffee, trying to hide the smile in his heart.
Speaking of this, I really want to thank you.
I was suppressed and put on ice by the company some time ago, but the songs you wrote made the company pay attention to me again.
More importantly, the company is planning to organize a large-scale concert for me. This is the musical dream I've always dreamed of. Su Nanxiao's eyes softened, filled with sincerity and gratitude.
Indeed, the appearance of Lu Xiaobai was like a ray of light, illuminating her originally dim star path.
You don't have to worry about being hidden anymore. Lu Xiaobai gave a mysterious smile. Why?
Su Nanxiao's beautiful eyes widened.
From now on, all your songs will be mine. Lu Xiaobai said lightly. That's great.
Su Nanxiao's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she subconsciously covered her mouth with her fair little hands. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something, and the tip of her ear felt slightly hot.
Xiaobai, what are you looking at? Look at you. Don't look. There are only two of us here, who else should I look at? Look at the floor.
Su Nanxiao's fingers nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt, her heart pounding like a deer.
Okay, no more jokes. Lu Xiaobai suddenly sat up straight. Turns out, he was joking.
Su Nanxiao suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart.
Aren't you going to have a concert? Let me sing you another song.
Lu Xiaobai's next words made her eyes light up again.
That's great.
Su Nanxiao clapped her hands excitedly.
What kind of song do you want? Lu Xiaobai asked. Su Nanxiao thought for a moment and said, I've always wanted to sing a song for my father. Some time ago, he had a heart bypass surgery. I was really afraid that I would lose him. I had nightmares every day.
At this time, Lu Xiaobai also thought of his mother. She is only 40 years old, but her hair is already gray.
It's time to write a song for her. At this moment, the box fell into silence. Both of them were thinking about their own things silently. Inspiration strikes.
Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai snapped his fingers, startling Su Nanxiao.
You wrote it so quickly. Su Nanxiao froze.
You know, even the top songwriters in Dragon Country would take at least a few days to write a song, but
It only takes a few minutes. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find some paper and pen. Lu Xiaobai was speechless. This is just basic exercise, what's the big deal? But I didn't bring any paper or pen.
Su Nanxiao blinked her big watery eyes, looking somewhat innocent.
Who would bring paper and pen when going out for coffee? Then I'll ask the waiter for it.
As he said that, Lu Xiaobai prepared to walk out of the box.
Why don't you sing it to me? Su Nanxiao said, holding his chin.
She suddenly remembered the boy singing in front of the barbecue stall. Although his singing skills are not very good, his voice is clean and refreshing, and he exudes confidence.
Okay, then I'll play and sing at the same time.
As Lu Xiaobai spoke, he walked to the piano in the box.
This is a high-end music-themed cafe in Binhai City, and each private room is equipped with a piano. The next song is very suitable for piano accompaniment. Su Nanxiao's eyes lit up.
It's not surprising for a boy to be able to play the guitar, but it's amazing if he can play the piano. Lu Xiaobai sat on the piano stool, his slender fingers dancing lightly on the black and white keys.
Su Nanxiao's attention was firmly attracted by his figure, and his eyes were full of concentration and obsession.
This man is like a huge treasure. Every time I come into contact with him, I can discover new shining points in him. New buds sprout from the old tree in front of the door, and the dead tree in the yard blooms again.
Lu Xiaobai's voice was as clear as a mountain stream.
Su Nanxiao's breathing unconsciously became lighter. I have lived half my life and have said so many things, but they are now hidden in my white hair. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao was suddenly shocked. This line of lyrics was like a carving knife, piercing her heart. Those memories that have been buried by the years flooded into my heart like a tide. At that time, I was still an ignorant child, and they followed me wherever I went. At that time, they were still young and strong. But I accidentally discovered that their temples had long been grayed by time, and their bodies were becoming more and more hunched. The once tall figure has now become so thin under the erosion of time. Su Nanxiao was immersed in the singing, and her eyes became moist.
Where has the time gone? My eyes are blurry before I can even get a good look at you. After half a lifetime of daily necessities, all that's left is a face full of wrinkles. As soon as the chorus sounded, Su Nanxiao's tears burst out.
She remembered the last time she went home, her mother's back busy in the kitchen was much more hunched than she remembered, and she didn't know when her father started wearing reading glasses. And she always comes and goes in a hurry. The suitcase is filled with expensive gifts for parents, but they are reluctant to spend more time with them for a meal.
Dad! Mom!
Your daughter misses you.
Su Nanxiao burst into tears immediately. Lu Xiaobai's singing gradually faded away.
After the song ended, Su Nanxiao was still unable to extricate himself for a long time.
Xiaobai, this song is so beautiful.
She slowly raised her head, looked at Lu Xiaobai with tears in her eyes, her voice choked with sobs.
Just when Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao met, the internet was already in an uproar. It's not because of Su Nanxiao's new album.
Although the popularity of the new album is still high, it has been squeezed out by another topic. Hashtag who is the nameless person hashtag suddenly became the #1 trending search.
The number of clicks on the entry skyrocketed at a terrifying rate of 100,000 per second.
Open major social media platforms and you will see a flood of related discussion posts.
Who is this nameless person?
His songs are so popular, but he hasn't even revealed his real name.
He's so mysterious. Exactly. He wrote such an amazing song, yet he didn't even mention his real name? It seems like he really despises fame and fortune. Countless netizens speculated online. Fangirls use their imagination and turn their attention to their own idols. Could it be our brother? He's always loved creating, maybe he wants to give his fans a surprise. It must be our Appa.
He often shares some amazing melodies privately, and this time he can't hide it anymore. The comments of these fangirls immediately attracted a barrage of criticism. If your guy could write such an awesome song, I do a live stream of me washing my hair while standing upside down.
The above person is too conservative.
I live streamed eating shit while doing a handstand, and it weighed 10 kilograms, no compromise at all. Veteran music critic Melody Catcher published an in-depth analysis article.
Looking at the current music scene, anyone who can achieve such a high level in songwriting must be a top music star. He wants to make his voice heard through pure music in this noisy era of traffic.
Once the article was published, the number of readers instantly exceeded 1 million.
Chapter 16: The biggest surprise at Su Nanxiao's concert. However, more netizens questioned this. Do you think it's possible? Tell me, which top songwriter in our dragon country can write such a good song?
As the topic continued to gain popularity, some top superstars also got involved, further pushing the heat to a climax. Lin Shuang, the queen of Tianyu Records, was the first to speak out.
Listening to this album over and over again, every note touches my soul.
I'm really looking forward to collaborating with the nameless man to create more musical classics together. Shen Mingzhi, the king of Tianlai, could not sit still.
When facing the interview with the reporter, he said without hesitation,
"This songwriter is incredibly talented, and I can't wait to get in the studio with him."
Major record companies have also taken action. Wang Hongwei, the boss of Xingyou Entertainment, held an emergency meeting and asked his agents to try every possible means to contact the unknown person and even offer him a sky-high contract.
The senior management of Shengshi Music even personally came forward to inquire about the news from industry insiders. However, they were destined to be disappointed.
Only a few people like Lu Feng and Su Nanxiao know Lu Xiaobai's true identity. But for various reasons, they are unwilling to disclose it.
At this time, Su Nanxiao was looking at this mysterious talent admired by countless people with a helpless look on his face.
Because this guy was busy packing up the leftover snacks on the table. Xiaobai, if you want, just order a few more. There's no need to take them away.
Su Nanxiao said with a helpless smile.
Don't waste it, I'll take it home for my mom and sister to eat. That time we met, you wasted a whole table of food and I didn't even say anything to you. Lu Xiaobai said.
Su Nanxiao was suddenly touched.
This man thinks about his family all the time. If I am with him in the future, he will probably treat me like this.
Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned red.
After packing, Lu Xiaobai got into Su Nanxiao's car.
The big star planned to drive him home personally this time.
Lu Xiaobai was very envious.
Because Su Nanxiao changed his car this time, it was a Mercedes-Benz.
When we have money, we have to buy a car.
He muttered to himself.
It is really inconvenient to take the bus every time I go out. Xiaobai, do you have a driver's license?
Yes, I have.
Then you drive. As a boy, you still want me to drive you, is that reasonable?
There was a hint of coquettishness in Su Nanxiao's tone.
Yeah, that's really outrageous.
Lu Xiaobai sat in the driver's seat and started the car. This was his first time driving such a good car. His body was tense and his attention was highly focused.
Just then, Su Nanxiao's cell phone vibrated.
She picked up the phone and was stunned for a moment.
Xiaobai, you're completely famous this time. The whole internet is speculating about who the nameless person is.
Su Nanxiao said excitedly.
Let them guess. Lu Xiaobai stared straight ahead and didn't dare to blink. I really don't understand. Everyone wants to be famous, so why do you want to hide your identity? Su Nanxiao asked curiously. What's so good about being famous? Take you for example. Every time you go out you have to wear sunglasses and a mask. Even when you go shopping you're afraid people will recognize you.
Lu Xiaobai's nervous mood finally began to relax. Although he may make his debut in the future, he doesn't want to show up in public so soon. He suddenly realized that being a big boss behind the scenes seemed to be quite good.
The feeling of personally making a star a superstar. It's like playing a development game, pretty cool.
Su Nanxiao tilted his head and thought about it, and it seemed to be true.
So you plan to keep hiding this? Su Nanxiao asked again. Let's see. Maybe one day I'll step onto the stage and become a superstar. Lu Xiaobai said.
You have a good voice and good looks, not to mention your talent, but you still need to practice your singing skills.
Su Nanxiao smiled. She was somewhat disapproving of Lu Xiaobai's words. Then let's make a bet. What if I really become a superstar?
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. Then I'll take care of all the housework.
Su Nanxiao blurted out.
As soon as she finished speaking, her pink cheeks flushed slightly.
It's over. It's over this time.
Nanxiao, you were such a reserved person, how come you said what was in your heart?
That's not necessary. If you do the housework, the house will just be a mess. Let the nanny do it. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. TSK, I'm not someone who never touches water. Su Nanxiao wrinkled his nose and said unconvincedly.
When Lu Xiaobai drove the car to the downstairs of Su Nanxiao's house, he suddenly found that it was too quiet around him. Turning to look at the co-pilot, Su Nanxiao, who had been arguing with him, was now as quiet as a porcelain doll. She leaned her head against the seat, her long black hair scattered messily beside her cheeks. Her pink lips pursed unconsciously, as if she was muttering something.
Glancing down, I saw a bulging area.
Further down, the two beautiful legs were pressed tightly together, without even a trace of gap. The white and tender little feet are wrapped in sandals, and the toes are round and smooth.
Fuck!
Lu Xiaobai almost had a nosebleed and quickly turned around to wake Su Nanxiao up. At 6 o'clock that evening, Su Nanxiao officially announced on Weibo. We've been preparing for this for a long time, and we're finally going to see you all at the concert. This concert will not only feature the premiere of a new single, but also include even bigger surprises.
Looking forward to spending an unforgettable evening with you.
This news was like a nuclear bomb, triggering a chain reaction on the internet.
Oh my god, Nanxiao is going to have a concert. Female white-collar worker Chang Xiaoyu was browsing her mobile phone on the subway. After seeing the prompt, she couldn't help but scream out, attracting the attention of passengers around her. But she didn't care about these things. She quickly took a screenshot with her fingers and sent the message to the WeChat group immediately. As soon as the message was sent out, the WeChat group exploded instantly. I saw it too.
I just ran out of the conference room screaming and got scolded by my boss.
It brings tears to my eyes just talking about it. After waiting for 3 years, I finally saw Nanxiao's concert. I can't miss it no matter what. What new song do you think Nanxiao will sing? And what is this bigger surprise?
When Chang Xiaoyu switched back to Weibo, Su Nanxiao's Weibo post had been retweeted over 200,000 times and had nearly 1 million likes.
Weibo is about to collapse.
She muttered to herself as her page froze. Sure enough, a few seconds later, hashtag Su Nanxiao concert hashtag became the #1 trending search.
While netizens are looking forward to this concert, they are also speculating. What new song will Su Nanxiao sing, and what surprise does she mean?
Xiaobai, I didn't expect that you can not only write songs, but also have a good marketing mind. Seeing the heated discussions among netizens, Su Nanxiao smiled sweetly at Lu Xiaobai. This so-called surprise was Lu Xiaobai's idea. Chapter 17 contains a mini-game that will surely interest you all.
Of course. Lu Xiaobai looked proud. But I'm really worried that you'll get into trouble,
Su Nanxiao said with some concern.
Don't worry. Don't you believe in my ability? Lu Xiaobai said lightly.
As he spoke, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Feng, that stingy man, is going to bleed heavily this time. Since he doesn't believe in my talent, I'm going to slap him in the face and make him come to sign me with a lot of money. In fact, as long as Lu Xiaobai reveals his identity, a lot of companies better than Longting will come to him to sign contracts. However, his first target has always been Longtang.
This is because there is only one top music company in Binhai City.
If he signed a contract with another company, he would have to leave Binhai City and separate from his wife. In addition, Su Nanxiao told him that Lu Feng was neither a good person nor a bad person. To describe him in one sentence, he is a person who puts profit above all else. Once you lose your usefulness, he will abandon you ruthlessly like a worn-out shoe. But if you are of great value to him, he will treat you better than his own father.
Compared to hypocrites, Lu Xiaobai actually prefers to deal with such real villains.
On the day of Su Nanxiao's concert, there was a huge crowd outside the Shanghai Stadium. A queue of people stretched for hundreds of meters from the main entrance of the gymnasium to the subway entrance.
The venue was even more lively.
Before the concert even started, the stadium was packed with people, cheering and screaming. The lights suddenly dimmed, and the whole place fell silent.
Then, a countdown appeared on the big screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Tens of thousands of glow sticks lit up at the same time, and tens of thousands of voices screamed at the same time. In the center of the stage, a spotlight shone down, and Su Nanxiao appeared in front of the audience wearing a gorgeous silver long dress.
Nanxiao, I love you. Nanxiao is so beautiful.
In an instant, deafening cheers soared into the sky, as if to blow the roof of the gymnasium off.
Is this the charm of my wife?
Lu Xiaobai sat backstage, feeling extremely shocked. He had known that Su Nanxiao was very popular, but he had never expected it to be this popular. In fact, what Lu Xiaobai didn't know was that half of the credit for Su Nanxiao's current popularity went to him.
At this time, the familiar guitar prelude sounded. It was Invisible Wings. Every time, I am strong in the wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed a tear.
Su Nanxiao's singing voice was clear and melodious, penetrating every inch of the air in the gymnasium.
Wow, that's so beautiful. I never get tired of listening to it. Oh my god. This is my favorite song.
Nanxiao sang it so well live. After the song was over, before the audience could recover from the shock, a dynamic and cheerful rhythm suddenly sounded. The melody of Love You instantly ignited the entire scene. The audience was completely excited and started singing in chorus.
The song ended, but the audience was still immersed in it.
Every time this song plays, the air feels sweet.
After listening to this song, my family saved money on buying candy. This nameless person is so talented. He can write both inspirational and sweet songs. Everyone was talking about it. However, when Su Nanxiao started singing other songs, the audience's response quickly dropped like the tide.
Because these songs were written by well-known creators such as Li Wenbo when Su Nanxiao just debuted. Compared to the first two songs, these songs are far inferior. A boy complained to his companion next to him. I originally liked these songs, but after listening to the first two, I found them bland. It has to be said that the nameless man has raised our threshold. His companions nodded repeatedly.
It would be great if the next song was also written by unknown person. Let's look forward to Nanxiao's new song, right? Maybe it was also written by anonymous person.
Yes, that's really possible. Other audience members were also discussing this.
Next, I'm going to sing a new song. The songwriter of this song is none other than the nameless man.
On the stage, Su Nanxiao said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was excited.
I guessed it right.
A fan shouted loudly.
Be quiet, the song is about to start. Other fans angrily interrupted him.
The whole place soon quieted down. The clear and melodious sound of the piano rang out. After the prelude, Su Nanxiao opened her red lips and said, New buds sprout from the old tree in front of the door, and the dead tree in the yard blooms again. I have lived half my life and have said so many things, but they are now hidden in my white hair. The audience's pupils contracted sharply.
Damn it! This melody, these lyrics. It's so catchy. The little feet and chubby little mouth in my memory.
I gave him my whole life's love, just for the call of mom and dad. The venue was extremely quiet, with only Su Nanxiao's singing voice echoing. At this moment, many people sobbing were heard in the audience. They all thought of their parents at the same time.
Where has the time gone?
I'm already old before I can even fully enjoy my youth.
As the chorus started, the whole audience was moved to tears. No, these lyrics are too touching. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I cried?
A middle-aged man with a full beard said in a trembling voice.
Damn it! Can't you see everyone else is crying?
His companion choked up and said.
After Su Nanxiao finished singing the song, the whole audience fell into silence.
The audience was crying so much that they forgot to applaud or cheer.
Next, I want to appeal to everyone, please pick up your phone and send a greeting text message to your parents, okay? Su Nanxiao spoke to the audience with red eyes.
Good. The whole audience roared in unison. Immediately afterwards, tens of thousands of audience members picked up their phones at the same time and sent WeChat messages to their parents. The photographer at the scene quickly picked up his camera and pressed the shutter to freeze this shocking scene forever.
Nanxiao, can you tell us who this nameless person is?
At this moment, a little girl sitting in the front row suddenly shouted loudly.
Yeah. We all want to know. Countless audiences shouted loudly.
At this point, they were extremely curious about the identity of this unknown person.
Invisible Wings, love you, where has the time gone?
How can one person write 3 songs with completely different styles?
More importantly, every song is a classic. The lyrics are heartfelt and the melody is catchy. Who is this awesome guy? I'm sorry I can't satisfy you on this request. Because this musical genius repeatedly told me not to reveal his identity.
Su Nanxiao said with a smile.
Upon hearing this, the audience was greatly disappointed. However, there's a little game I think everyone will be very interested in.
Su Nanxiao continued. But after she finished speaking, no one supported her.
Chapter 18: The craziest live performance in the history of Chinese music. We are not interested in the game, we just want to know who this unknown person is. We would like to see his/her true face.
Next, I will arrange for the lighting teacher to randomly shine a beam of light onto the audience.
I'll count 10 with my back to you.
When the countdown ends, whoever the light shines on gets to say a theme. Then I'll ask Nameless Man to improvise a song based on the theme, and I'll sing it. Besides, this talented musician has already guaranteed that the songs he writes will definitely satisfy everyone. But don't get too excited, he won't be showing up in person.
Su Nanxiao smiled.
This plot has been questioned by many, so let me explain. Given the complete sheet music, a professional singer can immediately sing it after reading it, and a professional band can also immediately play the accompaniment. Friends who understand music can come out and tell me if this is the case. Of course, the effect will definitely not be very good, but the audience will definitely understand.
Oh my God! When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Create on the spot? And guarantee everyone's satisfaction? You must be kidding. Even Zhang Ziyuan and Li Wenbao wouldn't dare to play like this.
Music producer Zhang Teng, who was sitting in the VIP area, suddenly sat up straight and almost dropped the thermos in his hand. If this can really be done, it will definitely be the craziest live performance in the history of Chinese pop music. The music critic next to him pushed the frame with trembling fingers. The audience at the scene was even more shocked.
Holy shit! How is this possible? Improvisation based on a theme? Even a god couldn't do that. If it's true, I'll just kneel down and listen. There were exclamations from the audience one after another. Of course, I have a small request.
That is, the theme that the chosen person said must be suitable for girls.
Su Nanxiao continued. The audience understood this very well. She is just a little girl, you can't ask her to sing some passionate songs. Then let's start now. Immediately afterwards, Su Nanxiao turned around. 10. 9. 8.
At this time, Su Nanxiao had already started the countdown. The lights began to sweep back and forth.
Pick me. Pick me. I want to ask questions. I want to ask questions. Countless enthusiastic fans waved their glow sticks desperately, fearing that the lights would not shine on them.
When Su Nanxiao called out 1, the light stopped and shone on a woman who was only in her 20s.
Countless people cast envious glances at her.
What a great honor it is to test top musical talents on the spot and then have big stars perform. The woman stood up and said excitedly. A few days ago, when I went back to my hometown, I found that my high school classmates had already gone their separate ways. It's just a pity that I've lost touch with a lot of people and I miss them so much. So, the theme I chose was graduation. Upon hearing this, the audience was stunned. Oh no, the talented man is in trouble. This is because Zhang Ziyuan, a top musician who has won the Lifetime Achievement Award, wrote a song about graduation 8 years ago. The name is Youth Never Ends. At that time, this song swept the music scene and won almost all the major awards. Many music critics lamented that Youth Never Ends is a masterpiece of graduation-themed works. But this puts a lot of pressure on the unknown people. Even if he really creates it, it will be difficult to satisfy everyone. At this time, Su Nanxiao also began to get nervous. She has played the song Youth Never Ends countless times, and it is definitely a classic.
Xiao Bai, can you do it? Okay, I'm going to bring you another song next. While I was singing, the nameless man would be writing songs in the background. After the singing, the staff will bring the music sheet over, and then everyone can listen.
Su Nanxiao didn't have time to think about it and continued speaking.
Music producer Zheng Ting was shocked. The song is only 3 to 4 minutes long. How can an unknown person create a good song in such a short time? Isn't this too fantastical?
Su Nanxiao winked at the musicians in the band. What this means is that we should try to delay the time as much as possible to give Lu Xiaobai more time to create.
Backstage. Great talent, 1 minute has passed, why don't you start writing? The young assistant Wu Yuhan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Yuhan, be quiet. Don't interrupt Xiaobai's train of thought.
Sister Qin said sternly.
In fact, she was more panicked than anyone else at the moment. If Lu Xiaobai can't write it, not only will he lose face, but he will also ruin Nan Xiao's concert. However, Lu Xiaobai was not panicked at all. Hey, I'm a little thirsty now. It would be nice if I could have a cup of tea.
He held the back of his head with his hands and spoke leisurely. These two women were very annoying, so he decided to take revenge.
I'll get it for you. Wu Yuhan glared at him and turned to make tea.
My shoulders are a little sore, it would be better if someone could massage them for me.
Lu Xiaobai crossed his legs. I'll pinch it for you.
Sister Qin walked behind him helplessly.
Little bastard, if you dare to tease me, I will peel off your skin,
she said viciously in her heart. 2 minutes passed and Su Nanxiao's song had reached its climax, but Lu Xiaobai had not started writing yet. The reason why he took so long to think was not because he couldn't write it down. But I suffered from the difficulty of making choices. Because there were so many songs with graduation as the theme in my previous life.
My deskmate, The Wind Rises, Youth, The Crossroads Where Phoenix Flowers Bloom, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, Unable to Say Goodbye.
He began to think carefully.
First, let us exclude The Wind Rises because this song is suitable for college graduates. Let us exclude Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and Can't Say Goodbye.
Because these two songs are Cantonese songs, and most of the audience at the scene are from Shanghai.
After some thought, he finally chose you, my deskmate. First of all, this song is more classic. Secondly, it is more in line with the theme.
Just when Sister Qin and Wu Yuhan were extremely anxious, Lu Xiaobai finally began to write furiously. Just as the finale ended, 2 staff members came onto the stage and handed an A4 paper to Su Nanxiao and the band members respectively. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ting's eyes widened.
Could it be that in just a few minutes, the unknown person not only wrote the lyrics but also arranged the music? What the hell is this magical operation?
He screamed wildly in his heart.
Okay, the nameless man is finished. Next, please give me and the musicians a few minutes to prepare. Su Nanxiao took the paper and said to the audience with a smile.
Then she turned her eyes to the music score. After just a few seconds of looking, her expression changed. This subtle change was caught by the sharp-eyed audience below the stage. Everyone's heart suddenly rose to their throat.
What does that mean? Is the nameless man badly written? But then again, how can we guarantee the quality of a song written in just a few minutes? Chapter 19 My Deskmate.
I have to say that Su Nanxiao and the musicians have very high musical literacy.
It only took a few minutes for them to complete the preparations. Let's get started. Su Nanxiao nodded to the musicians.
At this moment, a beautiful guitar harmony sounded, followed by a nostalgic harmonica sound.
Will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday tomorrow? Will you still miss me tomorrow, the you who used to cry the most?
The whole place was silent except for Su Nanxiao's singing. Hearing this, a middle-aged woman in the audience suddenly covered her mouth and her eyes instantly turned red. Back in the school days, the laughter and playfulness during recess, the secret passing of notes in class, and that youthful secret crush.
Everything becomes extremely clear in this song. Whoever married you, a sentimental person, whoever read your diary. In the VIP area, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie was tense. My thoughts drifted back to my senior year of high school. The little girl with a ponytail sitting in the row in front of him was the most beautiful scenery in his youth. Xiaoqin, you should be married now, right? Is your husband good to you?
He whispered silently in his heart, and before he knew it, a line of tears slowly slid down his cheeks. The sky was always blue back then, and the days always passed so slowly. You always said graduation was a long way off, and now we're all going our separate ways. A girl snuggled in her boyfriend's arms and hummed along softly. She recalled that on the eve of graduation, the whole class sat together and wrote down their dreams on the blackboard. Now, they have already gone their separate ways and are busy with their lives. Have all your dreams come true? The corners of the girl's mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile.
La la.
When the last note fell, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The audience stood up and refused to sit down for a long time. They paid tribute to Su Nanxiao, the unknown person, and the youthful years that will never return in the warmest way.
This song captures an era.
Zheng Ting muttered to himself. Once this song comes out, there will be no more graduation songs in the world. The music critic next to him said in a trembling voice, with excitement flashing in his eyes.
Su Nanxiao looked proud.
At this moment, she was more excited than winning a big award at any music festival.
My husband wrote this song in just a few minutes.
She really wanted to announce this fact to the world. Let everyone know how talented her husband is.
It's over now. Zhou Mingqi, who was watching the live broadcast, looked pale.
The live broadcast has not ended yet, but with her many years of experience in the entertainment industry, she can fully see that Su Nanxiao's concert will definitely be a great success. The quality of "Where Has the Time Gone" in You, My Deskmate is so high that it is rare in the world. The improvisational segment of The Nameless Person will make this performance forever recorded in the history of Chinese music. Most importantly, she keenly realized that Su Nanxiao had a close relationship with this unknown person.
If they join forces, how will Zhou Mingqi have a place in Longting or even the entire entertainment industry?
She seemed to have seen her tragic end in the future. The cold shoulder and indifference that Su Nanxiao had suffered in the past would definitely happen to him twice as much.
What should we do? Teacher Li, what should we do now? There was an obvious cry in Zhou Mingqi's voice.
Although she has the halo of a queen, she is actually just a vase. When faced with such a difficult and major issue, I am completely at a loss as to what to do. Li Wenba, who was sitting next to him, also had a serious expression on his face. This unknown person is so talented that Long Tang will definitely extend an olive branch to him.
Once this person enters Longting, Li Wenba's position as a well-known creator will have to be moved back. Teacher Li, please think of a solution. Zhou Mingqi was so anxious that she almost cried. Are there any of our people at the performance? Li Wenba said after pondering for a moment.
Yes, I bribed some fans and planned to record that bitch's live mistake.
But it was completely useless.
The bitch barely went off tune or forgot the lyrics. Zhou Mingqi said with gritted teeth, a vicious gleam in her eyes.
That's great. You let them. A ferocious smile suddenly appeared on Li Wenba's face. Concert scene.
This song "Unknown Person" from My Deskmate has been given to me, and I plan to release it as a single. It is estimated that it will be online within a week, so please stay tuned. Su Nanxiao smiled sweetly.
Very good.
The audience was extremely excited. They were already deeply attracted by this song and wanted to download it immediately and play it on repeat 100 times.
Just then, an accident happened. No, that girl just now must be a shill. Yes, it was definitely prepared in advance. This is definitely fake.
There's no way such a good song could have been written in such a short time. Several audience members suddenly started shouting.
I swear, I'm not a shill. The chosen girl shouted loudly.
But her voice was so small amidst the clamor of doubt that it was quickly drowned out.
Are you crazy? The lights are projected randomly, how can it be faked? Some viewers expressed their dissatisfaction. The lighting is controlled by the staff, so how can it not be faked?
The voices of doubt still continue to be heard.
Hearing the questioning, Su Nanxiao's chest heaved violently with anger.
These people questioning her husband made her even more angry than questioning herself.
Okay, since you're talking about fakery, then tell me another topic and we'll continue.
She picked up the phone and spoke in a cold tone. After she said this, she suddenly regretted it.
Will Xiaobai hate me for acting on my own initiative? Okay, let's continue. The audience suddenly became excited. You can watch the fun and continue to enjoy the good songs created by unknown people. Why not? Who's afraid of whom?
The man who was leading the shouting stood up and took the microphone handed to him by the staff. The theme of my presentation this time is still graduation. He said this smugly, as if he had already seen the unknown person make a fool of himself.
Good. That's great. This guy is an absolute genius. Li Wenba and Zhou Mengqi, who were watching the live broadcast, cheered loudly with their eyes shining.
They believe that the nameless person will definitely reveal his true colors this time.
The reason is simple.
Most people would not prepare two songs with the same theme in advance. Well, after I finish singing this song, we'll see what happens. But I'm warning you, if the unknown person does it, you can't continue like this. Su Nanxiao glanced at the man with a cold gaze. Chapter 20: The Wind Rises.
Backstage. Great talent, can you write it? Wu Yuhan was extremely anxious. Simple. Lu Xiaobai said lightly.
Since you want to ruin my wife's concert and ruin my reputation, I will make you give up completely. There was a sharp gleam in his eyes. This time, Lu Xiaobai didn't try to be mysterious and just started writing directly.
Sister Qin looked at him from behind.
The more he looked, the more surprised he saw on his face.
This kid is definitely a treasure boy.
Nanxiao followed him,
it was worth it.
At this time, Su Nanxiao was still singing old songs. But none of her fans were in the mood to listen any further. They only care about one thing, that is,
can an unknown person still complete his creation within the specified time? If it is completed, can the quality be as high as you are the one sitting next to me?
Just when Su Nanxiao was halfway through singing, two staff members suddenly walked onto the stage.
Hiss. Everyone gasped. Remember, only 2 minutes have passed now. Oh my god, is this nameless person a god?
Zheng Ting stood up with a whoosh, his face full of shock.
The song finally ended.
Su Nanxiao couldn't wait to take the A4 paper and began to look at it carefully. As she looked at it, she frowned.
This is bad. Is the nameless man badly written this time? The fans' hearts sank. Teacher Zhang, what do you think about this?
The music critic next to Zheng Ting asked.
You can't write a good song in 2 minutes. Nameless man is going to screw up this time.
Zheng Ting said solemnly. The time Su Nanxiao spent on reading the music score this time was twice as long as last time.
Xiaobai has given me a big problem this time.
She smiled bitterly in her heart. It's not that the song is bad, it's just that it's too difficult to sing. Although Su Nanxiao is fully capable of handling the song, she doesn't want to sing out of tune. Because there must be her opponents watching her mistakes.
Finally, the music notation is over. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the prelude began.
At the same time, ink spread out on the screen and slowly condensed into 3 vigorous and powerful brush strokes. The wind rises.
Su Nanxiao opened her red lips slightly.
We stopped and walked along the way, following the traces of the boys drifting.
I hesitated a little before leaving the station. Just a few lines of lyrics made the entire audience hold their breath. This song is definitely not bad.
A middle-aged woman suddenly covered her chest with her hands, and her tears washed away her delicate eye makeup. 10 years ago, she stood on the platform and watched her classmates leave one by one. When I first encountered this world, I was so captivated by it that I felt as though the horizon were right before my eyes, and I was willing to go through fire and water to experience it once more. These lyrics really capture the hearts of young people. For the sake of dreams and the people I love, I'm willing to go through fire and water. Music producer Zhang Ting sighed softly. I was once obsessed with the vastness of the world, and also indulged in the dream talk within it.
Don't be true or false, don't struggle, don't be afraid of being laughed at.
When Su Nanxiao sang these lines, the atmosphere in the audience reached a climax. The verse gradually builds up a sense of oppression with a minor third, and the chorus suddenly jumps into a perfect fifth to create an emotional release.
This is textbook emotional manipulation.
Zheng Ting took out the memo on his mobile phone tremblingly. The anxiety and longing when embarking on a new journey, the curiosity and fearlessness when facing the vast world. This song vividly describes a young man's state of mind in just a few words.
A phenomenal work. This is absolutely a phenomenal work.
The music critic next to him was extremely excited. At this time, Zhou Mingqi had slumped in the chair, his face pale.
Why is this bitch's life so good? How does she know this unknown person? How am I worse than her?
Her hands clenched into fists, and the jealousy in her heart burned like a raging fire. Su Nanxiao and the unknown person have become completely popular now. The popularity soared like a rocket, quickly sweeping the entire entertainment industry. On the streets and alleys, whether in a bustling city or a quiet town, people's topic of conversation is inseparable from this heart-stirring concert. Their names also occupied the headlines of almost all entertainment media, with each headline more eye-catching than the last. Su Nanxiao performed new songs for the first time at the concert, and the mysterious guest, nameless person, improvised two classics, which ignited the whole audience.
God-level live performance, nameless man wrote two classics in just a few minutes, bringing the audience to tears.
Whereas The Time Gone, My Deskmate, and The Wind Rises are three hits that have become legendary, Su Nanxiao's concert instantly transformed into a youthful nostalgia scene.
After Su Nanxiao's concert, the entire internet was asking, who is this nameless person?
Su Nanxiao's fans were in an extreme frenzy. They are flooding social media with posts like,
Nanxiao's concert was absolutely amazing.
I could play those three new songs on repeat for the entire year.
I've been a fan of Nanxiao for so many years, and she always surprises me.
This time, she even has such a powerful, mysterious person helping her.
I love it. Who exactly is the nameless person? His talent is simply incredible. Please, master, reveal their identity quickly.
Su Nanxiao's agent, Sister Qin's phone was flooded with calls. Major variety show producers have extended olive branches and invited Su Nanxiao to participate in popular variety shows. The director of a music program called personally, hoping that Su Nanxiao could be a special guest.
However, more people still asked Sister Qin for the contact information of the unknown person.
But Sister Qin is very professional and she refused to reveal it without Su Nanxiao's permission.
Many professional music critics also joined the discussion.
Music critic Melody Catcher wrote in his column, from the soulful narrative of Where Has the Time Gone, to the youthful nostalgia of My Deskmate, to the inspirational growth of The Wind Rises, the nameless man has demonstrated an extremely rich creative style and profound musical foundation. His works not only have beautiful melodies, but also have profound lyrics that can evoke strong emotional resonance in the audience. I want to say that he saved the entire Chinese music scene. Once this commentary was published, the number of readers instantly exceeded 1 million, attracting more people's attention and curiosity about the unknown person.
Nanxiao. This concert is going viral. Announcements are pouring in like a tide, my phone is practically blowing up.
Agent Sister Qin walked in hurriedly, the excitement on her face was beyond words.
Oh, really? What are they?
Su Nanxiao took the moisturizing spray handed to her by Wu Yuhan and sprayed it gently a few times.
Nanxiao, the Super Music Festival invites you to be the opening guest performer. Fashion Peak magazine wants to invite you to shoot the cover. Besides,
Sister Qin quickly slid the screen of her tablet.
Chapter 21, I want you to be the male lead.
Oh? There was a glint of surprise in Su Nanxiao's eyes. Super Music Festival is the top music festival in the music circle, bringing together the most influential musicians in the world. Being able to open a show there will definitely take my popularity to the next level.
There's one more thing I must remind you of.
However, Sister Qin's tone soon became serious.
You and Lu Xiaobai have both obtained a marriage certificate, is it appropriate for you to still be separated like this? If you ask me, your house is so big anyway, why not just let him move in? Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao's face turned red instantly. Sister Qin, what are you talking about?
She was embarrassed and anxious, stamping her feet and said, let me tell you, several divas have called me to ask for Lu Xiaobai's contact information. If you don't hurry up, he'll be snatched away by someone else.
Sister Qin said meaningfully. Aren't you against me and Lu Xiaobai being together?
You even forced me to go through the divorce procedures with him several times. Su Nanxiao lowered his head slightly, his hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of his clothes.
That was in the past. Back then, I never imagined he was so talented.
If you were to be with him, it would damage your image as the Jade Lady leader, but the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages.
So,
Sister Chin changed the subject and said, "You must quickly capture his heart now."
stop talking, I don't want to listen.
Su Nanxiao covered her little face like a frightened deer.
This girl.
She's almost a diva, but she's still so easily shy. Sister Chin shook her head helplessly, her eyes full of doting.
Sister Chin, I can't speak.
Su Nanxiao looked shy and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum.
Why?
Sister Chin was speechless.
This girl is simply an idiot in love. Doesn't he want to reveal his musical prodigy?
From now on, when you're practicing songs or arranging music, just let him come to your house and tell him it's more private.
Well, then.
Then you said that for the convenience of work, he should live in your house from now on.
Oh, thank you, Sister Chin. This silly girl. Longting Entertainment Limited. Bang. Lu Feng slammed the table and glared at Han Yong.
You swore at the beginning that Lu Xiaobai was only able to write those songs because he was lucky.
And now? He wrote 5 great songs in less than 2 weeks. Every one of them is a classic. Han Yong, give me a reasonable explanation now.
Lu Feng's voice was low and full of anger, and the temperature in the entire conference room dropped sharply.
Han Yong's face turned pale and blue in an instant.
Damn it, it was you who made the decision so stubbornly. I'm just a small artist director, how can I have the right to speak? But he could only think about these words in his mind.
Mr. Lu, calm down first. This is truly my fault. I was blind.
I didn't expect this Lu Xiaobai to be so capable.
But it's not too late to make amends now. Hasn't Lu Xiaobai signed a contract with another company yet? We can go talk to him again.
Han Yong tried hard to calm himself down and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying.
Tan Nima's head. He's definitely going to raise the price now. I'm losing big this time. Lu Feng was furious.
Mr. Lu, I think no matter how much he asks, we have to bite the bullet and accept it.
Otherwise, if he joins a rival company, the consequences will be disastrous. Another executive named Ma Rong said quickly.
Upon hearing this, Lu Feng shuddered. If Lu Xiaobai joined a well-funded company like Tianlai or Tianyu, and then teamed up with its superstar Shen Mingzhi or Queen Lin Shuang, how would Longting be able to fight back?
Talk. Talk now. Contact him right away. He couldn't wait to say it. Cafe Box. Xiaobai, the company is planning to film the songs from my new album and the 3 you just wrote into music videos.
Su Nanxiao said excitedly, his eyes sparkling.
This is a serious matter.
You know, a song or an album may not necessarily be filmed into a MV, and some may not even be filmed at all.
This is because companies have to consider the return on investment.
If a company spends a lot of money on filming but fails to get the expected returns in the end, it will lose money.
Su Nanxiao's new album also has 3 new songs, and the company actually plans to shoot MVs for all of them, which is quite rare.
Oh, just take a picture.
Lu Xiaobai responded casually, still thinking about the system.
During this period, his reputation soared due to his explosive performance at Su Nanxiao's concert. Now it is almost reaching the 7,000 mark again.
Should I continue to accumulate and use it to exchange for intermediate piano playing skills, or directly exchange it for basic guitar playing skills? He is a little hesitant now.
We need a male lead for a music video.
Su Nanxiao said quietly. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's pupils dilated instantly.
This is no small matter.
In the MV that wife is preparing to shoot, there is a super sweet love song, Love You. If we find a male actor to film an intimate scene with Su Nanxiao, then.
Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable.
So, I want you to be the male lead.
Su Nanxiao looked at his nervous expression and couldn't help but smile, with a charming blush on her face.
Ah. Lu Xiaobai was dumbfounded.
Actually, you have a pretty good appearance, you're totally qualified to be the leading actor.
Su Nanxiao's face turned slightly red. I won't do it.
Lu Xiaobai shook his head hurriedly. He has become addicted to being the big boss behind the scenes and has almost no interest in being in the spotlight.
Then I'll find another actor. Su Nanxiao gave a sly smile. You dare. Lu Xiaobai became anxious. He, just teasing you. Don't worry, I will find another actress for the music video.
Su Nanxiao covered his mouth and laughed. Seeing Lu Xiaobai so concerned, she felt happy.
Okay, you dare to play tricks on me. Lu Xiaobai pretended to be angry and grabbed Su Nanxiao's little face.
The soft touch coming from the fingertips, wow. After some playfulness, Su Nanxiao finally started talking about business. By the way, Xiaobai, I have something important to talk to you about. Go ahead. Well, I'm thinking about my next album, so I'd like you to write a few more songs for me. Lu Xiaobai was slightly surprised. It's not that he doesn't want to, nor that he can't write it, but that he finds it strange. Generally speaking, after releasing a new album, singers will focus their main energy on running announcements and doing publicity. It turned out that his wife actually thought of the next album first. This is simply workaholic. You want songs? No problem. I've got all the songs for your new album. Lu Xiaobai patted his chest with a confident look on his face.
Chapter 22 Unequal Treaties. Really? Su Nanxiao stood up in excitement and knocked over all the snacks.
In fact, her real purpose was just to take the opportunity to let Lu Xiaobai move into her house.
But I didn't expect there would be a pleasant surprise.
If every song in his next album is written by an unknown person, then this album will definitely be the most influential album in the Chinese music scene. And there is no other.
Oh, no. This loser woman.
Lu Xiaobai wailed in his heart.
What she knocked over was tiramisu worth hundreds of dollars.
My buddy is planning to pack some food to take home for my mom and sister.
Xiaobai, are you serious? Su Nanxiao didn't care about the spilled tiramisu at all. He grabbed Lu Xiaobai's arm and shook it hard. Of course it's true, but I have a condition. Lu Xiaobai suddenly said. What conditions?
A hint of nervousness flashed across Su Nanxiao's originally bright eyes.
Give me a kiss. Lu Xiaobai said complacently.
He didn't do this because he was obsessed with crystal worms. Having lived two lives, he deeply knows that things that are too easy to obtain are often not cherished by others. So, he wanted to deliberately make things difficult for Su Nanxiao. Because he believed that the Jade Girl leader would definitely not agree to such excessive conditions.
Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao's face turned red instantly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly like a frightened butterfly. However, Mua! Lu Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. She really kissed.
The two looked at each other. The atmosphere was extremely charming and awkward. Just when Su Nanxiao finally mustered up the courage to let Lu Xiaobai move into her home.
Ding ling ling. Lu Xiaobai's cell phone rang. Teacher Lu, can we talk again? Lu Xiaobai turned on the hands-free modem. Lu Feng's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Of course, Mr. Lu.
Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly.
Hey, why call me Mr. Lu?
We all have the last name Lu, we're all family, just call me brother phone.
On the other end of the phone, Lu Feng's tone was even a little flattering. Okay, brother phone.
But I told you last time, if you come to me again in the future, the price won't be the same as last time.
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows.
Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao gave him a thumbs up.
That's how negotiations should be.
No matter how cordial your attitude is, when it comes to interests, you should not give in an inch.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for about 10 seconds. Sure. Just tell me how much. 3 million. 2 million. That's really too much. 2.5 million. Okay, what about the copyright revenue? 50%. How about 45%? No. There was silence on the other end of the phone again. Su Nanxiao covered her mouth in shock. 50% copyright income? This is the treatment for the top creators in Dragon Country. Okay. I agree. But there's one small condition.
After a long silence, Lu Feng finally spoke.
Oh yeah. After Lu Xiaobai hung up the phone, Su Nanxiao's eyes lit up with excitement.
Seeing her husband making a lot of money and seeing Lu Feng signing the unequal treaty, her heart was as sweet as honey.
Those who bully you must pay a price. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile.
Su Nanxiao's snow-white cheeks flushed with shyness.
In a luxurious villa.
A hot woman is sitting on the legs of a 50-year-old man with her hands tightly around his neck.
If outsiders saw this scene, they would be shocked. Because they are the well-known creators Li Wenba and Queen Zhou Mingqi under Longting. Teacher Li, I'm being bullied so badly by that bitch Su Nanxiao. Can you please help me?
Zhou Mingqi said in a coquettish voice. Her new album's sales and reputation are now crushed by Su Nanxiao, and the situation is quite bad. If this continues, her position as queen may be in jeopardy.
Human nature is like this.
A person can often tolerate Jack Ma's lavish spending, but cannot tolerate people around him buying houses and cars. Now, Zhou Mingqi hates Su Nanxiao to the extreme.
Aha!
Li Wenbo responded perfunctorily.
Ha, what does it have to do with me if you were beaten by Su Nanxiao? Everyone says you're the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Can you help me think of a solution? I can do anything. Even that kind of thing is not impossible. Zhou Mingqi's breath was as sweet as orchid in Li Wenbo's ear. Oh? Li Wenbo remained calm on the surface, but he was ecstatic inside.
If the Queen of Heaven gave herself,
then all the men in the world will envy me to death. Ahem, I have a good idea. You come down first. Great, I knew you had a way. Do you know what Su Nanxiao's greatest advantage is? Is there even a need to ask?
There's an unknown person who writes songs for him.
Wrong, it's her pure personality. Li Wenbo lit a cigarette.
Because she is so beautiful and pure, she has won the support of fans. And nameless person must have been attracted by this aspect of her and was willing to write a song for her.
Tell me, if we destroy Su Nanxiao's image, what will happen to her?
A sinister smile appeared on his lips. She'll completely collapse. The fans will abandon her, the company will drop her, and nobody will stop writing songs for her. Zhou Mingqi said with surprise.
That's right. Li Wenbo snapped his fingers.
But how do we destroy her character? She's been in the industry for so many years and there's not a single scandal.
There's almost no evidence to prove she's involved. Zhou Mingqi asked doubtfully. Then we'll build our own. Li Wenbo walked to the TV and put a disc in. The MV of Love You started playing on the screen. This man's name is Han Qingyu, right? If I'm guessing correctly, he should be your secret boyfriend. Li Wenbo pointed at the male protagonist on the screen. Teacher Li, please don't talk nonsense. I don't even have a boyfriend. Zhou Mingqi's face turned pale and he waved his hands repeatedly.
She was extremely panicked.
How did he know such a secret matter?
If you don't tell the truth, I won't help you.
Li Wenbo interrupted her impatiently. Yes, but you are the only one in my heart.
Zhou Mingqi lowered her head shyly.
This Han Qingyu should obey your orders. Li Wenbo exhaled a smoke ring. It's no surprise that he guessed this.
Zhou Mingqi is very good at dealing with men, and Han Qingyu is just a young and handsome guy who has just debuted, so he will definitely be under her control.
Yes.
Zhou Mingqi said frankly.
That's good.
Li Wenbo smiled mysteriously.
At 5:23 a.m. the next day, a short video titled "Sorry, I Can't Be Silent Anymore" suddenly went viral on major social media platforms.
In the video, 19-year-old Han Qinyu's eyes were red and his Adam's apple was trembling as he faced the camera.
I originally regarded Sister Nan Xiao as my idol. Who knew she would treat me like this? Chapter 23 I absolutely believe in you.
While filming the MV for Love You, Nan Xiao said, she wanted to talk to me alone about the script. He covered his face, his shoulders shaking.
I'm really scared. She's a senior, and I'm just a newcomer.
But I still rejected her.
Now, Sister Nan Xiao calls me every day to threaten me, saying that if I don't cooperate, she will ruin my career. Han Qingyu wiped tears in front of the camera as he spoke.
The comments section below the video was instantly flooded with obscene language.
Holy crap! A shocking scandal in the entertainment industry. The Jade Maiden leader has turned into a lecher? She appears pure on the surface, but is she so promiscuous in private? She usually looks innocent and cute, but it turns out she's craving young boys. So amazing.
I feel sorry for my little brother.
I'm vomiting. She pretends to be so innocent, but turns out to be a green tea. I've always thought she was pretending. Turns out she only targets young and handsome guys?
Of course, many people also came out to support Su Nanxiao. They all agreed that Su Nanxiao's looks were definitely one of the best in the entertainment industry, so how could she possibly fall for a sissy like Han Qingyu? Even if she liked him, how could she do something as dirty as threatening him?
But the irrational netizens simply couldn't listen.
Hashtag Su Nanxiao's Hidden Rules MV male lead hashtag quickly climbed to the top of the hot search list.
Soon, Zhou Mingqi posted a Weibo post. As Qinyu's friend, I couldn't sleep all night after learning about his experience.
This circle shouldn't make such an innocent boy tremble in fear about hidden rules.
It's time for us to stand up and say no.
The Queen of Pop spoke out, immediately pushing the topic to another climax. This Weibo post was instantly forwarded 200,000 times, and hashtag spoke for Hanshinyu hashtag quickly became the second most searched topic. At this point, even Su Nanxiao's fans began to waver.
I'm no longer a fan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person.
She used to have this virgin persona, how disgusting.
Get out of the entertainment industry. The comments section of Su Nanxiao's Weibo was completely overwhelmed. Bah! This Hanshinyu is such a piece of shit. With his effeminate and disgusting appearance, would our sister Nanxiao be interested in him?
After seeing the video and reading the comments, Wu Yuhan was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Su Nanxiao sat in front of the computer, refreshing the page mechanically. The obscene words in the comments section were like sharp knives, stabbing into her heart.
Nanxiao, are you okay?
Sister Qin said worriedly. Su Nanxiao's current calmness made her very worried.
I didn't. Why would he frame me? Why?
Su Nanxiao curled up in the chair, hugged her knees, and cried like a helpless child.
Nanxiao, cheer up. They are framing you.
You must muster up your courage and fight back. Sister Qin shouted harshly.
But what else can I do now? I can't produce any evidence to prove my innocence. Su Nanxiao's eyes were filled with tears.
Upon hearing this, Sister Qin was speechless. The most important thing you should do now is to get in touch with teacher Lu Xiaobai.
After some thought, she finally had an idea. Xiaobai? What does this have to do with him? Su Nanxiao's face was full of confusion. That's right. We can talk about your image later.
But if Lu Xiaobai stops writing songs for you because of this, your career will really be over. Sister Qin said seriously. In fact, the destruction of her jade-like image is not a big deal, because Su Nanxiao can still transform into a powerful singer.
But all this depends on Lu Xiaobai's attitude.
If he doesn't believe it, or even develops a dislike for Su Nanxiao, then the transformation will almost certainly fail.
Without fans and good songs, you will naturally be abandoned by the company. Su Nanxiao's lips trembled slightly. After a long while, she finally took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Xiaobai. Do you believe me? This time, Lu Xiaobai replied quickly. Believe. I absolutely believe you.
After seeing Hanshinyu's video, Lu Xiaobai knew it was fake the first time.
The reason is simple. First of all, the heroine of this MV is someone else. If Su Nanxiao really likes Hanshinyu, why doesn't she become the heroine?
This way she has plenty of opportunities to get intimate with young men. Secondly, this young man looks effeminate, and Su Nanxiao's taste wouldn't be that low. Besides, after spending some time together, Lu Xiaobai knew that Su Nanxiao was a kind girl and would never do such a dirty thing as threatening others.
Ha, if I find out who framed my wife, I will definitely destroy them.
A cold light flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes.
No matter what, the most important thing now is to resolve the current crisis.
This matter was extremely difficult for Sister Qin and others, but it was very simple for Lu Xiaobai.
However, this also means bowing to that person. He picked up his phone and made a call. Brother Feng, are you free?
I need your help with something.
Jiangnan Restaurant.
In the most luxurious box. Teacher Lu, such a talented person, actually wants to ask me for help.
It's really rare.
Lu Feng said jokingly. At the same time, he took out a Cuban cohiba from the gold-plated cigar box and handed it to Lu Xiaobai.
Try it?
It's freshly flown in, and it has a rich flavor. Ever since Lu Xiaobai showed his terrifying talent at the concert, his attitude has changed 180 degrees.
Lu Xiaobai took it. Lu Feng quickly took out a lighter and lit it for him.
I came here this time because of Su Nanxiao's matter.
Lu Xiaobai exhaled a smoke ring. I can see. Nanxiao is truly blessed to receive the care of a great talent like you.
You're much better than my good-for-nothing son. You and Nanxiao are a perfect match.
Lu Feng smiled. Being perceptive, he had long ago noticed the connection between Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao. Brother Feng, you're too kind. But, isn't the way you address me inappropriate? Lu Xiaobai smiled. Oh? What's wrong? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows in confusion. Since I call you Brother Feng, what does it mean for you to call me Teacher Lu? Lu Xiaobai chuckled.
Since you need help from others, you have to be more humble.
Ha ha ha.
It was my negligence. I'll drink a glass as punishment. Lu Feng laughed heartily, then picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp.
So, what do you want from me this time, brother? Let me be frank. Will our Longting give up Nan Xiao?
Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice. Now, he has signed a contract with Longting and will start work in a few days, so naturally he has to say our Longting.
That depends on your attitude, brother.
As long as you don't give up, Longting will naturally continue to support you.
Lu Feng picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. Thank you, brother Feng.
Lu Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief.
Chapter 24 Transaction. I have another question.
You say.
Han Chenyu is from Longting, right? He framed Nan Xiao, right?
That's right.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai was completely relieved.
No matter how much he trusts Su Nanxiao, as a man, he will have some suspicions.
Is there any way to get him to tell the truth?
Of course, I'll take care of it. Sister Qin and Su Nanxiao could never have imagined that what they thought was a huge trouble was solved by Lu Xiaobai with just a few words. This is the face of a talented music composer.
But Lu Xiaobai is definitely not satisfied with this. Who's behind this? Han Chenyu, a newly debuted trainee, wouldn't want to offend a big star for no reason, right?
Lu Xiaobai stared at Lu Feng's eyes closely. As long as he catches the person behind the scenes, that person will be dead.
Han Chenyu has been secretly dating Zhou Mengqi.
Lu Feng said without hesitation. This matter could be hidden from others, but not from him, the helmsman of Longting. A cold light flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes.
It's her.
Because of the mischief she caused at Su Nanxiao's concert, Lu Xiaobai had long been disgusted with Zhou Mengqi.
Who would have thought that he would do such a disgusting thing again?
However, Zhou Mengqi is just a brainless face.
If I'm guessing correctly, this idea should have come from Li Wenba.
He and Zhou Mengqi have always had a close relationship.
Lu Feng continued.
A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes.
It's not that I'm surprised by Li Wenba's participation, but I'm surprised by Lu Feng. As a boss, he actually betrayed his company's most popular queen and well-known creator? What does he want?
Brother, you must be very curious about why I betrayed these two people, right?
Lu Feng smiled. That's right.
Lu Xiaobai nodded.
Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?
Lu Feng smiled. The lie is, if they dare to offend my brother, they deserve to die.
As for the truth, it is.
I am just a pure businessman who wants to maximize my own profits. Brother, the value you create alone far exceeds that of the two of them. As long as you can work peacefully at Longting because of this matter, losing them is no big deal. Lu Feng took a sip of wine and chuckled.
Okay, this time I owe you a favor, brother Feng.
Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice.
Oh? I'm so lucky to have you owe me a favor.
Lu Feng said in surprise.
Lu Xiaobai smiled and clinked his glass with Lu Feng's. Then I have two small requests. Lu Feng continued. Brother Feng is really outspoken. Why don't you just say it straight?
Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly.
When we signed the contract, I asked you to conceal the identity of the nameless person. Remember? Lu Feng said. Remember.
Lu Xiaobai nodded. The reason why Lu Feng proposed this condition was actually because he was afraid that after Lu Xiaobai's identity was exposed, countless companies would offer high prices to poach him. Even if Lu Xiaobai had a strong sense of contract, he would not be able to resist them as they were chasing and harassing him.
Longting's financial resources are not strong, so it is not sure whether it can keep Lu Xiaobai.
However, for Lu Xiaobai, who temporarily wanted to be the sixth behind the scenes, this condition was exactly what he wanted. So he agreed. Of course, this agreement is not very binding. Even if Lu Xiaobai really leaked the information, as long as he insisted that he didn't say it, Lu Feng would have no way to deal with him. But Lu Feng still believed that Lu Xiaobai was at least a person with dignity. Then my first requirement is to create a king or queen for Longting within 1 year.
Of course, Su Nanxiao is excluded. Lu Feng stared into Lu Xiaobai's eyes with anticipation.
This request would be extremely difficult for others, but he had great confidence in his brother's ability.
No problem. Lu Xiaobai answered without hesitation.
Lu Feng sacrificed a queen and a well-known creator for himself, so it's not too much to compensate him with one. The second requirement is that your top works must be published under the name unknown person, and ordinary works can be published under your real name.
Lu Feng continued. Okay. Is it a deal? It's a deal. Okay, when you come to Longting will give you the best treatment.
Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenba never dreamed that they would be betrayed while the two big bosses were drinking and chatting.
These two are simply beasts.
If I don't kill you, I'll take your surname. When he walked out of the hotel, a blazing fire ignited in Lu Xiaobai's eyes.
Just out of jealousy, Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenba wanted to destroy everything of their wife. If it weren't for me, Su Nanxiao's fate would be very tragic. The image is ruined. Abandoned by the company and spurned by fans. The future is bleak. At the first light of dawn, the office building of Longting Entertainment Company, Limited was already bustling with activity. On the first floor of the company, several porters were sweating profusely as they unloaded a batch of brand new tables and chairs from a truck and carried them into the elevator. At first, the employees coming and going in the company didn't pay much attention to it. It must be a new employee. Such scenes are commonplace in the company and nothing big. However, when everyone saw the movers moving tables and chairs into the office numbered 808, they instantly lost their composure. This is because room 808 has a special meaning in the company. It occupies a prime location in the office building, overlooking the bustling streetscape of the entire city. It is also the largest office in the company, covering an area of more than 50 square meters. More importantly, this office has been idle for more than 9 years. The company's CEO, Lu Feng, declared that the company's best creative talents were qualified to use this office. Since then, everyone has been competing secretly, hoping that one day they can get in with their own talents. What kind of great god is it that can work here? No matter who it is, this is unacceptable. Why should we enjoy such treatment right after arriving? We worked so hard to write songs, but we've never seen such attention from the company. Did the company poach Zhang Ziyuan? Impossible. How could our Longting have that kind of strength? Could it be the Nameless One? Oh my god, if it's really him, then it makes sense. Everyone was whispering to each other and speculating. Just as everyone was talking to each other, the company's elevator door slowly opened. Lu Xiaobai was wearing a simple yet tasteful casual outfit and walked out with brisk steps. After receiving the signing fee from Longting, he bought himself a new set of clothes. The whole person looks clean and fresh. Lu Xiaobai glanced at the sign and walked towards room 808 without hesitation. Who is this guy? What does he want? Maybe he's a newcomer here for an interview and went to the wrong place. The creators who were busy in front of the computer stopped their work and followed Lu Xiaobai's figure closely. Chapter 25. Come on. I'll be waiting for you in room 808. Lu Xiaobai completely ignored the strange looks from people around him and went straight to the office door. Hey, man, you're in the wrong office. Li Wenba walked up to him quickly, stretched out his hand to stop him, with a condescending arrogance on his face. Am I in the right place? HR told me this was room 808 before I came here. Lu Xiaobai looked puzzled. He. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present burst into laughter. Mr. Lu said that only the company's best creative talents are qualified to use this office. Are you the best creative person? Li Wenba looked at him with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. Who are you? A feeling of annoyance welled up in Lu Xiaobai's heart. I am Li Wenba, the famous creator of Longtung. Even I'm not qualified to use this office, so why should you? You have no idea how high the heavens are. Li Wenba pushed Lu Xiaobai away, his face terribly gloomy. Oh? Lu Xiaobai stared at Li Wenba intently, with a murderous look in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Hiss. A chill surged in Li Wenba's heart. I just said a few harsh words, but the look in this guy's eyes just now. It seems like it wants to kill me. I just got lucky. You will own this office in the future. Lu Xiaobai put on a smile. Since he wanted to avenge his wife, he couldn't let the enemy see his intentions. He knew this very well. Teacher Lu, I'm sorry I'm late. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, a young girl walked over quickly and hurriedly bowed to Lu Xiaobai to apologize. Secretary Lin, you. Li Wenba was stunned. This young girl is called Lin Yashuan, and she is Mr. Lu's personal secretary. Lin Yashuan is usually arrogant towards ordinary people in the company, but unexpectedly she is so respectful to Lu Xiaobai, which surprises everyone. Teacher Lu, I'm so sorry.
I should have taken you on personally, but I was stuck in traffic and was late. At this time, Lin Yashwan was still apologizing.
It's okay. Go ahead and do your work. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand. This is Mr. Lu Xiaobai, who was personally invited to the company by President Lu. Room 808 will be Mr. Lu's office from now on.
Please cooperate with Mr. Lu's work. Lin Yashwan turned around and spoke to the stunned crowd around her. After saying that, she turned around and left gracefully, leaving the group of people looking at each other in bewilderment.
Teacher Li, keep up the good work. I'll be waiting for you in room 808. Lu Xiaobai smiled and then closed the door.
The moment he turned his head, the cold light in his eyes appeared again.
At this moment, Li Wenba's whole face was distorted by jealousy. Why does a greenhorn who hasn't even written a single song deserve to work in such a good office? After entering the office, Lu Xiaobai looked around and smiled with satisfaction. This office is not only luxurious but also fully equipped. Piano, guitar, violin, cello, bass, everything is available. However, Lu Xiaobai knew very well that as long as he lost his usefulness one day, these things would disappear. The matter of my wife being falsely accused should have been resolved by now. He put his thoughts aside, went to his desk and turned on his computer. Sure enough, the #1 trending search was #HanXinyu apology video hashtag. In the video, Han Xinyu's face was pale and he said with great grievance, "I am deeply sorry that public resources have been used up recently because of my affairs. Actually, the truth is that my girlfriend, the Queen Zhou Mingqi, forced me to frame Sister Nan Xiao. She is actually a very good girl. I am sorry for what I have done to her. I sincerely apologize." Han Xinyu's aggrieved look this time was not an act. There was no other way. He had to choose between his diva girlfriend and Longting CEO Lu Feng. Isn't it obvious who was strong and who was weak? The comments section exploded immediately, with hundreds of comments being refreshed per second. What a shocking reversal! It turns out that the one who really monopolized the young hunk was Zhou Mingqi. This woman is truly disgusting. She even pretended to be righteous and condemned the chaos in the entertainment industry earlier. Damn, you're really both responsible and upright. Please ask Zhou Mingqi and her fans to publicly apologize to Nan Xiao. Sisters, start broadcasting Zhou Mingqi get out of the entertainment industry. Give me back Nan Xiao's innocence. Whoever scolded my Nan Xiao before, come out and apologize. I suggest the police intervene. This is already suspected of defamation. Lu Xiaobai turned off the computer and took a deep breath. The matter has been resolved, but those two beasts have not been dealt with yet. How should we deal with them and completely ruin their reputation? It really requires some careful planning. Ding ling ling. Just then, the cell phone rang. It was Su Nanxiao calling. Xiaobai, thank you so much, If it weren't for you, I. On the other end of the phone, Su Nanxiao choked up several times, his voice trembling slightly. Finally, I couldn't help crying. Every time she was in crisis, it was this man who pulled her out of the quagmire. The gratitude in my heart is simply beyond words. She suddenly realized that the boy who used to sing in front of the barbecue stall had grown up to be someone she felt was out of her league. You know everything? Lu Xiaobai was slightly surprised. Well, Mr. Lu told me everything. Su Nanxiao replied. Lu Xiaobai was slightly surprised. But he soon realized that Lu Feng was just doing a favor. Xiaobai, you are so kind to me. I really don't know how to thank you. After Su Nanxiao's profuse thanks, the two finally ended the call. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaobai continued to think about revenge. Zhou Mingqi's reputation is now completely ruined and is not far from collapse. Therefore, the main target now is Li Wenba. Suddenly, Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up and a preliminary plan emerged in his mind. He immediately turned on his computer and registered a Weibo account with his real name as anonymous person. He didn't expect how much shock this move would bring to the music world. Teacher Li. Huang Wenkai, director of the AR Department Artists and Works Department, hurried to Li Wenba's workstation. What's the rush? Li Wenba said impatiently. Huang Wenkai is nominally the music creator's immediate superior. But for a well-known creator like him, the relationship between the two is just a partnership, so there is no need to show too much respect when speaking to him. Teacher Li, this is great news. Director Zhang just asked our company to customize a movie theme song.
As long as the quality meets the standards, they will pay our company 1.5 million yuan, and there will be subsequent commissions.
Huang Wenkai said excitedly. 1.5 million? I'll take it. Li Wenba's eyes lit up. Chapter 26. Young people are too impetuous. He is a well-known creator and enjoys high copyright income.
If the song he wrote was liked by director Zhang, he would personally receive an advance payment of more than 300,000 yuan.
Adding the subsequent share of the profits, this is a considerable income. That's great. I think only you can handle this.
Huang Wenkai said excitedly.
But Li Wenba rolled his eyes. You could try this guy. He's the best creator in our company.
As he spoke in a sarcastic tone, he pointed at the door of Lu Xiaobai's office.
Li Wenba has no good intentions.
He wanted to take this opportunity to test Lu Xiaobai's ability and prove that he, Li Wenba, was the best creator of Longting. If Lu Xiaobai couldn't produce a good song by then, he would be too embarrassed to continue occupying room 808. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel secretly proud.
I can't believe that Mr. Lu actually gave room 808 to this Lu Xiaobai.
Huang Wenkai was slightly shocked.
What? You, the director of the AR department, don't know about this? Li Wenba widened his eyes.
Mr. Lu only told me about Lu Xiaobai's employment, but he didn't mention giving him room 808.
Huang Wenkai shook his head. Then hurry up and go find him.
He and I can create at the same time, so the success rate will be higher this way.
Li Wenba said in surprise. This is confirmed. Lu Xiaobai has no real ability at all, he is just a person with connections. He and Mr. Lu have the same surname, maybe they are relatives. Good.
As he spoke, Huang Wenkai pushed open the door of room 808.
Hee, this time I'm going to make you show your true colors. Don't think you can occupy the best office forever just by relying on connections.
A sharp light flashed in Li Wenba's eyes.
Hello, Mr. Lu.
I'm Huang Wenkai, the AR director. As soon as he entered the office, Huang Wenkai stepped forward and shook hands with Lu Xiaobai. In fact, he was a little disdainful of Lu Xiaobai, but he still had to save face.
Hello, Director Huang.
Lu Xiaobai quickly stood up and held Huang Wenkai's hands with both hands.
Well, this kid is good, very polite. Huang Wenkai nodded secretly. I heard everything you said outside just now. Leave this song to me.
However, according to the contract, I am entitled to a 50% share.
Lu Xiaobai said lightly. Yeah, that's no problem. Huang Wenkai knew about this a long time ago.
How much share Lu Xiaobai gets is the company's business and has nothing to do with him.
This is a movie script, take it and take a good look at it. Attention, the manuscript must be submitted within a week.
This movie is a masterpiece by Dragon Country's top director Zhang Haoren.
It must not be ignored. After giving a few instructions, Huang Wenkai left Lu Xiaobai's office. Lu Xiaobai took out the movie script and began to read it carefully.
This movie tells the story of a love story between a couple that lasted for 7 years. The heroine suddenly went abroad due to family changes and was away for 7 years. When she returned to China, the male protagonist had become a well-known lawyer. In the end, the two resolved their misunderstandings, got back together, and continued a romantic love chapter. The plot is quite melodramatic, and to sum it up in one word, it is a super bad movie.
However, Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up. How similar is this to the movie Season 2 from the previous life? If that is the case, then the theme song should come easily, right?
As the saying goes, bad movies often produce great songs, and the theme song of the song can be said to be quite classic.
Immediately afterwards, Lu Xiaobai began to write furiously. As soon as he finished writing, he went to Huang Wenkai's office. What did you say? You finished it so quickly? Huang Wenkai looked at Lu Xiaobai as if he were a monster.
It hasn't been more than half an hour since I started writing the movie script.
This songwriting speed is simply incredible.
Only the mysterious musical genius, the Nameless Man, can rival him.
It just happened to be an inspiration. Lu Xiaobai touched his nose. Teacher Lu, this is no joke. Director Zhang is well known in the industry for his high standards for movie theme songs. If you do this half-heartedly, it will bring shame to our company.
Huang Wenkai said seriously.
Director Huang, why not listen before making a final decision? Lu Xiaobai said with a smile.
Okay, put the music sheet down first, I'll look at it later.
Huang Wenkai sighed.
Young people are just too impetuous. We have to rely on veterans at critical moments.
Look at Li Wenba, he is still carefully thinking about it.
Only things written in this way can be called masterpieces.
Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. Lu Xiaobai didn't care and turned away.
Coming to his office, he started tinkering with the musical instruments inside. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaobai doesn't know how to play any other instruments except guitar and piano, which is a bit of a waste of such a good office. After playing the guitar for a while, he realized that it was almost noon and it was time to go to school to pick up his sister. So, Lu Xiaobai immediately turned off the lights and air conditioner and left the office without hesitation. In fact, even if he didn't come to work, no one in the company dared to control him.
Damn, this guy came to work at the company at 9 o'clock and left before 11 o'clock. You're acting like this on your first day at work, won't your tail be so proud in the future? A young composer looked at Lu Xiaobai's receding back and said with resentment on his face. Who says he's the best creator in our company? Li Wenba said sarcastically. TSK, just him? He's just a relative.
I don't think he's even qualified to lick teacher Li's feet. The young composer said disdainfully. I finally see all the dreams blossoming, and the young voices chasing after them are so resonant. I finally soared, gazing with my heart without fear. As soon as Lu Xiaobai arrived at the gate of his sister's school, he heard a melodious chorus coming from the campus.
It is Invisible Wings. This song has actually reached the school.
Lu Xiaobai was a little surprised. After all, the more widely the song spreads, the more reputation points he gains.
This song is so beautiful, I can't help but hum along every time I hear it.
Yes, the lyrics and music are so great. I'm really grateful to the songwriter for writing such a good song for the children.
Meng Meng's mom, do you know who sings this song? I want to buy a record and listen to it. You don't even know this? This is Su Nanxiao's new song.
At the school gate, parents were eagerly waiting and chatting excitedly.
The corners of Lu Xiaobai's mouth rose slightly. Ding dong.
The school bell rang crisply.
Not long after, Lu Xiaobai saw his sister and several little girls walking out of the school gate, talking and laughing.
Lu Xiaoyan was making gestures, as if she was telling something interesting, causing the little friends around her to burst into laughter like silver bells. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaobai felt an indescribable joy in his heart.
Chapter 27 I advise you not to sign up.
Once upon a time, because of her family's poor financial situation, Lu Xiaoyan was very withdrawn. At school, she was always alone and had almost no friends. My mother told me that every time after school, other children would walk in groups, but she would always walk alone. Now, my sister has made 5 or 6 friends at once. Elder brother. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan inadvertently raised her head and saw Lu Xiaobai at a glance.
She waved excitedly at Lu Xiaobai and ran over happily.
During this period, her brother made some money, and not only did the family situation improve, but he also often came to school to pick her up after school. She felt like she was living in a dream.
Forget it, it's alright anyway, let's see what song that guy wrote.
Huang Wenkai sat in the office and picked up the music score that Lu Xiaobai had just given him. He casually shook out the paper and lazily scanned the first line of notes. But the next second, his back suddenly straightened.
This is wrong. Not only are the lyrics and music complete, but even the arrangement is clearly marked. The direction of the guitar chords, the timing of the drum beats, and even the string arrangement of the bridge section. Damn it! Huang Wencai's throat felt a little tight.
Having been in the industry for more than a decade, he knew exactly what this meant. The vast majority of creators can only write melodies or lyrics, and those who can both write lyrics and compose music are rare.
And this guy can even compose music.
Huang Wenkai was greatly encouraged and tapped his fingertips along with the notes on the music score.
Not long after, goosebumps appeared on the back of his neck. What a great song! What a great song!
Huang Wenkai slammed the table so hard that the assistant who had just walked in was scared and almost dropped his coffee cup. As an artist and director of the production department, he knew too well the value of this music score.
This is definitely a nuclear bomb that can blow up the rankings.
The only songs that can be compared with this song are the 5 songs written by unknown people.
Xiao Chen, hurry up and record the instrumental for this song. Huang Wenkai shouted loudly.
After receiving the assistant's reply, he quickly logged into the company's intranet and posted a message. We currently have a new song, which is a candidate theme song for director Shang's film 7 Years.
The lyrics and music were written by our composer Lu Xiaobai. Singers who want to record a demo, please sign up for an audition.
Since this song is from a female perspective, only female singers are allowed to register.
It was already noon.
Singer Lee Siki hurriedly finished her lunch and returned to the company.
Sister Siki, why did you come to the company without taking a break at noon? The girl at the front desk greeted me with a smile.
Well, I still need to go to the karaoke room to practice. Lee Siki smiled back, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hair beside her ears. In 3 months she will be 30 years old, but she is still a third-tier female singer. In the entertainment industry, where youth is the key, if you don't work hard, you will really have no chance. Entering the artist lounge, she habitually opened the company's intranet to check the latest announcements. The message released by Hwang Won-kai suddenly caught my eye.
New songs? Only female artists? Or is it a candidate theme song for the new movie by Dragon Country's top director? Without any hesitation, Lee Siki immediately clicked on the registration link. Siki, do you want to audition?
Just as Lee Siki's finger hovered above the mouse, a cold voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw another female artist, Lin Shiwei, leaning against the doorframe, her fingers with bright red nail polish curling her long hair.
Yeah, even though the chances are slim, I still want to try. Lee Siki smiled slightly.
In her opinion, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, it is worth fighting for.
I advise you not to sign up.
Lin Shiwei smiled coldly.
Why? Lee Siki asked doubtfully.
Upon hearing the content of the conversation between the two, many female artists gathered around and listened to them with curiosity.
Don't you know?
This Liu Xiaobai is a distant relative of Mr. Liu and has no real talent or knowledge at all.
His status as a top creator was completely forced upon him by President Liu. With such connections, how good can the songs he writes be?
Only after Lin Meichi and several other female artists gathered around did he lower his voice and speak.
But it doesn't hurt to try. Besides, even if it's a bad song, at least I'll get paid. Lee Siki blinked. You don't know this.
Liu Xiaobai and Li Wenba are both currently composing the theme song for director Zhang's film, and they already have a feud. If you record a demo of this song, you won't have the chance to sing teacher Li Wenba's songs.
Lin Meichi explained. Upon hearing this, the other female artists started talking about it. Sister Meichi is right. I heard that Li Wenba is very petty. If we offend him, he won't have the chance to sing any of his songs in the future. One is a genuine, well-known creator, and the other is a fake, rookie creator. It's obvious which one to choose. That's right. If I choose Liu Xiaobai's song, I might not have a good life in the company in the future.
At this time, Liu Xiaobai returned to the company humming a little tune.
He has very flexible working hours and doesn't need to punch in at all. But he was concerned about the instruments in his office, so he came anyway.
You finished writing the song so quickly.
I'm really looking forward to your masterpiece.
Li Wenba spoke to Liu Xiaobai in a sarcastic tone. He also saw the message sent by Hwang Won-kai on the intranet. He was very disdainful of Liu Xiaobai's speed.
Singing one song for half an hour, do you think you are an unknown person? Just wait and see.
It's a masterpiece you'll never be able to write in your lifetime.
Liu Xiaobai walked into the office without looking back and slammed the door shut.
Now that he had a revenge plan, he didn't bother to hide it.
Hiss. This kid is so crazy. How dare a mere relative of yours look down on our teacher Lee? Everyone present looked extremely shocked. Teacher Liu, the songs you wrote are really great. At this time, Hwang Won-kai walked quickly into Liu Xiaobai's office with an extremely excited look. Well enough. Liu Xiaobai said lightly.
This song had won numerous Golden Melody Awards in the previous life, so he was quite confident about it.
But Hwang Won-kai looked questioning. What's wrong? Liu Xiaobai asked doubtfully. There is only one singer who has signed up for the audition. Hwang Won-kai smiled awkwardly. How is this possible? This shouldn't be possible.
Liu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. Not to mention that he is currently the company's top creator, even a junior creator should not be treated so coldly.
It's like this.
Hwang Won-kai, who knew the inside story, explained the whole process. I called them one by one, but they all refused.
Then he gave a wry smile. No need. Let the one who signed up audition. Liu Xiaobai shook his head.
As for the others, they will regret it later. Then he smiled coldly. Chapter 28. If director Zhang doesn't use this song, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life.
Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm glad to have the opportunity to work with you.
In the recording studio, Li Siki bowed deeply to Lu Xiaobai.
She thought about it and finally decided to take a gamble.
Since Mr. Liu asked Lu Xiaobai to move into room 808, he must have his reasons.
Relationships alone are far from enough.
This person must have unknown talents and strengths.
Hello, Sister Siki, please familiarize yourself with the music first.
Lu Xiaobai smiled and handed over the A4 paper.
Li Siki is almost 8 years older than him,
so there is nothing wrong with calling her sister.
Good.
Li Siki took it with both hands and began to look at it carefully. As her eyes moved across the music score, her eyes widened and her expression became more and more shocked.
This melody and lyrics are just perfect. Especially the last line of lyrics, which made her blood boil. Why does love sentence all beings to loneliness, unable to break free, unable to escape? The knot that cannot be untied on my brow, the calamity that cannot be solved in my fate, is you.
The paper rustled in her hands. In the past 7 years, Li Siki went from being a talent show champion to being ignored by everyone. She has sung countless sweet pop songs, but has never encountered such a sharp and straightforward work.
This is not a song, it is clearly a knife that can cut the heart. Teacher Liu, can you sing this song Mo for me?
Li Siki raised her head and gripped the edge of the music score tightly, her knuckles turning white. She knew that this might be the biggest opportunity in her life.
If you catch it, you will soar into the sky. If you can't catch it, you will continue to sink. As soon as I saw the song, I knew it was what I had been waiting for. I don't know what I would do if I missed it.
As she spoke, Li Siki's voice began to tremble and her eyes began to turn red.
Let's try singing well first. As long as you perform well, I will give you this opportunity. Lu Xiaobai comforted her.
In fact, he originally intended to sing this song for his wife. But since Han Xinyu's false accusation was cleared up, Su Nanxiao started flying around the world again.
If it weren't for this, there wouldn't be any audition session at all.
But if Li Siki is really suitable for this song, it is not impossible. After all, he has so many good songs that his wife can't sing them all by herself.
Okay, then I'll do my best. Li Siki clenched her fists.
She will try her best to win this song. Li Siki calmed down and followed the accompaniment, gently opening her red lips. I couldn't help but transform myself into a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end.
The vows I made sincerely in my youth have silently sunk into the deep sea.
When the song started, Huang Wenkai was shocked. Just by looking at the music score, he couldn't fully appreciate the charm of this song. Now that he has heard the live performance, he realized that he had underestimated this song.
Lu Xiaobai nodded slightly.
Li Siki's singing skills are not top-notch, but she perfectly interprets the lonely and melancholic mood of a woman in the song. In this regard alone, even Su Nanxiao is not as good as her, because her voice is too sweet. He decided that this woman would be the second queen he wanted to promote besides Su Nanxiao.
After the song was finished, the recording studio fell into a brief silence.
It's like the calm before the storm.
Li Siki's chest heaved violently as she looked at Lu Xiaobai with anticipation. Sister Siki, as long as director Zhang has no problem with this song, you'll be the one to do it. Lu Xiaobai raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a bright smile.
Upon hearing this, Li Siki felt the blood in his body instantly freeze and his mind went blank. After a long while, tears finally burst out and flowed freely down her cheeks. She knew that her fate was completely changed at this moment.
You missed a great song. As soon as he returned to the office, Lu Xiaobai sent a message to Su Nanxiao. What's going on?
Su Nanxiao, who was in Beijing at the moment, happened to have time and replied immediately. I wrote a theme song for director Zhang's new film. When recording the demo, I found that Li Siki's voice was more suitable for the song.
Lu Xiaobai explained.
Having lived 2 lives, he deeply understands that no matter how gentle or lovely a woman is, she is unreasonable.
Things must be made clear in advance. Woo woo woo. What's wrong? Just kidding. I guess the songs you wrote are a bit vicissitudes of life, right? Sister Siki's voice is indeed more suitable than mine. Oh, that's good. But you have to make it up to me.
Of course I will make up for it tenfold or 100-fold.
Moi. A smile appeared on Lu Xiaobai's lips.
The originally aloof Su Nanxiao was now becoming more and more lively. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After getting permission, Lee Siki walked in.
Teacher Lu, thank you so much this time. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Is that convenient for you?
Lee Siki bowed deeply. You can have the meal, but there's no need to thank me. You earned it through your own strength. Besides, it's still uncertain whether Director Zhang will use this song in the end.
Lu Xiaobai said.
If Director Zhang doesn't use this song, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life.
Lee Siki smiled sweetly. The two walked out of the office while talking. As soon as I walked out of the office, I saw Li Wenba passing by.
Siki, congratulations on getting a good song. But you may not have the chance to sing my songs in the future. He smiled coldly, emphasizing the word good deliberately.
You sang my enemy's song, and now you want to sing my song? You are dreaming. Thank you, Mr. Li, I did get a good song.
Lee Siki smiled sweetly and deliberately emphasized the word good. After saying that, she took Lu Xiaobai's arms with both hands and walked past him with her head held high.
You still dare to threaten me? So what if I don't sing your song? One song by Teacher Lu is worth dozens or hundreds of your songs.
The set of 7 years promise. Director Zhang, Longting Entertainment sent us 2 theme songs for us to choose from.
Zhang Haoran's assistant ran over excitedly. Great. Bring it here and listen to it. Zhang Haoran perked up and immediately sat up straight.
He had no reason not to be excited. The film is about to be completed, but the theme song has not been decided yet. If he doesn't make a decision, he will have to shorten the promotion and marketing cycle, which will bring about a series of bad consequences.
The assistant quickly turned on the computer. After logging into my email, I found the demos of 2 songs in the attachments.
One of them is The Answer in Time, written and composed by Li Wenba and sung by Zhou Mingqi.
Another song is Silence, written and composed by Lu Xiaobai and sung by Lee Siki. Let's listen to the first song first.
After frowning and thinking for a moment, Zhang Haoran said.
Good. The assistant immediately clicked on Answers in Time.
That summer the wind blew gently, and your smile made my heart intoxicated. Time flies by like flowing water, but who am I still waiting for here?
Zhang Haoran's fingers tapped the rhythm unconsciously on his knees, and his brows gradually relaxed. Chapter 29. Take out the demo and listen to it again.
As expected of a renowned songwriter, Mr. Li's songs are truly captivating. Besides, Queen Zhou's singing skills are also quite good.
A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. After singing a song, let us choose this one. Zhang Haoran waved his hand. What? You don't want to listen to the second song?
Director Huang specifically emphasized that this song Silence is the main recommendation.
The assistant was stunned. That's not necessary. Inform Long Tang that we're choosing Answer in Time.
But Queen Zhou's house is about to collapse now.
It's okay. I won't give her the official song. The assistant hesitated to speak. Huang Wenkai is recognized as a gold medal music producer in the industry, and his recommendations are always accurate. No matter how busy you are, how much time can you spend listening to a song? He really couldn't understand this.
But Zhang Haoran had already turned and walked towards the set, not giving him a chance to argue. Lu Feng, you've been appointing people based on personal connections and abusing your power for personal gain.
After all these years, you still haven't made any progress.
Zhang Haoran paced back and forth, sneering. Just now, as soon as he saw Lu Xiaobai's name, he immediately concluded that Lu Feng was appointing people based on personal connections.
The reason is simple.
First, both of them have the surname Lu.
Second, how could a newcomer whose name had never been heard before suddenly be qualified to compete for the creation of the theme song of his own movie?
If there is no powerful force behind this, it would be hard to believe. The third and most important point is that Lu Feng has a criminal record. In order to cover up the fact that his son is gay, he actually threatened Su Nanxiao to marry his son. This behavior made Zhang Haoran, who always hated evil, hate Lu Feng very much.
If Longting Entertainment was not at the top level in the domestic entertainment industry, Zhang Haoran would never have chosen to cooperate with this company. When Zhang Haoran's decision reached Longting, the news immediately spread like a virus. Breaking news! Director Zhang directly rejected Lu Xiaobai's song.
I heard Director Zhang curse it out loud. What the hell?
Ha!
I told you that guy with connections would show his true colors sooner or later. Some people, relying on their powerful backing, dare to occupy room 808, but the stuff they write is worse than garbage.
Don't you even consider your own strengths and weaknesses? You still want to compete with Teacher Lee.
In the corridor of the composition department, creators gathered in groups of 3 or 4. As they talked, they stared at room 808 out of the corner of their eyes, with jealousy so thick that it could not be dissolved. Lee Wenba put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly to the door of room 808.
I advise someone to have some self-awareness. Quickly give up this office, so as not to defile such a good position.
He suddenly stopped and raised his voice.
Exactly.
Besides Teacher Lee, who else is qualified to live in room 808?
The people around echoed.
At this time, in the singer's rest area, Lee Siki was sitting alone in the corner, with a look of loss and grievance on her face.
How dare you accept such a crappy song? Are you out of your mind?
Humph, I sang a song that no one wanted, and I thought I could turn things around with it.
Now look what a disgrace it is. Exactly. Don't you even look at who wrote the song? What good can come of following an incompetent songwriter? I'm afraid Lee Siki's future is ruined. If Teacher Lee doesn't write songs for her, what kind of success can she possibly make?
Several female artists gathered together, glancing at Lee Siki out of the corner of their eyes and whispering to each other. Jo Mingchi, in particular, spoke the loudest and with the harshest tone.
Just then, Lu Xiaobai suddenly walked in. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hey, isn't this the best music composer in our company? Why, are you here to seek justice for your masterpiece?
Jo Mingchi walked over with her waist twisted. Lu Xiaobai's gaze slowly turned to her. The sharp look made Jo Mingchi subconsciously take a half step back. She felt like prey being targeted by a wild beast.
Who the hell are you? Get out of here.
Lu Xiaobai glanced at her coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. This woman's image in the outside world is already terrible, yet she still keeps talking nonsense in the company.
The entire office area gasped. This kid is so crazy.
Jo Mingchi's face turned pale and her nails dug deep into her palms.
She is a queen, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? You, who the hell are you? How dare you be rude to me?
Jo Mingchi was so angry that her facial features were distorted. She rushed forward and wanted to give Lu Xiaobai a slap. Lu Xiaobai was quick to grab her hand.
I never hit a woman, don't push me.
Lu Xiaobai looked at her coldly, without any warmth in his eyes. Jo Mingchi's pupils contracted violently, and a chill ran up her spine.
The way this man looks at her is so scary. Bah! Rubbish!
Lu Xiaobai spat at her and then walked up to Lee Siki.
You! Jo Mingchi's chest heaved violently.
The gazes of her colleagues were like needles piercing her back. She had never felt so embarrassed in her life.
Siki, will you dare to sing my songs again in the future? Lu Xiaobai ignored her and said to Lee Siki.
The voice suddenly became soft, like a different person.
I dare. And it's an honor. Lee Siki nodded heavily. Good.
Lu Xiaobai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, patted her shoulder, and left with a sentence as he turned and left.
Remember, those who laugh at you today will not even be worthy of carrying your shoes tomorrow.
At this time, Zhang Haoren was sitting in a car with his assistant, heading to Longting to sign the contract. I have been sentenced to a lifetime of loneliness by love. I will never fight back, and I will never let go.
The circle that cannot be completed by the pen, the fate that cannot be filled in the heart, is you.
Suddenly, the assistant's cell phone rang. A barely perceptible cunning flashed across the assistant's face. Then he pretended to be in a panic and searched for his cell phone in his bag. In fact, he heard this song by chance last night and was deeply attracted by the unique melody and affectionate lyrics. He played it on repeat all night long. Therefore, he specially set this song as his cell phone ringtone, hoping that director Zhang could hear it at this time. Upon hearing the ringtone, Zhang Haoren's expression instantly became serious.
This song is quite interesting. Xiao Wang, what song is this?
He asked impatiently after his assistant finished the call.
This is the second song Long Teng sent me.
The assistant blinked.
What did you say? Is that what Lu Bai wrote? Yes. Hurry up, take out the demo and listen to it again.
Okay. The assistant quickly took out his tablet and started playing it.
This is the song I wanted.
Compared to this song, Li Wenba's song is nothing.
After listening to the demo, Zhang Haoren trembled all over and his scalp went numb.
Although he didn't know much about music, he could still tell the difference between gold and scrap metal.
Chapter 30, an unknown person actually applied for a Weibo account.
Director Shang's presence is truly a great honor to our humble Longteng. Huang Wenkai led Li Wenba and others to warmly welcome Zhang Haoren, who had just entered Longteng.
Where's Teacher Lu? Where is Teacher Lu Xiaobai?
Zhang Haoren didn't have time to be polite and asked Huang Wenkai impatiently.
Director Zhang, I'm the composer of the theme song.
Why are you looking for Lu Xiaobai? Li Wenba looked puzzled. Teacher Li, I'm so sorry, I decided to change the theme song to Teacher Lu's song Silence.
Zhang Haoren said apologetically. What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Li Wenba's mind. Didn't we agree on this before? Why do you suddenly want to change the song? Are you kidding me?
Li Wenba's voice suddenly rose and his expression became ferocious.
Teacher Li, you misunderstood. I'm always critical of the matter, not the person. Zhang Haoren looked calm.
In Dragon Country, the status of creators is quite high. However, Li Wenba's status in the music industry is far inferior to Zhang Haoren's in the film industry. Therefore, he was not afraid of Li Wenba at all.
You're kidding me. You're absolutely kidding me. Li Wenba's face turned pale and blue, his eyes burning with anger of humiliation. Quick!
Director Huang, quickly find Teacher Lu Xiaobai. Zhang Haoren ignored him and repeatedly urged Huang Wenkai.
I just called Mr. Lu, and he said he's busy.
Huang Wenkai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
What? The entire hall fell silent. Everyone around gasped. Who is Zhang Haoren?
He is the top director in Dragon Country. Not only have the films he directed won numerous awards, but he was also the chief director of the opening and closing ceremonies of the Olympic Games and the Spring Festival Gala.
Lu Xiaobai is just a newcomer, how dare he be so unavailable to him? Who doesn't he know that guy is slacking off all day, coming to work late and leaving early all the time? Just when everyone thought Zhang Haoren would be furious. I didn't choose Mr. Lu's song at first, so he must be mad at me. But young people should have this kind of pride. I'll go and apologize to him personally.
Zhang Haoren suddenly burst into laughter, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes.
Apologize in person? A top director personally apologizes to a rookie who's just starting out.
The staff around were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground.
Li Wenba staggered back with a deathly pale face.
Zhang Haoren strode towards the elevator, followed by a group of stunned Longteng executives.
I knew it. I knew Teacher Lu's song would be chosen.
When they passed the artist rest area, Li Siki was hiding in the corner, tears streaming down her face with excitement.
Teacher Lu, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you before.
Standing in front of Lu Xiaobai, Zhang Haoren bowed repeatedly with an apologetic look on his face. At this time, a lot of people had quietly gathered outside the office. Li Wenba also stood in the crowd with a gloomy face, his heart filled with resentment and anger. In fact, one of the reasons why Zhang Haoren was so respectful to Lu Xiaobai was because he really felt guilty.
But the more important reason is that Lu Xiaobai is his savior. Yes, he is my lifesaver. As soon as Zhang Haoren got the script of the 7-year agreement, he keenly realized that it was a huge bad movie. But since he had received the money and signed the contract, he had no choice but to continue filming. He could fully imagine that once this film was released, the box office would be extremely dismal, and it would become the biggest laughingstock of his career. But now with the classic workmo, the situation is very different. On the one hand, this song can become the core selling point of publicity and promotion, attracting audiences to the cinema and thus saving the box office. On the other hand, the audience may weaken their negative evaluation of the movie because of their love for the songs, thereby saving word of mouth. Therefore, Zhang Haoren was extremely grateful to Lu Xiaobai. Director Zhang, you're too kind.
I'm just a newcomer, so it's only natural that I'm not trusted.
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. No, your talent is far beyond my imagination. This song is a perfect match for my movie. I hope you will be so magnanimous as to let me use Silence as the theme song for my movie. Zhang Haoren said anxiously. Okay, but I have a small request. Although praised by a top director, Lu Xiaobai did not feel flattered at all, but remained very calm. You say? Zhang Haoren was mentally prepared for this. This theme song must be sung by Li Siki. Lu Xiaobai pointed at someone in the crowd and said lightly.
After hearing this, Li Siki covered her mouth tightly, her heart almost jumping out of her mouth with excitement.
Hiss. Everyone around her looked at her with shock and jealousy. No problem. Zhang Haoren agreed readily.
In Dragon Country, creators already have a lot of say, so this request is not excessive. Outside the office, some were envious, some were jealous, and more people were whispering, "I'm afraid this woman is going to turn things around."
Li Wenba had already disappeared silently into the crowd. Cheng Zihan bit the straw and browsed Weibo boredly.
As a junior music college student and music blogger, his morning routine is to browse industry news. Unknown person certified Weibo account, a system push suddenly popped up.
Puff. The milk tea in his mouth sprayed out. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the account homepage and saw the blue V certification. His brain shut down instantly. Holy crap, nameless person actually applied for a Weibo account?
He immediately took a screenshot and posted it to his music blogger account with 100,000 followers, with only one sentence.
The entire entertainment industry is going to be in an uproar tonight. 3 minutes later, Cheng Zihan's Weibo exploded. Holy crap! Is this true? Could it really be the guy who improvised 2 classic songs at Nan Xiao's concert? Who else? Who else could it be? Shocking news. Cheng Zihan took a deep breath and clicked on the hot search list.
Hashtag anonymous person registers on Weibo with real name hashtag has soared to the top of the hot search list at a rocket speed.
The comments section of Lu Xiaobai's Weibo account had completely exploded at this time. Holy crap! I've never seen this before. This guy actually opened a Weibo account? Kneeling. I'm young and beautiful, I can be both savory and sweet, I'm looking for support. Please post more of your daily life, so I can get a taste of your God's aura. I hope you can turn my sign over. I will love you for 10,000 years.
Among them, one comment received more than 100,000 likes in one day.
Boss, can you share a photo? I want to see your true face. Countless netizens left comments like licking dogs and demanded that the photos be released. In addition, many artists also left messages on Weibo asking for songs. Teacher, can you write a song for me? You can name your price. Look at me. I have a wide vocal range and can handle any song. I'm begging for cooperation. Teacher, do you think I am worthy of singing your song? Humble. Chapter 31, Cold Sister-in-Law.
Later, major entertainment companies also started a war for talent.
Teacher, come to the bowl. You can choose the resources and salary as you like.
Join us, get top-notch treatment, and build a music empire together.
Go for it. It's a pity that no matter how much everyone flatters, they can't get any response from the unknown person. Because Lu Xiaobai's main purpose of opening a Weibo account was just to implement his revenge plan.
After registering with his real name, he completely forgot about this matter.
Binhai City Airport.
Today is the day Su Nanxiao returns to Binhai City from Beijing, and Lu Xiaobai comes here to pick her up at the airport. Flight MU 5371 from Beijing to the city has arrived. When the broadcast sounded, Lu Xiaobai's eyes immediately locked on the exit. Finally, Su Nanxiao dragged his suitcase and walked out of the passage with brisk steps. Her long, smooth black hair fell on her shoulders, and she wore a white t-shirt and blue jeans, which perfectly set off her tall and slender figure and attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Despite wearing sunglasses and a mask, it still couldn't hide the peerless charm of the leader of the Jade Girls.
Nan Xiao.
Lu Xiaobai waved at her. When Su Nanxiao saw him clearly, his eyes lit up instantly and he trotted a few steps to him.
Slow down, slow down.
Lu Xiaobai suddenly became anxious and quickly ran over to take the luggage from her hand.
Noob.
Su Nanxiao smiled faintly, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Then she shifted her gaze, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes.
I haven't thanked you properly for that? It's just a small matter.
Lu Xiaobai doesn't want to tell Su Nanxiao about his revenge on Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenba, for fear that she will worry. The two of them talked as they walked, and before they knew it, they arrived at the parking lot.
Xiaobai, have you bought a car?
Su Nanxiao was a little surprised.
Well, yes.
Lu Xiaobai was slightly embarrassed.
He bought a Toyota Camry.
During this period, he received fees for director Zhang's theme song, as well as copyright shares of Invisible Wings and Love You, plus Long Tang's signing fee. Today, his net worth is at least 5 million.
But Lu Xiaobai still chose the Toyota Camry. The reason is simple, mainly because it is cheap.
He also plans to save money to buy a big house for his mother and sister. Furthermore, he plans to continue to stay behind the scenes and keep a low profile. But Su Nanxiao, who was used to riding in luxury cars, didn't mind Lu Xiaobai's broken car at all, but got in happily.
I can ride in your car again. Su Nanxiao stuck out her tongue. Seeing the goddess's stunning beauty, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but feel moved and blurted out, "Then I will be your driver for the rest of my life." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Nanxiao's face suddenly flushed. "By the way, what songs have you written for me recently?" In order to ease the embarrassment, Su Nanxiao changed the subject. "It's a song about growing up, getting lost, and coming back. For your new album, I plan to make growth the theme." As soon as this topic was mentioned, Lu Xiaobai immediately cheered up. "Oh? So you mean, try to sing less, or no love songs at all? But love songs are obviously my specialty. Why do you avoid this subject?" Su Nanxiao blinked his big eyes, his eyes full of confusion. Lu Xiaobai tapped his fingers twice on the steering wheel. "It's not that I avoid love songs," he said in a low voice, "but your current state deserves more complex expression." "What's the meaning?" Su Nanxiao tilted his head and looked at him. "You can't always be a singer who only sings about love and romance." Lu Xiaobai turned his head and looked at her straight in the eyes. Su Nanxiao's breathing stagnated and he felt his heart pounding. If a singer is limited to songs of trivial love for a long time, he will encounter a ceiling in his artistic vitality and market development. If you want to further develop your career, you must break the rut. At the same time, Su Nanxiao also felt sweet in his heart. I didn't expect him to have thought of this for me. What a thoughtful man. At this time, the car had stopped downstairs of Su Nanxiao's house. "Come to my house. I'll sing that song to you." Lu Xiaobai was about to say goodbye when Su Nanxiao suddenly said, "Okay." A smile appeared on Lu Xiaobai's lips. "But I have a younger sister who is rather withdrawn and arrogant. You have to be more tolerant of her." Su Nanxiao said with some embarrassment. "Oh, you have a sister?" Lu Xiaobai was a little curious. "Why? You're allowed to have a sister, but I'm not allowed to have one, right?" Su Nanxiao rolled his eyes at him. The elevator dinged and stopped on the 16th floor. Su Nanxiao's home is located in a high-end residential area. The entrance to the large flat is paved with natural marble with a fine texture. On both sides of the passage, there are elegant art sculptures, which look very grand. "After a while, I will also buy a house like this for my mom and sister." Lu Xiaobai was excited. Su Nanxiao opened the door of his house, and the spacious and bright 500 square meter flat instantly appeared before his eyes. In fact, she used to have a villa. However, because it was shelved by the company and had no income for a long time, it had to be sold. "I have money now, but I am too busy with work and have no time to buy more." As soon as you enter the door, you will see an extremely spacious living room. Before Lu Xiaobai had time to take a good look at the environment inside the room, his eyes were attracted by a small figure. On the sofa in the living room, there sat a little girl holding a puppy. She is the same age as Lu Xiaoyan and looks like an exquisite doll from a fairy tale. Her skin is as white as snow and her eyes are like two clear lakes. She really is a little beauty, born from the same parents. Seeing Lu Xiaobai come in, the little girl just raised her eyelids slightly. Then he looked away as if nothing had happened and continued to watch the cartoons on TV. "It seems this is my sister-in-law. She looks so much like my wife. The dog in her arms should have had the same name as me." Lu Xiaobai pondered. "Su Mengyao, quickly call Xiaobai brother." Su Nanxiao frowned as he took off his shoes. "Humph. I won't scream." The little girl combed the dog's fur and glanced at Lu Xiaobai. The voice was clear, yet carried a sense of distance that was not in keeping with his age. Su Nanxiao was very embarrassed. "Damn, I was actually looked down upon by a little lowly." Lu Xiaobai was upset and decided to improve his relationship with his future sister-in-law. "Hello, little sister." Snort. "Your name is Su Mengyao, right? What a nice name." Snort. "How old are you? Are you in elementary school?" Snort. No matter how Lu Xiaobai approached her, the little girl's response was always just one word. "This girl has always been so aloof, forget it, just ignore her." Su Nanxiao smiled bitterly. Chapter 32 Premiere of 7-Year Agreement. Lu Xiaobai still didn't give up and decided to make the little girl laugh with a joke. "Let me tell you a story. A turtle was injured and asked the snail to buy medicine for it. But after 2 hours, the snail still didn't come back.
The turtle yelled, "If you don't come back, I'm going to die." At this moment, the snail's voice came from outside the door, "If you say that again, I won't go."
After the joke was told, Lu Xiaobai burst into laughter, and even Su Nanxiao couldn't help laughing. However, Su Mengyao remained aloof.
She scratched the poodle a few times. The puppy opened its mouth and its snow-white body kept shaking as if it was laughing.
Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao's laughter stopped abruptly.
The little girl scolded them both at the same time. Without paying any more attention to this aloof loli, the two of them walked through the corridor and came to Su Nanxiao's practice room.
"Don't mind it. Su Mengyao wasn't like this before,"
Su Nanxiao explained with a wry smile.
It turned out that Su Nanxiao's career was booming and he made a lot of money. In order to provide a better educational environment for his sister, he sent her to a high-end private primary school.
At that time, Su Mengyao was lively and cheerful.
But later, Su Nanxiao was blacklisted by the company and his career plummeted.
In addition, his father fell ill and had surgery that cost a lot of money, so the family's financial situation took a sharp turn for the worse.
The little girl had to transfer to an ordinary school.
She was sensitive by nature and could not bear this huge gap.
Gradually, her personality became withdrawn and introverted.
As they talked, they entered the karaoke room. The room of dozens of square meters is equipped with a variety of musical instruments:
guitar, piano, keyboard, bass, drums, violin. Do you know how to play these instruments? I only know a little piano. Then why did you buy so many musical instruments? Can't I learn? Su Nanxiao rolled his eyes. Okay, let me sing this new song first and see if you like it, Lu Xiaobai said as he sat in front of the piano.
A soothing piano prelude sounded. After the prelude was finished, Lu Xiaobai began to sing softly. "When I was little, my grandmother would always sing to comfort me when I was noisy and willful.
On summer afternoons, an old song comforts me. The song seems to go something like this."
The singing was gentle and affectionate, as if taking Su Nanxiao back to his childhood, feeling those warm and beautiful memories.
The new song that Lu Xiaobai wrote for her was "The Sky is Dark," which was covered by Zheng Tianwang. Wow, this song is so good. It could totally be the title song. There were little stars twinkling in Su Nanxiao's eyes. Then you should practice well. While Su Nanxiao was practicing singing, the board Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel. It clearly shows: reputation, 10,129 points. Skills already possessed, basic piano playing ability. Exchangeable skills, basic guitar playing ability, basic violin playing ability.
Only then did he realize that his reputation value had exceeded 10,000.
Just a few days ago, the reputation value was only 7,000. I haven't released any new songs recently, so why is my reputation increasing so dramatically? Lu Xiaobai was dumbfounded.
But he soon realized that it was probably the impact of opening a Weibo account.
So he opened his Weibo. Fuck. Lu Xiaobai was stunned for a moment.
At this time, his Weibo followers have reached 20 million. It may not seem like much, after all, Su Nanxiao has 110 million fans. Even Zhou Mingqi, the queen of pop who has had her reputation ruined, has 150 million.
But don't forget, it had only been 3 days since Lu Xiaobai applied for the Weibo account.
And more importantly, he is a behind-the-scenes creator and his exposure is far less than Su Nanxiao.
After thinking for a moment, Lu Xiaobai posted his first update. Thank you for your attention. I will share some of my music creation here in the future. By the way, I wrote a new song for Nanxiao. Everyone, please pay attention to her new album. In fact, Lu Xiaobai's main purpose of opening a Weibo account was to retaliate against Zhou Mingqi and Li Wenba. But he couldn't be too obvious.
If the first post directly targets them, the purpose will be too obvious. At this moment, the comments section was like an ignited powder keg, and it exploded in an instant.
Ah, the boss finally posted an update, front row check-in. Big brother, you've written a new song so soon?
You're such a quick shooter. I'm really looking forward to Nanxiao's new album. A die-hard Nanxiao fan is reporting in. Thank you for writing such a great song for my Nanxiao.
Boss, what's your relationship with Nanxiao? I guess they're a couple. The one upstairs is farting.
My Nanxiao will never fall in love with other men. In front of the largest Starlight Cinema in Binhai City, the crowd was like a surging tide, forming a long, winding queue that seemed to have no end in sight. This day was the grand premiere of the movie 7 Years. This movie was made by Zhang Haoran, a top director in Dragon Country. His past works have won numerous awards in the film industry and achieved great success in both box office and critical acclaim.
It's simply a godlike existence.
Therefore, everyone's expectations for this film are simply through the sky. I heard director Zhang spent a whole year preparing for this film.
Isn't it the masterpiece of the year?
I watched the trailer. The picture quality is so good, I can capture every frame and use it as a wallpaper.
Anything produced by director Zhang is a masterpiece.
Just for his reputation, this movie is worth seeing. And the cast is simply incredible, with both veteran actors and popular stars bringing the show along.
With this lineup, it's hard not to be a hit. Everyone was talking about it. Amidst everyone's eager anticipation and discussions, it was finally time to enter.
In the VIP hall of the cinema, Zhang Haoran looked at the dark crowd downstairs, his palms sweating slightly. Back then, he wasn't this nervous when he directed the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games and the Spring Festival Gala. Because he knew in his heart that the 7-year agreement was a huge bad movie. Even though he tried his best to polish the details and the scenes, he still couldn't hide the fact that the plot was lame and the logic was off. But now, the die is cast and there is no turning back. Hopefully that little guy's new song can save me some face. Zhang Haoran muttered to himself. The lights in the theater gradually dimmed, the big screen lit up, and the movie officially began. At first, the audience was immediately immersed in the stunning visual quality, and they would exclaim in admiration from time to time. However, as the plot progresses, signs of something going wrong begin to emerge. Oh my god, this plot twist is so abrupt, like a sharp turn. The relationship between the male and female protagonists develops like a rocket, falling head over heels in love all of a sudden, with no foreshadowing at all. I take back my previous comment, this is absolutely the king of bad movies.
Hearing the audience's discussions, Zhang Haoran's clothes were soaked. It's over. My reputation is about to be ruined. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 33 I owe you a favor. As the plot continues to deteriorate, people's complaints become more and more sharp. Director Zhang has failed miserably this time. My expectations have been completely shattered. I just want to know how such an outrageous plot was written. And the acting, some of the popular stars were just paddling the whole time, their expressions were as stiff as wood, and even the performances of the veteran actors were a bit lame. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, the plot finally reached its climax. At this time, the heroine and the hero are separated, and the longing for each other surges towards her like a tide. In an instant, a melodious and soulful piano prelude flowed out, instantly catching everyone's ears. The originally noisy theater suddenly became quiet. I couldn't help but transform myself into a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. The song of silence sounded slowly. Oh my goodness, what kind of magical song is this? It's so beautiful. A young girl's eyes were as big as bells. This melody, these lyrics, I would call it a stroke of genius. A boy wearing a trendy brand sweatshirt opened his mouth wide, looking shocked. The vows I made sincerely in my youth have sunk silently into the deep sea. Replaying this several times, the ending is still the same, losing you. At this time, some people's eyes began to redden. The lyrics are so touching. Every word touched my heart. Who wrote this song? I'm going to be his fan right now, it's absolutely amazing. Do you think it was written by an anonymous person? No doubt about it. It can only be his handiwork. At this time, the song reached its climax, and Liseki's voice suddenly rose. I have been sentenced to a lifetime of loneliness by love. I will never fight back, and I will never let go. The circle that cannot be completed by the pen, the fate that cannot be filled in the heart, is you. Everyone just felt their scalp tingling. This song. A middle-aged man wearing glasses in the front row suddenly grabbed his wife's arm and said, "Oh my God." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the back row. A girl covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking slightly. At this moment, she thought of her first love. The two of them had vowed to stay together forever. However, his bride was someone else. At the wedding, she was very proud and didn't shed a single tear. Everyone thought she had let go of the relationship. But only she knew that her whole world had collapsed. Have you forgotten the vows you made so earnestly when you were young? Did you know that I have been sentenced to lifelong loneliness by love? At this moment, she felt that a hole had been torn in her closed heart, and her emotional defenses had completely collapsed. Woo woo woo! She cried heartbreakingly.
The movie 7 Years Love is like this girl's love story, which finally came to an end. The lights came on and the audience erupted in applause.
Just based on this song, the movie ticket is worth it.
The lights in the theater slowly came on, but the entire screening room was surprisingly quiet. No one stood up, no one cleared the popcorn bucket, not even a whisper. All the audience's eyes were fixed on the screen, waiting for the last few lines of the end credits. Finally, after a long list of special effects team, art directors, and editors, a simple line of white text on a black background emerged.
Theme song, Silence. Lyricist composition, Liu Xiaobai. Singer, Li Siki. In an instant, the entire theater exploded. Liu Xiaobai? Who is he? I've never heard of him. He who can write such an amazing song shouldn't be unknown. Shouldn't such a good song be written by an unknown person? So, our dragon country has produced another talented creator? Wait, Li Siki, why does this name sound so familiar?
Seems like a washed-up third-tier singer.
Everyone was whispering and talking.
A blogger in the front row has already started editing his Weibo post at lightning speed.
Breaking news.
The theme song for 7 Years was composed by a new artist. Following the nameless man, another talented songwriter has emerged. At this time, in the VIP room, Zhang Haoren breathed a sigh of relief.
I finally escaped.
He immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Liu Xiaobai.
Teacher Liu, thank you for your kindness. I owe you a favor this time.
Just as moviegoers were still rushing home, news of the premiere of the 7-year appointment spread quickly on the internet. The theme song Silence and Liu Xiaobai's name immediately became the #1 trending search.
A divine song saved a terrible movie. I'm finally convinced. That's right, the plot of that movie is too much to complain about. If it weren't for this song, I wouldn't want to stay even a second longer. This newcomer, Liu Xiaobai, is truly a musical genius. He's truly lifted the film out of the quagmire of mediocrity. Is there anyone like me who is planning to watch 7-Year Agreement a second time just to listen to Silence? Count me in. Let's go for the second round. What's wrong with those idiots above?
If you want to listen to the songs, just wait for the music platforms to release them.
Why are you still watching that awful movie twice? You're the fucking idiot. How long do we have to wait for this song to be released? That's right, I can't wait even a minute.
Similar comments poured in like snowflakes. Immediately afterwards, another Weibo post triggered a new round of heated discussion. That's what the blogger in the cinema posted.
Following the nameless man, another talented creator has emerged. This Weibo post instantly became the focus of the entire internet. As a loyal fan of the nameless man, I have to say that this Liu Xiaobai is pretty awesome. These two are truly talented. There's hope for the Chinese music scene. I feel like they are the twin stars of the music world. The future of Chinese pop music depends on them. Are those people upstairs crazy? Is Liu Xiaobai qualified to be compared with nameless people? Invisible Wings, Love You, Where Has the Time Gone? Nameless Man released 5 classics in a row. And what about Liu Xiaobai? He only has one song, Silence. How can he compare? Just because I wrote a good song, you dare to sue an unknown person? Ha, you've completely broken my defense.
In an instant, the comments section became full of tension.
Chuckle.
At this time, Liu Xiaobai, Su Nanxiao, and the cool little loli Su Mengyao were sitting around the dining table eating dinner. Su Nanxiao held the mobile phone in his hand, reading the fierce and funny comments from netizens, and laughed out loud. Xiaobai, you and the nameless person have become rivals. Her eyes turned into crescent moons when she smiled.
Boring.
The little girl slightly frowned her delicate brows and pursed her pink lips into a straight line.
Mengyao, you don't know that your brother Xiaobai and nameless person are the same person. As a result, their fans are arguing with each other. Su Nanxiao explained to Su Mengyao, and then couldn't help laughing again. Oh.
Su Mengyao still had no expression on her face.
Chapter 34 My vest defeated my real self. By the way, Director Zhang said he owes you a favor. You've made a killing this time. Su Nanxiao couldn't do anything about his sister, so he had to change the subject. Oh? What do you mean?
Liu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows slightly, stopped what he was doing and looked at Su Nanxiao.
Director Zhang is a man of his word. Since he has said so, if you have any requests in the future, as long as they are not too excessive, he will agree to them. Moreover, he has extensive connections in the industry and is extremely powerful.
The films he directed have won numerous awards, and he was also the chief director for the Olympic Games and the Spring Festival Gala. Su Nanxiao picked up the milk, took a sip, cleared his throat and said,
"If I ask him to let you perform on the Spring Festival Gala, is that not too much to ask?" Lu Xiaobai said after thinking for a moment.
As soon as these words came out, Su Nanxiao and Su Mengyao looked at him in surprise at the same time. This man is so nice to my sister. A different light flashed in the little Lolita's originally cold eyes.
Su Nanxiao's eyes instantly turned red.
She lowered her head hastily, but her trembling eyelashes still revealed her inner excitement. Performing on the Spring Festival Gala stage is the highlight moment that every singer dreams of. Now, after knowing her dream, Lu Xiaobai immediately thought of using director Zhang's connections to help her realize it. This thought instantly touched the softest part of her heart.
After dinner, Lu Xiaobai prepared to leave.
Su Nanxiao really wanted to say, "Why don't you just live here?" but every time the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. "By the way, Xiaobai, you can bring Shayan over to play when you have time.
Mengyao doesn't have any friends at school. Maybe this will make her more cheerful."
Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to start the car, Su Nanxiao suddenly spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but praise her own wit.
"How could I be so clever? Using my sister as an excuse is absolutely amazing. If Xiaobai comes over often, wouldn't it be natural for him to move in eventually?" "Okay." Lu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up. He also agreed with the idea. "My sister is often alone at home and is actually quite lonely. 9 o'clock in the morning, in the lobby on the first floor of Longting Entertainment Building."
As soon as Lu Xiaobai pushed open the revolving door, the receptionist at the front desk stood up and said, "Good morning, Teacher Lu." The voice is so sweet that honey could drip out. When they reached the elevator, several artist assistants who were chatting suddenly fell silent.
"Teacher Lu, please." One of the girls with a high ponytail trotted over and pressed the up button attentively. "Brother Xiaobai, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to dinner."
"Great talent, this is Xiaomei's phone number.
If you feel lonely, you can talk to Xiaomei." As Lu Xiaobai walked towards his office, greetings and flattery were heard one after another. Ever since Mo became popular, almost everyone's attitude towards him has taken a 180-degree turn. The most diligent among them are the artists.
Now, since Li Siki sang Mo, her career seems to have taken off. There are so many notices coming in like snowflakes, and some have even been scheduled for next year. Countless artists saw this, their eyes turned red with jealousy, and they were so envious in their hearts. They all wanted to take the opportunity to get to know Lu Xiaobai and ask him to write a song tailored for them. When Lu Xiaobai arrived at the office door, Li Wenbo was standing in the corridor smoking and talking with several creators.
Seeing him appear, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across Li Wenbo's face. "Teacher Li, Xiaobai is a new student and will need your guidance in the future." Lu Xiaobai smiled and clasped his fists.
To Li Wenbo, these words were like a knife, piercing his fragile and sensitive self-esteem.
"Damn, what a bullshit guide.
Your song is praised to the sky, while my song is criticized as worthless.
You still need me for guidance? What are you so arrogant about, kid? No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than the nameless person? Go show off your power in front of him if you have the guts." Li Wenbo cursed angrily.
He knew that he was no match for Lu Xiaobai, so he had no choice but to use the unknown person as a pretext to suppress Lu Xiaobai's momentum.
"Exactly, but after writing a good song, my reputation soared to the sky.
That unknown person actually wrote 5 classic masterpieces. What's even more rare is that he always keeps a low profile and never shows off.
This is the character and realm that we creators should have." A creator named Zhang echoed this. Teacher Zhang said it well.
We should follow the example of the unknown man, dedicate ourselves to creation, and not be swayed by fame and fortune. Only then can we leave behind truly excellent works in this impetuous music world.
Another slightly plump creator nodded vigorously. "It seems you liked the nameless man very much?" Lu Xiaobai paused in opening the door, turned around and spoke. "Of course. That's what a real musician is." Li Wenbo stood up straight with a righteous look on his face.
Who would have thought that just a short time ago, he had been madly slandering unknown people?
Lu Xiaobai didn't say anything, turned around and went into his super luxurious office.
"I wonder how exciting your expressions will be when my true identity is revealed."
He chuckled. At this time,
he turned on the computer and prepared to check the music charts. Lu Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to find that the song Mo had already squeezed into the top 5 of the new song list. What are the top 4 songs? They are Invisible Wings, Where Has the Time Gone, You, My Deskmate, and The Wind Rises. The sweet and cheerful song Love You is slightly inferior in reputation and sales because its audience is mainly young girls in the period of passionate love. But it's not bad, ranking 6th only after Silence. My vest actually defeated the real me, how interesting. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door. The person who came in was Longting's CEO Lu Feng. Brother, you really made Longting Entertainment proud this time. Lu Feng held Lu Xiaobai's hand tightly and shook it hard. The song Silence is incredibly popular. Lisiki is now flooded with invitations and it's all thanks to you. I think you will be a leading figure in the future Chinese music scene. He looked at Lu Xiaobai with admiration. Brother Feng, thank you for the compliment. This is also an opportunity given to me by the company. Lu Xiaobai pretended to be modest. After saying that, the two smiled at each other. Those who don't know the situation might think they are old friends who haven't seen each other for many years. You are too modest, boy. Lu Feng laughed heartily and patted Lu Xiaobai on the shoulder. The company has decided to assign you a dedicated personal assistant to help you with some of your daily chores. You can choose this person yourself within the company. What do you think? Lu Feng's voice was quite loud, and the creators outside the door could hear it clearly. Chapter 35 I hope you don't attend the award ceremony. Fuck you. After hearing this, their eyes turned red with jealousy. It's not uncommon for companies to provide music creators with personal assistants, but this is a treatment only top creators can enjoy. And Lu Xiaobai only wrote one good song, so why should he be equipped with a life assistant? What's more important is the last sentence, you choose the candidate yourself. You know, as an entertainment company, Longting has plenty of beautiful girls. If he were allowed to choose, it would be like a large-scale concubine selection ceremony. This bastard is so lucky. Thinking of this, they were going crazy. Okay. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lu Xiaobai nodded with a smile. It would be nice to have an assistant who could help him pick up and drop off his sister at school. Here are our top-quality De Hong Pao and Cuban cigars. If you don't have enough, come to my office and get more. Then, Lu Feng took out a box of tea and cigars from his bag and placed them on the table. Brother Feng, there's no need to be so polite. We're all family, just speak frankly. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. When you offer a gift to someone, you must be asking for something in return. He understood this principle very well. Haha, isn't it? We are all family. Lu Feng laughed so hard that wrinkles appeared on his face. Look, the Chinese music festival is about to take place. You should be familiar with this ceremony, right? He continued. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. Lu Xiaobai said. This ceremony is hosted by the Music Association and is the most authoritative music awards ceremony in Longwa. If it's an unknown person who wins the award, I hope you won't attend the ceremony. Of course, if you win the award in your own right, then it doesn't matter. Lu Feng stared at him closely, with a slight nervousness in his eyes. The contract had already stipulated that Lu Xiaobai was not allowed to disclose the fact that he was an unknown person. However, the honor of winning an award at the ceremony is so great that it is almost the ultimate dream of all musicians and singers. Lu Feng was worried that Lu Xiaobai could not resist the temptation of honor, so he finally chose to tear up the contract. Brother Feng, you worry too much. Lu Xiaobai said lightly. Now, he has become addicted to being the sixth behind the scenes. He really likes the feeling of hiding his identity and controlling things behind the scenes, and he is really not interested in showing up in public. Besides, if his alias can win an award, why can't he win one himself? Isn't that a joke? Lu Feng left with satisfaction. Not long after he left, there was another knock on the door. The one who came in this time was Su Nanxiao. She had a smile on her face, her skin was as white as snow, and her cheeks were slightly flushed, which made Lu Xiaobai unable to take his eyes off her. Xiaobai, shall we go eat? No, I have to pick up Xiaoyan from school later. Is that so? Then I'll go too and pick up Mengyao by the way. But we're on different paths, right? Which school does Mengyao go to? Binhai Primary School. Oh my god. Xiaoyan also goes to this school.
What a coincidence!
In fact, Su Nanxiao doesn't need to pick up his sister at all.
This job is usually done by the nanny.
But she just wanted to stay with Lu Xiaobai for a while longer. As they talked, they walked out of the office side by side. This scene immediately attracted the envy and jealousy of countless people.
The music creators are mainly jealous of Lu Xiaobai.
I just came to the company and I became so close to the Jade Girl leader. On weekdays, Su Nanxiao is always polite and distant to others, but now he is talking and laughing with Lu Xiaobai. How can people not be jealous?
But more artists are still jealous of Su Nanxiao.
She has a close relationship with the unknown person, which has made countless people envious, and now she is hooked up with the popular teacher Lu.
Why does she get all the good things? Some people even couldn't help cursing under their breath. This time, Su Nanxiao got into Lu Xiaobai's Camry again.
Ever since Lu Xiaobai bought the car, she rarely drives herself. As soon as we arrived at Binhai Primary School, groups of parents gathered in front of the school gate. As soon as Su Nanxiao got out of the car, he instantly became the focus of attention.
She was wearing a light yellow floral dress.
Her white calves had an ivory luster in the sun, and her delicate collarbone was faintly visible at the neckline. Her skin was as white as snow and her cheeks were slightly rosy, just like peach blossoms blooming in spring. The attention of the male parents around was attracted. A father, who was chatting with others, widened his eyes when he saw Su Nanxiao.
Several young fathers suddenly became panicked and couldn't help but sneak a peek.
Fortunately, Su Nanxiao wore a mask and sunglasses, otherwise it would have caused a sensation.
Who is this girl? Why have I never seen her before? Are these two a couple? Fuck, if this was my wife, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. It's conservative, it's okay if I live 50 years shorter. Aren't you going to die soon? Fuck, are you cursing me?
You said that yourself.
You're over 30. Everyone was talking about it. Just then, the school bell rang. Not long after, Lu Xiaoyan and a few little girls came out.
Elder brother. Lu Xiaoyan saw Lu Xiaobai at a glance and ran over excitedly.
Sister Nanxiao is here too?
She looked at Su Nanxiao excitedly.
She now knows Su Nanxiao's identity.
Yes. Su Nanxiao squatted down and touched her little face.
Then let's go home. Wait a minute, we still need to pick someone up.
The three of them waited for a long time, and when there was almost no one at the school gate, they saw a delicate little girl walking out alone with her head lowered.
Su Mengyao.
Su Nanxiao shouted loudly. Su Mengyao raised her eyes and saw her sister and Lu Xiaobai. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes.
My sister and brother Xiaobai actually came to pick me up from school today?
So you're Nanxiao's younger sister.
Hello, my name is Lu Xiaoyan, from class 2, grade 3. What about you? Lu Xiaoyan held her hand enthusiastically. Class 1, grade 4.
Su Mengyao is very frugal with words and remains aloof. On the way home, Lu Xiaoyan kept chattering about interesting things that happened at school. Su Nanxiao smiled, listened patiently, and responded gently from time to time. Only Su Mengyao remained silent. Lu Xiaobai was driving and looking at this heartwarming scene in the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised.
Why don't you just go to my house? I'll have my aunt take them both to school this afternoon. Su Nanxiao said. All right. Lu Xiaobai replied. By the way, Sister Nanxiao, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and the school is going to hold a cultural performance. I'm planning to sing your song, Where Has the Time Gone? Can you teach me how to sing during this time?
Lu Xiaoyan blinked her eyes and looked at Su Nanxiao with great anticipation. Although my brother can sing, his singing skills are still far behind those of big stars. If I could get Su Nanxiao's guidance, I would definitely shine in the performance.
Okay.
But I'm very strict in teaching, so you have to be prepared to endure hardships. Su Nanxiao said with a smile.
Of course. Lu Xiaoyan said loudly. Chapter 36, Flying Insects. By the way, Mengyao, come on stage with me. Let us shine in the performance and amaze the whole school.
She turned her head and looked at Su Mengyao expectantly.
Good.
Just when everyone thought Su Mengyao would refuse, she actually nodded slightly.
It was mainly Lu Xiaoyan's second sentence that touched her.
Which little girl doesn't like to wear beautiful clothes and show up in front of the whole school?
Let's change the song.
This song is not suitable for children to sing, it's too heavy.
Lu Xiaobai suddenly said.
That's right, then you can sing Invisible Wings.
Su Nanxiao said to Lu Xiaoyan. No. This song has become our school song. It's been sung to death. Lu Xiaoyan said. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao was immediately in trouble.
From this point of view, Lu Xiaoyan really has no singing skills. You, my deskmate, the wind rises, and it's getting dark are songs with a more mature style and the emotional expression is more suitable for adults. As for sweet love songs like Love You, they are even more inappropriate.
Xiao Bai, how about you write a new one? Su Nanxiao stuck out his tongue and said half jokingly. Okay. Lu Xiaobai answered without hesitation.
I said great talent, I just said it casually, are you really going to write it? You know, writing children's songs and writing pop songs are not the same thing. Children's songs may seem simple, but few songwriters can write good ones.
Su Nanxiao opened her beautiful eyes wide instantly. I already have an idea. Wait and listen. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. This.
Su Nanxiao was stunned for a moment.
Is this an idea? Don't write childish songs like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. They're irritating to the ears. Su Mangyao suddenly said coldly. Little kid, stop acting so mature all the time. Su Nanxiao knocked her head. Don't worry, it's definitely not childish. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. Su Nanxiao's description is really quite apt.
A little girl pretends to be mature all day long, which makes people feel both distressed and funny. At this time, the four people had arrived at Su Nanxiao's home. This was Lu Xiaoyan's first time here, and she looked around curiously. Sister Nanxiao's house is so luxurious, she exclaimed in her heart from time to time. It seems that buying a house must be done as soon as possible. Seeing the envious look in Xiaoyan's eyes, Lu Xiaobai sighed in his heart. In fact, with his wealth, he could have bought a house a long time ago, but he wanted to buy a better one in one go.
Xiaobai, didn't you say you had an idea? Come on, sing it for us.
Su Nanxiao tilted his head and looked at Lu Xiaobai expectantly.
Good. Lu Xiaobai came to the piano in the living room and sat down. Brother, when did you learn to play the piano?
Lu Xiaoyan felt like she had discovered a new world.
I just learned it.
Lu Xiaobai quickly started playing, trying to divert her attention and conceal the truth that he was carrying the system.
Amid the soothing piano melody, he finally spoke.
The dark sky hangs low, with bright stars following.
Insects fly, who are you missing?
The voice was soft and warm, like a breeze blowing through everyone's hearts. The song he chose was the theme song from the movie Feng Yan Xiong Ba Tian Xia. The bugs are flying. In fact, there are many classic children's songs from previous lives. But the problem is that many songs are not suitable for these two little Lolas to sing. For example, listen to Mom and the Lone Hero. It sounds so good. Su Nanxiao immediately sat up straight. Even the usually indifferent Su Mangyao looked over here. The stars in the sky shed tears, and the roses on the ground wither. The cold wind blows, as long as I have you by my side.
Lu Xiaobai continued to sing. What a beautiful melody. What a beautiful mood. Even if this song were to be put on the charts, it would definitely take over the entertainment industry. Su Nanxiao couldn't help but mutter to himself, with a strange light in his eyes. And that cool little Lolita had already started humming along at some point. After the song was finished, the living room fell into a brief silence.
I'm going to sing this in my performance and I'm sure I'll win first prize.
Meng Yao, don't you think so?
Lu Xiaoyan clapped her hands.
Su Mengyao nodded for once.
This song has both the innocence of a child and is full of meaning. It not only symbolizes the persistence of a tiny life, but also implies the wandering and pursuit of emotions.
Xiao Bai, you are a genius.
Su Nanxiao was extremely surprised. He can write both pop songs and children's songs. This man always brings her surprises.
If you like it, I'll give it to you. Lu Xiaobai stood up with a smile. Yeah.
Su Nanxiao made a victory gesture and rolled over on the sofa with the lion dog in her arms, like a little girl.
Now, she already has 2 great songs on her new album, how can she not be happy?
Lu Xiaobai quickly shifted his gaze.
Hey, you're wearing a skirt today. Aren't you afraid of giving me a nosebleed by doing this? Childish.
The cold loli rolled her eyes at her sister.
Su Nanxiao. It's almost 1 o'clock. After dinner, the 2 kids went back to their rooms to take a nap. Lu Xiaobai felt embarrassed.
As a native of Binhai City, he usually has the habit of taking a nap. But now, he had no place to sleep. Although Su Nanxiao's house is large, it only has 7 rooms.
The 2 little ones each occupy 1 room, the nanny occupies 1 room, and the other one is Su Nanxiao's boudoir. No matter which room you sleep in, it's not suitable. The other 3 rooms are Su Nanxiao's practice room and gym, and Su Mengyao's study. Although the area is large, there is no bed. Go sleep in my room.
Su Nanxiao saw what Lu Xiaobai was thinking, covered her mouth with her little hands, and smiled with her eyes curved.
Ah! Lu Xiaobai opened his mouth wide. Is she going to? Don't worry, I don't sleep in. Su Nanxiao blinked. Lu Xiaobai followed her into the bedroom like a thief. It's a bit sad to say, although he has lived 2 lives, this is the first time he has entered a girl's boudoir. Well, those nice girls who hang out in discotheques and bars certainly don't count. So Lu Xiaobai looked around curiously. Su Nanxiao's bedroom is decorated in pink and white and is quite neat.
In the center is a princess bed, filled with all kinds of cute pillows.
Every detail is filled with innocence and romance. You go to sleep first. I still need to interact with my fans. Su Nanxiao walked into the room barefoot and turned on the computer. Lu Xiaobai lay down, and with a slight movement of his nose, he could smell the faint fragrance in the quilt that belonged only to Su Nanxiao. When I looked up inadvertently, I could see Su Nanxiao's fair and tender feet not far away, which were shining with pearly luster under the soft light. This series of sensory shocks made Lu Xiaobai restless and he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Forget it, I'll go to the office and sleep in the afternoon.
Lu Xiaobai simply stood up and walked behind Su Nanxiao.
Chapter 37 You don't understand me at all. At this moment, she was concentrating on editing her Weibo post. The songs The Wind Rises, My Deskmate, and Where Has the Time Gone that I shared with you all at the concert will be officially released as singles tomorrow. I hope you like them. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Nameless Person. Thank you for writing so many great songs for me.
His fingers jumped lightly on the keyboard, and soon the Weibo post was successfully published. As soon as the Weibo post was published, the number of comments and likes soared like a rocket.
Oh my god. I've finally waited for these songs to be released as singles. I've been binging on the concert versions. I'm so overwhelmed. Nanxiao's live performance is simply divine. I'm so lucky to have a single version of this song. I must support it.
The Wind Rises is truly a hidden gem.
I've been looking forward to the single since returning from the concert. It's sure to be a huge hit tomorrow.
Nanxiao's performance of My Deskmate was so vivid that all those youthful memories came flooding back. In the comments section, fans' comments came one after another. However, the comments soon changed direction.
Am I the only one who cares who the nameless one is? Yes, Nanxiao, can you reveal the identity of the nameless person? This great god is so aloof and never replies to comments on Weibo. I can only beg you. What is your relationship with him? Is he a man or a woman?
It might be Nanxiao's boyfriend.
What bullshit is that upstairs? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
That's right, if Nanxiao had a boyfriend, I'm afraid my heart would be broken. Su Nanxiao thought for a moment and replied, he is a very good friend of mine.
Please stop making blind guesses. As soon as the reply was sent out, netizens went crazy. Fuck, did you notice? Nanxiao used he. Fuck, could it be that Shabi really was right? It's over, my goddess was really kidnapped?
When Lu Xiaobai saw these comments, he suddenly burst out laughing.
Ah!
Su Nanxiao was completely unaware of the person behind her. She screamed and fell off the chair.
Careful!
In a flash, Lu Xiaobai stretched out his long arms and caught her steadily.
The fragrance of the girl's hair hit my face. Through the thin dress, I can clearly feel the temperature of the skin.
After Su Nanxiao sat down firmly, Lu Xiaobai immediately let go of his hand. They both fell silent. Time seemed to stand still, and the whole room seemed to have a smell called love.
Strands of silk gently wrapped them up.
At this moment, Lu Xiaobai suddenly felt something in his heart.
Where would I be if I hadn't met you? How are the days going? Should we cherish our lives?
He began to hum softly. Su Nanxiao was shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with a mixture of disbelief and surprise.
Is he confessing his love to me?
Her originally calm heartbeat suddenly accelerated.
Maybe you know someone who lives an ordinary life. I don't know if there will be love as sweet as honey.
Su Nanxiao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no word came out.
Yes, if I hadn't met you, my life would be dark. You are the light in my life. No matter how time flies by, I only care about you and am willing to be infected by your breath. Hearing these lyrics, Su Nanxiao felt a warm current surge in his heart and covered his mouth tightly. Yes, I only care about you. So I beg you, don't let me leave you. I can't feel any affection except for you.
Su Nanxiao suddenly felt like his heart was about to explode.
So this is love.
It turns out that love tastes so wonderful. At this moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world.
This is a new song I wrote for you out of inspiration. How about it? Isn't it good?
Lu Xiaobai said proudly. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao froze.
Didn't he just confess his feelings to me? Was he inspired to write a new song? The emotions have been expressed to this point. If you don't express your feelings, what is the point of writing a song?
When he thought of this, Su Nanxiao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode.
Snort!
She was both embarrassed and annoyed, and stretched out her little foot to stomp Lu Xiaobai hard with all her might. Then he sat down on the bed, with a stern face, looking out the window.
Hiss!
Lu Xiaobai gasped and stared in pain.
What's wrong with this girl? Is she angry because I wrote a song for her? What's going on? Even if the song I wrote isn't good, there's no need for you to be angry.
Lu Xiaobai spoke cautiously. It's a pity that he has lived two lives but has never been in love, so how could he understand the thoughts of girls?
Write songs, that's all you know how to do. Just now I thought.
Su Nanxiao rolled her eyes and said coquettishly.
What else did you think? Lu Xiaobai looked curious. Snort! Su Nanxiao turned his head away again. Speak! You don't understand me at all. How would I know if you don't tell me?
True understanding doesn't need to be spoken.
Damn it! Lu Xiaobai was stunned.
After coaxing Su Nanxiao for a long time without any effect, Lu Xiaobai had to find an excuse to come to work at the company.
As soon as he arrived at the office, Lu Feng's personal secretary Lin Yashuan walked into his office.
Hello, Mr. Lu, this is the invitation to the Chinese Music Festival.
Mr. Lu asked me to bring it to you.
Lin Yashuan said respectfully. In the company, although she had the support of President Lu, she did not dare to neglect Lu Xiaobai in the slightest.
What does it mean to receive an invitation to the Chinese Music Festival?
It means you have been shortlisted for the music award. This is definitely a great honor, one that puts most musicians to shame.
Why are there two invitations? Lu Xiaobai took it and said curiously.
That's because you and the unknown person are both on the shortlist. Lin Yashuan explained patiently.
Oh?
Lu Xiaobai was slightly surprised. He only wrote one song called Silence under his own name, and he actually had a chance to win the grand prize. If you have nothing else to do, I won't disturb you from creating.
Etc. Just tell me what you want. Lu Xiaobai thought for a moment, and suddenly an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Yashuan. If I wrote a song for a girl. I mean if. This song is of exceptional quality, but that girl got mad at me and even stepped on me. Why do you think that happened? He stammered.
Lu Xiaobai, who had been single for 2 lifetimes, couldn't figure out the reason why Su Nanxiao suddenly got angry, so he had to ask others for help.
What did you say? You wrote a song for a girl and she's mad at you? How can there be such an ungrateful person in this world?
Lin Yashuan's eyes were bigger than copper coins.
Chapter 38 Wholesale Pop Songs. As Mr. Lu's personal secretary, she certainly knew that the unknown person was Lu Xiaobai. What a great honor it is that such a talented musical person takes the initiative to write songs for others. Many superstars dream of receiving such treatment, yet there are still people who lose their temper for no reason and even dare to step on Teacher Lu. This kind of person is either brain damaged or mentally ill. Yeah. You're a girl too, so tell me what she's thinking. Lu Xiaobai looked expectant. I don't know either.
Lin Yashuan thought for a moment and said.
However, this person is so hypocritical. I suggest that Teacher Lu break off the relationship with her. Then he said angrily. Okay, go get busy first.
Lu Xiaobai was a little disappointed and lit a Cuban cigar listlessly.
Okay, I won't bother you anymore.
Lin Yashuan walked out of the office quietly, fearing that it would affect Teacher Lu's creative inspiration.
President Lu announced 2 iron laws in front of the entire company.
1. No one is allowed to make loud noises in Teacher Lu's office, and everyone must be discreet when entering and leaving.
2. Don't disturb Teacher Lu unless necessary.
If you affect his creative work, your year-end bonus will be deducted. Lu Xiaobai thought about Su Nanxiao's anger for a long time, but still came to no conclusion. He decided to put this matter aside because there was a more important matter that needed to be dealt with immediately, which was buying a house.
This matter can no longer be delayed.
Today, the family still lives in that dilapidated residential building, which is only 40 square meters and has 1 bedroom and 1 living room. My mother and sister slept in the bedroom, while he slept in a partition room in the living room, which was very inconvenient. Logically speaking, Lu Xiaobai's net worth has now exceeded 5 million, so there should be no problem buying a house. But he wanted to buy a large flat like Su Nanxiao's. But the price is also quite touching, at least 7 million or more. Although he could get a loan, he would rather buy it in full.
The thought of having a 30-year mortgage is scary. In other words, he now needs to earn another 2 million as soon as possible. Is there any way to make money quickly?
Lu Xiaobai exhaled a smoke ring and fell into deep thought. He has accumulated more than 10,000 reputation points, so exchanging them for 100 songs is no problem. If he sold them all at once, his net worth would be absolutely astonishing. However, he didn't want to do that, as it would be like doing wholesale. Moreover, this would be a disgrace to the classic works of previous lives.
Got it. Classic songs can't be wholesaled, but pop songs can. Lu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up. In previous lives, countless very profitable pop songs were born. For example, Little Apple has a total revenue of at least 200 million. For example, Mouse Loves Rice has a revenue of at least 170 million yuan. But the problem arises again.
These songs make a lot of money, but they get criticized even more.
He is going to become a top star in the music industry. How could he leave such a stain? Is there a way to make money without being scolded? Bang!
Lu Xiaobai snapped his fingers, a smug smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
You big idiot. You big blockhead. The most unromantic straight man in the world.
After Lu Xiaobai left the room, Su Nanxiao complained wildly in his heart. Wrapped in her nightgown, her chest heaved violently, and her exposed swan neck was slightly flushed.
But after complaining, she couldn't help but start to regret it. Was I too willful just now? What if he thinks I'm being unreasonable?
Su Nanxiao bit her lip and hesitated for a while, then suddenly sat up. Her cheeks were flushed, as if she had made some important decision. She opened the chat box with Lu Xiaobai and thought for a long time before carefully typing the following line.
I wasn't really angry just now, I thought you were going to confess to me.
As soon as she sent the message, she covered her head with the quilt, her heart pounding.
What did I just say? This is bad. Am I being too unreserved?
Su Nanxiao lay on the bed with her little face buried in the quilt, her 2 white and tender legs flapping constantly. However, she waited for a long time and did not hear the phone notification sound.
Did I speak too bluntly and scare him?
Su Nanxiao bit her lip, and tears gradually welled up in her eyes.
The image of Lu Xiaobai frowning and looking disgusted appeared in my mind uncontrollably.
The more I thought about it, the sadder I became, and tears fell on the quilt. Poor girl, what she didn't expect was that Lu Xiaobai was busy making money and had no time to look at his phone.
Teacher Lu, you said, you wrote more than 20 songs? Huang Wenkai looked at Lu Xiaobai as if he were a monster.
Director Huang, let me make it clear again, these songs are the work of my friend Wang Dali.
I have nothing to do with them. Lu Xiaobai corrected him seriously.
Oh, then let me check out the quality of your friend's song first. Huang Wenkai rubbed his hands, his eyes full of anticipation. Lu Xiaobai handed over a stack of music scores. Huang Wenkai was watching very seriously, and the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lu Xiaobai only felt his heart pounding and his hands trembling slightly. Even if he said that these songs were written by his friends, he would still feel embarrassed. It's really shameful that a person who wrote classic songs such as you, my desk mate in The Wind Rises, actually wrote these vulgar and bad songs.
Time passed minute by minute, and each second seemed as long as a century. What a great song! What a great song! This guy called Wang Dali is simply a genius. After a while, Huang Wenkai pounded the table excitedly. What? Lu Xiaobai was dumbfounded. You call this a good song? Are you blind or did I hear wrong? Yes, it's definitely a great song. The melody is catchy and the lyrics are easy to understand. Although it's not as artistically impressive as Mr. Lu's song, in terms of commercial value, it's definitely top-notch. Huang Wenkai paced back and forth in the office excitedly. As an artist and director of the production department, his musical talent is certainly not as good as Su Nanxiao's, but his business acumen is definitely top-notch in the industry. In his eyes, a good song is one that can create huge value for the company. That's good, that's good. When Lu Xiaobai heard this, the heavy stone in his heart instantly fell to the ground. Anyway, as long as you agree, I just want some money. Teacher Lu, please call Wang Dali to sign the contract immediately. I want all these songs. Huang Wenkai held Lu Xiaobai's hand tightly. My friend has given me full rights to these songs. You just need to sign a contract with me. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. He was well prepared for this and took out a power of attorney signed by his mother, as well as her ID card and bank card. This is the solution he came up with to have the best of both worlds. His mother doesn't need to show up, so it won't affect her reputation. At the same time, the income from the song sales can also be used as her pension. This idea is absolutely brilliant. Lu Xiaobai secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Chapter 39 My Heartbeat is Yours. Oh. Huang Wenkai finally reacted and quickly ordered his assistant to get the contract. After some negotiations, the two sides reached an agreement. The company paid a 2 million yuan advance to teacher Wang Dali and bought more than 20 of her songs. In addition, the subsequent share is 25%. By the way, Mr. Lu, if we need to find Wang Dali for something in the future, how can we contact her? Huang Wenkai asked after signing the contract. My friend doesn't like to communicate with outsiders. If you want to contact her in the future, just come to me. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. Oh, that's fine. Huang Wenkai had no suspicion of anything else. Many talented creative people have quirks. Maybe teacher Wang Dali is a socially anxious person. Teacher Lu, I hope you can recommend more outstanding creators like Wang Dali to us in the future. Of course. Also, we need to find a time to confirm the singers for these songs, and we'll need your cooperation then. Of course. As soon as Lu Xiaobai left the office, Huang Wenkai immediately logged into the company's intranet and posted a message. Outstanding musician Wang Dali has created more than 20 excellent songs in a row and needs to find the right sound. Artists who meet the following conditions are welcome to register. Just when Huang Wenkai finished editing the message and was about to click send, he suddenly hesitated. No one in the company knows who Wang Dali is. If we send it out like this, I'm afraid there will be very few people who sign up. So Huang Wenkai added another paragraph below. Please note that teacher Wang Dali is a good friend of teacher Lu Xiaobai. Only then did he click send with satisfaction. What Huang Wenkai didn't expect was that this news would cause such a shocking uproar in the company. After walking out of Huang Wencai's office, Lu Xiaobai was so happy that he was about to explode. Today, he has more than 7 million in savings, enough to buy a luxurious large flat. Only then did he have time to check his phone. Only then did Lu Xiaobai realize that Su Nanxiao had sent him a message several hours ago. I wasn't really angry just now, I thought you were going to confess to me. When Lu Xiaobai saw these words, his head buzzed and he felt extremely happy. So my little princess is waiting for a confession. I was busy counting money and didn't check my phone just now, now I'm catching up. From the moment you fell into my arms, you controlled my heartbeat. He quickly typed a line on the screen. At this moment, Su Nanxiao was curled up in a corner of the sofa. While absent-mindedly listening to Sister Qin nagging about next week's announcements, she swung her slender legs. When she found her phone vibrating, she couldn't wait to take it out and look at it. Ah! Su Nanxiao screamed and rolled around on the sofa with the pillow in her arms like a happy little rabbit. Nanxiao! Sister Qin was so frightened by the sudden noise that the itinerary in her hand fell to the ground. Pay attention to your artist's image. What if someone outside sees you? She was about to explode. The next morning, which was Saturday, Lu Xiaobai drove a Camry and brought his mother and sister to the entrance of the sales office of Yunqi Yaoyuan. This is a high-end residential area in Binhai City, and is of similar quality to where Su Nanxiao lives. The sales office lobby is magnificent, with the marble floor reflecting the crystal chandelier and the entire floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the artificial lake. The suspended sand table area is like a miniature city, with building models radiating bright light under the spotlight. Xiao Bai, how about we look somewhere else? The housing prices here are too high. Looking at the scene in front of her, Chang Yakin subconsciously shrank back. Mom, here it is, my son has money. Lu Xiaobai smiled and put his arm around his mother's shoulders. My mother has worried about money all her life. Now that I have the ability to let her live a good life, I can't hesitate any longer. Brother! Look! This building has a slide, a fountain, and an artificial lake. Lu Xiaoyan had already been standing on tiptoe, leaning against the glass, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of several sales ladies. Would you like to see the house, sir? One of the tall salesmen came over quickly. Her voice is sweet yet professional, and her badge on her chest reads Senior Account Manager, Lin Yan. Although Lu Xiaobai's family of 3 were dressed simply, she did not discriminate against them at all. As far as she knew, one should not look down on anyone in Binhai City. An old man wearing shorts and flip-flops may have dozens of properties to rent out at home. Yes, introduce me to a 500 square meter flat. Lu Xiaobai said. Hiss. All the sales ladies gasped. A 500 square meter house in Yunqi is priced at more than 7 million. Even Chang Yakin and Lu Xiaoyan were stunned. They originally thought that even if Lu Xiaobai wanted to buy a house, he would at most buy one of 80 or 90 square meters. 500 square meters? They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Son, isn't 500 square meters a bit too big? Chang Yakin awkwardly hid behind Lu Xiaobai and spoke in a low voice. Not big, not big. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand. Sir, would you like to see the model room first? The sales lady named Lin Yan asked with a smile. As she spoke, she pulled her collar, revealing a faint trace of her curves. If this man falls in love with me, it would be a blessing that I have earned in 3 lifetimes. Lead the way. Lu Xiaobai nodded. 4 people came to the model room and the sensor light lit up. Lu Xiaoyan covered her mouth and almost couldn't help screaming. She had been to Su Nanxiao's home and had long been envious of it. But here, it's no worse than there. She rushed into the children's room with a silly smile, then rushed to the bay window and held the plush toy cushion for a long time without letting go. Mom! Look! I can lie down here and count the stars. The moment the curtains were lifted, the sunlight shone on her excited little face. Chang Yakin stopped at the door of the master bedroom, her hands holding the doorframe trembling slightly. Such a big and luxurious house was something she could never have dreamed of before. Sir, let me introduce you to. Lin Yan said as she walked. No need to say, I bought this house. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand. Since both my mom and sister like it, what are you waiting for? Besides, the quality of the Yunqi real estate is well known in Binhai City. What? You're buying this now? Lin Yan opened her mouth wide. Is buying a house so casual? Do you think it's like buying cabbage? Okay, so are you paying in full or taking out a loan? Lin Yan calmed herself down and said. Pay in full. Sign the contract now. Lu Xiaobai was getting a little impatient. Full payment. Lin Yan was almost petrified, looking at Lu Xiaobai with a crazy look on her face. Sponsor, this is definitely a sponsor. As they walked out of the sales office, the sunlight cast long shadows on the 3 of them. We have a big house now. Lu Xiaoyan held the house purchase contract to her chest as if she was holding the most precious thing in the world. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Chang Yakin walked at the end, looking back at the building not far away from time to time. Old Lu. Did you see that? Our son has made great progress. He muttered to himself while tears flowed down his face. Lu Xiaobai slowed down, holding Lu Xiaoyan with one hand and putting his arm around his mother's thin shoulders with the other. He suddenly felt that the numbers on his bank card became very light, while his family's happiness was extremely heavy. Chapter 40 Book a flight and return to Binhai City immediately. Who is Wang Dali? Li Siki, who was far away in the mountain city preparing for a commercial performance, had just finished rehearsal and was staring at her phone in a daze. Until she saw the last sentence of the message. The next second, she sat up straight, her pupils shrank slightly, and her breathing quickened. Sister Lan, book a flight for tomorrow. I want to go back to Binhai City. She stood up suddenly, her voice filled with unquestionable determination. Are you crazy? Tomorrow is the biggest commercial performance in Shanchang.
The organizers spent a lot of money, your appearance fee is a full 200,000.
Do you know how many second-tier singers can't get this price now? Sister Lan was checking her schedule with her head down.
When she heard this, she suddenly looked up with a look of disbelief. Since singing Silence, Lisiki has not only received many invitations, but her net worth has also doubled.
To describe it in one sentence, a pheasant turns into a phoenix. I turned it down.
I told the organizers that I was not feeling well and could not go on stage. Teacher Lu's friend, Wang Dali, has written over 20 songs and is now looking for auditions. Lisiki ignored her shock, quickly packed up her things, and said without looking up.
Is it just for this? It's not a song written by teacher Lu Xiaobai himself, so why are you so excited? Sister Lan was stunned and said with a helpless smile. You don't understand. Birds of a feather flock together. How could anyone who can be friends with teacher Lu be simple? Lisiki whispered.
Ever since she sang Lu Xiaobai's song, she seemed to be blessed by fate, and she jumped from an unknown third-tier singer to a popular and powerful singer.
She knew better than anyone else that Lu Xiaobai's vision would never be wrong.
Even if she has to turn down a 200,000 yuan commercial performance, even if it means offending the organizer, she must go back.
Wang Dali. Lu Xiaobai's friend, more than 20 songs, audition.
Lin Zimo, who was preparing for a concert in Beijing, was staring at the screen of his mobile phone, and his breathing unconsciously became heavier. He is the most famous male singer under Longting and is a quasi-first-line singer. If Su Nanqiao is the number one sister of Longting used to be Zhou Mingqi, then he is the number one brother.
The opportunity has come.
Lin Zimo stood up suddenly and said, book a plane ticket and return to Binhai City immediately. After hearing this, his assistant looked up suddenly with an expression of disbelief.
Brother Lin, you can't leave. The concert starts in 5 days. The stage, the band, the lighting, the entire team is waiting for you to rehearse.
The assistant's voice trembled. I will definitely go to support the song written by Mr. Lu's friend.
Maybe I can use this opportunity to establish a relationship with teacher Lu.
Lin Zimo said firmly. He has been looking for an unknown person to invite him to write songs, but no one knows the identity of this mysterious person.
And Lu Xiaobai is the only musician whose creative level can barely be compared with that of the unknown person.
Therefore, he must establish a relationship with Lu Xiaobai. At this time, even Zhou Mingqi gritted her teeth and signed up for the audition. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was at her wits' end. Since the scandal was exposed, this former queen of the music world has been like a rat crossing the street, with everyone avoiding her. All the famous creators of Longting Entertainment avoided her, and even Li Wenbo distanced himself from her.
You really can't blame anyone else for this.
Who would have thought that she would instruct her young boyfriend to frame Su Nanqiao and try to ruin her future?
This kind of despicable means is a taboo in the circle.
In order to turn things around, Zhou Mingqi had no choice but to be thick-skinned and ease the relationship between her and Lu Xiaobai. At this time, the message sent by Huang Wenkai caused quite a stir among all the artists in the company.
The artists who usually shine brightly on the stage are now rushing to the company. Of course, there is only one exception, and that is Su Nanqiao. The reason is simple.
Almost all the good songs written by Lu Xiaobai were given to her. Naturally, she was not very interested in singing Wang Dali's songs, even though he was Lu Xiaobai's friend.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Huang Wenkai stared at the computer screen and muttered to himself. On the screen, the registration list continued to grow, covering almost all the artists in the company.
He never expected that everyone's enthusiasm would be so high.
And the root of all this is just the sentence he added in the message. If Mr. Lu writes a song himself in the future, I don't know how crazy everyone will be. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before dawn that day, Lu Xiaobai's family of 3 all got up and packed their things.
Today is moving day. Mom, you've been wearing that dress for 3 years. Just throw it away. It's not like you can't afford it. Kid, even if we have money now, we still have to be frugal in our lives, understand? Are you still planning to take those 2 broken fans to your new home? Our new home has central air conditioning. There's no electricity bill for air conditioning? You kid, you've never experienced hard times. Damn it, Shayan, you stuffed that broken spinning top into your bag? It's almost full. That's the first toy my mom bought me, so of course I have to take it with me. Looking at his busy and excited mother and sister, Lu Xiaobai smiled bitterly. These 2 people have been living in hardship for too long, and they can't change their good habit of thriftiness. Ding ling ling. Just then, Lu Xiaobai's cell phone rang.
It was Su Nanxiao calling.
Xiaobai, I'm downstairs at your house.
I bought a lot of gifts for my aunt in Shaoyan.
Come down and help me move my things. Why are you here? Today is your housewarming day. How could I be absent on such an important day?
Su Nanxiao chuckled, but there was a hint of shyness in her voice. Although they had officially established a relationship, this was her first time meeting Lu Xiaobai's mother.
The moment Su Nanxiao walked in with bags of gifts, the whole room seemed to be brighter.
The clothes in Chang Yakin's hands fell to the ground with a plop and her breathing stopped. She had never seen such a beautiful girl. Her porcelain white skin was faintly pink, and her facial features were so delicate that they seemed to have been carved by God himself. It was just a simple white t-shirt and jeans, but it made her waist look slim, her legs long, and her curves beautiful.
Hello, Auntie.
Su Nanxiao put down the gift in his hand, bowed slightly, and his voice was as sweet as a clear spring.
She's Sister Nanxiao, a big star.
Lu Xiaoyan jumped over excitedly to introduce.
My son's friend? Or a famous star?
Chang Yakin widened her eyes, her CPU was almost burned out. Ahem, let me officially announce that she is my girlfriend.
Lu Xiaobai said.
Actually, it was his wife, but these two words were too shocking to say.
Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao's face instantly turned red from cheeks to ears.
She lowered her head in shame, her long eyelashes trembling, so cute that it made people's hearts melt.
Chapter 41. I wouldn't sing it to you even if I sang it to a dog. Girlfriend? A big star? Chang Yakin almost fainted.
I admit that my son's earning ability is a little bit better, but having a female celebrity as his girlfriend is a bit too much.
Auntie, let me help you clean up.
Seeing Chang Yakin still standing there in a daze, Su Nanxiao pursed her lips and smiled. Without waiting for Chang Yakin to refuse, he squatted down and began to sort out the scattered clothes.
This? How can I be so embarrassed? Chang Yakin was at a loss. You're welcome.
I often do housework at home. Su Nanxiao raised his head, his eyebrows curved into crescents.
I don't believe you.
Lu Xiaobai rolled his eyes and complained silently in his heart. But what he didn't expect was that Su Nanxiao was actually quite good at doing housework. Her slender hands were folding clothes skillfully, making each piece neatly folded. The sunlight shone through the window onto her serious profile, and even the tiny hairs were coated with a layer of soft light, making her look as beautiful as a painting.
Lu Xiaobai looked a little dazed. Big stars fold clothes better than me? Auntie, do you want to take this away?
Su Nanxiao held up a sewing box filled with colorful buttons.
Yes, yes. If a button falls off, you can sew it back on and continue using it. Chang Yakin nodded quickly. Lu Xiaobai covered his face. This is so embarrassing. However, you really know how to live. Su Nanxiao did not show any disgust.
Instead, he carefully wrapped the sewing box and put it into the storage bag.
Her praise was so sincere that it warmed Chang Yakin's heart. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning.
The four of them spent more than an hour cleaning up. Su Nanxiao was so tired that he was sweating all over, but he was still meticulous.
Chang Yakin looked at this scene and her eyes suddenly felt hot. What a nice girl.
It's a pity that she is paired with my rebellious son.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, the four finally arrived at their new home. Wow!
As soon as Lu Xiaoyan stepped into the door of her new home, she was like a happy little rabbit.
Brother, brother! This living room is bigger than our old home.
She spun in circles on the floor in excitement.
Oh my dear, the new floor must not be dirty.
Chang Yakin grabbed the back of her collar. But Chang Yakin's own hands were also shaking slightly.
She stood at the entrance, looking at the spacious and bright living room and the high-end furniture, and for a moment she didn't dare to go in.
Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Xiaobai suddenly felt extremely warm and happy.
Hey, great talent, you're now better at making money than I am. I'm going to rely on you for support from now on. Su Nanxiao poked him on the back.
Okay, I'll support you forever.
Lu Xiaobai lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Su Nanxiao's face flushed red and his voice was as low as a mosquito's hum.
At this moment, her cheeks were burning hot and even her breathing became rapid.
By the way, who is that Wang Dali?
In order to ease the embarrassment, Su Nanxiao quickly changed the subject.
It's my mom, actually. Lu Xiaobai smiled.
As he spoke, he explained the whole thing in detail.
Puff. I was wondering how you could make money so quickly. Su Nanxiao covered his mouth and laughed. That's why I didn't tell you about this.
Of course I keep the good songs for my wife, and give the cheesy songs to others.
Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. Loquacious. Su Nanxiao's pink cheeks flushed slightly.
But then again, you don't have to sing all the good songs for me.
You should also write more songs for other people.
For example, the song Silence is more suitable for Sister Siki to sing. Su Nanxiao suddenly said seriously. Lu Xiaobai thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Su Nanxiao's voice is very thin and sweet, but in fact she can't handle many songs.
For example, My Deskmate and Where Has the Time Gone?
If these songs were sung by someone else, the effect would actually be better. Longting Entertainment Company, Limited has never been as lively as it is today.
The lounge area outside the recording studio was packed with people. Except Su Nanxiao, almost all the artists have returned.
Even some A-list celebrities who are rarely seen in normal times put aside their airs and squeezed into the crowd. They gathered in twos and threes, their eyes occasionally looking towards the door of the recording studio, their faces full of anticipation.
I heard that Lu Xiaobai is personally in charge this time?
Yes, it is said that his mysterious friend gave him full authority over the work. It would be great if I could use this to smooth things over with Teacher Lu.
Hey, I used to look down on him. Isn't it? Li Siki is indeed discerning.
She signed up for the audition despite the pressure. Suddenly, the door opened and everyone looked over.
Li Siki walked out of the recording studio, and anyone could see the excitement on her face. Siki, did you succeed? A female artist who was close to her asked impatiently.
Yeah, I got 3 songs.
Li Siki made a victory gesture. How is the quality of the songs? Another artist asked. Although it's not as good as the song Silence, it's definitely a classic. Director Huang's evaluation is that each song has the potential to become a hit. Hiss. Everyone gasped and looked at Li Siki with blazing envy in their eyes. Who doesn't know that Director Huang's business acumen is top-notch in the industry?
Since he said so, he is probably not wrong.
Teacher Wang Dali is truly amazing. He's truly a friend of Teacher Lu. Someone sighed.
Not long after, the door opened again. The one who came out this time was Longting's #1, Lin Zimo, with a rare blush of excitement on his usually calm face.
Zimo, how was your audition? Zhou Mingqi asked. Lin Zimo nodded, his face full of excitement. Genius, Teacher Wang Dali is truly a genius. He kept repeating it in his mouth. The success of Li Siki and Lin Zimo has made everyone more excited. But as time went on, more and more artists came out dejected they couldn't even get a single song. How is that possible? Even Chen Xian was eliminated? Some people were talking in low voices. Chen Xian is a talented female singer in the company with a very recognizable voice.
But at this moment her face turned pale, she just shook her head, and left in disappointment.
Finally it was Zhou Mingqi's turn. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Get out.
Before she could close the door, Lu Xiaobai's cold voice came.
You, how could you do this to me? Zhou Mingqi froze in place instantly, his face pale.
She had expected Lu Xiaobai to give her a hard time, but she hadn't expected him to not even give her a chance to sing, embarrassing her in front of everyone.
I'd rather give Teacher Wang Dali's songs to a dog than to you. Lu Xiaobai sneered. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Zhou Mingqi's face turned from pale to blue, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Lu Xiaobai. Don't go too far. This is Mr. Wang Dali's song. What right do you have to make the decision for him?
She finally burst out, her voice piercingly sharp.
Chapter 42 Li Wenba, it's time to settle the score.
She left the song entirely to me, and I can give it to whoever I want.
Is there a problem? Lu Xiaobai said slowly.
Zhou Mingqi bit her lower lip tightly, and finally turned around and walked away quickly amid the mocking or sympathetic gazes of the crowd. After the farce, the audition continued. Just as the session was drawing to a close, the studio door opened once again. This time, 2 figures came out that almost no one noticed: Lin Dashuan and Wu Lan, a man and a woman.
They are not the artists that the company promotes, and they are not even famous. Did you succeed? Someone asked tentatively.
Teacher Lu Xiaobai asked me to form a group with Wu Lan, so he gave us a total of 12 songs. Lin Dachuan touched his head naively.
What? The entire rest area exploded instantly. 12 songs? Are you kidding me? Why? The two of them combined took more than Lin Zimo and Li Siki? What's wrong with teacher Lu Xiaobai? They don't even have a representative work.
Feelings of jealousy, confusion, and anger spread among the crowd. Several artists who usually had little interaction with Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan now had thorns in their eyes.
Inside the recording studio. Teacher Lu, I don't understand why you like those two people.
They have plain looks and old-fashioned singing voices.
No young people like them at all.
Huang Wenkai heard the commotion outside and said in confusion.
Lu Xiaobai smiled but said nothing.
Lin Dachuan's voice is as deep as the desert wind and sand.
Although Wu Lan is petite and delicate, her voice is extremely penetrating when she opens her mouth. Isn't this the Phoenix legend from the previous life? So what if it's tacky? The ultimate tacky is trendy.
If they formed a group, all the old people would go crazy for them. After coming out of the recording studio, Lu Xiaobai went straight to the data room. He retrieved all the music scores of Li Wenbo since his debut and brought a thick stack back to the office.
Li Wenbo, it's time for us to settle the accounts. Lu Xiaobai's mouth curled up into a cold smile.
Now, the main culprit Zhou Mingqi has been disgraced and it is probably difficult for him to make a comeback. But this accomplice who hid behind the scenes and made suggestions is still at large.
Lu Xiaobai first opened the system panel.
Today, his reputation value has reached 12,000 points. He spent 10,000 reputation points to exchange for the intermediate music theory mastery skill. As a result, his reputation value was only over 2,000. It seems not worthwhile to waste so much reputation points just to deal with a mere Li Wenbo.
Actually, it is not.
If you want to become a real behind-the-scenes boss, music theory is a necessary skill. At this point, the panel displays
Reputation, 2,129 points. Skills already possessed, elementary piano playing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency. Exchangeable skills, none.
After exchanging for the intermediate music theory mastery skill, Lu Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to find that countless music theory knowledge was pouring into him. The chord progression that was once obscure and difficult to understand can now be seen through at a glance. Those complicated arranging techniques now became simple and clear in his eyes.
Afterwards, Lu Xiaobai began to study all of Li Wenbo's music scores. It only took him half an hour to see the clues. Alright, Li Wenbo, I'm going to rip off your reputation as a famous creator this time. Lu Xiaobai was very happy. I have made so many preparations, including opening a Weibo account and exchanging for music theory proficiency skills. Revenge officially begins. Lu Xiaobai turned off the computer, lights, and air conditioner and prepared to get off work. He first went to Binhai Primary School to pick up Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao after school. Afterwards, he drove Lu Xiaoyan back home. Then he drove Su Mengyao to Su Nanxiao's house. In fact, Lu Xiaobai didn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just take the two little girls to his home. Of course, his real purpose in doing this was to get the equipment from Su Nanxiao's family. In the passenger seat, Su Mengyao was holding her school bag, her face tense, but she would steal glances at Lu Xiaobai from time to time. Your expression is not right. You keep sneering. It's obvious that you have bad intentions, she said with a frown. You figured this out? You're right, I'm going to make trouble later. Lu Xiaobai smiled mysteriously. Making trouble? What kind of trouble? Can I join in? Su Mingyao's eyes lit up. Come to think of it, I really need your help with this matter. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly. As Su Nanxiao's younger sister, Su Mengyao also inherited musical talent and is also a top student. This is the perfect little helper. Then tell me, what are you going to do? Su Mengyao's big eyes twinkled. You know about Zhou Mingqi's false accusation against your sister, right? Lu Xiaobai asked. Of course, that woman was absolutely disgusting, and what's happened to her now is really gratifying. Su Mengyao pursed her lips tightly. There's an accomplice behind that incident, and I'm going to deal with that person next. Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice. Okay, if you have any requests, just tell me and I'll do my best. Su Mengyao clenched her fists. Lu Xiaobai smiled. This little girl is usually very aloof, but she actually cares about and protects her family very much. As they were talking, the two of them had already entered Su Nanxiao's house.
Su Nanxiao went to perform in another place, and only the nanny, Lu Xiaobai, and Su Mengyao were left at home. As soon as the two finished their meal, they went straight into Su Nanxiao's practice room.
What do we do next? The little girl looked excited.
Lu Xiaobai ignored her and concentrated on adjusting the angle of his phone's camera.
Let's get started now. After Lu Xiaobai was finally ready, Su Mengyao asked again. Put this on first. Lu Xiaobai threw the mask and sunglasses at the little girl.
As a brother-in-law, he must protect his sister-in-law's privacy.
Longting Entertainment Limited. Although it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Wenba had not yet left work.
Ever since director Zhang chose silence last time, his status in the company has declined sharply. Therefore, he has been holding back his energy for some time, preparing to write a few good songs to slap Lu Xiaobai in the face.
Oh my god. Anonymous person posted on Weibo saying he wants to film a teaching video.
At this moment, a colleague next to Li Wenba suddenly shouted excitedly.
What?
After hearing this, the songwriters who were still working overtime to write songs became excited. Everyone put down their work and clicked on the Weibo of anonymous person. It's such a huge surprise that this big guy actually teaches the class in person.
How can I miss it?
Not to mention them, even netizens were excited and everyone was waiting by their computers.
The unknown person appears in the video this time, and his true identity should be revealed, right?
They all wanted to see the real face of this big man.
At this time, even Su Nanxiao opened Weibo curiously to watch. Lu Xiaobai didn't tell her about this. Hello, my fans and friends, I am the Nameless Man. The little girl next to me is my sister, her name is Yao Yao.
In the video, Lu Xiaobai greeted everyone with a smile.
Fuck you. Netizens were immediately disappointed. Because Lu Xiaobai and the little lowly beside him were fully armed and covered tightly. Chapter 43, It turns out you are not a creator, but a tailor. Did you notice that the boss is actually a little brother? He's so young.
I can tell he must be very handsome.
And the voice is super nice, very magnetic.
His sister is also very cute, like a porcelain doll. At this time, careful netizens began to discuss.
Although Lu Xiaobai and Su Mengyao were both wearing masks, their outlines could still be roughly seen.
A lot of my fans want to know how I create music, so I wanted to record a video today to explain it in detail.
This time, let's talk about the arrangement first.
We all know that arranging music is not only one of the core aspects of music creation, but also.
Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. At this point, music creators began to feel disappointed. They would rather know how the unknown person wrote lyrics and composed music. They have no interest in arranging music. But it's good to listen to it. After all, this is a class taught by a great master himself.
Besides, understanding arrangement is also very helpful for music creation.
But netizens don't care about these.
Their only purpose is to see more of the great God and listen to his voice more.
What is this thing called Xiaobalo for?
Su Nanxiao frowned slightly. She knew Lu Xiaobai's character and knew that he would never do anything without a purpose. There must be another deeper meaning behind this matter.
I don't want to talk too much about theoretical knowledge. I think it will bore everyone if I say too much. Let's get straight to the actual combat.
Here, I would like to use a few songs that are well loved by everyone to practice. After Lu Xiaobai finished speaking, the music scores of several songs appeared in the video.
Fuck. Li Wenba's eyes widened in front of the computer.
Because all the music scores on the screen are songs written by him.
You're truly worthy of being teacherly.
Even the great teacher chose your songs for his lectures.
Yeah, teacherly is going to be famous now. Who says he's a famous creator? We little Camillas can't compare to him. Colleagues around him all praise Li Wenba. Li Wenba was overjoyed and quickly forwarded the video link to various WeChat groups. Come and take a look, the master is analyzing my work. He wants to let everyone know that his song has been picked up by a famous artist. Let's take a look at the song Wings of Love first. We can clearly see from the music that the chord progression of this song is 6/4/4. And the song is in the key of C major, so we gave it the chords A, M, F, C, G. Next we'll add broken chords. Lu Xiaobai wrote on the paper and explained carefully. Master, your explanation is so easy to understand. Even a tone-deaf person like me can get it. Fuck. This is the first time I've realized that arranging music is so simple. Awesome.
The more talented they are, the simpler their lectures are.
Unlike our university professors, I can't understand 9 out of 10 of their sentences. Netizens are talking about it. Okay, the accompaniment for this song is ready. Yao Yao, have you learned it? Lu Xiaobai turned and looked at Su Mengyao. Brother, are you kidding me? How can you not learn something so simple?
The cold lowly curled her lips. The next 10 minutes were arguably the most embarrassing public execution in the Chinese music scene.
Then you can provide the accompaniment for the next song, Love Me. Lu Xiaobai said. You're insulting my intelligence.
Su Mengyao said in feigned anger.
How did I insult your intelligence? Lu Xiaobai asked doubtfully.
Look, the chord progression of this song is also 6/4/4, and it's also in the key of C major. There's no need for an instrumental, just stick with the one from the previous song. Su Mengyao pointed to the music score of the song Love Me.
Oh, that's true. Let's move on to the next song then. Brother, are you full and bored? What happened again? The same goes for the third one. Then let's go to the next one. Don't be so boring, okay? This one's the same.
After seeing Lu Xiaobai and his sister bickering in the video, many people began to come to their senses. It turns out that it's not that the arrangement is simple, but that the melodies of these songs are very low level and they all follow the same routine. I've always thought these songs were incredibly tacky, but I couldn't put my finger on why.
This analysis by the great author explains it all. That's a case solved.
These crappy songs all use the same formula, even the melody is like copy-paste. I was wondering why every time I heard these songs, the melodies seemed so monotonous and repetitive.
Fuck, this assembly line songwriting method is really polluting my ears. Netizens started to curse.
At this time, Li Wenbo, sitting in front of the computer, was pale and his hands were shaking.
His phone vibrated like crazy. Teacher Li, it turns out you're not a creator, but a tailor. I've learned a lot this time. I didn't know there was a way to write a song.
I guess you only use Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V when writing songs. The eyes of colleagues around him all changed when they looked at Li Wenbo.
Yao Yao, let me play the accompaniment now. You sing these songs one after another and we'll see if they harmonize, okay?
In the video, Lu Xiaobai continued. No, these are all crap songs.
I won't sing them.
Su Mengyao curled her lips.
Yao Yao, aren't you a little girl being too presumptuous? How dare you insult a famous songwriter like this? Don't you know these songs are all masterpieces by the great Li Wenbo? Lu Xiaobai said angrily. Okay. Don't be angry, brother. I'll just sing it reluctantly. Su Mengyao blinked her big eyes. It's over. It's all over this time.
Upon hearing this, Li Wenbo's eyes turned black and he fell to the ground.
At this point, netizens were already going wild. So these songs were all written by Li Wenbo. Fuck you. A famous songwriter writes such rubbish. Ugh.
With this level of skill, the music is simple, and the lyrics are lame.
Even I can write this. It's a disgrace to the music industry.
I used to think of him as my idol, but now I think I was really blind.
Speaking of which, the boss is really modest.
The songs he wrote are 100 times better than Li Wenbo's, and yet he still calls him a god. That's right, the more talented a person is, the more humble he is. Seeing this, Su Nanxiao's lips curled up into a sweet smile.
The truth is out. The purpose of Xiaobai posting the video was actually to support me. I am so lucky to have such a good husband. Lu Xiaobai's video ended quickly. But the aftermath is far from over. From tonight on, Li Wenbo's name will be forever engraved on the pillar of shame.
Early the next morning, the entry hashtag Li Wenbo's song quality is questioned hashtag climbed to the top of the hot search list. The number of readings exceeded 500 million in just a few hours, and the comment section was flooded with netizens' complaints. Soon, many music critics and professional musicians also joined the discussion.
Chapter 44, Flying Bugs Amazes the Audience.
Veteran music critic Melody Catcher posted a long article saying, from a music theory perspective, Mr. Li Wenbo's use of chords in these songs is indeed too monotonous, with almost no technical skill at all, and is completely unworthy of a well-known composer. His evaluation is relatively objective, but other people's complaints are really poisonous.
Well-known music critic, the venomous Lao Tan.
I suggest renaming Li Wenbo's collection of works 100 Ways to Repeat Chord Trends, priced at 9.9 with free shipping, perfect for bathroom reading.
Professor Zhang from the Conservatory of Music.
Today's video has been designated as a negative example for the composition department.
Assignment: find all the tropes in Lee Wenba's songs. If you find less than 20, you'll be deemed a failing grade.
It's true that when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Some small creators who had been suppressed by Lee Wenba also plucked up the courage to stand up. They shared their experiences on Weibo, telling how Lee Wenba used his position to exclude them and make it difficult for their works to get opportunities to be displayed.
These revelations have made netizens have a worse impression of Lee Wenba. The topic of Lee Wenba suppressing newcomers gradually fermented on Weibo.
At this time, Lee Wenba had just woken up from the hospital.
Looking at the negative comments on my phone, I felt hopeless.
On the other hand, Lu Xiaobai unexpectedly gained a large number of fans during this storm.
Many netizens left messages under the Weibo of anonymous person. Please stop being so modest in the future. Your songs are way better than Lee Wenba's. If you call him a god, then what are you?
Please come up with more revelations like this in the future so that we can see the true face of these so-called famous creators.
Boss, not only do you write great songs, but you also dare to expose the chaos in the industry. I admire you so much. What an unexpected surprise.
Lu Xiaobai swore that he had posted the video just to attack Lee Wenba, but he didn't expect to gain a large number of fans. At this time, his Weibo followers have reached 50 million.
Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel. Reputation, 4,023 points. Skills already possessed: elementary piano playing ability, intermediate music theory proficiency. Exchangeable skills, none.
In the blink of an eye, a week had passed and red lanterns were quietly hung on the streets of Binhai City. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and today is the day of the Binhai Primary School's Mid-Autumn Festival cultural performance.
Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao both turned down their work and watched the performance as parents. At this time, Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao were still making preparations backstage.
The two of them walked hand in hand along the campus corridor.
These kids are so full of energy. I envy them so much.
Looking at the children chasing each other on the lawn, Lu Xiaobai sighed.
Stop. Grandpa, how old are you? Su Nanxiao reached out and pinched his cheek. If you add up my ages from my previous lives, I'm probably already 50.
Lu Xiaobai sighed in his heart.
The two of them laughed and joked, attracting the attention of countless parents and teachers.
Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao rarely come to school, so most people don't know them.
Whose parents are these? They look like celebrities.
Exactly, especially that mother, with her figure and skin, wow.
Mom, that sister looks like a fairy on TV. Everyone was talking about it.
Su Nanxiao's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly buried her face in Lu Xiaobai's shoulder. It was very embarrassing for her, a young girl, to be mistaken for mother.
The show finally began.
The auditorium was packed with almost all the children's parents and family members. Of course, no one expected that Dragon Country's hottest star and most talented musician would be among them. The performance opened with a chorus of Invisible Wings. Just as Lu Xiaoyan said, this song has become the school anthem. Su Nanxiao was so happy that his heart was filled with joy. She had never thought that her songs would one day be heard on campus. Next, let's invite Zhang Yuhang from Class 4, Grade 6 to perform the classic children's song, My Dream. As the announcer finished speaking, the show officially began. Lu Xiaobai was a little excited at first. Since it is a classic children's song, it must be good.
However, he soon frowned. This kind of crappy song is called a classic? Lu Xiaobai muttered.
Both the lyrics and the music are terrible.
That's pretty good. Do you think everyone is as talented as you?
Su Nanxiao held Lu Xiaobai's arms with both hands and rolled his eyes.
Young people nowadays really don't know how to appreciate it.
This is the most classic children's song in our Dragon Country.
An uncle with a beer belly next to him said disdainfully after hearing what Lu Xiaobai said. Lu Xiaobai smiled but said nothing. Halfway through the show, the announcer sounded again.
Now please enjoy our original song, The Bugs Are Flying.
Performers, Lu Xiaoyan from Class 2, Grade 3, and Su Mengyao from Class 1, Grade 4. The audience instantly exploded. Did I hear that right? Original song? I actually heard an original song in elementary school? That's outrageous.
A primary school student created an original song.
Is this song acceptable?
You're just a kid, don't ask for too much. Amidst whispers, two little girls came out hand in hand. Lu Xiaoyan on the left is wearing a light blue puffy skirt, while Su Mengyao on the right has smooth black hair draped over her shoulders.
Oh my god, whose child is this? Is this a real person or a doll? So pretty and kawaii. My heart is melting. I really want to take him home and raise him.
After looking at them and then at my fat daughter, I suddenly felt that my own child was not so attractive.
Many parents covered their mouths and exclaimed. The next song is called Flying Insects. My brother wrote the lyrics and composed the music. I hope you like it. Thank you.
Amidst the exclamations, Lu Xiaoyan bowed gracefully. This little girl is becoming more and more generous and cheerful.
Lu Xiaobai smiled with relief. The piano prelude sounded, and Lu Xiaoyan spoke first.
The dark sky hangs low, with bright stars following.
Fly, 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 who are you missing?
The young but clear voice made everyone hold their breath.
Immediately afterwards, Su Mengyao also began to sing.
The stars in the sky shed tears, and the roses on the ground wither. The cold wind blows, as long as I have you by my side. The principal's glasses, which were half adjusted, froze on his face. The man with a beer belly opened his mouth and his thermos cup rolled down with a bang. At this time, even the most naughty little boy became quiet and sat motionless in his parents' arms. Not only are the two little girls pretty, but they also sing so beautifully, it's simply amazing. Insects fly, flowers sleep, and only in pairs do they become beautiful.
The two little girls began to sing. What a beautiful conception! These lyrics are amazing.
Such a clean and clear voice, it simply cleanses my soul.
Chapter 45. Is this the Queen's behavior? Everyone was immersed in the singing, feeling infinite emotion in their hearts.
At the same time, more and more people took out their mobile phones and started recording videos. When the last note fell, Su Mengyao performed an elegant curtsy, and Lu Xiaoyan playfully made a heart shape with her hands.
The audience was silent for 10 seconds, and then thunderous applause broke out. Marvelous!
The head teacher in the front row clapped his hands until they turned red.
It's such a classic. This is the best children's song I've ever heard.
A father grabbed his wife's hand and shook it.
If I post this online, I'll become an internet celebrity.
A young mother's eyes lit up.
The night breeze after the performance brought the coolness of early autumn. Lu Xiaobai held Su Nanxiao's hand and walked slowly on the tree-lined avenue of the Yunqi residential area. The two little girls had already been taken home by the nanny to sleep, and now they were the only ones left. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, the two have been looking for opportunities to be alone, and naturally they cannot miss such a good opportunity. At this time, it was already late, and this was a high-end residential area, so there were almost no people on the street. Nan Xiao, have you noticed? Mengyao seems to be more cheerful now. Lu Xiaobai suddenly said. Indeed, I saw her talking to many children. This is all thanks to your great talent.
If you hadn't written that song, A Bug's Flying, she probably wouldn't have walked onto the stage.
Su Nanxiao looked at him with admiration. Thank you so much. Lu Xiaobai smiled and clasped his fists. By the way, I want to hear the song I Only Care About You that you sang to me that day again.
Su Nanxiao held Lu Xiaobai's right hand with both hands, raised her little face and said,
Okay.
Lu Xiaobai's heart softened, and he took her to the stone bench by the roadside and sat down.
Where would I be if I hadn't met you? How are the days going? Should we cherish our lives?
As Lu Xiaobai hummed softly, Su Nanxiao leaned on his shoulder unconsciously.
The moon is beautiful tonight, but your song is even more beautiful.
Su Nanxiao snuggled in his arms and spoke softly.
What you actually want to say is, the song is good, but I can't sing it well, right?
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows.
It's okay.
Su Nanxiao smiled playfully.
Excuse me, did you write that song just now?
At this moment, a cold voice came from beside him.
The two looked back and saw a slender woman wearing a mask and sunglasses. Who are you? Lu Xiaobai asked doubtfully. Sister Qinggu, is that you?
Suddenly, Su Nanxiao stood up as if he had been electrocuted and spoke excitedly.
Nanxiao, I didn't expect you to recognize me like this.
The woman took off her mask and said lightly. It turns out that she is Gu Qinggu, the real queen of the Chinese music scene. This person is a real queen, not a traffic queen like Zhou Mingqi. She has been in the industry for 20 years, has won 17 Golden Melody Awards, and her album sales have consistently topped the charts.
Sister Qinggu, how come I meet you here? What a coincidence!
Su Nanxiao said in surprise.
I'm the owner of this place.
I just came down for a walk after dinner.
Gu Qingwu smiled.
She's so well maintained, you can't tell she's already in her 40s.
Lu Xiaobai muttered to himself. That song you just sang was really good. Did you write it? Gu Qingwu turned and looked at Lu Xiaobai. Yes. Lu Xiaobai said lightly.
For some reason, he really disliked this queen. I always feel that there is a sense of arrogance and indifference in her words and actions, as if she is looking down on everyone. Although Su Mengyao is also very cold, she is not arrogant at all.
Instead, she gives people a lovely feeling. Are you sure? Do you own the copyright to the lyrics and music? Gu Qingwu asked. Does it have anything to do with you?
Lu Xiaobai's voice turned cold.
Are you interrogating a prisoner? I really like this song. Sell it to me. I'll give you 500,000?
Gu Qingwu stretched out 5 fingers, looking very generous.
500,000? Lu Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me?
From what she said, the 500,000 is to buy out the copyright.
In other words, Lu Xiaobai will not be able to enjoy any share in the future. Sister Qingwu, aren't you going a little too far?
You and I both understand music, and we should know the value of this song.
A mere 500,000 yuan, are you thinking you're buying cabbage? Su Nanxiao was a little angry. He should be a newcomer, right? This price is already very generous. Even songs by mid-level domestic songwriters are priced around this price. Gu Qingwu was a little surprised.
She really couldn't understand why Lu Xiaobai disagreed with her high price. Nanxiao, let's go and stop talking nonsense with her. Lu Xiaobai stood up with a cold face and prepared to leave. When Su Nanxiao bought his song, he offered a price of 1 million. I can't believe such a great queen can be so stingy and arrogant.
He was really disgusted. Then 600,000 should be fine, right? A newbie should know their limits.
Gu Qingwu said in a cold voice. She thought Lu Xiaobai was playing hard to get, so she continued to raise the price.
Empress Gu. Lu Xiaobai suddenly turned around. Gu Qingwu was overjoyed. It seems that the newlyweds still can't resist the temptation of money.
Buying a classic song for only 600,000 yuan is really a huge profit.
Why do you think I would sing this song for you and not for Nanxiao?
Lu Xiaobai looked into her eyes.
This is the question he has always wanted to ask. I am a queen of pop.
My singing skills are at the top level in the Chinese music scene.
Good songs should be promoted by me. Gu Qingwu said without hesitation. Walk. The arrogance in her tone made Lu Xiaobai completely lose his patience. He took Su Nanxiao and walked away without looking back. If he didn't leave, he was afraid he would hit someone. Is this what the queen is like? Why should good songs be given to you? How shameless. A newcomer is so arrogant.
Looking at Lu Xiaobai's back, a sharp light flashed in Gu Qingwu's eyes.
That night after the performance, the live video of the bugs are flying went viral on the internet.
Hashtag primary school students original divine song hashtag. Hashtag the sound of insects flying is so beautiful hashtag. Hashtag requesting information about the composer hashtag.
Hot search terms surged one after another. The comments section exploded.
The stars in the sky are crying, and the roses on the ground are withering.
This artistic conception is absolutely amazing. Please give me the source. My daughter listened to it 30 times and still won't go to sleep. Who wrote this? This level is better than any professional musician. Did the little girl say it was written by her brother? Just as the entire internet was frantically searching for this mysterious brother, Su Nanxiao's agency suddenly issued an announcement.
The lyricist and composer of the classic song Bugs Flying is nameless person.
This song will soon be included in Su Nanxiao's new album The Dark Sky. Please stay tuned. As soon as the announcement came out, the entire internet exploded instantly. Chapter 46 Release of Mini Album.
I was wondering why it sounded so good. It turns out it's unknown person again. This nameless person is incredibly talented, and he's sung one classic hit after another. It feels like his creative energy will never run out. Thinking about it, he wrote all 6 songs, Invisible Wings, Love You, Where Has the Time Gone, My Deskmate, The Wind Rises, and The Insects Are Flying, in just a few weeks.
That's outrageous. When everyone was discussing it heatedly, a netizen suddenly said, "Have you noticed that his songs have been dominating the music charts lately? If he writes a few more songs, I'm afraid there won't be room for anyone else in the top 10. After some recollection, netizens found that it was indeed the case.
For 2 or 3 weeks, his songs never fell out of the top 7 on the music charts. In other words, apart from Lu Xiaobai's Semo, which made it into the top 5, no one else's song can compete with it.
Looking across the entire Dragon Nation, besides Lu Xiaobai, who else can contend with him? This boy is so terrifying. Everyone gasped. Tianyu Records. It's this nameless person again. Who is this person? The boss, Wang Zhenyu, was so angry that he threw the tablet on the conference table. They tried every possible way to find out the identity of the unknown person, but Su Nanxiao and others kept their mouths shut and refused to speak. Now they can't find a way to poach people. Of course, the nameless person has a Weibo account, but this guy has completely disappeared since he last posted a teaching video. Boss Wang, aren't netizens saying that the only one who can rival the nameless man right now is Lu Xiaobai? How about we dig him up? That way, he won't be beaten to the point of being defenseless by Long Tang. The music director said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That makes sense. Contact Lu Xiaobai immediately. No matter what the conditions, we must invite him over. Wang Zhenyu said with gritted teeth. Star Entertainment Creative Department. The conference room was silent. More than a dozen gold medal composers stared at the projection screen, which displayed the lyrics and music score of The Insects Are Flying. During this period, they have been studying the works of unknown people and trying to unearth the secrets of their creation. The stars in the sky shed tears, and the roses on the ground wither. How come we can't write such a simple word? The chief creator suddenly threw his pen aside and muttered to himself. The entire song uses only 6 basic chords, yet it manages to create such a profound artistic conception. This guy's ability is immeasurable. Another composer lamented. The more they studied the unknown person, the more unfathomable he seemed to them. At this time, the person at the center of the storm was having dinner at Su Nanxiao's house. Lu Xiaobai is now in trouble with a happy thing. That is, Su Nanxiao has been pestering him recently and asking him to move to her house. This would have been a good thing, but Lu Xiaobai had just bought a new house and wanted to move out after living in it for only a few days. How could this be possible? Besides, wouldn't he feel like living in your wife's house like being a gigolo? But the reason given by Su Nanxiao was irresistible. I have all kinds of musical instruments and equipment at home. Wouldn't that make it easier for you to create? Of course you can buy one yourself, but do you know how expensive a piano is? It's better to save some money. My instruments and equipment are just sitting there anyway, what a waste. So, Lu Xiaobai has been troubled by this matter these days. Xiaobai, are you still not going to reveal your identity as the nameless person? Su Nanxiao wrapped his long arms around his neck and hung on him like a koala. But the contract stipulates that if I reveal my identity, it will be a breach of contract and I will have to pay millions in liquidated damages. Lu Xiaobai gently scratched the tip of her upturned nose. Are you still worried about this? As long as you declare yourself to be an unknown person, tons of companies will rush to pay your liquidated damages. Su Nanxiao said. Since I promised Lu Feng, I must do what I said. Besides, if I go to another company, won't I be separated from my beloved wife? Lu Xiaobai gently hugged her slender waist. Hee, that's true. Su Nanxiao wrinkled his nose. In fact, she was quite happy. No one wants their boyfriend to be a man who doesn't keep his word, right? By the way, let's get down to business. Is your next album ready for release? Lu Xiaobai said seriously. Ha! But I only have 3 new songs right now. Su Nanxiao blinked. Then why don't you release a mini-album? Lu Xiaobai said. The so-called mini-album is equivalent to a standard album. You only need to accumulate 3 to 6 songs before you can release them. But why are we in such a hurry to release a new album? Wouldn't it be better to release a standard album? Su Nanxiao was a little confused. Because the market needs to maintain its enthusiasm. If we wait until we have 12 songs to release a standard album, it will take at least half a year. Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice. That's right, Xiaobai, you are so smart. Su Nanxiao's eyes lit up. Lu Xiaobai smiled. In fact, what he just said is of course the most important reason, but there is also a little selfishness in it. During this period of time, he has not released any new songs, resulting in slow growth in his reputation. Currently, his reputation value has not exceeded 5,000,
and he can only exchange it for some basic playing skills. At this rate, exchanging for those awesome skills will be a distant dream. Infinite vocal range, emotional resonance, a walking CD, absolute pitch, and personal beauty and charm. He had been drooling over these for a long time. Then let's finish our meal quickly, and then we can practice I Only Care About You. Okay. The popularity of the live video of bugs flying has not yet subsided, and another big news has come.
Su Nanqiao will release a mini-album in a week. For a moment, everyone was stunned.
You know, Su Nanqiao's last album was released 3 weeks ago.
In less than a week, he released the singles The Wind Rises, You, My Deskmate, and Where Has the Time Gone? Are you going to release a new album now?
You know, for other singers, releasing a new album every 9 months is already considered incredibly fast. However, Su Nanqiao's fans don't care about this. They are as excited as if it were New Year's Day. Being a fan of Nanqiao is such a blessing.
I have great songs to listen to again. I'm ready to be brainwashed by the new song. Help!
I just set Where Has the Time Gone as my ringtone.
Does this woman want me to change it again?
Nanqiao is going to take all the top 10 spots on the leaderboard. Ha, fans of other singers will probably faint in the bathroom crying.
Guess how many songs on the album were written by unknown people?
I guess there's only one song, Bugs Flying.
Do you think Nameless Man is a god? How can he write songs that fast?
In the comments section of Weibo, messages from fans are flooding in like a tide.
However, Su Nanqiao quickly announced the answer. These 3 new songs of mine were all written by unknown person. Chapter 47. Since that's the case, I'll use my trump card. The news exploded like thunder. Everyone was shocked. Great God, please accept my knees, wreath.
I seriously suspect that the nameless person is a song wholesaler. I suggest that nameless person change its name to Good Song Wholesaler.
A Weibo influencer made a detailed analysis. It took Su Nanqiao 3 weeks to release 8 songs written by unknown people.
In other words, this guy can write a song in 2.6 days.
This speed is simply unbelievable.
At the same time, all the artists of Longting Company who were preparing to release new songs received a notice. The release of the new song has been postponed to make way for Su Nanqiao's new album.
This is also true for the artists who are preparing to sing Wang Dali's new songs.
There is no way the unknown person and Su Nanqiao together are a royal bomb. Even Liu Xiaobai's good friend teacher Wang Dali had to retreat. At this time, Liu Xiaobai was having dinner at Su Nanqiao's house. Recently, he has spent more time staying at Su Nanqiao's house than in his new house.
Xiao Mengyao, let me ask you a history question.
While eating, Liu Xiaobai started teasing his sister-in-law again. This little girl is indifferent to others, but she is a super academic master.
Although I am a primary school student, I have also learned some historical knowledge. The little loli is still aloof. Do you know how Zhao Yun died? Liu Xiaobai asked. Killed by the enemy. The little loli thought for a moment and replied. Wrong, it's cholecystitis. Liu Xiaobai said. Cholecystitis?
Su Mengyao's big eyes were full of confusion.
Was cholecystitis still present during the Three Kingdoms period? Also, can cholecystitis be fatal? I've never heard of that.
Originally, cholecystitis isn't fatal, but don't forget, Zhao Yun is full of gall.
Liu Xiaobai said seriously. Chuckle. Su Nanqiao burst into laughter after hearing this. Boring.
The little girl rolled her eyes, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Su Nanqiao was very happy when he saw this and quickly winked at Liu Xiaobai. I mean, see? She actually smiled. Come on, another one. Hey, it seems like your studies are still not that solid. Let me test you again.
A centipede was bitten by a venomous snake and had to have its limb amputated. The centipede was very sad, but then the doctor said something and it felt better instantly.
What did the doctor say? Liu Xiaobai asked again.
You have many legs anyway, so at least you can still walk after amputation. Su Mengyao said seriously.
Chuckle. Su Nanqiao laughed again.
I didn't expect my sister to be so humorous.
Sorry, I forgot one thing, the centipede's legs have to be amputated. Liu Xiaobai said. I don't know. Su Mengyao shook her head. The doctor said, dude, think positively, you're just going to be an earthworm from now on. Ha ha ha. Boring. After dinner, Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanxiao walked into the practice room. Xiaobai, since you came, Meng Yao's personality has become more cheerful. So, you have to move in as soon as possible. Su Nanxiao took Lu Xiaobai's hand and said coquettishly. Okay then, I'll go home and pack my things tomorrow and come over. Lu Xiaobai nodded. That's great.
Su Nanxiao smiled with her eyes curved. She found herself so happy and so lucky. In her career, she has become one of the top singers.
Once the new album is released, it's likely that she will become a queen.
And her love life is even more wonderful, as she has such a talented and gentle boyfriend.
If Lu Xiaobai's identity were revealed, I wonder how many female stars would envy her. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Su Nanxiao's cell phone rang rapidly.
It was Wu Yuhan calling. Sister Nan Xiao, something terrible has happened. On the other end of the phone, the assistant's voice was very anxious.
After hearing this, Su Nanxiao's face turned pale instantly.
With a bang, the phone fell to the ground.
Nan Xiao, what happened? Lu Xiaobai asked nervously. Gu Qingwu's new album will also be released in a week. Su Nanxiao took a deep breath. Is this Gu Qingwu scary?
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows.
It's terrible.
Very terrible.
Su Nanxiao looked cautious.
As she spoke, she began to explain. It turned out that after winning her 17th Golden Melody Award, Gu Qingwu suddenly had a flash marriage with a wealthy businessman. In the following years, she gave birth to several more children and stayed at home to take care of them. It is also for this reason that talents like Zhou Mingqi and Su Nanxiao have the opportunity to come to the fore. Back then, at the peak of her career, the Queen's fame was so incredible that she crushed everyone else. Now, she has suddenly made a comeback and teamed up with top creator Zhang Ziyuan.
This is definitely a dimensionality reduction blow to all artists. Xiaobai, it's not that I don't believe in your ability, nor do I lack confidence in myself. It's because Gu Qingwu's fan base is too huge.
More importantly, Tianlai, the company behind her, is the top entertainment company in Dragon Country. Su Nanxiao hurriedly explained.
I see. Lu Xiaobai's expression also became a little serious.
Gu Qingwu is not scary, and Zhang Ziyuan behind her is even less scary.
Although their combined strength is extraordinary, Lu Xiaobai is not afraid at all.
What really made him feel stressed was a series of cold numbers.
Gu Qingwu has nearly 300 million followers on Weibo.
Each Weibo post has tens of millions of retweets.
And Tianlai Entertainment's cash flow is enough to buy half of the industry. Oh. He suddenly chuckled. This era is so similar to the previous life. Once upon a time, as long as the work was good enough, it would be heard. But what about now?
No matter how amazing the melody is, it can't compare to a hot search. No matter how hard you try to create something, it cannot compete with the traffic boosted by capital.
Xiaobai, don't worry about me. Seeing Lu Xiaobai's expression, Su Nanxiao comforted him. I just figured it out. Music isn't a competition. You don't have to win or lose. Even if the hype wears off, at least my fans will listen to my songs. Lu Xiaobai stared at her red eyes. He knew how strong-willed this girl was, and he knew what the word Queen of Pop meant to her. Now, she was only one step away from becoming the Queen of Heaven, but Gu Qingwu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This is not a pleasant thing for anyone. Lu Xiaobai had thought about avoiding singing time. But in this way, everyone will know that the unknown person was defeated by Zhang Ziyuan, and Su Nanxiao is no match for Gu Qingwu. Facing such an arrogant queen, there is no reason for him to retreat. Lu Xiaobai clenched his fists. In fact, his desire to win is stronger than Su Nanxiao's. Because the popularity is gone, it means that the growth rate of your reputation value will slow down. In that case, I'll use my trump card. Lu Xiaobai suddenly picked up a guitar. Chapter 48. This song will dominate the entire Chinese music scene. What's the killer move? Su Nanxiao looked surprised. Nanxiao, thank you for your hard work during this period. Let's record another song. I guarantee that this song will take the entire Chinese music scene by storm. No amount of traffic or capital will be able to stand up to it. Lu Xiaobai smiled coldly. You mean, this song is more classic than I Only Care About You? Su Nanxiao looked surprised. In her eyes, I Only Care About You has reached a very high artistic level, and even Lu Xiaobai may find it difficult to surpass it in a short period of time.
But from what Lu Xiaobai said, compared with the next song, I Only Care About You can only be regarded as a little brother.
That's right. Lu Xiaobai smiled coldly. What are capital and traffic?
If I were to bring out that classic song from my previous life that has a very wide audience and is sung a lot, how would you respond?
Tian Lai Entertainment.
This new album, Human Whispers, is Qingwu's first battle after his comeback, and we cannot afford to fail.
What ideas and suggestions does everyone have? Let's brainstorm. Zhao Chun, the CEO of Tian Lai, said in a deep voice.
I only have one concern now, and that's Su Nanxiao.
Top creator Zhang Ziyuan said with a frown. Teacher Zhang, you're worrying too much. If we join forces, who in the entire Dragon Kingdom can be our opponent?
Gu Qingwu said in a cold voice.
Qingwu, don't underestimate Su Nanxiao.
She is far inferior to you in both fame and strength. However, the unknown person behind her is extremely powerful.
To be honest, I am ashamed of the songs he wrote. Zhang Ziyuan said. Teacher Zhang is right.
Thanks to the song Nameless Man, Su Nanxiao has been dominating the top 10 of the music charts for almost a month. I've heard every song by the Nameless Man, and all I can say is that this guy is a genius and every song he writes is a classic.
One executive said. In that case, let's increase our publicity efforts. Tianlai's CEO Zhao Chun waved his hand.
Immediately contact all major music platforms and set Qingwu's album cover as the splash screen ad.
Lock all recommended positions and push Su Nanxiao's songs to the secondary page.
Also, Qingwu will be participating in more variety shows and talk shows during this period to increase his popularity. Also, assign me dozens of marketing accounts to spread rumors, saying Su Nanxiao songs are low-end music and that only international-level works like Qingwu's are worthy of being performed in high-end music venues. By the way, edit the clips of Qingwu's performance at the Golden Hall and send it out tomorrow. Zhao Chun shook his red wine glass and suddenly sneered. I want everyone to know that in the face of capital, so-called genius and passion are nothing more than ants that can be crushed.
Dismiss.
On October 16, the news that Gu Qingwu and Su Nanxiao released new albums on the same day attracted countless people's attention.
Entertainment news headlines and social media hot searches are all dominated by the upcoming album release battle.
The front page headline of Longwei Entertainment News was prominently printed with the title Gu Qingwu vs Su Nanxiao, the pinnacle showdown in the Longwei music scene, accompanied by large photos of the two singers. Everyone wants to see whether the rising stars the Nameless Man and Su Nanxiao can counterattack Zhang Ziyuan and the Queen.
However,
no one expected that the game would be so one-sided from the very beginning. The splash screen ads on all major platforms are all Gu Qingwu.
All the recommended positions were bought out by Tian Lai. The top 5 hot searches were all dominated by entries related to Gu Qingwu's comeback and Gu Qingwu's new album. Su Nanxiao, the nameless person, and the video of flying bugs. All the heat has gone away.
Finally, Gu Qingwu posted a video of her singing in the Golden Hall on Weibo, which completely pushed the popularity to a climax.
The text below the video. Thanks to Tian Lai for keeping me at the top. Gu Qingwu's fans were excited. This is the orthodoxy of the Chinese music scene.
While Queen Gu was performing in the Golden Hall, a certain singer surnamed Su was still drinking milk.
My Qingwu's voice is unmatched, and his new album is sure to be a hit.
Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Qingwu and Su Nanxiao's new albums were released at the same time. The Queen's 2 million electronic albums sold out instantly, and the comments section received rave reviews.
Qingwu's high notes are so penetrating, this is truly international standard. Teacher Zhang Ziyuan is indeed a top-notch composer. Every note hits my aesthetic point. Su Nanxiao's song?
Sorry, I've been playing Qingwu's album on repeat for so many times that I don't have time to listen to other noises. When Su Nanxiao's Tian Hei Hei was released, it was like a small stone thrown into the deep sea, with only 180,000 downloads.
Everyone is sighing that your uncle will always be your uncle.
Even the unknown person and Su Nanxiao are not worthy of being Gu Qingwu's opponents.
2 million versus 180,000.
Looking at the bright red data, Lu Xiaobai frowned.
The power of capital is terrifying. I never thought that even the classics of the music godfather from my previous life were no match for him.
He sighed deeply. Just now, he had a discussion with Lu Feng.
Lu Feng patted his shoulder and said bitterly, "Brother, give up. It's not your fault even if we lose this time. If you want to blame someone, blame us, Longting, for being too weak. We simply can't compete head-on with a giant like Tian Lai." These were the last words of the leader of Longting. Can't give up. Lu Xiaobai clenched his fists. Suddenly, he thought of his Weibo account that had long been forgotten. Post a Weibo post to promote it. Maybe it will work. Lu Xiaobai logged into his account immediately. Today, his number of fans has reached 80 million. This number is quite staggering. Of course, compared with Gu Qingwu's nearly 300 million fans, there is still a big gap. But Lu Xiaobai knew that these 80 million fans were his biggest trump card for a comeback. He pondered for a moment and began typing. Family. There's a new song in Su Nanxiao's album called Childhood. This great song deserves to be heard by more people. After writing it, he added the link to the song and clicked send. As soon as the Weibo post was published, the comments section became lively instantly. Hey, boss, you finally remembered that you have a Weibo account, right? The great God has spoken. We must support him. Let's go listen to Su Nanxiao's songs now. I bought the album, it's really great, don't miss it. Although Gu Qingwu has many fans, I prefer to support those who make music with their heart. Come on, great God. Come on, Nan Xiao. As time went by, the popularity of this Weibo post continued to rise. The sales of Su Nanxiao's albums began to show a significant increase. 190,000. 210,000. 240,000. Although there is still a gap compared to Gu Qingwu, the growth trend gives Lu Xiaobai hope. Although this hope is pitifully slim. Chapter 49, both lyrics and music are excellent, each song is a classic. In front of the computer, an 18-year-old girl curiously clicked on the link on Lu Xiaobai's Weibo. Her name is Li Sisi, and she is a die-hard fan of Su Nanxiao. However, in this album battle, she still chose to support Gu Qingwu. There is no other reason. Gu Qingwu's songs accompanied her throughout her childhood and adolescence. What she listened to was not a song, but her past youth. Since the great master speaks so highly of the song Childhood, I'm sure he won't let me down, right? Li Sisi thought about it and clicked the play button. In the banyan tree beside the pond, cicadas are calling out summer. On the swings by the playground, only butterflies were perched on them. The moment the prelude sounded, time suddenly went back. The midsummer with chirping cicadas, the swaying swings, the mottled blackboard newspapers. When the last note faded away, Li Sisi was already in tears. If we say that Empress Gu's songs accompanied her throughout her childhood, then this song is simply her childhood. After listening to the song, she played it on repeat many times, and finally, reluctantly, she clicked on other songs from the new album. Oh my gosh! Every song is a classic. No, such a good album can't be buried. So, Li Sisi started forwarding the link frantically. What she didn't know was that countless similar scenes were happening across the country at this moment. 250,000, 300,000, 320,000. This seemingly lopsided contest is quietly turning the tide. Zhao Lei is a senior professor at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and is 61 years old this year. Today, as soon as he came back from school, he opened the new song list. As an academic musician, he never listens to pop songs, nor is he a fan of either Gu Qingwu or Su Nanxiao, but today is an exception. Because his beloved granddaughter Li Sisi begged him to support her idol Su Nanxiao. Of course, he had heard about the Queen Gu Qingwu and Su Nanxiao releasing songs at the same time to compete with each other, but he was absolutely unwilling to favor either side. If your songs are not good, I won't support you even if you are my precious granddaughter's idol. Zhao Lei sneered. Gu Qingwu's new album is so popular and has received so many positive reviews, it must be good. Let's listen to her songs first. He clicked on the first song with great anticipation, which was also Gu Qingwu's hit song. Love's Walk. Step by step, love strolls along, slowly counting down along the time. The road ahead may be blurry, but with you I'm not afraid of getting lost. Zhao Lei nodded slightly. Zhang Ziyuan truly deserves to be called the top musician in Dragon Country. The lyrics and melody are at least 100 times better than those of Li Wenba and others. Let's listen to the next song. Zhao Lei then clicked on the second song, The Horizon. However far the horizon is, how longing I feel for you is endless. I count the stars, waiting for a reunion. If the wind can carry messages, please take my love with you. Tell you who are far away that I have never been far away. Zhao Lei nodded repeatedly. Teacher Zhang truly deserves to be the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award. He secretly admired it. However, after listening to all the songs, Zhao Lei still frowned. The melody is not groundbreaking. The lyrics lack meaning. The arrangement is too mediocre. Moreover, they are all love songs. After all these years, teacher Zhang still hasn't made much progress. Let's try Su Nanxiao's song. Everyone speaks so highly of the nameless man, so his songs can't be too bad. Zhao Lei finally clicked on Su Nanxiao's new album. The first thing he clicked on was The Bug is Flying. He had heard the original version of this song and thought it was quite good. When he listens to Su Nanxiao's version again today, he is still amazed. Those two little girls sang well enough, but I didn't expect Su Nanxiao to take the song to a new level. The voice is ethereal and sweet, and the singing skills are first rate. It is simply a great pleasure. Zhao Lei sighed inwardly. After singing one song, he clicked on the second one. It's dark. When I was little, my grandmother would always sing to comfort me when I was noisy and willful. After hearing just the first sentence, Zhao Lei closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to be back in his childhood. At that time, he always refused to go to bed, and his grandmother would always sing little songs to coax him to sleep. On summer afternoons, an old song comforts me. The song seems to go something like this. It's dark, it's going to rain, it's dark, dark, dark. Zhao Lei suddenly opened his eyes. It sounds good, so good. I left my childhood and started my own life, with new songs and new ideas. He sat up straight immediately. I understand what this song means. When I was little, my grandmother's singing protected me from the wind and rain. As an adult, you will have to face the storms of reality on your own, but childhood memories will always be a spiritual haven. A nursery rhyme connects the spiritual heritage between generations. The nameless man is truly a talent. He muttered to himself. After listening to the song, Zhao Lei couldn't calm down for a long time. After savoring it for 5 times, he finally clicked on the next song, I Only Care About You. Where would I be if I hadn't met you? How are the days going? Should we cherish our lives? Halfway through the song, Zhao Lei suddenly slammed the table and stood up. This song is simply the pinnacle of love songs. It fully embodies the lyrical philosophy of dragon country culture of sadness without sadness, resentment without anger. Moreover, it asks the most fatal question in the simplest language, what if I hadn't met you? Zhao Lei muttered to himself. He listened to this song 10 times, and finally reluctantly turned on the last song, Childhood. In the banyan tree beside the pond, cicadas are calling out summer. On the swings by the playground, only butterflies were perched on them. After just hearing the beginning, Zhao Lei's eyes lit up and his hands clenched into fists. He had a feeling that this would definitely be a classic that would be passed down through the ages. The teacher's chalk on the blackboard is still chirping away furiously. A childhood of waiting for classes to end, waiting for school to end, waiting for games to play. Zhao Lei suddenly felt his scalp tingling. What kind of magical song is this? Great. Absolutely great. He muttered to himself. Why hasn't the girl from the next class passed by my window yet? Snacks in my mouth, comics in my hands, and childhood first love in my heart. Zhao Lei was now pacing around the room excitedly. Both the lyrics and the music are amazing. Both the lyrics and the music are amazing. Nameless person, you are a rare genius that Dragon Country only sees once in 100 years. He could no longer suppress his excitement, took out his phone, and sent a message to his colleagues. Everyone, go listen to Su Nanxiao's new album. The lyrics and music are both amazing, and every song is a classic. As soon as the message was sent out, the WeChat group suddenly became lively like a boiling pot. Chapter 50. We are willing to move the piano stool and copy the music for you. Professor Lee, have you changed your ways, old-fashioned guy? How much depth can a pop singer's song have? Could it be that your granddaughter sent it from your phone? Professor Sun, some people have listened to classical music their entire lives, and their ears are failing them as they approach retirement, right? Professor Zhang, both lyrics and music are outstanding? Can a pop song be called that now? Aren't you afraid of being laughed out loud by your students? Professor Su did not speak, but shared a link. Shocking. Elderly people's addiction to online idol chasing can be so harmful. Zhao Lei looked at the news that was flooding the screen and suddenly became anxious. He quickly typed a line of words. I'm risking my reputation today. If the song isn't good, I'll serve you tea and water from now on. The group suddenly became quiet for 1 minute. Everyone knows that Professor Zhao Lei is a person who cares a lot about face. He dared to gamble his reputation, so this album must be extraordinary. Next, for a full half hour, there was no movement in the group.
Zhao Lei was not in a hurry at all. He knew that these old guys must be playing the same song on repeat.
After a while, Professor Lee, the use of modes in childhood is textbook level. I'm going to have all the students in the department analyze it tomorrow. Professor Su, don't worry if you laugh at me, I'm over 50 years old, but after listening to Dark Sky, I actually shed a tear. Professor Sun, I Only Care About You is definitely a song that transcends time. Professor Zhang, the most brilliant piece is childhood. When this song came out, all musicians should be ashamed. At this time, Zhao Lei spoke up, old guys, shouldn't we work together to post a blog post and give a review of this album? His call was immediately responded to by everyone. So, several professors jointly wrote a long article. The article provides an in-depth review of the 4 songs in the album Hey Hey. The article ends. A few of us, old guys nearing retirement, are collectively appealing to the country that the song Childhood should be included in textbooks.
We have no intention of deifying the unknown man, but we must admit that when so-called high art has become a game played by a small circle, the unknown man has proven that sincerity is more penetrating than technique. Also, we warmly welcome Nameless Person to come to the Magic City Conservatory of Music to teach our students about the art of songwriting and composition. If you are willing to condescend to teach in our academy, we old fellows are willing to move the piano stool and copy the music for you. This blog post, jointly published by 5 leading professors from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, was like a nuclear bomb, exploding on the internet in the early hours of the morning.
Countless musicians were stunned by these remarks. 5 leading professors actually jointly spoke out for Su Nanxiao? And they invited an unknown person to teach at one of the highest institutions in the music world? Even moved the piano stool and copied the music score for him personally? This is simply outrageous. It turns out that the nameless person has become so powerful? Out of curiosity, musicians began to download Su Nanxiao's songs.
Half an hour later, terms such as hashtag Professor Group jointly speaks out for Su Nanxiao hashtag and hashtag should childhood be included in textbooks hashtag topped the hot search list. An hour later, the official Weibo accounts of Shanghai Conservatory of Music and Yanjing Conservatory of Music retweeted the post with the following captions.
It's worth every musician's deep thought.
2 hours later, the dean of the Tsinghua and Peking University School of Arts shared a handwritten score of Childhood with the caption. The music is beautiful, and the lyrics are even more beautiful. The entire Chinese music scene was shocked, and people in the industry forwarded the post for discussion. Veteran music critic Melody Catcher published a long article, giving a very high evaluation of the album Hey Hey.
All 4 songs in the album are classics.
There is no doubt that Su Nanxiao will reach the pinnacle of her career and become the new generation's queen. As for the nameless man, he has brought Chinese music to a new height.
Even people outside the circle were attracted and began to pay attention to Su Nanxiao's works. Find out. Who is that nameless person?
The public relations department of Tianlai Entertainment was brightly lit, and CEO Zhao Chun stood in front of the data screen with a terribly gloomy expression.
The data monitored in real time on the screen is showing a thrilling reversal.
The sales growth rate of Gu Qingwu's new album dropped sharply from 100,000 per hour to 50,000. The sales of Su Nanxiao's album Hey Hey have skyrocketed exponentially, and are already showing signs of surpassing.
Sister Gu, the data has been updated. Assistant Xiaolin held the tablet computer and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Speak. Gu Qingwu's cold voice sounded. Su Nanxiao's new album, Tian Hey Hey, has already broken through.
Xiaolin swallowed his saliva and said, it's exceeded 2.5 million.
Bang! Gu Qingwu slammed the red wine glass to the ground and said coldly, what about mine?
Xiaolin was so frightened that he took a step back and stammered, 2.11 million.
How can a mere third-rate singer sell more albums than a diva like me? Gu Qingwu turned around slowly, his face as cold as ice. Sister Gu, don't be angry. If it weren't for those old guys from the Magic City Conservatory of Music speaking up for Su Nanxiao and the nameless person, the situation wouldn't be like this. Xiaolin couldn't wait to say. What did those old guys say?
Gu Qingwu sat down elegantly on the sofa, crossed her legs, and the slit of her nightgown revealed her perfect leg lines that she had maintained through years of fitness. They collectively appealed to the country that the song Childhood should be included in textbooks. They also said they welcomed Nameless Person to come to the Magic City Conservatory of Music to teach and give a lecture on the art of songwriting and composing. If he's willing to come, they'll be willing to move the piano stool and copy the music for him. Xiaolin's voice became smaller and smaller. Are these old guys blind or deaf? Still moving piano stools and copying sheet music? Gu Qingwu sneered and slowly stood up. Go call Sister Lin.
Now. Right now.
Kobayashi felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly left the room.
Gu Qingwu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window.
Once upon a time, she was the queen of the Chinese music scene. The album sales were unmatched, and the concert tickets sold out within a minute.
And now, her throne is threatened?
At this moment, Lu Xiaobai's handsome face immediately appeared in her mind, and she couldn't get rid of it. That boy turned out to be her biggest threat.
Qingwu, what's wrong? Agent Sister Lin pushed the door open and walked in.
Immediately ask the company to increase the promotion of my album and urge all fans to buy it. There was a hint of coldness in Gu Qingwu's eyes. But I've already sent messages to the fan group multiple times.
Everything that needs to be downloaded has already been downloaded.
Posting it again probably won't have any effect and will only cause fans to be disgusted. After saying this, Gu Qingwu fell into a long silence. Chapter 51 Exchange for Primary Singing Skills. At this time, Longting Entertainment was holding a celebration banquet. Our Longting was able to defeat Tianlai thanks to Nan Xiao and the Nameless Man.
Come on, everyone, cheers!
Lu Feng raised his wine glass high, his face full of pride.
He just received news that Su Nanxiao's album sales had successfully surpassed Gu Qingwu.
He was extremely excited at this moment.
You know, Longting has always been defeated by Tianlai.
In the past, Su Nanxiao and Zhou Mengqi combined were no match for Gu Qingwu, but this time he actually made a comeback. Everyone raised their glasses, but their eyes kept looking at the empty seat next to Lu Feng.
This is exactly what Mr. Lu reserves for the unknown people. Everyone is curious about who this mysterious creator is.
Nanxiao, you really made us, Longting, proud this time.
Lu Feng held up the red wine glass and looked at Su Nanxiao with a smile. Everyone present looked at Su Nanxiao with envy and jealousy. Currently, her album sales have surpassed those of the diva. What an honor! As long as this trend can be maintained, her position as the queen of pop will definitely be secure.
At this time, Zhou Mengqi and Li Wenbo were sitting in the corner with lonely expressions, and the people around them kept a distance from them.
It's really sad. By the way, Mr. Lu, the biggest contributor to this celebration should be Mr. Nameless Person, right? Why don't I see him?
At this moment, someone finally couldn't help but stand up and ask a question. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet.
Everyone turned their eyes to Lu Feng. Ha, this is our company's biggest secret. Everyone will know it in the future.
Lu Feng smiled mysteriously.
Regarding the identity of the unknown person, I didn't even tell my own son, and you still want to know? Dream on.
Lu Feng dared to guarantee that as long as he revealed the identity of the unknown person, countless music companies would definitely compete to sign Lu Xiaobai.
He would never do such a stupid thing.
In that case, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it or not. At this time, a music composer named Wang Feng suddenly stood up and glanced at Lu Xiaobai. Ever since Li Wenbo was defeated, he considered himself to be the most powerful creator in Longting.
Teacher Wang, just go ahead.
Lu Feng said with a smile. Room 808 should be reserved for unknown people.
Why should someone who only wrote one good song occupy such a good office? He said angrily. That's right. Teacher Wang has spoken our hearts. Room 808 is for the best creative people in our company. Someone is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of an unknown person.
Well said, Teacher Zhang, what you said resonates deeply with me.
The other creators immediately echoed.
Lu Xiaobai smiled bitterly to himself.
The narrow vision and narrow minds of these people really opened his eyes. They've been arguing for so long just over an office matter.
After hearing this, Lu Feng's face suddenly darkened. I want to emphasize again here that Teacher Lu Xiaobai's ability is absolutely worthy of Room 808. Anyone who dares to raise objections will have their year-end bonuses directly deducted.
Lu Feng said word by word. Why? I don't accept it.
Wang Feng stiffened his neck.
Yeah, I don't agree either. Lu Xiaobai only wrote one song, how can he be compared to the Nameless Man? Another creator also stepped forward. HR, write down their names. Their year-end bonuses will not be paid.
Lu Feng smiled coldly. Although this move may offend some creators, he is not afraid at all. As long as he can keep Lu Xiaobai, he is not afraid of offending all these people.
At this time, Lu Xiaobai was secretly happy.
After helping his wife defeat Gu Qingwu, his reputation value soared to a terrifying 7,124 points. The skills that can be exchanged are elementary singing skills, elementary guitar playing skills, elementary violin playing skills. After thinking for a long time, Lu Xiaobai decided to exchange for basic singing skills first. As a behind-the-scenes creator, singing skills are not important, but I often need to go to the recording studio to guide singers in singing. In order to better demonstrate for singers, it is very important to improve singing skills. As a result, the system panel changes again.
Reputation, 124 points. Skills already possessed, elementary piano playing ability, elementary singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency. Exchangeable skills, none.
After attending the celebration banquet, Su Nanqiao got into Lu Xiaobai's shabby Camry under the envious gaze of everyone. They don't know you are the nameless one, but they already envy me so much.
If you knew the truth, you would tear me to pieces. Su Nanqiao stuck out his tongue and said jokingly. Let them be envious. Anyway, my best songs are only for my wife.
Lu Xiaobai smiled and reached out to brush away her hair that was messed up by the wind. Ever since the two of them started their relationship, he has become extremely adept at speaking sweet words.
Who is your wife? We haven't.
As Su Nanqiao spoke, she lowered her head in shyness.
Nothing yet? You're so bad. After a fight, Su Nanqiao's face suddenly became gloomy. I have a lot of announcements coming up, so I won't be able to see you for a long time.
Now, she is only half a step away from becoming a queen of pop, and all major TV stations and advertisers are flocking to her. Lu Xiaobai's mood suddenly became depressed.
The two were in love, but they were about to part.
By the way, my instructor just contacted me and asked me to invite you to give a lecture at the Yinjing Conservatory of Music.
Do you want to go? Su Nanqiao poked his arm gently.
Oh?
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. He almost forgot that Su Nanqiao was an outstanding student at the Yinjing Conservatory of Music. Tell him to put this on hold for now.
I intend to continue being the unknown man,
Lu Xiaobai said.
By the way, I've gained some experience in singing recently, and now I'd like to ask you, the rising queen, to give me some feedback.
He suddenly said. Are you still practicing singing? Su Nanqiao looked surprised. But I'm not a diva yet.
She immediately corrected herself.
Of course I have to practice. After all, I have to be worthy of our Queen Su.
Lu Xiaobai held the steering wheel with one hand and said softly.
Oh?
Then hurry up and sing. I want to hear how much progress this musical genius has made in his singing.
Su Nanqiao tilted his head, looking expectant.
Ahem, then I'll start.
Lu Xiaobai cleared his throat and began to sing.
When I first encountered this world, I was so captivated by it that I felt as though the horizon were right before my eyes, and I was willing to go through fire and water to experience it once more. As soon as he opened his mouth, Su Nanqiao was dumbfounded. When did that young man who was always busy writing music develop such smooth singing skills?
Chapter 52. Do you know what the greatest pleasure in my life is? How is it? Queen Su, do you think it's okay?
Lu Xiaobai said proudly.
Genius, you are truly a one-in-a-million musical genius. If you practice for a while longer, I'm afraid the throne of the king will belong to you.
Su Nanqiao looked at him as if he were a monster. You know, what Lu Xiaobai just sang was the chorus of the song The Wind Rises.
How difficult is the chorus to sing?
The key of the entire chorus remains in a high pitch, combining true and false voices. When most people sing this part, their falsetto tends to be too high, and their real voice tends to be too low. Even she, who is extremely talented in singing, practiced for a long time.
And Lu Xiaobai actually did it with ease. Don't forget, they just met more than a month ago.
If we say that at that time Lu Xiaobai's singing skills were only at the 60-point level, then he has now reached 75 points, which is enough to be compared with Zhou Mengqi, the pseudo-queen.
If he were given more time to practice singing, the consequences would be unimaginable.
At 9 o'clock that morning, Lu Xiaobai, who had just sent Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengao to school, put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the company. Although he bought a car, he prefers walking to work recently. He was too ambitious in his previous life, so he wants a leisurely life in this life. Walking to work not only allows you to feel the hustle and bustle of the city, but also helps you digest your food.
As for whether you will be late for work?
Even if he doesn't go to the company for a day, no one dares to say a word.
If you ask, then go out and look for inspiration.
As he turned the corner, a burst of noise caught Lu Xiaobai's attention. In front of the Starlight Audio and Video store, a long queue meandered from the store entrance to the side of the road. The crowd was restless, and people kept shouting loudly.
Boss, is Dark Sky still available? Boss, leave me 3 copies of Dark Sky. I'll pay you extra. Fuck, stop squeezing me. You're stepping on my feet, okay? At this time, the owner of the audio-visual store leaned forward and said, Su Nanxiao's new album is sold out, and the new batch won't arrive until 11 o'clock. As soon as the words fell, the crowd exploded. Holy crap, are you kidding me? It's only 9 a.m. and they're already sold out? I actually took half a day off to buy this album. It's over, it's over. My girlfriend is going to go crazy if I can't buy it. Ha, luckily I was prepared and brought a small stool. I'm going to stay here. Lu Xiaobai walked sideways around the crowd and saw the scene inside the store through the window. Su Nanxiao's album booth was sold out, while Gu Qingwu's counter next to it was piled high with albums that hadn't even been removed from the plastic wrap. The corners of Lu Xiaobai's mouth rose slightly. He felt very happy when he thought of the expression on Gu Qingwu's face at that moment. If anyone has the album of Tian Hei Hei, I'll pay 100 times the price for it. Suddenly, a shout silenced the crowd. Lu Xiaobai turned around and saw a middle-aged man about 50 years old standing on the outskirts of the team, his eyes bloodshot and tears still on his face. Uncle, what are you doing? Lu Xiaobai walked closer and asked softly. My mom is in the late stages of lung cancer. Lately, she's been enjoying listening to Childhood and It's Dark. The doctor said she only has a few days left. I want her to listen to her favorite songs while she passes away. The middle-aged man's lips trembled violently. Lu Xiaobai felt a tightness in his chest. I'll give this one to you. I wish your mother a speedy recovery. As he spoke, he took out an album from his pocket and handed it to the uncle. The middle-aged man suddenly hugged the album tightly, pressing it against his chest, as if he was hugging the most precious treasure in the world. Thank you so much. He choked and kept bowing to Lu Xiaobai. After helping the middle-aged man up, Lu Xiaobai turned and left. A smile played on his lips. It seems that Su Nanxiao will soon step on Gu Qingwu's shoulders to become the queen. Moreover, the hot sales of the new album not only means more small money, but also more reputation points. When Lu Xiaobai walked around the corner, a white BMW stopped beside him. You must be the nameless person, right? The car window rolled down and a cold voice was heard. Lu Xiaobai's heart suddenly tightened and he turned around to look. This person is none other than the Queen of Heaven Gu Qingwu. Fuck, why are you in Binhai City again? Lu Xiaobai looked disgusted. Thanks to you, I've had some free time recently, so I came here to relax. Can we talk, Mr. Nameless? Gu Qingwu said softly. I have nothing to discuss with you. Lu Xiaobai continued walking forward with a cold face. Stop. Gu Qingwu was so angry that his chest heaved violently. But Lu Xiaobai ignored her and continued moving forward. He was very disgusted with Gu Qingwu. Do you think you are a queen and everyone in the world has to obey you? Do you really think you are that important? Gu Qingwu had no choice but to give in and drove his BMW slowly alongside Lu Xiaobai with the window half lowered. She looked at the ordinary dressed young man through her sunglasses. No one could tell that he was the unknown man who could write classic hits. Congratulations to you and Su Nanxiao for winning a round, but it was just a fluke. Her voice held a commanding elegance. Lucky? Lu Xiaobai suddenly laughed out of anger. I must admit that your creative ability is far superior to Zhang Ziyuan's. But compared to Longting and Tianlai, it's nothing. If those people from the Magic City Conservatory of Music hadn't stood up for you this time, do you think you could have won? Gu Qingwu raised the corner of his mouth in a proud arc. Then she handed over a gold-stamped business card. As long as you are willing to join Tianlai, we can give you 3 times the salary of Longting. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. I write songs to be sung by my favorite singers, but Queen Gu, you are not that kind of person. Gu Qingwu's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a sharp voice. Don't be shameless. Do you know what an honor it is for me to come to you in person? A sharp light flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes, and he said coldly. Pleasure? Empress Gu, your honor should be reserved for those who kneel down to receive it. Lu Xiaobai curled his lips in disdain and threw the gold-stamped business card into the trash can on the side of the road. Who do you think you are? You think you're so great just because you wrote a few good songs? Gu Qingwu's pupils suddenly shrank, and the sound was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Miss Gu, do you know what my greatest joy in life is? That means personally pulling the self-righteous queen down from the altar. Lu Xiaobai said word by word. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwu's face turned pale and blue. Good, you're good. Let's wait and see. Her chest began to rise and fall violently. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand, stopped a taxi, and got in immediately. During the whole process, he didn't even look at Gu Qingwu. Chapter 53 The next dawn. Lu Xiaobai walked into the office, sat down comfortably, and then lit a Cuban cigar. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The cigar in his hand was 1/3 burned when his office door was pushed open. Teacher Lu. Please help Siki. Li Siki's agent, Sister Lan, practically dragged Li Siki in. The agent, who usually has exquisite makeup, now has messy hair. Li Siki, who was being dragged by her, looked even more embarrassed, and even a button on his coat was broken. Moreover, both of their clothes were wrinkled, obviously after a shove. What's going on? Are the stars and their agents fighting? Lu Xiaobai's eyes widened, and he didn't even notice that the expensive cigar in his hand fell to the ground. Teacher Lu, please help my Siki. Do you know how hard it was for her? She spent a week in the recording studio, sleeping only 4 hours a day. I finally made it into the top 5 of the charts with MO, and I'm on the verge of becoming a top singer. As soon as the news of Nan Xiao's new album came out, her popularity completely disappeared. Sister Lan's voice was tearful, and she clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. The popularity of Su Nanxiu's new album exceeded everyone's expectations. Songs such as Childhood dominated the top 10 on all music platforms. Although Li Siki got 3 new songs from Wang Dali, she didn't dare to release them at all. Not only her, almost all singers now have to avoid Su Nanxiao's edge. Sister Lan. Li Siki suddenly broke free from her hand. Teacher Lu has already done me a great favor by giving me MO. How can we? Are you stupid? Sister Lan suddenly sneered. Do you know the difference between first-tier and second-tier companies? The internet is flooded with references to Su Nanxiao and the nameless person right now. Your name is almost impossible to search. When she turned to Lu Xiaobai, she put on a pleading expression again. Teacher Lu, only you can help Siki now. People on the internet say you're the only one who can rival the nameless one. If you just leak a song, it'll be enough for us to make a comeback. All right. Lu Xiaobai's voice was not loud but carried unquestionable authority. As soon as these words were spoken, the office immediately became quiet. Even Sister Lan, who is usually very aggressive, held her breath and dared not make a sound. Sister Siki, what song do you want? Just tell me. Looking at Li Siki, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. This little woman is kind, grateful, and very hardworking. During this period, no matter how busy her schedule was, she would always find time to treat him to a meal. The words were full of sincere inquiries rather than deliberate flattery. Such a person is worthy of his full support. Besides, Lu Xiaobai had promised Lu Feng that he would train another superstar in the company. And the person he chose was Li Siki. Teacher Lu, there's really no need. Li Siki's pupils suddenly contracted. Siki. Teacher Lu has already spoken, why are you still refusing? Sister Lan covered her mouth with her hand and turned to Lu Xiaobai with a look of ecstasy on her face. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Li Siki bowed deeply to Lu Xiaobai, and then continued. I'm still short of a title song for my new album, and it's a sad love song. I hope the melody will be memorable once people hear it, and ideally, it can delicately express the longing and unspoken regret after separation. It would be even better if there was a sense of narrative so that the audience could relate to their own story. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Xiaobai expectantly, her fingers unconsciously stroking the corner of her clothes. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xiaobai put out his cigar and walked to the piano. I just had an inspiration. This song is called The Next Dawn. What do you think of it? After saying that, he pressed the piano keys. What? Li Siki and Sister Lan froze in place at the same time, looking at each other in disbelief. From making the request to completing the creation, it only took a dozen seconds? Is this still a human being? Before they could recover from their shock, the piano prelude began. Lu Xiaobai's fingertips danced on the piano keys, and a slightly sad melody flowed out. Use the ups and downs of your back to block out your crying heart. Some stories don't need to be told to everyone.
Many eyes look too shallowly and too closely, missing the part of me that is not seen.
The entire office fell into silence, with only Lu Xiaobai's magnetic voice echoing. Wow!
Li Siki covered her mouth and blinked in surprise.
This song is so beautiful.
At this time, Sister Lan also got goosebumps all over her body. She secretly glanced at Li Siki and found that her artist's eyes were red.
This song is tailor-made for Li Siki.
The lyrics depict the forbearance and strength of a mature woman facing emotional setbacks, which is exactly the performance style she is best at.
What's wrong with Mr. Lu's head? After just a few words from Siki, he wrote a song on the spot, and it's so beautiful. She was filled with emotion. Soon, the song reached its climax. Would you like to wait until the next morning and go take a walk to the place where we held hands and admired the flowers last time? Some snow will melt on its own. Your shoulders are my open-minded paradise. Tears glistened in the corners of Li Siki's eyes. This lyric is so wonderful. Waiting for the next dawn implies an unfulfilled relationship. Some emotions should be expressed to those who understand conveys a mature attitude. Stop dwelling on past regrets and learn to talk and let go.
The whole song does not contain any fierce accusations, but it can express the regret that runs deep in the bone better than any crying.
Teacher Lu, thank you so much. This song The Next Dawn is the best gift I have ever received. Li Siki bowed deeply to Lu Xiaobai again. Oh, I was wrong, there's also silence. She then added. Don't be so polite, just like it. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand. By the way, Mr. Lu, how did your singing become so good? Li Siki blinked her big eyes. Besides that, I've prepared a few songs for you.
Lu Xiaobai did not answer, but changed the subject.
Ah? There's more? Li Siki was so excited that she was about to explode.
With the song The Next Dawn, she was already very satisfied, but she didn't expect there would be another surprise.
Thank you so much, Teacher Lu. Sister Lan pulled Li Siki and apologized repeatedly.
In order to cultivate the next queen as quickly as possible, Lu Xiaobai wrote 3 songs for Li Siki. Li Siki has the charm of a mature woman, and her voice has a slightly hoarse magnetism. Therefore, all the songs Lu Xiaobai prepared tended to be more mature. Decent, radio love song, and He Doesn't Love Me.
Of course, we have to add the first song The Next Dawn. Li Siki's hands trembled slightly as she took the music score.
She opened it carefully, as if she was holding a priceless treasure.
Chapter 54 The Star Moon Legend Group is established. Teacher Lu, no wonder people say you're someone who can rival the Nameless One. Each of these 4 songs is a song that will explode the charts.
After reading the music score, Li Siki's breathing became more and more rapid.
Sister Lan came over to take a look at the music score and gasped. He doesn't love me.
When we hold hands, he's too cold. When we hug, he's not close enough.
Oh my god, these lyrics are so touching. Li Siki clutched the music score tightly. Teacher Lu, I don't know how to thank you. Singing well is the best way to thank me.
Lu Xiaobai interrupted her with encouragement in his eyes.
Thank you, Teacher Lu. Siki has to practice these songs even if she doesn't sleep during this period. Sister Lan pulled Li Siki, who was still in a daze, over and bowed repeatedly. Just as the two were about to leave, Lu Xiaobai suddenly called them. What's wrong, Mr. Lu? Li Siki looked at him puzzledly. Your new album will be released in a while, at least half a month. Lu Xiaobai said. Why is that? Li Siki tilted her head, looking surprised. Have you heard of my friend Wang Dali? Yeah, I've heard something about it. His new song Above the Moon is about to be released. Once it comes out, even I will have to stay away from it.
So, it's best to stagger the release of your albums.
What? Li Siki and Sister Lan were stunned with shock. Is this song Above the Moon so amazing? Even the next one is too bright and He Doesn't Love Me are no match?
Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly. In the past life, this divine song was so popular that it was beyond anyone's imagination. Although the songs in the next one is too bright or very good, they may not be able to win the competition.
Parking lot downstairs. Li Siki sat in the back seat of the nanny car, looking at the music score over and over again in the light from the car.
Sister Lan was excitedly making a phone call next to me, arranging the recording for tomorrow.
Siki, we really need to turn things around.
After hanging up the phone, Sister Lan excitedly said, any one of Mr. Lu's 4 songs can be a hit song.
Li Siki didn't say anything.
She looked at the night scene passing by outside the window, and suddenly remembered Lu Xiaobai's focused profile when he was playing the piano, and her heart beat inexplicably faster.
Siki, have you ever thought about pursuing Teacher Lu?
Sister Lan suddenly came closer and whispered in her ear.
Sister Lan, what are you talking about? Li Siki's face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. I'm not kidding. How many talented people like Mr. Lu are there in the entire Chinese music scene? He hasn't become a big star yet, so this is the perfect opportunity.
As long as you become his girlfriend, becoming a queen is just a matter of time.
Sister Lan said.
I admire Mr. Lu's talent, but relationships are not a transaction.
Li Siki shook her head. Besides, I'm already 30 years old. How could Mr. Lu possibly be interested in me?
She then lowered her head.
So what if I'm 30? 30 is the most beautiful age for a woman. Sister Lan frowned and said.
Li Siki closed her eyes and couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She did have a vague liking for him.
But, would such a great talent really fall in love with her? Inside the recording studio.
I am looking up at the moon, and I see so many dreams flying freely. Yesterday has been forgotten, the wind has dried up the sorrow, I want to meet you again on that desolate road.
Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan were singing with all their might. You sang well.
After the song was finished, the producer on the side applauded. This song may be a bit earthy, but it's so earthy that it's trendy.
I can almost conclude that this song will be a hit. Teacher Lu, your friend Wang Dali is a genius.
He turned around with admiration.
Thank you for your compliment, Teacher Wang Dali. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. Teacher Lu, what do you think? Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan also looked at Lu Xiaobai with expectation.
Wu Lan, your voice is high and clear, very penetrating, and has a metallic quality. Dachuan, your voice is deep and charming, which complements Wu Lan's voice very well.
But your feelings are not sincere enough. Lu Xiaobai said in a deep voice.
Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. They practiced hard and studied the music scores all night long, but unexpectedly they still couldn't get Teacher Lu's approval.
Lu Xiaobai stood up and said lightly. Do you know what Mr. Wang Dali wanted to express when he wrote the song Above the Moon?
He created the image of the vast grassland night sky, integrating the nomadic people's awe of nature into emotional expression. On the surface, it's a love song between a man and a woman, but in reality, it sublimates personal emotions into a yearning for home and freedom. So, the emotion of this song needs to be expressed in a grand and majestic way.
And you guys? You always have a petty air.
Upon hearing this, Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan suddenly felt as if they had been enlightened.
Pa.
Upon hearing this, the producer clapped his hands repeatedly. Teacher Lu, what you said is so good.
You are indeed a close friend of Teacher Wang Dali. Only you can understand what he wants to express.
Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan hurriedly bowed to Lu Xiaobai.
Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your teaching. Let's do it again. After that, they started singing again.
After singing it 10 times, Lu Xiaobai finally decided, it's okay. Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan breathed a sigh of relief. They have been in the industry for several years, and this is the first time they have encountered such a strict teacher.
From now on, you will form a group and the name will be Legend of Stars and Moon. Lu Xiaobai said after thinking for a moment. Thank you, Teacher Lu.
Legend of Stars and Moon bowed deeply again.
Once this song comes out, the entire Dragon Kingdom will go crazy for it. These two are really lucky to be able to sing such a good song. I can totally imagine that they will become superstars in the future. Looking at the backs of the two people, the producer said with emotion. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and did not answer. Are you kidding? This is a song by Phoenix Legend.
In their previous life, this pairing unified the aesthetic taste of the Dragon Country aunties, and was popular among all age groups. He could easily imagine how terrifyingly his own reputation would soar after Lin Dachuan and Wu Lan became famous.
In the blink of an eye, a week passed.
As time goes by, Su Nanxiao's new album The Dark Sky has gained better and better reputation, and its sales volume has continued to rise. Less than half a month after its release, sales had exceeded 8 million copies physical plus digital, setting the most terrifying record in the history of Chinese music. A senior music critic exclaimed in his column.
This is no longer just an ordinary album, it's a cultural tsunami.
From the age of 8 to 80, no one can escape Su Nanxiao's voice kidnapping. Among them, the song I Only Care About You swept the wedding scene and became the strongest wedding BGM of the year.
Chapter 55, Son. Come and dance together.
A senior MC with 15 years of experience said with a smile, "During this period, I have presided over more than 20 weddings, and the bride and groom sang this song in almost every one of them." According to his recollection, there were once 8 weddings held simultaneously in the hotel, and when the 8 brides entered, all of them chose the song I Only Care About You as their entrance song. Some wedding companies even directly quoted the lyrics in their advertising slogans: "No matter how time flies, I only care about you." If I Only Care About You dominated the marriage market, then childhood completed a precise explosion among all age groups. The Ministry of Education quickly included it in the new edition of National Primary and Secondary School music textbooks.
There are almost no primary and secondary school students who cannot sing this song.
In addition, in the lyrics and music classes at Shanghai Conservatory of Music and Yenching Conservatory of Music, professors spent several classes analyzing the lyrics and music structure of this song. Countless fans opened the music charts and were surprised to find that Su Nanxiao's songs completely dominated the charts, occupying 9 of the top 10 spots. I suggest that all major music platforms directly open a Su Nanxiao section. I suggest the Civil Affairs Bureau just play I Only Care About You on loop, and the divorce rate will be cut in half.
My grandma asked me if I could use this song as the background music for her funeral.
She said she passed away peacefully, ###. Our professor spent 3 classes explaining the lyrics and music of childhood, and the homework was to write a parody. Now the whole class is cursing nameless people.
Thank you for failing us. Ha, that woman's expression must be very interesting right now. Lu Xiaobai turned off the computer and stretched.
The image of Gu Qingguo's furious look seemed to appear in my mind. Then, he stretched his stiff shoulders and casually picked up the dark gray windbreaker hanging on the back of the chair. As soon as I opened the office door, I saw Gu Qingqing jogging towards me with a folder in her arms.
Teacher Lu, are you going to pick up Xiaoyan and Mengyao?
I'll take care of this, just focus on your work.
She was breathing slightly.
I remember when the company released a recruitment notice internally last month, all the female employees in the logistics department were excited.
Almost all eligible people signed up. Who doesn't know that Lu Xiaobai is now the most popular creator in the company? If I could become his assistant, maybe I could turn from a black chicken into a phoenix. It is possible to get a promotion, a raise, or even become a star. Seeing the grand occasion at the recruitment site, Li Wenba and his group muttered sourly. This isn't recruiting an assistant, it's clearly selecting a concubine.
However, everyone was surprised to find that Lu Xiaobai chose Gu Qingqing, who had the most mediocre appearance.
This was mainly because Lu Xiaobai was worried that Su Nanxiao would be jealous.
If it weren't for the occasional need to pick up and drop off the 2 little girls, he would even prefer to find a male assistant.
I'll go by myself today.
Lu Xiaobai buttoned up his coat and said, "It's been a hard day at work, so it's a good time to go out and relax."
Okay. Gu Qingqing smiled sweetly.
After Lu Xiaobai left, she curled her lips.
I've been smiling foolishly at the computer screen for the whole morning, and you call that hard work?
If anyone else dared to do this, they would have been fired by the company long ago. She muttered to herself.
Lu Xiaobai drove Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao back to the residential area.
Before the car stopped, a familiar melody came through the window.
This music. He frowned. Brother, look.
Lu Xiaoyan leaned half of her body out of the car window, waving her hands excitedly. It's Mom leading the dance.
Lu Xiaobai looked in the direction and almost stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake.
In the central square of a high-end residential complex, which is usually elegant and quiet, dozens of well-dressed ladies are twisting their bodies in unison. The one standing in the C position and leading the dance was his mother Chang Yakin, who usually never dances. What's even more outrageous is that the song playing on the speakers was Above the Moon, which he created under the name Wang Dali.
It's incredible. Lu Xiaobai muttered to himself. It's outrageous enough that my mom is square dancing. He had thought that Above the Moon would be a hit, but he didn't expect that this song would be so popular that even his own mother would be dancing to it. But the most outrageous thing is that this is Yunqi Yayuan, one of the most high-end residential areas in Binhai City. Even in the luxury residential area, those ladies who usually only drink hand-brewed coffee are swaying to the rhythm. I am looking up at the moon, and I see so many dreams flying freely in the sky. As soon as the car window was rolled down, Ulan's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the community. This song is super popular lately. All my classmates are singing it.
Lu Xiaoyan shook her head proudly.
It's so earthy.
Su Mengyao curled her lips in disgust.
Don't talk nonsense, this song was written by my brother. Woo!
Lu Xiaobai quickly covered his sister's mouth, but it was too late.
Su Mengyao's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Xiaobai in disbelief. Brother Xiaobai, you actually wrote this. The talented brother-in-law in her mind who wrote classics such as You, My Deskmate in Childhood actually wrote such a tacky song?
Lu Xiaobai was so desperate that he wanted to dig out a villa with his toes. We can talk about this among our family, but if you two dare to tell anyone about this, I'll beat your little butts to pieces.
Do you understand?
He frowned and spoke in a stern tone.
Cut.
The two little girls who rebelled against Tiangang held their heads high, looking dissatisfied. At this moment, Chang Yakin turned around and saw her son's car. She immediately waved and shouted,
Son! Come and dance with us.
The ladies who were dancing around all turned their heads, and Lu Xiaobai instantly became the focus of the audience. Lu Xiaobai said nothing, silently rolled up the car window, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the underground garage as if escaping. On the way, he took out his mobile phone and saw that Legend of Stars and Moon and Above the Moon had quietly climbed to the top of the hot searches.
The comments section is even more exciting. This song is so addictive.
Grandma dances, then mom dances, and the whole family dances together on the moon.
Ha, the current musical aesthetic is really getting lower and lower. Exactly. What the hell is this Ghost King Dolly and Legend of the Stars and Moon?
It's really dragging dragon country music down a notch.
What do you know?
This is called being down to earth.
What the hell is this called being down to earth? It's like being in the underworld. Compared to my Nanxiao's songs, these are all rubbish. If you don't agree, come and argue.
That's right, compared to the nameless person, Wang Dali is nothing. Lu Xiaobai was a little annoyed when he saw this.
How dare he say that the songs written by his mother are so tacky? If I knew who said that, I would definitely hit him with a brick.
When I got home, it was already time for dinner, but Cheng Yakin still hadn't come back.
Fortunately, Lu Xiaobai has hired a nanny to cook.
He and the two little ones were halfway through their meal when Cheng Yakin rushed home.
Chapter 56. These are all your pensions.
Son, this Legend of Stars and Moon song is so beautiful. We in Dragon Country finally have songs suitable for us middle-aged and elderly people. Mom said excitedly.
Mom, you wrote this song. Lu Xiaobai took a sip of his drink. What do you mean? I wrote it? How can I write songs? Chang Yakin was stunned. Isn't what Wang Dali wrote the same thing you wrote? Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Oh, so that's the stage name. I just said, why did you ask me to sign that authorization form at that time? Chang Yakin suddenly understood. Take another look at your bank card.
The down payment and first commission for this song should have arrived.
Lu Xiaobai said again. Chang Yakin quickly logged into the mobile banking app.
As soon as she opened the page, her eyes widened. The account balance showed 194,432 yuan. Cheng Yakin stared at the numbers on the phone screen, her fingers trembling slightly.
She counted 3 times before making sure she had not misread the decimal point. 190,000? Son, did you really earn this money from that song?
Her voice was trembling. Strictly speaking, it is 180,000. The other 10,000 yuan or so is her life savings.
Of course. These are your pensions.
Lu Xiaobai said proudly. When Legend of Stars and Moon releases subsequent songs, the share of the profits will probably become astronomical figures. By then, I'm afraid my mother will be so excited that she won't be able to sleep all night.
Chang Yakin suddenly covered her chest and her face changed drastically. Lu Xiaobai was startled and quickly supported her. Mom? Are you okay?
Cheng Yakin took a deep breath and said, I suddenly remembered that when I was buying vegetables this morning, I haggled with the customer for a few cents. The living room erupted in laughter. At this time, Lu Xiaobai was in a very happy mood. His reputation value, like the money in his mother's bank account, is constantly soaring.
Open the system panel, which clearly shows. Reputation, 1543 points.
Skills already possessed, elementary piano playing ability, elementary singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency.
Exchangeable skills, none. Next, Li Siki's album will be released soon. By then, my reputation value will have to increase again. 8 o'clock in the morning.
Cheng Yakin sat in front of the chairman's desk, nervously tugging at the corners of her clothes with both hands. The chairman in front of her was smiling broadly, so enthusiastic that she felt a little overwhelmed.
Sister Chang, you must not leave. If you leave, this company will be like losing its backbone.
The chairman stood up, walked around the large desk, held Chung Yakin's hands tightly with both hands, and smiled.
Today is the day Chung Yakin resigns.
In fact, Lu Xiaobai asked her to retire early a long time ago, but she refused. Finally, Lu Xiaobai told her that the 1,000 yuan a month she earned could not even pay a nanny's salary, and that if she continued working there she would exhaust herself, so it would be better for her to go home and enjoy a peaceful life.
After much deliberation, Chang Yakin finally decided to resign. Yes, Aunt Chang, you've helped us so much. We all really don't want to leave you. Please stay.
The administrative director beside him said this while attentively handing over a cup of steaming hot coffee.
Dong. Chairman, I'm just a cleaner. I don't do anything remarkable. Chang Yakin was flattered and waved her hands repeatedly. Sister Chang, how about this?
You will be the administrative manager. Your salary will be increased fivefold, and you will also receive 5 insurances and 1 housing fund.
As long as you can stay, all treatments can be discussed.
The chairman continued.
That's impossible. How can I be a manager if I don't know anything? Chang Yakin widened her eyes and waved her hands repeatedly.
In fact, she knew very well in her heart that the chairman treated her like this only for the sake of her son, an unknown person. On Blue Star, outstanding creators are extremely respected, often being guests of honor by the powerful and influential, and have extensive networks of contacts. As long as the chairman can retain himself, it will bring a lot of convenience to the company. But Chung Yakin was unwilling to cause trouble for her son for a little profit. Under her repeated insistence, the chairman finally gave up persuading her.
Surrounded by the crowd, Chung Yakin walked out of the chairman's office.
Jai, this is the latest song my son wrote.
I'm giving it to you as a souvenir.
Before leaving the company, she stuffed an album into Zhang Jiai's hands.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Zhang Jiai enviously.
Just as she said, Aunt Chang has become someone we can't reach.
Everyone is thinking about it. Thank you, Aunt Chang.
Zhang Jiai held the album tightly, her eyes gleaming with excitement.
Albums are not expensive and they can all afford them.
But this was given to me personally by the mother of the unknown person. However, when Zhang Jiai glanced at the album cover out of the corner of her eye, she was suddenly dumbfounded.
Li Siki? Why did the mother of the nameless person give me Li Siki's album?
If there is any gift, it should be given to Su Nanxiao. After getting off work, Zhang Jiai rushed home with the album. As soon as she got home, she put on her headphones and started reading a novel while listening to the song The Nameless Man. Ever since she last listened to Su Nanxiao's album, she has become the most loyal fan of The Nameless Man and his songs are always on repeat in her headphones. As for the album that Chung Yakin gave her, she had long forgotten it.
Just then, her cell phone suddenly vibrated.
When she opened the WeChat group, she saw a message from one of her besties.
Sisters, let me share another amazing album the next dawn. There are 4 really good songs in it. Lu Xiaobai is definitely another great songwriter after The Nameless Man. Zhang Jiai trembled. The next dawn? Lu Xiaobai? Isn't this the album that Aunt Chung gave me?
She immediately sat up, put the album into the computer and started playing it.
The first song is the album's title track The Next Dawn.
Use the ups and downs of your back to block your crying heart.
Li Siki's slightly hoarse but storytelling voice immediately pulled her into the atmosphere created by the song.
When the song ended, Zhang Jiai was still immersed in the feeling of regret, and the prelude of dignity sounded immediately.
Breaking up should be decent, and no one should say sorry.
At this moment, she couldn't help but have tears in her eyes, and she began to hum softly along with the rhythm. Next up was Radio Love Song. We always forget to build a bridge and look into each other's hearts. Understand what each other needs most, and stop hugging each other in loneliness. Hearing this, Zhang Jiai felt her scalp tingling and was completely immersed in it. Build a bridge and look into the other person's heart. It takes a rich imagination to write such amazing lyrics. The last song He Doesn't Love Me began to play, and Zhang Jiai's emotions were completely ignited. I saw his heart, and the movie was all about him and her. This line of lyrics brought tears to her eyes. Li Siki perfectly interprets the pain of unrequited love through her singing.
Chapter 57, Gemini of the Golden Age. It really is a divine master.
Zheng Jiayi couldn't wait to pick up her phone and share this great album on Weibo. However, when she logged into Weibo, she found that she didn't need to do that at all.
Because Li Siqi's album has become popular all over the internet.
Open the music charts, and you will find that these 4 songs have quietly climbed into the top 15. Among them, 3 songs including Dignity even squeezed out Su Nanxiao's Love You and The Bugs Are Flying and ranked in the top 10. At this time, netizens were in an uproar, all discussing Li Siqi and Lu Xiaobai.
Sister Siqi's voice is so healing. I love it. My Siqi's voice was developed by eating CDs, no explanation needed.
She went from being unknown to becoming a phenomenal star in just 1 or 2 months.
It's a true miracle in the music industry. The discussion about Lu Xiaobai was even more intense. What kind of a mortal is Lu Xiaobai? How could he challenge the nameless person? Did the family upstairs just get internet? He wrote the song Mo. He's worthy of being the only man in the Chinese music scene who can rival the nameless man.
Veteran music critic Melody Catcher published a 10,000-word article overnight twin stars of the golden age.
The name Nobody is a household name on the music charts.
Each of his songs is like an insurmountable mountain, dominating the charts for months, and music fans have long been accustomed to his dominance.
However, at this moment, a newcomer suddenly appeared, Lu Xiaobai. From the profound and introverted silence to the warm and healing The Next Dawn.
From the heart-wrenching pain of Dignity, to the retro romance of Radio Love Song, to the unrequited love of He Doesn't Love Me. Teacher Lu Xiaobai completed a magnificent musical tour with 5 works of different styles.
Silence, The Next Dawn, Dignity, Radio Love Song, and... What's even more amazing is that not only did all of these works make it into the top 15, but 3 of them even made it into the top 10, competing head-to-head with The Nameless Man. This is a grand event that the Chinese music scene hasn't seen in years, a head-to-head confrontation between 2 peerless talents. Their collision is creating a musical legend of this era. I have to say, this is the golden age of Chinese music. The Chinese music scene has finally reached its peak.
Once this long article was published, it quickly sparked a new wave of heated discussion on the internet. Someone also started a vote: who do you think is the future star of the Chinese music scene, the Nameless Man or Lu Xiaobai?
In just a few hours, hundreds of thousands of netizens participated. Of course, the final result was obvious. Lu Xiaobai lost everything, not even his underwear was left.
Only 1.3% of netizens voted for him. At this time, Lu Xiaobai was sitting in the living room of Su Nanxiao's house, laughing at the comments.
Meng Yao, you said my vest beat me, so did I win or lose?
Suddenly, he asked the cold little Lolita seriously. Ha, you can't ask this question without having had a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years.
Then let me ask you, if you take a laxative and an antidiarrheal medicine together, will you have diarrhea or not?
Su Mengyao replied disdainfully.
Forehead.
Lu Xiaobai smiled awkwardly.
This cool little loli actually tells jokes.
This day is a grand party for all musicians and singers. The award ceremony of the Chinese Music Festival arrived as scheduled, and the whole Dragon Country was boiling with excitement.
From early morning, the entrances of major hotels were crowded with fans waiting for their idols to appear.
On social media, the number of readings of the topic hashtag has already exceeded 1 billion, and the real-time discussion area is refreshing the latest developments every minute. For every musician and singer, winning an award at the ceremony is their lifelong pursuit and dream. The moment a new singer receives the trophy, it means that they are officially accepted by the mainstream market. And veteran singers may have won numerous awards, but their hearts still race every time they take the stage.
Because it means they haven't been eliminated by the times.
For music creators, this ceremony is almost their only chance to step onto the stage from being behind-the-scenes heroes. At this time, night had fallen, but the entire Magic City Stadium was as bright as day. There were crowds of people on both sides of the red carpet, and the screams of fans could be heard one after another.
Every star's appearance will trigger thunderous cheers.
Reporters rushed to raise their microphones, vying for the best shooting angles.
Teacher Lu, this way please.
Huang Wenkai whispered a reminder and took Lu Xiaobai directly into the venue through the VIP channel. As a behind-the-scenes creator, Lu Xiaobai does not have to participate in tedious activities such as taking photos and walking the red carpet. But along the way, he still felt countless scorching gazes.
Is this Mr. Lu Xiaobai, the creator of Silence and the Next Dawn? I'm the production director of Tianyin Entertainment. I've heard a lot about you.
A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses came forward and shook hands.
Teacher Lu. Our platform is preparing an original music program. I wonder if you are interested. Another fashionable lady walked over quickly. Teacher Lu.
Long time no see, you're still as charming as ever. A loud voice sounded, and director Zhang Haoran walked over with great strides, holding Lu Xiaobai's hand tightly.
Everyone looked at him sideways. Who would have thought that Dragon Country's top director would be so respectful to a newcomer? But it is also understandable, because Mr. Lu and the nameless person are known as the twin stars of the Chinese music scene. Only then did Lu Xiaobai truly realize how high the status of music creators was in Longhua. He has only created 5 songs using his real name, but his reputation and status in the industry have reached such a high level. If his identity as the unknown man were to be leaked, who knows how many people would go crazy about it. No wonder Lu Feng tried so hard to hide my identity. If it were me, I would probably do the same. A smile appeared on Lu Xiaobai's lips.
After we sat down, there was still half an hour before the ceremony began. In order to kill time, Lu Xiaobai took out his mobile phone to watch the live broadcast of the ceremony.
Nan Xiao. Look over here. Nan Xiao, I love you.
My Nan Xiao is so beautiful that she's almost bubbling. At this moment, deafening cheers came from outside the venue, almost blowing off the dome of the gymnasium.
When Lu Xiaobai looked down at his phone, all the comments disappeared. Countless netizens didn't bother to comment and stared intently at the national goddess.
Su Nanxiao wore a pure white chiffon long dress, which perfectly highlighted her slender waist.
The long, shiny black hair is naturally loose. The makeup was so light that it was almost invisible, but it made her skin look as translucent as snow. When she pursed her lips and smiled, 2 cute dimples appeared on her cheeks, so innocent that it reminded people of the best first love on campus. Chapter 58 Chinese Music Awards Ceremony opens. Oh my god, Nan Xiao is so beautiful that it's breathtaking. I can't stand it anymore, my heart is melting. This isn't a human, it's clearly a fairy descending to earth. If I marry her, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Soon, barrages of comments emerged again like a tide, flooding the entire screen. Lu Xiaobai looked up at the entrance and saw Su Nanxiao walking slowly and gracefully. She smiled and her eyes moved, and the entire Chinese music festival shone only for her at this moment. Su Nanxiao scanned the entire room and quickly spotted Lu Xiaobai. The two looked at each other and smiled. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qinggu, Shin Mingzhi and other superstars entered the venue. There was thunderous cheering outside the venue, louder than Su Nanxiao's. It seems that Nan Xiao is still not as good as the real superstars. Lu Xiaobai touched his chin and thought to himself. He felt very unhappy watching that disgusting woman stealing the show. At this moment, the topic on the barrage suddenly changed. By the way, will the nameless one win an award tonight? If so, he should show up, right? Of course, if he doesn't win the award, the Chinese music festival will become a joke. Oh shit, I can finally see him in person. I'm getting a little excited just thinking about it. I bet a bag of spicy noodles that the nameless person won't show up. Shut your stinking mouth. At this time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening and the Chinese Music Festival Awards ceremony officially opened. Dear guests, dear audience friends, good evening. Welcome to the 34th Chinese Music Awards ceremony. I'm the host Zhang Chang. I'm the host, Li Xiang. As the most authoritative awards ceremony in the Chinese music scene, the Chinese Music Festival Awards cover almost all areas of the industry. There are 3 main categories. Technical Awards, Best Arranger, Best MV Director. Works Awards, Best Single, Best Album, Best Film and Television Song. Individual Honor Categories, Best Male-Female Vocalist, Best Newcomer, Best Band Group, Best Lyricist Composer. The first award to be presented was the Best MV Director. The winner was Zhang Haoran, and the winning work was the theme song MV of 7-Year Appointment Silence. Not many people paid attention to this award and it did not cause much stir. Next, it was time to present the Best Arrangement Award. The award we're going to present next is the most overlooked, yet the most esteemed Best Arranger. The male host Li Xiang said. Brother Li, why do you say that the Best Arranger Award deserves the most respect? The female host Zhang Chang asked deliberately. What does an arranger do? He or she can turn an ordinary melody into a masterpiece that you'll play on repeat. As we all know, arranging music and songwriting are 2 different things. Few musicians who are good at songwriting can arrange music. However, this winner is quite remarkable. Although he is an excellent songwriter, his arrangement skills are also incredible. The male host Li Xiang said mysteriously.
At this time, almost everyone thought of the unknown person and Liu Xiaobai. There are almost only these two great masters in the entire Chinese music scene who are not only good at composing lyrics and music but also have profound attainments in arranging music.
Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. The winner is
the arranger of Invisible Wings, Teacher Nameless Man. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling.
Netizens were extremely excited. Holy crap! It's finally going to be revealed. Let me see which great god it is. The moment to witness history has arrived.
The entire live broadcast screen was flooded with comments, and the dense text covered the host's entire body.
Alas, I was defeated by my vest again. Liu Xiaobai touched his nose with a wry smile. Everyone held their breath. The nameless man was finally going to show up.
Countless music company bosses issued instructions to contact him immediately as soon as he showed up. At this time, Huang Wenkai, who was beside Liu Xiaobai, stood up and walked towards the center of the stage.
The whole audience gasped. So he is the nameless man? The barrage instantly changed. He's actually a greasy fat uncle? Who in my family understands? My idol filter is shattered. Oh, I'm so disappointed. I thought he was a handsome guy.
Of course, there were many people present who knew the truth, such as Su Nanxiao, Gu Qingwu, etc.
But they all chose to remain silent. Huang Wenkai walked to the microphone and took the trophy from the host. Excuse me, are you the teacher nameless person? The female host Zheng Chang asked in surprise. No, that's not it.
I'm Huang Wenkai, the AR director of Longting Entertainment. Teacher Nameless Person was unable to attend the ceremony for personal reasons, so he entrusted me to receive the award.
Huang Wenkai took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face. Cut.
As soon as these words were spoken, boos came from all directions.
Damn, what a waste of emotion. What are you doing? I've been waiting for this fat guy to show up after being on the livestream for so long. Get off the stage, fatty. I have an idea. Could it be that the nameless person is too ugly to show his face? You are not allowed to have any thoughts. Even thinking is a sin. Netizens commented one after another.
Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the male host Li Xiang quickly asked Huang Wenkai to leave the stage and move on to the next segment. The next award to be presented is Single of the Year Award. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, and the entire venue was plunged into darkness. The big screen began playing clips of the 5 nominated works. They are A Stroll of Love by the Queen Gu Qingwu, Promise Under the Moonlight by the King Shen Mingzhi, Tenderness in Time by the powerful singer Lin Yifeng, Dignity by Li Siki, and Childhood by Su Nanxiao. The camera scanned several nominated singers in the audience. Queen Gu Qingwu clenched her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. Superstar Shen Mingzhi pretended to be relaxed as he adjusted his cuffs, but his eyes kept glancing towards the stage. Lin Yifeng smiled, but secretly bit his lower lip.
The calmest one is Li Siki.
She still has some self-awareness. Although Dignity has achieved considerable success, there is still a big gap compared to Childhood. At this moment, Zhou Mengqi was sitting in the corner with a lost look on his face. Although her reputation has collapsed, she is still an outdated queen after all, and now she is not even qualified to be nominated.
The winning single is.
Li Xiang suddenly paused and the live music came to an abrupt end. At this moment, even the sound of breathing can be clearly heard.
Childhood performed by Su Nanxiao, with lyrics and music written by unknown person.
The whole audience erupted in deafening applause and cheers.
Chapter 59, First Public Appearance. Although Su Nanxiao was mentally prepared, she was still trembling slightly with excitement. This is the first time she has won the Best Single award since her debut. She took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the stage. Nanxiao, this song has been sweeping all the charts. How do you feel now? Zheng Chang asked. I feel like I'm dreaming. This is the first time in my life that I've received such an important award. Su Nanxiao's eyes were slightly red, but she quickly adjusted her mood. I'm really grateful to everyone who liked this song, but the one I want to thank most is the teacher Nameless Man. Thank you for writing such a great song for me, thank you for giving me the opportunity to perform on this stage, thank you for making my dream come true. Her eyes swept through the crowd, met Liu Xiaobai's gaze, and she smiled gently. By the way, Mr. Nameless Man is currently the most popular and mysterious figure in the Chinese music scene. You should know him, right? Can you introduce him to everyone? Li Xiang asked.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Nanxiao. Everyone wanted to guess the identity of the unknown person from her few words.
I'm sorry to disappoint you all. Nameless person teacher doesn't want to reveal his identity. Su Nanxiao gave an apologetic smile. Cut. The audience erupted in boos again. Lu Xiaobai frowned. Can you boo my wife too?
Next, let's invite the national goddess Su Nanxiao to sing the song Childhood live. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control again, the female host Zhang Chang quickly changed the subject. When the familiar prelude of childhood sounded, the entire venue immediately became quiet. In the banyan tree beside the pond, cicadas are calling out the sound of summer. Su Nanxiao opened her red lips slightly, and her pure voice flowed like a clear spring. It would be unjust if this song didn't win an award. Music producer Zhang Ting sighed. I don't know who started humming along in the audience. Gradually, the sounds became more and more numerous and louder. When the chorus came, tens of thousands of people in the audience started singing in chorus. The stars in the front row VIP seats stood up one after another. The serious judges also clapped their hands to the rhythm. Even the backstage staff were humming quietly. Su Nanxiao opened his eyes wide in surprise and shed tears of excitement. Even the judges and celebrities sang along with her. This was definitely the most glorious moment of her entire career. After the song was finished, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Okay, next up is the best film and television song. After Su Nanxiao left the field, Zhang Chang continued. The big screen began playing clips of the nominated works. When the theme song Silence of 7-Year Appointment sounded, the camera immediately cut to Li Siki. Her fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her skirt, and her knuckles turned slightly white. Siki, calm down. You must have confidence in yourself, and even more so, in teacher Lu Xiaobai. Sister Lan beside her reminded her in a low voice. The winning entry is. After the nomination clip was played, Zhang Chang deliberately dragged out her voice. Li Siki held her breath, as if she could hear her own violent heartbeat. The theme song of 7 Years Silence, performed by Li Siki. Zhang Chang finally announced the answer. Ah! Li Siki no longer cared about her image. The 30-year-old woman danced like a little girl and shouted with joy. Although her movements were exaggerated, no one laughed at her. Li Siki has always been a third-tier artist. However, with songs such as Silence and The Next Dawn, he became a top singer in just a few months. Now it has even won the prestigious Best Film and Television Song Award. No matter who it happened to, no one would be calmer than her. On the way to the stage, Li Siki's steps became more and more steady. When she took the heavy trophy from the host, she blurted out into the microphone. Actually, this award should belong to teacher Lu Xiaobai. If he hadn't written such a moving melody, if he hadn't insisted on letting me sing it, I wouldn't have achieved what I have now. As she spoke, Li Siki's eyes turned red with tears. Below the stage, Lu Xiaobai shook his head and smiled helplessly, meeting Li Siki's gaze full of gratitude and affection. He shuddered with fear and quickly looked away, fearing that his wife would misunderstand him. As everyone knows, Mr. Lu Xiaobai and the Nameless Man are known as the twin stars of the Chinese music scene. But I'm sure many people haven't met teacher Lu. How about we invite him to come up on stage and say a few words? What do you think? The host Zhang Chang said loudly. Good. Thunderous cheers and applause immediately broke out from the audience. Some people whistled, and the audience in the back row even stood up, craning their necks to get a clear look at the true face of this talented creator. Compared with the unknown person, Lu Xiaobai is not as mysterious, but everyone is also full of curiosity about him. Lu Xiaobai stood up from his seat. He was wearing a simple white shirt and casual pants, and his whole body exuded a refreshing youthful feeling. The face is well defined and the eyebrows and eyes are clean. He doesn't look like a music big shot who can write classic works such as Silence, The Next Dawn and Radio Love Song. The audience was silent for a moment, and then burst into exclamations one after another. He is Lu Xiaobai? Are you kidding? I thought he was at least 40 years old. What's so strange about that? His name is Xiaobai, so he must be a young man. Are you crazy? If someone is called Xiaobai, he must be young? In that case, when he gets old, he will be called Lu Laobai. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Xiaobai walked onto the stage calmly. This was his first public appearance, but he was not at all nervous. In his previous life, as an 18th-tier singer, he was accustomed to such occasions. The two hosts exchanged a surprised look.
This Mr. Lu's aura doesn't seem like this is his first time facing the camera.
Zhang Chang turned slightly sideways and spoke to Li Xiang in a low voice.
You know, because creators have been living behind the scenes for a long time, they are generally not good at speaking and even have some social anxiety. But this was the first time they had seen someone as calm and composed as Teacher Lu. Li Siki, who was standing by, stared at Lu Xiaobai as he slowly walked towards the stage, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Not good. Su Nanxiao's nails dug into his palm unconsciously. Her husband seems to have been favored by this woman.
Although she is over 30, Li Siki's unique charm of a mature woman still makes her feel like she is facing a formidable enemy.
Isn't there a saying on the internet?
Young people don't know the benefits of ants, and mistakenly regard young girls as treasures.
Who knows if Lu Xiaobai likes older women?
People online say you're the only one in the Chinese music scene who can rival the nameless man teacher.
So, are you confident that you can beat him? Zhang Chang asked with a smile. Chapter 60. Everyone likes you, whether you like it or not. Who do you think you are? I don't deserve it. Nameless man is a top music star. I'm not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Lu Xiaobai waved his hands in fear.
Upon hearing this, the whole audience burst into laughter.
Teacher Lu is really humble. But that's true. Who else in the Chinese music scene dares to be compared with the unknown person?
You know, in the entire Dragon Country, this great man is the only pop music composer whose works are included in textbooks.
Su Nanxiao also laughed.
Everyone thought Lu Xiaobai was being modest, but only she knew the inside story.
He gave all the good songs to her and the average songs to others.
There is a high probability that Lu Xiaobai will never be able to defeat the nameless person in his entire life. After a few people chatted for a while, Lu Xiaobai walked off the stage.
Next up is the most important award at the Chinese Music Festival, the Best Album Award.
The host Li Xiang's voice spread throughout the venue through the speakers, and the entire venue became quiet in an instant. The air seemed to freeze, and even the sound of breathing became clearly audible. Everyone here knows the significance of this award. It is not just a trophy, but also a ticket to the pinnacle of Chinese music. Whoever wins this award has reserved a spot as a superstar in advance.
If you haven't won the Best Album Award, I'm sorry.
No matter how high your sales volume is or how popular you are, no one will recognize you as a superstar. Even a fake superstar like Zhou Mingqi won this award 3 years ago.
Here it comes, the ultimate showdown is coming. I bet on Tian Hei Hei. My Nanxiao's album is going to be a hit.
If Sister Qingwu doesn't win the award, I'll do a live broadcast of washing my hair while standing upside down.
Well said. My Qingwu's Human Whispers is the best. The barrage exploded instantly.
The names of 5 albums were displayed on the big screen. They are Human Whispers by Queen Du Qingwu, Promise of Love by King Shenmingzhi, Floating Light by emerging singer Su Haiyang, The Next Dawn by Li Siki, and Dark Sky by Su Nanxiao.
And the winning album is?
Host Li Xiang suddenly paused. The sound engineer cooperated by playing the tense heartbeat sound effects. The whole place was filled with suffocating tension.
Su Nanxiao's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the audience.
Lu Xiaobai was staring at her, his lips opening and closing silently. Don't be afraid. These words made her tense back relax a little.
The Dark Sky, Su Nanxiao. Let's welcome her back to the stage. The host Li Xiang announced loudly and excitedly. At this moment, the corners of Gu Qingwu's mouth twitched uncontrollably.
Shenmingzhi sat up suddenly, and the chair groaned in pain.
Of course, the award-winning Su Nanxiao was not much better.
When he stood up, his legs went weak and he almost fell down. When she walked onto the stage to receive the trophy, she was shaking so much that she almost fell down.
Female host Zhang Chang quickly reached out to support her.
Everyone stared at the trophy in her hand with burning eyes. Those eyes were a mixture of jealousy, desire, and unwillingness.
This woman is so lucky.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the nameless person. Su Nanxiao was so excited that he could hardly speak.
I'm asking you a question on behalf of everyone. Why does Unknown only write songs for you? What's your relationship with him? In order to smooth things over, Li Xiang asked the question that everyone had always wanted to know. He and I just have a simple partnership. Upon hearing this, Su Nanxiao immediately calmed down.
But her husband had repeatedly warned her not to reveal his identity.
Cut. The whole audience erupted in boos again. If you say this out loud, I'm afraid you won't even believe it.
When Su Nanxiao walked down the stairs holding the trophy, no one noticed the cold light that flashed in Gu Qingwu's eyes.
Qingwu, it's okay. No one can shake your position as the #1 singer in the music industry.
You made a hasty comeback this time, which is why you lost to Su Nanxiao.
Next year, we will definitely win this award. Gu Qingwu's agent, Sister Lin, comforted her. Of course.
Tell the company that I'm going to invite top songwriters to write songs for my next album.
Gu Qingwu's face was full of frost. Next up is the Best Band Group Award. Li Xiang announced.
When the names of the 5 groups appeared on the big screen, the eyes of Star Moon Legend, who had been a bystander throughout the whole process, suddenly lit up.
Because they were nominated. The winner is Legend of the Stars and Moon.
As soon as Zhang Chang finished speaking, the audience's eyes were cast on this couple with a slightly rustic appearance.
No one in the audience applauded, and many people were whispering to each other.
Wherever the camera swept past, some people covered their mouths and laughed so hard that their shoulders trembled.
The live streaming platform also began to flood with negative reviews. Holy crap, such a cheesy song and such a tacky group can win an award? Chinese entertainment is over. The Chinese music festival has fallen into decline. Is this a county KTV level performance worthy of an award? Nowadays, anyone can win an award. It's really sad for the industry. That song Above the Moon is so tacky. This makeup was done by Anne Wang at the village entrance, right? Faced with this scene, Lin Dachuan and Wulan were suddenly at a loss. Wulan's eyes were red from crying. What did we do wrong? Above the Moon is obviously very nice. Why do you discriminate against us like this? At this time, Lu Xiaobai was extremely angry. When you criticize Above the Moon, you are actually criticizing Wang Dali. Scolding Wang Dali is like scolding my mother. Scolding my mother is scolding me. This is simply intolerable. His face was ashen as he strode onto the stage in full view of the crowd. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at him in confusion. I'm sorry, I want to say something fair for teacher Wang Dali. Lu Xiaobai smiled coldly. Just now someone said that Above the Moon was tacky and that Legend of the Stars and Moon shouldn't have won an award. So I'd like to ask, what does tacky mean? Today, the number of views of Above the Moon has exceeded 100 million. Square dancing, KTV, short videos, shopping malls, no one can escape the song. If this is called tacky, then why is everyone listening to it? Do all the people in Dragon Country have poor aesthetic taste? The song Above the Moon combines folk, pop, electronic and other elements. You call the modernization of Dragon Country's traditional music tacky? Then what is considered advanced? Total westernization? Teacher Wang Dali incorporates the wind of the grassland and the fireworks of the city into his melodies. What they sing about is not earthy, but the lives of millions of ordinary people. Singing praises to the stars and the sea is high class, but chanting about the fields is earthy? Lu Xiaobai's words were so powerful that everyone was speechless. One last thing for everyone, if you don't like something everyone else likes, who do you think you are? After saying that, he turned around and walked off the stage. Chapter 61, Unknown Person Wins 5 Major Awards. After the words were spoken, there was silence in the audience. Everyone was stunned. In everyone's impression, the music creators behind the scenes should be elegant, humble and gentle people. But today, Lu Xiaobai actually confronted tens of thousands of audience members in front of the live camera. What's more, in the eyes of some high-end listeners, Above the Moon is synonymous with earthy and exciting. But Lu Xiaobai not only did not avoid suspicion, but directly supported it and even raised it to the level of national culture. Is this boss so cool in his behavior? Pa. At this time, the well-known music producer Zhang Ting suddenly applauded. Immediately afterwards, more creators and judges began to applaud. Finally, thunderous applause finally rang out. Many people who had previously questioned the Legend of Stars and Moon began to lower their heads in shame. Lin Dachuan and Wulan were so moved that their eyes filled with tears, and they kept bowing to Lu Xiaobai. At this time, music producer Zhang Ting also walked onto the stage. He took the microphone, his eyes swept across the audience, his voice loud and sincere. I completely agree with what teacher Lu Xiaobai said. When the Best Band Group Award was selected, I was the only one who voted for Legend of the Stars and Moon. The song Above the Moon is the perfect collision of folk and pop. It is an organic fusion of tradition and modernity. It's the perfect balance between professionalism and accessibility.
I dare say it has created a new paradigm for dragon country pop music.
Finally, let me repeat what Teacher Lu said: if you don't like something that everyone likes, who do you think you are?
After saying that, he walked off the stage. The scene erupted in warm applause again. A truly good song is never afraid of being misunderstood.
The professional reviewers have said so. Some people should wake up. It turns out it's not the music that's out of place, it's our superior prejudice. Teacher Lu's words were powerful: if you don't like something that everyone likes, who do you think you are?
At this time, the barrage on the live broadcast platform also began to reverse. In this warm atmosphere, host Li Xiang regained control of the rhythm.
Teacher Lu and Teacher Zhang said such great things. It's worth reflecting on for all of us. Okay, let's get to the next step quickly, otherwise we'll all have to work overtime. Ha ha ha.
He thought he told a funny joke, but no one paid any attention.
Everyone was still immersed in a heated discussion.
Li Xiang, somewhat embarrassed, said again,
"The next award is for Best Lyricist Songwriter. And the winner is..." He kept it a secret again. "Shaoli, just be frank.
There's no suspense about this award." At this time, a judge in the front row laughed.
"Ha, let me be frank," Li Xiang said with an awkward smile, "the winner is unknown person." Huang Wensai's old face turned red and he walked onto the stage reluctantly. Holy crap! Have you noticed? The nameless man is practically becoming a deity.
Except for the Best Film and Television Song Award and the Best Band Group Award, all the awards are related to him.
One netizen commented.
Seeing this sentence, the whole network instantly boiled over. In other words, except for Mr. Lu Xiaobai and Mr. Wang Dali, unknown people can beat any other music creator.
Another netizen commented.
What's even more incredible is that the styles of these works span a wide range, and they don't seem to be the work of the same person at all.
Everyone thought about it and realized that it was true.
Among the songs he wrote are Where Has the Time Gone, which describes family love. There are graduation-themed films My Deskmate and The Wind Rises.
There's the inspirational song Invisible Wings. There is also the sweet love song Love You. Of course, there is also the song Childhood, which is included in the textbook.
The Chinese music scene is really about to change. A spectacle not seen in the Chinese music scene in 20 years, a mysterious person swept all 5 major awards. My mom asked me why I had to kneel down to watch a live broadcast.
This is truly insane. Nameless person, please accept my knees.
After reading these comments, Lu Xiaobai had a smug smile on his face.
Is this called defying heaven?
If you knew that the nameless person and Wang Dali were both my pseudonyms, that would be truly incredible. At this point, the awards ceremony has entered its final stages, but it is also the climax of the ceremony. Finally, the most important award is going to be presented, the Best Male-Female Singer Award. If the Best Album Award is the only way to become a superstar, then the Best Male-Female Singer Award is almost equivalent to the superstar. The winner of the Best Male Singer Award is superstar Shin Mingzhi. The host Li Xiang announced loudly. There was almost no suspense about this award. In today's Chinese music scene, there is a phenomenon of more females than males. The Queen of Heaven grabbed a handful.
In addition to Gu Qingwu and Lin Shuang, there is also the quasi-queen Su Nanxiao and Zhou Mingqi, whose house collapsed. But the king of pop is only Shin Mingzhi. Thank you to the fans for your love, and thank you to the judges.
Shin Mingzhi walked onto the stage gracefully, bowing deeply repeatedly.
Wow, my husband is so handsome. The beauty is simply amazing. No, I'm going to faint.
As soon as the words fell, many little girls began to scream and cheer. At this time, Lu Xiaobai was very unhappy.
Because Shin Mingzhi is more handsome than him. Shin Mingzhi looked confused. Damn, I'm an idol and a talented singer. Isn't it a bit weird for you, a behind-the-scenes creator, to compare your looks with mine?
So, Lu Xiaobai made 2 important decisions. First, make another male singer with average looks famous as soon as possible to completely suppress Shin Mingzhi's arrogance. The second, and most important, point is to accumulate enough reputation points as quickly as possible to exchange for personal appearance and charm.
He would never allow anyone in the entertainment industry to be more handsome than him.
What's more, being handsome can also make you liked by others, so it will become easier to gain reputation points. Poor Shin Mingzhi has no idea that he is being treated with hostility by someone simply because of his appearance. The winner of the Best Female Vocalist Award is...
The host Zhang Chang started to keep the audience in suspense again. The names of 5 people were displayed on the big screen.
Gu Qingwu, Lin Shuang, Su Nanxiao, Li Siki.
There is also a female singer that Liu Xiaobai has never heard of, Lin Xia.
The camera quickly cuts to close-ups of the 5 candidates. Gu Qingwu pursed her red lips. Lin Shuang covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Su Nanxiao lowered her head to adjust the hem of her skirt.
Li Siki's breathing almost stopped at this moment.
She felt the blood in her body boiling and her fingertips trembled uncontrollably.
Oh my god. She's actually on par with these superstars. Even if it was just a nomination, it was enough to make her wake up laughing in her dream. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, the host Zhang Chang finally spoke slowly. Su Nanxiao. Chapter 62. Su Nanxiao is crowned queen.
As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was boiling. Congratulations to Nanxiao for being crowned the queen. Huang Wenkai stood up, shouting and waving his hands vigorously.
Nanxiao is awesome.
Li Siki jumped up and screamed, her eyes shining with pure joy.
Nanxiao has become the queen of heaven, she truly deserves the title. Music producer Zhang Ting stood up and applauded. The artists from Longting Entertainment also stood up and applauded and cheered.
Although some of them were jealous of Su Nanxiao, this moment was something that all Longting people should be proud of.
Boss Liu, Longting has had a great harvest tonight. You've practically monopolized all the awards.
That's right, if you don't set up a few tables tonight we won't let you go. Several music company bosses surrounded Lu Feng, their faces full of smiles but their eyes flashing with complex lights. No, this is all thanks to nameless person, Liu Xiaobai, and teacher Wang Dali. Lu Feng smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits, and the fat on his chubby face kept shaking.
Fuck. Damn it.
Upon hearing this, the bosses suddenly came to their senses. They only now discovered that these 3 people were all under Longting's command. They stared at Lu Feng's fat face, so jealous that they almost vomited blood.
What kind of luck does this fat guy have? He actually got the 3 most famous people in the entire Chinese music scene. At this rate, it is a foregone conclusion that Longting will become the industry leader. The day after the ceremony ended, major media outlets reported extensively on it. Su Nanxiao wins double award. Tian He wins Best Album plus Best Female Singer.
An unknown person swept 5 awards but remained invisible, and found someone to collect the prizes on his behalf, sparking heated discussions across the internet.
Liu Xiaobai's domineering voice for Legend of Star Moon, "Who do you think you are?" becomes a hot topic on the internet. Gu Qingwu's team left early, apparently dissatisfied with the award results.
On the Huaxia TV news, the host excitedly reviewed the highlights of the ceremony and kept mentioning the unknown person. His work was the highlight of the entire awards ceremony, but his identity remains a mystery, sparking heated debate among the public.
The internet was in an uproar.
All major social media platforms were dominated by related topics, and half of the top 6 trending searches on Weibo were related to the ceremony. Topics such as hashtag Su Nanxiao becomes the queen of heaven, hashtag the unknown person becomes a god, hashtag Liu Xiaobai makes a stunning appearance, hashtag, and hashtag Liu Xiaobai angrily scolds the audience, hashtag continued to soar in popularity, with the number of readings easily exceeding hundreds of millions.
Some professional music media focus on the music itself.
The Sound of Music magazine commented,
"From Invisible Wings to Childhood, the nameless man has proven his extraordinary ability through his works.
His songwriting spans a variety of styles, and each song resonates strongly with the audience, undoubtedly injecting new vitality into the Chinese music scene."
In addition, Liu Xiaobai should not be underestimated.
His hit songs such as Silence, Dignity, and The Next Dawn demonstrate his profound creative skills. The twin stars of Liu Xiaobai and The Nameless Man will propel the music scene to new heights. Of course, in this media carnival, Li Siki, the Star Moon Legend Group and others also received widespread attention, and endorsement invitations came in like snowflakes.
10:35 in the morning, Longting Entertainment Headquarters Building. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened. Liu Xiaobai walked out radiantly with one hand in his pocket and the other holding an iced American coffee.
The reason why he was happy was, of course, because his reputation soared again after the Chinese Music Festival.
When Liu Xiaobai walked out of the elevator, greetings immediately rang out. "Good morning, Teacher Liu. You look so handsome today." The girl at the front desk's eyes lit up. "Teacher Liu, I dream of singing a song you wrote one day. Do you think I have the honor?"
A sweet-looking female artist was holding his right arm.
"Teacher Liu, if you need any help, just let me know. I'm always here." An intellectual beauty in a professional suit said half jokingly and half seriously. Lu Xiaobai kept smiling and nodding.
Although he only won one award at the Chinese Music Festival, the Best Film and Television Song Award. But his reputation in the company has reached an astonishing level.
The reason is simple.
Not only is he the only one who can fight against the nameless person, but he is also the front stage spokesperson for the socially anxious Mr. Wine Dolly. Everyone knows that as long as you curry favor with him, you can get the support of two big bosses at the same time.
Of course, there are also many people who say sour things behind people's backs.
When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king.
If the nameless man teacher wasn't so low-key, how could he be so arrogant? Music composer Wang Feng said sourly behind his back. Good morning, Teacher Lu.
As soon as Lu Xiaobai pushed open the office door, his assistant Gu Qingqing handed him a cup of steaming coffee and then tiptoed back to her workstation.
Room 808 is an open office area,
and Gu Qingqing's workstation is only about 3 meters away from Lu Xiaobai's. This makes it convenient to respond to Lu Xiaobai's needs at any time.
Of course, this demand is not what everyone thinks. Is 10:30 still early? Also, don't call me teacher anymore. It sounds so strange. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and sat down at the desk.
Seeing that he was in a good mood and there was nothing urgent, Gu Qingqing lowered her voice mysteriously.
Brother Xiaobai, did you know?
Superstar Shin Mingzhi and superstar Lin Shuang secretly contacted President Lu yesterday.
They wanted to invite you to write a song. Guess what Mr. Lu said?
She paused deliberately, her eyes rolling around.
They said the release date is scheduled for next year? Lu Xiaobai didn't even raise his head. It's much crueler than this. Gu Qingqing imitated Lu Feng's voice. Our teacher Lu only writes songs for his own artists now. Why don't you terminate your contract first and come over?
She laughed so hard that she slammed the table.
Their agent's face is green. Oh. Lu Xiaobai replied indifferently.
Oh, there's something even more exciting, I heard. Gu Qingqing became more and more excited as she spoke, and was ready to continue revealing more information with foam flying around her mouth.
Lu Xiaobai was about to explode.
This damn girl has been nagging for more than 10 minutes.
Ahem, work hard during working hours. No slacking off. Lu Xiaobai finally couldn't help it and said seriously. Oh.
Gu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and immediately started working seriously, focusing her attention on her nose and her mind.
You slack off the most in the entire company. You're still talking about me?
She complained in her heart.
Lu Xiaobai was speechless. When choosing an assistant, why did you choose such a chatterbox? The office finally quieted down. Lu Xiaobai opened the system panel. After the Chinese Music Awards ceremony, his reputation saw another surge. The panel displays. Reputation, 5,512 points. Skills already possessed, elementary piano playing ability, elementary singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency. Exchangeable skills, none. Chapter 63, Cantonese Singing King Lin Zimo. Lighting a cigar, Lu Xiaobai began to think.
Recently, he has no plans to exchange any skills, but to save them all to exchange for personal appearance and charm.
The reason is simple.
On the one hand, it was because superstar Shin Mingzhi stole the spotlight at the ceremony with his good looks, which stimulated him all of a sudden.
Shin Mingzhi looked confused. No matter how powerful I am, can I still compare to you?
On the other hand, he also realized a problem. That is, exchanging appearance and charm can also bring him reputation points.
Moreover, it is easier to gain reputation points.
You don't have to do anything, just go out and show up more often.
That's it, he said to himself.
At this moment, the phone screen lit up and the notification tone sounded continuously.
Lu Xiaobai picked up his phone and saw at least dozens of messages from Sun Anxiao. I just had a dream.
I dreamed that we were watching the sunrise together at the beach.
The scene was so beautiful that I didn't want to wake up. This was sent at 6 a.m. Just finished work.
I'm so tired, but when I think of you, I feel full of energy.
I miss you so much. Do you miss me? This was sent at 11:30 a.m. Lunch looks good, with my favorite shrimp. But without you around, it feels like something's missing. Did you have lunch? Did you eat well? This was sent at 12:30 noon.
It turned out that when Sun Anxiao saw the look in Li Siqi's eyes when she looked at Lu Xiaobai at the Chinese Music Festival, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. So I want to use WeChat bombardment to keep a close eye on my husband at all times. Looking at the news, Lu Xiaobai's mouth corners unconsciously rose, revealing a gentle smile. This woman is actually jealous. She didn't even think about it. Now that she already has her, which other woman would she fall in love with? After replying to the message, Lu Xiaobai sat in a chair and fell into deep thought. Recently, the artists he has promoted are almost all women, and he has a lot of male songs that no one sings. It seems that we must discover one or two male singers. Qingqing, are there any male singers with good singing skills under the company? Lu Xiaobai asked. The best singer is of course the Cantonese singing king Lin Zimo. Gu Qingqing said after thinking for a moment. How could I have forgotten him? Lu Xiaobai then recalled that there was such a male singer who auditioned for the song Wang Dali. This artist is very talented and humble. However, Lin Zimo is from Hong Kong and is better at singing Cantonese songs, and his Mandarin isn't very standard either. Brother Xiaobai, you only write Mandarin songs. I'm afraid he. Gu Qingqing continued. So he's from Hong Kong. Lu Xiaobai interrupted her with a look of surprise. Gu Qingqing blinked and looked at him in confusion. Why are you so happy that Lin Zimo is from Hong Kong? Can you also write Cantonese songs? Of course Lu Xiaobai was happy. In his previous life, he listened to Cantonese songs as much as Mandarin songs. However, since traveling through time, the artists he met were not from Hong Kong or Guangdong province. This resulted in a large number of Cantonese songs in his hands being of no use. Qingqing, call Lin Zimo and ask him to come over. Lu Xiaobai said. This is the lineup of Blue Star's top music creators. A first-line singer can be summoned with just one phone call. Lin Zimo has a concert today. Gu Qingqing spread her hands. Well, you keep working hard. I'm going out to collect folk songs. Also, I won't be coming to work this afternoon, so just do your own thing. Lu Xiaobai picked up his coat and walked out the door. Binhai Primary School held a sports meeting this morning. His sister and sister-in-law had a day off in the afternoon, so he planned to take them out to play. I don't believe you. You're still collecting folk songs? You're more like going out for fun. Gu Qingqing made a face and said in her heart. On the pedestrian street on the weekend, two delicate little girls were jumping hand in hand. This headband looks better in pink. Pink is so tacky. Last time, when Sister Nan Xiao wore a pink dress, you secretly said it was beautiful. I'm saying that sis, you look like a kindergartner in pink. You look like. Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao were talking back and forth in their childish voices, attracting the attention of passers-by. Oh, these two little guys are so cute. An old lady couldn't help but stop. I'm really out of my mind, actually bringing two little women out shopping. Lu Xiaobai, who was following behind them, was carrying a dozen shopping bags inside with despair. He had been shopping with them for 3 hours and was exhausted. Finally, the two little ones were tired from shopping. Lu Xiaobai thought they would sit down and rest, but... Brother, hug me. Lu Xiaoyan suddenly turned around and opened her chubby little hands. Hold on. Do you think I still have hands? Lu Xiaobai showed off his trophies with a dark face. Lu Xiaoyan had a stern face and looked away. This action proves that the little ancestor is angry. In desperation, Lu Xiaobai could only pick her up. His sister is his biggest weakness. Brother Xiaobai, I want one too. Su Mengyao also opened her arms. You. Lu Xiaobai glared at his sister-in-law. Su Mengyao immediately imitated Lu Xiaoyan and shook her head to prove that she was also sulking. Lu Xiaobai picked up his sister-in-law again. Well, my sister-in-law is my second biggest weakness. Poor Lu Xiaobai, whether in his past life or this life, he is a powerless person. Holding two 8-year-old girls at the same time almost killed him. Making it to the parking lot is victory. Lu Xiaobai was breathing heavily and felt like his lumbar vertebrae were about to break. Finally, the three of them were about to leave the mall. Brother, there's a lottery going on over there. Spend 6,000 and get 2 chances to win a prize. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly lit up and she pointed to a place not far away. Draw a fur ball. Go home. Lu Xiaobai looked unhappy. I want it, what if I win? Su Mengyao continued. Lu Xiaobai had no choice but to agree to the requests of the two little ancestors. The three of them bought nearly 7,000 yuan worth of things today, enough for 2 draws. Stroll around and take a look. For every 3,000 yuan you spend, you'll have a chance to win a prize. The first prize is an electric car, And the special prize is a VIP ticket to Lin Zimo's concert. Don't miss it if you pass by. The staff at the lottery draw shouted loudly. Under his shouting, the lottery area was quickly filled with people.
Oh my god, there are tickets for Lin Zimo's concert. Oh, what a shame. I only bought something over 2,000. Honey, shall we go buy some more? I've been wanting to see Lin Zimo's concert for a long time. I hope I can get in this lottery this time. Everyone looked excited and talked a lot. Chapter 64 What virtue and ability do I, Lin Zimo, have?
Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that Lin Zimo is quite famous in Binhai City.
Brother Xiaobai, come here quickly.
At this time, Lu Xiaoyan and Su Mengyao had already slid off him like loaches, pulling his trouser legs and dragging him to the lottery table.
Okay.
Lu Xiaobai handed the shopping receipt to the staff helplessly.
Please spin the lucky wheel.
The staff handed over the remote control with a smile. Lu Xiaoyan snatched it away and pressed it directly. The roulette wheel spins rapidly. Congratulations, you won the 5th prize. A plush toy. The staff member said with a smile.
Yeah. It's Mr. Rabbit.
Lu Xiaoyan jumped and danced with the doll in her arms.
Childish.
Su Mengyao looked disgusted.
Second draw. The wheel spins again. Congratulations.
The host's voice trembled. Special prize.
A VIP ticket to Lin Zimo's concert. Ah. We got it.
The two little ones screamed at the same time.
Lu Xiaobai covered his face instantly. These two are such a disgrace. What's so exciting about winning concert tickets?
As long as he wants, dozens of them are not a problem. The whole audience was silent for 3 seconds, and then broke out into deafening screams.
Little brother, can I pay 10,000 for this ticket? A female fan of Lin Zimo wearing heavy makeup squeezed over. I'll give you 15,000. Another girl shouted.
Brother, sell it to her quickly. The money-loving Lu Xiaoyan's eyes lit up.
I spent more than 7,000 yuan on shopping today.
If I sell this ticket, it's like I didn't spend a penny and still made a net profit of 8,000 yuan.
Yes, sell it quickly. Su Mengyao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. What's so rare about Lin Zimo?
Whether it is her sister or brother-in-law, their status is higher than his.
Everyone looked at Lu Xiaobai with envy. This kid is so lucky. Not for sale.
Lu Xiaobai took the two little girls and walked out of the mall amid countless envious and jealous gazes. Just kidding, with his current wealth, he really doesn't care about the 15,000 yuan. But Lin Zimo's concert is worth watching. He planned to observe this person's temperament, stage presence, and singing skills on the spot, and then decide whether to make him a superstar.
Really? What's so good about Lin Zimo's concert?
That's right, I don't even watch my sister's concerts. In the VIP seats of the concert, two little girls complained angrily in a low voice.
Lu Xiaobai also felt a little regretful.
The concert implemented a one-person, one-ticket system, with no free tickets for children rule, and he only had one ticket. If a Longting staff member hadn't recognized him and given him 2 tickets, he really wouldn't have been able to get in with his 2 little ones. Before I had time to think about it, the concert began.
The entire venue suddenly fell into darkness.
Suddenly, a beam of white light split the darkness and pierced the center of the stage. Lin Zimo was wearing a tuxedo and sitting in front of a black piano. The whole audience immediately erupted in thunderous cheers.
I never thought Lin Zimo's popularity would be so terrifying. Lu Xiaobai sighed.
The popularity of the scene was almost comparable to Su Nanxiao's concert in Shanghai. Little brother, you may not know this, but Lin Zimo is the pride of us Hong Kong people and the people of Nanyue.
The reason he's not very famous nationwide is because he mainly sings Cantonese songs.
A middle-aged man next to me spoke with a Cantonese accent.
So that's how it is. Lu Xiaobai nodded.
In this parallel world, Cantonese songs are not as glorious as in the previous life and are only limited to a few provinces in the south. The first song I'm going to perform tonight is a classic piece, Promise Under the Moonlight, written and composed by the renowned songwriter Mr. Huang Zhan. Lin Zimo said with a smile.
Huang Zhan? Could it be that great god?
Lu Xiaobai was shocked and immediately listened attentively. However, after singing the song, he realized that he was overthinking. It is obvious that this Mr. Huang Zhan is not the same person as the great god in the previous life. Compared with those classic Cantonese songs in the previous life, this song Promise Under the Moonlight also seems very mediocre.
On the stage, Lynn Zimmo was preparing to sing the next song. Next, I will bring you.
Halfway through his words, he suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the VIP seats.
What's going on?
The audience followed his gaze in confusion. Dear fans, I'm so honored that such a great person came to my concert.
Lynn Zimmo was trembling with excitement.
At this time, the staff projected a close-up of the VIP seats on the big screen.
What great God!
Where is the great God? At this time, Liu Xiaobai looked around, and his handsome face full of doubts was exposed in front of tens of thousands of spectators.
He is Mr. Liu Xiaobai, everyone applaud and welcome him. Teacher Liu actually came to my concert. How could I, Lynn Zimmo, be so worthy of this?
Lynn Zimmo took the lead in clapping his hands vigorously, his eyes slightly red with excitement.
Wow! Master Liu is here. The whole audience exploded instantly.
There was a burst of cheers and screams.
Ah, so he's talking about me? Liu Xiaobai suddenly realized.
Secretly, let me tell you, teacher Liu Xiaobai's singing skills are actually quite good.
How about we invite him to sing a song on stage? Lynn Zimmo shouted.
During the audition, Mr. Liu showed off his singing voice, and his singing skills are definitely not bad.
Good. I want to listen to Silence. No, I want to listen to the next Dawn. It has to be decent. The audience roared.
Although they are all Cantonese song fans, they also like Mandarin songs. They had already heard of Liu Xiaobai's name. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Liu Xiaobai walked onto the stage with a wry smile.
I paid for a concert, but now I have to work? This is so unlucky. Teacher Liu, I'm so honored that you can come to my concert.
Although the audience here are mostly from Hong Kong and Guangdong, they also really like Mandarin songs.
How about you sing a song?
Lin Zimmo held Liu Xiaobai's hand tightly and said excitedly.
One song. One song. The audience cheered in unison. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly sing a song.
But since most of the people here are from Hong Kong and Guangdong, I'll just sing an original Cantonese song.
Liu Xiaobai said with a smile. What? Teacher Liu can actually compose Cantonese songs?
Lin Zimmo looked at Liu Xiaobai with fiery eyes.
The audience also became agitated. They really couldn't help but be excited.
You know, now on Blue Star, Cantonese songs have become a niche culture.
Both songwriters and singers have become rare. How pitiful is it?
Even a Cantonese singing king like Lin Zimmo can only be considered as a top-tier singer in the country. Now we hear that Liu Xiaobai, a top Chinese music creator, can actually write Cantonese songs.
How can everyone not go crazy? Chapter 65, Tribute to the Idol the Nameless Man. I'm from Binhai City, Nanyue Province. How could I not be able to write Cantonese songs? Liu Xiaobai rolled his eyes. What? Teacher Liu, you are from Nanyue?
Lin Zimmo suddenly widened his eyes, covered his chest exaggeratedly and took 2 steps back.
The audience erupted in laughter and whistles, with many shouting in Cantonese, we don't know.
My singing skills definitely can't compare to Brother Lin's, so everyone just have to make do with it for now.
As Liu Xiaobai spoke, he walked to the piano. Teacher Liu, your creative talent is so outstanding. If you can also sing well, then where will singers like us survive?
Lin Zimmo immediately picked up the topic and spoke in an exaggerated manner.
The audience couldn't help laughing. After the audience quieted down, a soothing piano prelude sounded. The familiar and slightly sad melody instantly filled the entire venue. The morning light and drizzle returned to this land, and people hide away alone. The moment I turned around, I realized it was you, the passerby behind me, on this familiar road.
What Liu Xiaobai exchanged was exactly the classic song of King Zhang in his previous life. Breakup always happens on a rainy day. Because he found that Lin Zimmo's voice was magnetic and metallic, somewhat similar to that of Zhang Tianwang.
So, he planned to give this song to him. Oh my God! This sounds so beautiful.
Lin Zimmo covered his mouth tightly, his face full of disbelief. No one in the audience paid any attention to the somewhat funny Cantonese pop king, and all of them fell into a quiet sadness.
Why do your eyes remain unchanged over the years? Why do your thoughts keep returning to the past? The night you said you were leaving, it rained continuously, just like this day.
The audience had already been immersed in the musical world created by Liu Xiaobai. Some people closed their eyes and seemed to see their past emotional experiences in the singing. Some people's eyes were red and tears were welling up in the corners of their eyes. An old man with gray hair sat quietly in his seat. Perhaps in this song, he also recalled the unrequited love in his youth. On the live broadcast platform of the concert, netizens' comments were even more dense. Damn, Mr. Liu Xiaobai has taken Cantonese songwriting to a whole new level.
Such talent. Such beauty.
Such singing skills.
Wow.
Anyone who hasn't experienced more than 10 heartbreaks could never have written this song.
Wow, Teacher Liu Xiaobai, compensate me for my tears. It's over. I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm thinking about my first love. Swallow, where are you? Liu Xiaobai's singing finally entered the chorus.
I always have to escape from a certain past on rainy days, but the raindrops just happened to prompt such an encounter. It's always on rainy days that people miss the past, and after crying and hugging goodbye, they never see each other again. At this time, the audience has started the chorus. The live barrage has gone crazy.
Help! My mom asked me why I was kneeling to listen to music.
I just broke up and now I'm crying so hard my dog is wiping my tears. I don't understand ding ding, but it's worth learning and it sounds weird.
How can this be called songwriting? This is speaking from the heart. I'm a 300-pound, foot-picking guy, and I'm crying like a fool.
I, a 400-pound slim lady, cried like a madman. The two of you upstairs, please be serious.
You've ruined the atmosphere.
Lin Zimmo was completely frozen, with goosebumps all over his body. As a professional singer, he knows the value of this song better than anyone else.
This is definitely the best Cantonese song ever.
More importantly, it will definitely go beyond Guangdong and Hong Kong and become popular across the country.
Teacher Liu Xiaobai's strength is simply terrifying.
Lin Zimmo stared at Liu Xiaobai with a fiery gaze.
Compared with the unknown person, Teacher Liu is indeed slightly inferior. But so what? In the field of Cantonese songs, Mr. Liu is the real top star. When the last note fell, the whole audience was silent for 3 seconds.
Then, the most deafening screams and applause of the night broke out. But more people have not yet come to their senses and seem to have not yet withdrawn from the emotion of the song.
Teacher Liu, please accept my knees. I want to be your disciple. Lin Zimmo rushed onto the stage, hugged Liu Xiaobai, and knelt on his knees. Ha ha ha. Lin Zimmo's exaggerated behavior immediately made the audience laugh.
The song was okay, but it was ruined by my singing.
Liu Xiaobai said modestly. Who dares to say that Teacher Liu's singing skills are not good? Stand up and show me. If you practice a little longer, you could be the next king of Chinese pop music.
Lin Zimmo stood up and said in a serious tone.
Indeed. That's right. The audience started to boo.
To be fair, Liu Xiaobai's singing skills are indeed good, only slightly inferior to Lin Zimmo.
If you were to sing the song, Brother Lin, you would definitely be better than me. Liu Xiaobai's next words immediately made Lin Zimmo tremble with excitement. You mean? He swallowed and asked cautiously. Lingo can put this song on his next album. Liu Xiaobai said with a smile. Wow. I'll go. The audience was immediately excited. The best Cantonese song is sung by the best Cantonese king, this is definitely a king bomb.
Lin Zimmo's eyes lit up. He never dreamed that he would be the one to sing such a classic song.
Teacher Liu, sing it again. Yes, we still want to listen.
At this time, tens of thousands of spectators cheered in unison. Yes, I strongly suggest that tonight's concert be completely handed over to Teacher Liu.
I will only be responsible for the accompaniment.
Lin Zimmo smiled. Of course, the proceeds from the concert must also be given to Teacher Liu.
He added. Even if Liu Xiaobai steals his limelight, even if he doesn't get any income, so what?
As long as Cantonese songs can be promoted and passed on, this loss is nothing.
Sing it again, then forget it. Liu Xiaobai said with a smile.
Just when everyone was extremely disappointed, he added.
Let me sing a new song. The audience was in an uproar. Any new songs? There are new songs.
Everyone, please give Teacher Liu Xiaobai a warm round of applause to welcome his second song.
Lin Zimmo clapped his hands desperately. This time, the audience's cheers and applause were almost off the roof.
Liu Xiaobai suddenly pressed down with his left hand, indicating that he had something to say.
The whole audience immediately fell silent.
At Sun Anxiao's concert, the songwriter I respect the most, Mr. Wollongren, improvised two classic songs, My Deskmate and The Wind Rises. Here, I want to pay tribute to my idol and imitate him once.
Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. Hiss.
As soon as these words were spoken, the audience gasped.
Chapter 66 Bicycle. Oh my god. Teacher Lu Xiaobai actually wants to replicate this god-level performance?
This is not a tribute to the idol, this is clearly a demonstration to the idol.
Teacher Lu, stop joking.
Lin Zimmel forced a smile on his face and tried to change the subject.
You old man should just dominate the Cantonese music scene, why do you have to mess with that great god? Lu Xiaobai waved his hand and interrupted him with a smile.
Next, please ask the lighting teacher to randomly shine a beam of light on the audience. After the countdown is over, whoever the light shines on gets to say a theme.
Then I improvise a song based on the theme. Also, the theme is not limited to men or women.
He said with a smile.
Hiss.
The whole audience gasped again. Teacher Lu really wants to compete with nameless person. At Sun Anxiao's concert, there were restrictions on female singers, but now he has completely removed all the restrictions.
This is about to create a brand new legend.
Everyone was whispering to each other, and discussions were heard one after another.
10. 9. 8. At this time, Lu Xiaobai had already started the countdown. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the shocking scene that was about to unfold. When Lu Xiaobai called out 1, the light stopped and shone on a middle-aged man. Among Lin Zimmel's fans, the majority are older, so it is not surprising that a middle-aged person was chosen. The man stood up and said after thinking for a moment. My father died of a heart attack 3 years ago.
He has been very good to me since I was a child, and he has always been very kind to me and has always provided me with delicious food and drinks.
My only regret is the lack of emotional connection between him and me. My father never said he loved me in his entire life.
These words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer.
Yes. People often say that fatherly love is like a mountain. However, if the word love is never spoken, how much regret will it bring to your life? Many viewers recalled every little detail of their time with their fathers, and their eyes became moist.
Lin Zimmel had no time to sigh at this moment, he just felt a panic. He even suspected that this man was hired by the Navy to cause trouble.
What is the reason? Because this topic is simply too difficult to write about. If it were just a celebration of fatherly love, it would actually be quite easy to write.
But this theme expresses regret and reflection on fatherly love.
Teacher Lu, can you do it? Okay, now I have an idea. Next, please continue singing, Brother Lin. I'll use this time to write down the music. Lu Xiaobai said after thinking for a moment.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zimmel was so shocked that he almost dropped the microphone.
The audience was also dumbfounded. Fuck you. Is this something a human would do? Is this an inspiration? You get inspiration faster than we pee. Next, Lin Zimmel began to sing his old songs.
Lu Xiaobai sat on a chair brought by the staff and wrote songs on the spot. The audience had long lost interest in Lin Zimmel's singing and were all staring at him intently. Lu Xiaobai was seen writing on the paper with great fanciful strokes, without even thinking.
Seeing this scene, the live broadcast platform's barrage exploded. Holy crap! This guy is even more awesome than Nameless Man. I suggest the Chinese Academy of Sciences study Lu Xiaobai's brain. This isn't songwriting, it's clearly cheating. Who in my family understands? I haven't even solved a math problem yet, and he's almost finished writing a song. Seeing this scene, I'm afraid the nameless person will run away with the high-speed rail overnight.
Just as Lin Zimmel finished singing the last note, Lu Xiaobai stood up and handed him the music score filled with notes.
Brother Lin, you play the lead guitar and I'll play the rhythm guitar. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile.
Although he did not exchange for the ability to play the guitar, his own guitar skills were barely enough.
Good. Lin Zimmel waved and asked the staff to bring 2 guitars.
The lead guitar sounded first, and Lu Xiaobai's rhythm guitar came in at the right time.
The melody interwoven by the 2 guitars is like the confluence of 2 rivers. This prelude is so beautiful. The audience's eyes lit up.
Lu Xiaobai smiled bitterly to himself. He seriously overestimated his guitar skills.
The chord changes are so awkward that it really ruins this good song. Lu Xiaobai finally started singing, and the entire venue seemed to have been muted. Don't assume that I know and that everything is done for me. Why is it so great, yet so unfeeling? This song is none other than E-Goddess' classic work Bicycle.
Among E-Goddess' many songs, this song is not particularly famous, but it is the most special one. When many people first hear it, they think it is a song praising fatherly love, but it is not. The audience closed their eyes and listened. They could intuitively feel that this was definitely a work that was no less than Breakup Always Happens on a Rainy Day. On the live streaming platform, the number of real-time viewers has exceeded 10 million. How good is love without words? Only once can I remember the real touch. We were riding bicycles, hugging each other tightly.
This song is like a blunt knife, slowly dissecting the memories of the audiences both live and online. That's it, that's how it is between me and my dad.
A man in a suit and tie stood up suddenly, his lips trembling. Finally, the chorus arrived and Lu Xiaobai began to strum the strings with his right hand.
It's hard to leave, I want to hold on tighter, the vastness of life seems like a wilderness. If a child can lie on his father's shoulders, who would want to get off the bus?
The live streaming platform was flooded with comments.
My dad did the same thing back then, driving me through the entire old street. I cried after hearing this.
He never said he loved me, but his back was my safest harbor.
Now that he's old, it's my turn to give him a ride. The most frightening thing in life is to suddenly understand a song.
The camera swept across the audience, some people looked up to hold back tears, while others lowered their heads and clenched their fists. The fathers were the most touched at the scene. They were also the fathers in the song. I love clumsily but don't know how to express it. I think working hard and giving silently is all. They suddenly realized that the child had been waiting for those words and a hug. But they always think that love does not need to be expressed in words, actions are enough. A middle-aged man in the front row clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He remembered how his son always loved to hug his waist and put his face on his back when he was little. But as their son grew up, they talked less and less. During the last quarrel, my son yelled with red eyes, "You never understand what I want." There are always some things that are hard to leave, and it is common sense that cannot be shirked.
No matter how cruel the world is, as long as I think of this bicycle, I still have happiness to borrow. Lu Xiaobai continued singing. Chapter 67 If I let it go, my identity will be exposed. A middle-aged man quietly untied his tie, his Adam's apple rolling. 20 years ago, he failed in his business venture and was heavily in debt, but one day his son quietly put the New Year's money he had saved for half a year into his palm. Later he made a comeback, but gradually became estranged from his family due to his busy schedule. He suddenly realized that in the pursuit of his career, he had missed countless moments of his son's growth. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man took out his cell phone and sent a message to his son who was studying at a university in the north. Come home early during the holidays. Dad wants to take you for a bike ride around Binhai City. When the last note faded away, the venue was filled with not only applause but also sobs. Lu Xiaobai put down his guitar, bowed deeply, and prepared to walk back to the audience. It's time to return the stage to Lin Zimo. Teacher Lu, you not only gave me 2 songs, you also gave new life to Cantonese songs. Lin Zimo held Lu Xiaobai's hand tightly, his voice choked several times. The audience applauded for a long time. Less than an hour after the concert ended, terms such as #bicycle and #concert topped the hot search list. On the short video platform, clips of Lu Xiaobai singing Breakup Always Happens on a Rainy Day in Bicycle were widely reposted, and the related topics were played over 200 million times. On social media, celebrities also took to the stage. Li Siki forwarded the concert clip and wrote, "Teacher Lu's talent never ceases to amaze me." At the same time, Lin Zimo also posted a video of his duet with Lu Xiaobai on his Weibo account. He said in the article, "This is the most precious moment in my career. Thank you, Mr. Lu." The Cantonese music market, which has been dormant for many years, has seen a glimmer of hope for recovery thanks to this concert. Veteran music critic Melody Catcher also published a comment at the right time. In the vast galaxy of Chinese music, Mr. Lu Xiaobai has carved out a new galaxy for Cantonese music with his astonishing talent. This genius, with the precision of a scalpel, completed the most profound deconstruction of love and family affection. Breakup on a Rainy Day is the pinnacle of emotional storytelling. The soothing rhythm perfectly matches the lyrics, vividly capturing the heartbreak of someone who has been heartbroken. The sudden emergence of Bicycle further demonstrates Mr. Lu Xiaobai's unparalleled creative ability. Just 1 hour after the post was published, it received over 100,000 likes. However, Lu Xiaobai was very distressed at this time.
He accidentally logged into the Weibo account of nameless person which he hadn't used for a long time, and the comments section below was already exploding.
Master, Lu Xiaobai copied your god-level performance at Su Nanxiao's concert. This is a provocation to you. Yeah, can you still tolerate this?
I admit that Lu Xiaobai has a bit of talent, but calling him a porn god is a bit too much. I really hate that Lu Xiaobai. He keeps saying that nameless person is my idol, but then he turns around and provokes his idol.
Does anyone still remember that at the Chinese music festival, Lu Xiaobai said he wasn't even worthy enough to carry the shoes of the great nameless man? That's right, Lu Xiaobai is the most hypocritical person. Who agrees and who disagrees?
Seeing this, Lu Xiaobai suddenly smiled bitterly. My fans under my pseudonym are joining forces to curse me.
What is this?
However, no one expected that a storm was brewing at this time.
A person named posted a long article and instantly became an internet celebrity. The article reads,
I seriously doubt that Lu Xiaobai and the nameless person are the same person.
The reasons are as follows.
First, both of them can improvise, and the songs they write are all classics. These two are both rare geniuses in the Chinese music scene.
So let me ask, for two such astonishing talents to appear at the same time, isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Secondly, Lu Xiaobai and nameless person are both creators under Longting.
Also, according to gossip, Lu Xiaobai's office in Longting is the top-notch and most luxurious. His strength is clearly inferior to nameless person. So, why did Longting give him the best office instead of nameless person? Third, Lu Xiaobai once said at the Chinese music festival that he wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of an unknown person.
How could such a young and promising creator like him say something so excessively modest? To sum up, I believe that the nameless person is Lu Xiaobai's sock puppet.
In this way, everything makes sense. This article has been read over 1 million times and has received over 100,000 comments.
That seems to be the case. I've always wondered about this.
It's such a coincidence that two talented songwriters appeared in the Chinese music scene at the same time. I have another piece of evidence. Lu Xiaobai protested against the nameless person at Lin Zimo's concert, but the nameless person didn't respond at all. The storm is intensifying. Even Lin Zimo, Li Siki and others became suspicious and sent WeChat messages to Lu Xiaobai to inquire about this matter.
Lu Xiaobai did not respond to any reactions from the outside world. To be honest, it would be a violation of the contract.
Telling lies will affect his personal image.
However, Lu Xiaobai was not anxious at all, because he knew that there was someone who was more anxious than him and would do his best to help him hide it. Longting Entertainment Limited. Lu Feng's office. Boss Lu, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Secretary Lin Yashuan rushed in. What's all the fuss about? Lu Feng's heart tightened and he asked hurriedly.
His secretary has always been calm and composed and would never be so panicked.
It seems something big has happened. Teacher Lu Xiaobai sang 2 original Cantonese songs at Lin Zimo's concert.
Lin Yashuan said breathlessly.
I knew it a long time ago, so what? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows.
There's a lot of speculation online right now, saying Lu Xiaobai might be that unknown person. If we continue to let this go, I'm afraid his identity will be exposed.
Lin Yashuan said. Bang!
The teacup in Lu Feng's hand instantly slipped to the ground and shattered.
I've checked it out. It's all because of this article.
Lin Yashuan didn't bother to clean up and immediately handed over the tablet in her hand.
After Lu Feng opened it, he immediately saw the long article written by. After reading it, he felt a chill in his heart. This person's logical reasoning ability is simply amazing. What he said was completely consistent with the facts. It seems that it is just as Lin Yashuan said. If left unchecked, Lu Xiaobai's identity will really be exposed. Once exposed, countless music companies will wave huge checks to scramble for Lu Xiaobai. By then, Long Tang might not be able to keep him anymore.
Lu Feng's fingertips tapped lightly on the desk, the rhythm getting faster and faster.
Chapter 68 I saw the fairy brother.
Immediately call a meeting with the PR department, the technical department, and all managers from the artist and production departments.
He stood up abruptly, his voice low and urgent. 3 things.
First, ask the technical department to track down the poster's IP address, give him some incentive, and have him delete the post immediately. Second, have the PR department organize a troll army to do everything they can to refute the views of Higgin Banabloons and conceal Lu Xiaobai's identity. Third, immediately have Legend of Stars and Moon release a new song to divert everyone's attention. Longting is worthy of being a top domestic music company, and its crisis public relations capabilities are quite strong. Just 2 hours after the incident, the post was deleted. In addition, they also asked the Internet Water Army to post articles to refute the original posts one by one. The article says, "It's a bit impossible for two talented creators to appear in the Chinese music scene at the same time."
However, the claim that Lu Xiaobai and the nameless person are the same person is even more absurd.
First, let us take stock of the songs these two have written so far. Teacher Nameless Person composed 9 songs, namely Invisible Wings, Love You, and Where Has the Time Gone?
And teacher Lu Xiaobai composed 7 songs, namely Silence, The Next Dawn, and Dignity.
These works were completed by the two of them in just 2 months.
Then let me ask, can a normal person create 16 classic works in 2 months?
Also, it's true that both Lu Xiaobai and Nameless Person are creators under Longting. Teacher Lu Xiaobai's office at Longting is indeed the best and most luxurious. But that's because Mr. Nameless has some social anxiety and never comes to work, so Longting naturally didn't provide him with an office. Then we'll look at the third point. Everyone who is familiar with Mr. Lu Xiaobai knows that he is a very humble and gentle person. And what he said at the Chinese Music Festival was actually a joke. To sum up, the two teachers, Nameless Person and Lu Xiaobai, cannot possibly be the same person. This article is well written and logically reasoned, which confused netizens.
That seems to be the case.
To create 16 classic works within 2 months means to create one every 3 to 4 days.
The donkeys in the production team didn't work like this.
Immediately afterwards, the latest single of the Star and Moon Legend group under Longting, The Most Dazzling National Style, was released. The popularity of this song was so terrifying that it instantly suppressed the storm.
The name Wang Dali also became famous all over the country with this song. From then on, the top 20 Chinese music charts were completely dominated by the Nameless Person, Lu Xiaobai, and Wang Dali. Many industry insiders exclaimed,
"The Chinese music scene has seen a 3-way competition.
This is an era of fighting between gods." Nameless is responsible for the styling, Lu Xiaobai is responsible for the heartfelt performance, and Wang Dali is responsible for the bloodbath on the streets. The division of labor is clear. A famous singer cried during a live broadcast,
"There's no place for us in the music industry right now. We're just trying to survive by releasing songs between these 3 big guys. We finally made it into the top 20 yesterday, but then The Most Dazzling National Style dropped out of nowhere in the wee hours, knocking us right out of the top 20.
Ding ling ling. At 7 o'clock that morning, Lu Xiaobai's cell phone alarm rang.
The reason why he got up so early was, of course, to go and welcome his wife back to Binhai City. Christmas is coming soon, so Nanxiao turned down all the announcements he had and decided to spend a good Christmas Eve with Lu Xiaobai.
Well, it's still early. Lu Xiaobai yawned and took out his cell phone to play for a while.
Feeling a little bored, he opened the system panel.
Fuck. He sat up with a somersault and almost rolled off the bed. The panel shows reputation, 20,903 points. Skills already possessed, elementary piano playing ability, elementary singing skills, intermediate music theory proficiency. Exchangeable skills, elementary guitar playing, intermediate piano playing, intermediate singing. My reputation has increased so much? Lu Xiaobai was stunned. The reason is actually very simple.
In recent times, the singles or albums of Su Nanxiao, Lin Zimo, Li Siki, and Star Moon Legend have all sold well, creating a cumulative effect, and his reputation naturally rose.
Let us save up a bit more. Just as he was about to close the system panel, he suddenly saw the last item in the exchangeable skills out of the corner of his eye. I'll go. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. That's right. It's personal appearance and charm basic. Exchange. Now. Immediately. Lu Xiaobai said impatiently. Which man doesn't he desire to have the looks of Daniel Wu?
As soon as he finished speaking, a warm current flowed through his whole body from the top of his head. He felt the bones of his face subtly adjusting. The whole process was like a high-end SPA, so comfortable that it made people want to moan. After the exchange, Lu Xiaobai immediately walked to the dressing mirror. The man in the mirror was tall and slender, with a high nose bridge, thin lips, and sharp eyes. His looks are comparable to Daniel Wu's and his style is comparable to Ruanfa's. Although what he exchanged for was just basic looks and charm, he was already on par with the young handsome guys in the circle who relied on their looks to make a living. There is such a handsome man in this world. If the dragon government imposed a tax on handsome men, I'd probably go bankrupt from paying the taxes. Lu Xiaobai sighed to the sky and felt a little sorry for himself. He walked out of the bedroom satisfied.
Oh my god. Why did a handsome guy walk out of my brother's room?
Lu Xiaoyan, who was passing by, dropped her cup on the ground and froze in place.
What a fuss.
Lu Xiaobai shook his head and strode out of the house, leaving Lu Xiaoyan standing there doubting her life.
5 minutes later, a top handsome guy walked to the community swimming pool. Brother Fairy. I saw Brother Fairy.
Several rich women swimming in the swimming pool covered their faces with their hands, looking like crazy girls.
Bah! You've never seen the world. Lu Xiaobai spat inwardly. Binhai Airport.
Su Nanxiao strode out of the airport corridor. Following behind her were her agent sister Qin and assistant Wu Yuhan.
Nanxiao.
Lu Xiaobai walked up to her quickly, opened his arms, and prepared to give her a big hug.
What are you doing? You're being a hooligan.
When Su Nanxiao saw a strange man rushing towards him, his face turned pale instantly and he took 3 steps back.
Stop it, you rascal.
The young assistant Wu Yuhan screamed and took a step forward to stand in front of Su Nanxiao.
Chapter 69. How can my husband be so handsome?
I'm warning you, if you dare mess around I'll call the police. Sister Qin is indeed experienced and she took out the pepper spray from her bag. There was a sudden commotion at the airport.
Such a handsome boy is actually an LSP. It's incredible.
If he did this to me, I would definitely not resist.
Not only will I not resist, I will cooperate with him. That's right, that woman wearing sunglasses is so ungrateful. Many young ladies around were talking about it. Nanxiao, it's me, I'm Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai's outstretched arm froze in midair, and the smile on his face froze. Lu Xiaobai? Are you kidding me? How can my husband be so handsome?
Su Nanxiao didn't believe it at all, his eyes were full of anger and vigilance.
Nanxiao, it's really me. Didn't I recently sign up for a private training class?
The instructor is really tough, and he's watching me do posture corrections and muscle building exercises every day. Also, I changed my hairstyle, grew a beard, and got new clothes.
Take a closer look. Fortunately, Lu Xiaobai was well prepared and did his homework in advance.
Only then did Su Nanxiao carefully look at the man in front of him. This man is much more handsome than Lu Xiaobai, but judging from his eyes, nose, and facial contours, it is indeed Lu Xiaobai. If she shaves her beard, she looks exactly like her husband.
We first met at Jiangnan restaurant, and the second time was at Food Street.
You have a younger sister named Su Mengyao, and there's a spot on your thigh.
Lu Xiaobai took a step closer and whispered. Shut up.
Su Nanxiao's expression changed. It was impossible for outsiders to know these details so clearly.
She suddenly moved closer and sniffed Lu Xiaobai's neck. This smell, it was definitely him. Let's get in the car first.
Sister Qin noticed that more and more people were gathering around and spoke decisively. When Su Nanxiao and his group got into the Camry, they believed it a little more. Unless this person is a car thief, it is impossible for him to have Lu Xiaobai's car.
Great talent, what kind of private training class did you sign up for?
Why is there such a big change?
Wu Yuhan asked curiously. I'm using Lu Feng's personal trainer, and I've also hired an image designer. Lu Xiaobai had already colluded with Lu Feng. It seems true. Are you sure you didn't have plastic surgery? Su Nanxiao pinched Lu Xiaobai's face and pulled it left and right. It hurts, it hurts. Lu Xiaobai wailed. I see. Wu Yuhan suddenly said loudly. Everyone looked at her with doubt.
The book says that talent can give a man a unique temperament. This inner quality makes a man appear more handsome in the eyes of others, and this handsomeness increases over time.
So, is it possible that the great talent hasn't changed at all, and we just didn't notice how handsome he was back then? Wu Yuhan said seriously. Well, that does make sense.
Besides, Mr. Lu is becoming more and more confident now, and this confident charm will also make him look particularly handsome.
Sister Qin nodded.
After hearing this, Lu Xiaobai wanted to hug them both and kiss them. One is a queen and the other is a maid, both of them have very strong imagination abilities.
So, what you're saying is it's not that Xiaobai suddenly became handsome, but that I was blind before? Su Nanxiao suspiciously let go of the hand that was pinching Lu Xiaobai's cheek. It's not blindness. It's an upgrade in aesthetics.
Sister Chin pushed up her glasses. There's a term in psychology called the exposure effect, just like when you listen to a song and the more you listen to it, the more you become addicted. Lu Xiaobai's shoulders were shaking from trying so hard to hold back his laughter. These two women put on a show and helped me get through this difficult time.
So in your eyes, I was ugly before?
He put on a deliberately melancholy expression.
Not ugly, not ugly.
Wu Yuhan waved her hands hurriedly. It's that kind, very special.
Next time this happens, send a photo in advance. I really thought I was a pervert just now. Su Nanqiao leaned on Lu Xiaobai's shoulder and complained softly. Hey, you're still blaming me? You ruined my reputation and I haven't even gotten even with you yet. Everyone just thought I was LSP. Lu Xiaobai said with a dissatisfied look on his face. Hubby, I was wrong.
Su Nanqiao immediately admitted her mistake in a sweet voice.
Is it enough to just admit your mistake? So what do you want?
Lu Xiaobai's eyes rolled around, and then he leaned over to Su Nanqiao's ear and whispered, "Show me your nude photos. My wife is usually too shy, and they haven't crossed the line yet, which makes someone feel itchy."
You're looking for death. Su Nanqiao's ears turned red and he suddenly pulled Lu Xiaobai's ears.
Ouch, it hurts, be gentle, or I can give you a discount, even underwear photos are fine.
Is that what you said? Then I'll send it now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Su Nanqiao sent it quickly.
She kept her word and sent me photos of herself in underwear.
But there are only underwear and no people. Seeing Lu Xiaobai's depressed look, Su Nanqiao gave a sly smile. Okay, let me give you a belated hug.
After saying that, she blushed and took the initiative to get into his arms.
Sister Chin and Wu Yuhan covered their faces. I was force-fed dog food. Single dogs can't afford this.
None of them noticed that in a car next to them, a man picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Lu Xiaobai and Su Nanqiao being intimate. Then the car window quickly rolled up and the car drove away.
The man's name is Zhao Yu.
He is the paparazzi hired by the queen of the collapsed house, Zhou Mingqi, who specializes in following and secretly photographing Su Nanqiao's love affairs.
In the coffee shop box. Miss Zhou, I got what you wanted. Shouldn't you give me the 200,000 you promised me?
Zhao Yu rubbed his hands, greed glittering in his eyes. Zhou Mingqi gracefully put down her coffee cup and slowly took out a stack of banknotes from her handbag.
This is your hard work fee.
Her voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water.
Zhao Yu's smile froze instantly.
He suddenly grabbed the stack of bills and flipped through them quickly.
You must be kidding. Didn't we agree on 200,000?
His voice suddenly rose, and veins popped out on his forehead.
I forgot to inform you that the mission was cancelled. It's up to you to take the hard work fee.
Zhou Mingqi's indifferent gaze was as if he was looking at an insignificant object.
Why?
Zhao Yu's eyes turned red. 3 months ago, Zhou Mingqi begged him countless times to let him follow and secretly film Su Nanqiao's private life 24 hours a day.
To this end, he even used the professional equipment of a private detective and risked breaking the law. The photo you took was of Su Nanqiao and Lu Xiaobai being intimate, right? It's useless to me now.
Zhou Mingqi took a sip of coffee, and the bitter taste spread across her tongue.
She had long noticed the ambiguity between Su Nanqiao and Lu Xiaobai.
To this end, she spared no expense to hire Zhao Yu in order to obtain conclusive evidence and destroy the image of a pure and innocent woman that Su Nanqiao had painstakingly cultivated.
Chapter 70. Your affair with Lu Xiaobai has been exposed. But now the situation is completely different.
With songs such as The Next Dawn, Dignity, and Breakup Always Happens on a Rainy Day, Lu Xiaobai became one of the top music composers in China. Even if the relationship is exposed, Su Nanqiao will not fall from the altar. Instead, his position will be more stable because of Lu Xiaobai's support.
After all, which fan can refuse a chosen girl who is not only beautiful but also has a talented boyfriend?
Zhou Mingqi could even imagine how the media would praise this talented man and beautiful woman and how the fans would go crazy for them once their relationship was made public.
And Su Nanqiao's commercial value will only rise.
Her original plan completely failed. However, just when Zhou Mingqi was about to give up, Zhao Yu suddenly sneered.
Who told you it was Lu Xiaobai's?
He stood up suddenly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. He then took out his cell phone, swiped the screen, and slammed it on the table. Zhou Mingqi paused, and the coffee cup hung in the air.
Isn't it Lu Xiaobai? She quickly took the phone.
On the screen, there was a photo of Su Nanxiao and a young man hugging in a car. The man's handsome face was clearly visible, and he was obviously a young man in his early 20s.
This person is definitely not Lu Xiaobai.
The corners of Zhou Mingqi's mouth slowly rose, and excitement ignited in her eyes.
Ha ha ha.
Su Nanxiao, you're dead this time. Her voice trembled slightly with ecstasy.
While being ambiguous with Lu Xiaobai, she is also secretly dating a young hunk? This is no longer just a matter of personality collapse. What will Lu Xiaobai think once these photos are exposed? A normal man would never tolerate betrayal. By then, what Su Nanxiao will lose is not only her pure image, but also the gold mine of Lu Xiaobai. Without his songs, how can she maintain her top status?
Zhou Mingqi could almost imagine Lu Xiaobai's furious expression when he saw these photos, and Su Nanxiao's panicked and miserable look as he begged in vain. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle with excitement.
You did a great job.
Zhou Mingqi took a deep breath, suppressed her ecstasy, and quickly took out her phone. I'll transfer 200,000 to you right now.
Lu Yu is a die-hard fan of Su Nanxiao.
From the moment Su Nanxiao debuted, he was deeply attracted by her pure and sweet image. Over the years, he has collected all of Su Nanxiao's posters and albums. They would even save money for one of her concerts just to be able to cheer for her there. In his heart, Su Nanxiao is that unreachable yet extremely sacred existence, the warmest light in his life. That day, after Lu Yu got off work, he couldn't wait to open his phone as usual, wanting to see if Su Nanxiao had updated his status. However, a piece of news was like a bombshell, shattering his world.
The headline of the news is eye-catching.
Relationship exposed, Queen of Pop, leader of the Jade Girls, Su Nanxiao, and a mysterious young hunk embrace in the car.
A high-resolution photo is included below.
In the photo, a handsome young man is hugging Su Nanxiao, and their expressions are very intimate.
Lu Yu only felt a loud boom in his head. This can't be true. It must be a composite photo. Someone is deliberately trying to discredit her.
He kept comforting himself in his heart. Lu Yu operated the mouse with trembling hands, enlarging the photo to the maximum, trying to find any traces of photo editing, but ultimately failed.
The photo is extremely clear and there is no way it could have been photoshopped. This is bad, Nanxiao, your affair with Lu Xiaobai has been exposed.
On the other end of the phone, the agent's Sister Qin's voice was hurried and anxious. In the background, you can hear the noise of people running back and forth and holding urgent meetings.
Sister Qin, I already know about this. You're still so calm even after knowing this? Your photos are circulating all over the internet now. I'm afraid they'll be trending soon. Let it be exposed. What happened between Xiaobai and me will be made public sooner or later anyway.
Su Nanxiao smiled gently, with a gentle light in his eyes.
Nanxiao, you're already a queen now, you know that? If you calm down a little longer, I'm afraid even Du Qinggu will be trampled under your feet. Do you know how many fans you'll lose if your relationship is exposed at this critical moment?
Upon hearing this, Sister Qin immediately went crazy and spoke earnestly. I've asked the PR department to prepare a statement saying that he's your cousin and that you've been close to him since childhood. On the other end of the phone, Sister Qin was still chattering.
Sister Qin, don't worry about me. I don't want to be an idol anymore. I want to be a talented singer.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Nanxiao hung up the phone, leaving Sister Qin disheveled in the wind on the other end.
Nanxiao, you have to think carefully. You will lose a lot of fans if you do this. Lu Xiaobai on the side frowned.
If I lose it, I lose it. What I need are fans, not fans of my looks. Besides, as long as you're by my side, I don't care if I'm not the queen. Su Nanxiao turned her head and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Okay, since you've decided to do this, I'll go with you. Lu Xiaobai gently stroked her hair.
Su Nanxiao rubbed against his arms like a lazy cat.
Let's see the fans' reactions first.
Lu Xiaobai sat up and turned on the computer. At this point, the entire network was in chaos.
My youth is over, Su Nanxiao is actually in love, and the partner isn't me. I can't believe it.
Where's our Jade Lady leader? How come she suddenly?
Who is this guy?
He looks okay, but he's not worthy of our Nanxiao. I'm quitting being a fan, disqualified as an idol. My heart breaks when I see the pictures. I can't believe Nanxiao is so superficial and actually falls in love with a young boy.
That's right.
If it was the nameless person or the two great gods Lu Xiaobai, I could still barely accept it.
Looking at the comments from netizens, Su Nanxiao was very unhappy. These people actually said you were a fresh-faced bastard and that you weren't good enough for me. They're so blind, she said with a pout. But I was very happy watching it. Who wants to rely on talent when you can make a living with your looks? Lu Xiaobai chuckled.
In my heart, you are the best in both talent and appearance.
Su Nanxiao was amused by him and laughed out loud.
She turned around and put her arms around his neck.
She stared at Lu Xiaobai's handsome face and never got tired of it.
This man is not only talented, but now even his looks can rival those of young handsome guys.
Or, I might as well reveal my identity.
If everyone knew that the handsome guy in the photo was me, maybe you wouldn't lose followers.
There was a glint of excitement in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. The more he talked about it, the more he thought the idea was feasible.